Chapter 161 Rob Their Nests. You just left again? Kuroki Ling asked without looking back. Tang Zai's face appeared on the boat. Well, look around. This time I came back faster. And I didn't need to call your name. Kuroki Ling said. I've made rapid progress. Tang Zai didn't answer again. The wireless surge signal came intermittently. And he suddenly found that the man was in a state of confusion. He thought he had left. But why was he still there? After arriving, he found that Fang Xiuyu had completely lost control of his mind. Just like before in that building. It looks like he was attacked mentally again. Tang Zai fell into deep thought. In the past, he thought Fang Xiuyu had only one knot in his heart, which was in that mission field. But he didn't expect that Fang Xiuyu would also be attacked mentally in the old medical area. Did Fang Xiuyu also encounter something there? Or did his mental energy weaken? Tang Zai suddenly remembered that Yi Su had mentioned the rumors about the old medical area to him before. In addition to Lu Tiany's weird behavior in the morgue, there are also some seemingly ordinary ghost stories. Some people will appear for no reason, and then disappear for no reason. Is there someone else who has mastered the gasification skill? It seems that there are still many secrets in the hospital in the old gathering area, which needs to be discussed when Lu Tiany comes. He thought, if necessary, they should go in again after Fang Xiuyu leaves. Besides, Tang Zai frowned. I'll be in the lab soon. Kuroki Ling's voice came over. I notified Director Lu, and she said she would come as soon as possible. Tang Zai came back to his senses. That's the best. This is a good idea, Lu Tiany said. Tang Zai's expression was calm. What is the attitude of the gathering area towards the five-color stone now? Basically, everyone's memory of the five-color stone has been preserved, including Safar and Liu Bai, as well as the investigation of 2 test sites and 3 coordinates. Because it was the five-colored stone that triggered the crisis in Area A, and it was also used to mobilize the entire area. I think that in the short term, the 2 areas will not change their target of the five-colored stone as the main enemy. Tang Zai nodded. But as you said, the current means of the 2 areas are completely unable to reach 300 kilometers, including no one, including me. Lu Tiany continued. This situation can at least last for a few years. But if the laboratory moves there, how can Director Lu meet us? Pearl asked. Lu Tiany's body has not been modified, and she cannot withstand the pollution of 300 kilometers. We can contact through Ling, Lu Tiany replied. Meeting is unsafe in the first place. We must be more cautious after we start to expand into Area A. I will not come to the research room unless it is absolutely necessary. But I believe that you can solve it by yourselves now. The research room was silent for a while. Why doesn't Director Lu go with us? A researcher named Fino asked. The gathering area is investigating the undercover agents of the five-colored stone. The situation is not optimistic, and there is no way to obtain advanced research materials in the 2 areas. Why does Director Lu stay there? Maybe I still have a glimmer of hope, hoping that all these people can work towards the same direction one day. After so many years, it wasn't until the last few months that I really saw the signs. Under this situation, I simply couldn't choose to leave. She chuckled softly and looked at everyone kindly. You are all young researchers, and you still have a long time to fight pollution. The future of the laboratory is in your hands. She paused after saying this. Besides, I haven't found that person yet. Several researchers looked at each other and finally accepted this arrangement. Let's discuss the battle with the five-colored stone. What do you think? Tang Zai, you are the one who proposed this plan. What do you think? Everyone looked at Tang Zai. Tang Zai was used to being watched by so many people, and he didn't have the feeling of social death that he had in the past. He calmly took a piece of paper and began to draw. Based on our current understanding of the five-colored stones, they are composed of factions represented by 5 kinds of gems. We don't know how many people there are in each faction. Currently, we only know 2 people, Sapphire Safar and Ruby Liu Bai. Based on my experience dealing with the 2 of them, the 5-colored stones are hidden very deeply as a whole. Safar and Liu Bai are at least relatively core figures. They spent a long time laying out in the 2 areas to achieve their respective goals. But I guess there is someone above them who is in charge of the overall planning. This person directs the actions of various factions and ensures the overall operation of the 5-color stone. He Mu Ling next to him interrupted him. So the number of people in the 5-color stone is still much larger than ours? Lu Tiany nodded. The 5-color stone test site, that kind of engineering, is definitely not something that a few people can do. she said and looked at Tang Zhe. You think we are more confident in dealing with the 5-color stone than the gathering area. What's the reason? Because the 5-color stone also focuses on the research of mutants. If they have weapons, they are also made of mutants. We can compete on this point, Tang Zhe said. But the gathering area has artillery shells, sonic weapons, electromagnetic weapons, etc., which are very aggressive. Unless we can turn ourselves into something like mud cells, we can't deal with it at all. Everyone present nodded. There is another point. 5-color stone has developed a large number of mutants and mutant materials. If we can control those things, we can use their own spears to attack their shields. He added, as far as I know, controlling mutants is still your unique skill. Lu Tianyi said. Tang Zhe didn't answer yet. When he turned his head, he saw "It's up to you" thrown at him from all directions. Eyes. Tang Zhe. Kuroki Ling has opened up the limitations of human senses and can receive ultrasonic and infrasonic sounds, infrared and ultraviolet light, and use the brain to receive and transmit radio waves. Pearl is currently in a state of all 5 poisons. In addition, he is also studying the regeneration function of fungi, trying to make his limbs damaged, and the remaining cells can quickly grow fibers to complete the body. Pheno studies microscopic substances, mainly various viruses, and tries to induce human antibodies to mutants. Tang Zhe supported his forehead. You have been studying for so many years, but the research direction is not practical at all. The problem that needs to be solved is how to transport these equipment to a place 300 kilometers away, Pearl said. Our ship cannot carry such heavy things. And more importantly, these equipment cannot be exposed to pollution for a long time. How about we steal some transport vehicles from the gathering area? Corpse transport vehicles will also work. This is easy to solve, Yu Hanshan said. No one works in Area A at night. We just need to steal it at night and return it before they work the next day. It's just stealing the right to use it. If you are lucky, no one will find it. It's better not to return it, Lu Tianyi said. If you drive to the wilderness 300 kilometers away, the car will definitely bring all kinds of pollution, and even the seeds of mutants. This will be a devastating blow to the gathering area. Let me find out about the car. Maybe there are some long-term idle or scrapped cars. You can go and get them directly when the time comes. Okay, let's do it. When everyone started to discuss heatedly, Tang Zhe fell into deep thought again. The risk Lu Tianyi mentioned just now inadvertently reminded him of one thing. The combat vehicles requisitioned by Wu Shi and the abandoned underground passages were originally because those combat vehicles accidentally brought back mutants when they were performing their missions. Could it be? Has anyone walked this path before? Captain? The message on the panel woke Fang Xiyu up. The scene in front of him became clearer and clearer. After realizing that he could control his body, he jumped up. Tongza? The surroundings were empty, without any shadow. Fang Xiyu stood up blankly and found that his mask was firmly on. Could that temperature also be a dream? The message on the panel lit up again. Yuka Yuri. Captain Fang. Are you okay? Fang Xiyu came to his senses and found that the panel function had been restored. I'm fine. How long have I been out of contact just now? Yuka Yuri. About an hour. Are you really okay? Fang Xiyu. Nothing. Fang Xiyu. Help me check the personnel files of the biology group. The last 10 years. No. Earlier ones are fine. As many as you can find. Yuri. Fang Xiyu. What's wrong? Yuka. It's been 200 years since the crisis came. The biology group is the core group, and there should be tens of thousands of people. But we will still try our best to find them. Fang Xiyu realized the problem and felt a little embarrassed. Well, then we can look for the last 5 years first. It's mainly the personnel who served in the biology group during the old gathering area period. It would be better if we could have their research directions or more detailed files. Besides, he thought, a little hesitant, help me check if there is a person named Yin in the current biology group. He has green eyes, which should be rare. He wanted to ask Yukuri to check Tang Zhe, but after thinking about it, he decided to suppress the idea. After all, he only knew Yukuri for one night, and he didn't know whether they were trustworthy. And he felt that this name was too precious, and he didn't want to give it to others casually. Will I see you again? He looked at the skin on his wrist and said softly. The bright red number did not light up again. Chapter 162. You think too far ahead. Laboratory. While the others were discussing, Tang Zai motioned Lu Tiani to go to a corner with him. Aunt Lu, I have another question. Go ahead. How much do you remember about the old medical area? Lu Tiani was a little surprised. You have looked up things about me before, right? How much do you know? Tang Zai coughed lightly. With my authority at the time, I couldn't find any key information, he said. But someone told me some rumors. After listening to Tang Zai's words, Lu Tiani was thoughtful. You should understand the nursing and morgue matters now. Right? It's just that I'm hearing those appearing out of thin air. Disappearing out of thin air statements for the first time. But maybe I wasn't interested in these things at the time. Seeing that Tang Zai still had doubts, Lu Tiani continued. It's been a long time since the old medical area happened. And so many things have happened in these years that I really can't remember a lot of things. Tang Zai raised his eyes. Could it be that something happened when the gathering area was moved, and everyone's memory was manipulated? There is one thing you may not know. At that time, Yukuri found some files in the system that were not deleted completely, which showed that they included. His tone paused subtly. A large-scale brain surgery including the captain and Guan Yingjian. Lu Tiani shook her head. What you said may have happened. After all, after this incident, our guess has almost been verified. The gathering area is indeed manipulating people's memories in this way. But don't forget that some of our current colleagues were brought out by me from the old gathering area. We may have undergone memory surgery, but they didn't. There are no particularly strange signs in their memories. Tang Zai was stunned. But you reminded me that the memories they recorded about the old gathering area were also pitifully few. Lu Tiani said. It seems that our memory began to deteriorate many years ago. Tang Zai was silent for a while. I actually have some guesses, he said. You say. Considering Guan Yingjian's psychological trauma. At that time, we speculated that his memories did not happen in reality, but in the combat simulation system in the bunker. But how can we prove that we have all left that system now? Tang Zai said. Is it possible that this system has just been debugged and become stable? Lu Tiani's eyes trembled. There is another question. Where is the specific location of the bunker? Obviously everyone came out of the bunker. And to reach the gathering area, it must be a complicated transfer. But all of us only have the memory of arriving at the gathering area, not the memory of this journey. To this day, no one knows where the bunker is. Otherwise someone must have found a way to force their way in. He paused. The exploration of the two areas is obviously to obtain supplies for the bunker. But where are the supplies transported? Does anyone know? Lu Tiani's eyes were covered with a shadow. Pearl and I discussed this issue, and he said that the bunker should exist. But its purpose and everything we know now may be a lie. Could the so-called bunker just be an entrance? We are not in a world where pollution has come, but a larger testing ground? Lu Tiani was silent for a long time. Finally, she sighed softly. You think too much, she said. Not to mention that it is difficult for us to prove this. If this is really the case, then all the people in the gathering area will have a mental breakdown. The beliefs we rely on for survival will all collapse. She shook her head. Even if it is a lie, I would rather believe it. The possible truth is too ugly. Tang Zai was silent for a while, and did not answer. If this crazy guess is true, it means that all of them are being used as experimental subjects for another group of people. They tried their best to cover the human fire in their bodies and made sacrifices. But the result was just a meaningless joke in the eyes of others. Among them, the more responsible people were, the more they would be defeated. Tang Zai thought of that face, and his eyes darkened. Let's put this speculation aside for now, he said. There are still many strange places in the old medical area, which need to be thoroughly investigated. What is your plan? Go in and check directly. Go in and check directly. Search in the system hidden data. Maybe you can find some residual information. I'm afraid that the two brothers Yuka and Yuri are the only ones who can find the system hidden information. Lu Tiani was in a dilemma. The special forces have been completely disbanded. Now in their eyes, we are all irrelevant strangers. We need to find a good reason to let them join this search. But don't worry. I will find a way, she added. Now that I have contacted Guan Yingjian, this matter may not be as difficult as expected. Tang Zai said him. Besides that, there is another way. 5-color stone. Lu Tiani was stunned. But when she saw Tang Zai's eyes, she was relieved. You know more about them than I do. You said that. So you have a clue. Tang Zai nodded. You propose to move to their base. Do you also want to use this opportunity to investigate what they have? Use the skills of other researchers? Tang Zhe was about to explain. But Lu Tiani waved her hand and smiled. When we joined the Special Forces, everyone had their own plans. This is normal. I think no one can deny that they have used the platform and resources of the Special Forces, and the support of the captain. But we can still work together and fight for the goals of the Special Forces. Right? Tang Zhe closed his mouth and did not refute. The most important thing is what we are working for. Lu Tiani patted Tang Zhe's hand. From now on, the laboratory will be handed over to you. Aunt Lu. I will not leave the gathering area. And at my age, I may not be able to see the end. Other researchers entered the laboratory earlier, and they are more qualified. That's just that I found them earlier. Lu Tiani said. Your current body transformation is the most thorough, and it has also incorporated the research results of others to a certain extent, and has made a great upgrade on this basis. So I have always believed that you are in a core position in the history of the laboratory. This core is not only in terms of research level, but also more. You can lead this laboratory in a more appropriate direction. Much more appropriate than I can think of. Me? Tang Zhe shook his head in self-mockery. You just don't know. I'm a selfish person. Apart from surviving and making those people pay the price, I don't have the idea of leading anyone or saving anyone. Lu Tiani looked at him kindly. I've met a lot of people. Tang Zhe. Maybe you just haven't realized yet. In fact, there is a shadow of him in you. Or maybe you are similar people. Tang Zhe knew who that he was, and his heart still hurt a little. From now on, the affairs of the laboratory will be left to you. Lu Tiani said. Is there anything else I can do? Tang Zhe came back to his senses. You may need to check the gathering area as much as possible. His eyes darkened. It is impossible to control so many large-scale memory erasures by relying solely on the outside or the bunker. There must be someone cooperating inside. There should be people in the gathering area who have never lost their memories. Yuka Yuri. Report to the headquarters. The current biological team has not found anyone who meets the requirements. We have expanded the search targets, and have not found anyone who meets both the green eyes and surname yin conditions in the past records. Fang Shuyu's eyes darkened. He had already vaguely anticipated that the person was not real. Perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps it was part of the full system projection. But they clearly had a conversation. Fang Shuyu recalled those eyes, and felt a little lost. For some reason, the research suit gave him a subtle sense of déjà vu. But what he felt was not a piercing pain, but a kind of warmth and a faint sweetness. Could he be Tang Zhe? At the same time, there was another mystery, which was the red location that would appear inexplicably. He didn't see anyone the first time, but the second time, it was Xiao Yin who appeared. And the third time, Fang Shuyu touched his lips carefully. After a long time, he put on the mask and walked out with a normal look. Fang Shuyu. Try to decipher the memory-like thing. It doesn't matter if you can't decipher it. Fang Shuyu. I forgot it's midnight now. You've worked overtime. I'll let you take a day off. Yuka Yuri. It's okay. Team leader. We are used to working in the early morning. About that memory, I'm afraid it requires a specific reading device. The information inside is not used in the gathering area. We can't restore it. Fang Shuyu curled his lips. I understand. This means that if you want to read the information inside, you must find the equipment made of 5-color stone. But after Lu Bai, the 5-color stone has been completely dormant. Before they take the initiative to show their faces, the two districts can't find out their news anyway. Is this possible? How could there be no flaws left in so many years? Or, someone in the gathering area has been helping them to clear the traces? Fang Shuyu fell into deep thought. The number 2 test site has been completely destroyed. And the only clue now is the third coordinate. 300 kilometers away in the wild. Is it possible? He thought of the backward equipment in the gathering area and angrily waved his fist in the air. Why is the gap so big? Why is the gap between the two areas and the 5-color stone so big? Even if the strategy of Area A has been too conservative in recent years, and the personnel are lazy, the technology accumulated in the previous 200 years would not be so far behind. Right? What exactly is wrong here? An absurd idea suddenly flashed through Fang Shuyu's mind. He gasped at the idea and shook his head quickly, trying to put the idea behind him. Then he took samples from each floor and took away some things that might be useful, and planned to return to the combat vehicle and return to Area A. The building in the medical area has completely returned to normal. And it looks like an ordinary abandoned and lifeless building. Apart from the polluted ash, there seems to be nothing worth recording. Fang Xiyu sat back in the car. Yuck, Yuri. Help me check one person at the end. Dean Liu of the Mutant Research Institute. Give me as much of her non-public information as you can. Especially her work in the old gathering area, related to the medical area. After sending the last message, Fang Xiyu fell into silence again. The ghostly crazy idea in front of him emerged again. He once suspected that the gathering area had carried out large-scale memory manipulation to eliminate the traces of someone's existence. Only a few senior executives can do this. Suppose there is really a problem with the senior executives. Will the mistakes and backwardness of the gathering area also be manipulated? They are far behind the five-color stone, and even have a technological gap. Could it be that they all cut off their own hands and feet? Chapter 163 You've been exposed. Area A. A person who retains complete memory? Lu Tianya's face darkened. All operations require the use of equipment and technology in the medical area. But in theory, medical personnel can set parameters in advance and clear each other's memory. But even so, the gathering area needs at least one person who retains memory to prevent uncontrollable problems in this process. The memory operation affects such a wide range. If there is a person who retains complete memory, he must be either very hidden and directly serve the bunker, or he must be of a very high level, according to the degree of separation between the two areas and the bunker. The former possibility can be ruled out. Therefore, the latter possibility is the only one left. How high can the level be? Lu Tianyi searched in her memory. In her record of decades of service, the parts she could actually remember were all incoherent fragments. If she had to say that it was relatively certain and coherent, it was only the past few years since she moved to the current gathering area. The record she left on paper could only be pushed back to 6 years ago at most. Tang Zai's crazy conjecture made her fall into a whirlpool of thinking. The old gathering area, even the memory of the old gathering area was so vague. Could it be that all their polluted history was also false? The records in the system were also false? The answer to all this is to find the person who may retain all memories. Lu Tianyi walked in the corridor back to the dormitory. Her eyes sank. In fact, this character is easy to guess, but it is hard to believe. If that is true, everything went wrong from the beginning. Before Fang Xiyu returned to Area A, Lu Tianyi's information was sent. It was basically consistent with the public records he had seen before. Lu Tianyi was marginalized for a long time until she suddenly returned to her research position a few months ago. And she produced several outstanding results in a short period of time. Then shortly before Fang Xiyu's accident, she was promoted to the director of the Institute of Mutants. A few months ago? Fang Xiyu frowned. He looked at Lu Tianyi's job transfer a few months ago and found that it only showed that she was a researcher and did not specify which department. This is very abnormal. In addition, Lu Tianyi did often go in and out of the medical area during the old gathering area, doing brain care work. Brain care and medical area are enough to make him pay attention. What's more, he saw her name in the holographic image. When the file was turned to the bottom, Fang Xiyu's eyes suddenly widened. He stopped the car and carefully checked the information regardless of the fact that he was still in the wild. How could it be? After a long time, Fang Xiyu narrowed his eyes and put Lu Tianyi's file into a hidden folder. He couldn't question Lu Tianyi directly, but he had to find a way to make her tell him what she knew. What to do? The combat vehicle slowly parked in the garage. Fang Xiyu jumped out of the car, but stood outside for a long time. He thought about it and realized that there was only one person he could fully trust now. And that was Chong Fangyin. Although Chong Fangyin always believed that he had hallucinations after being injured. If he told everything about tonight, Chong Fangyin might let go. At least, he should be able to help deal with Lu Tianyi's affairs. Thinking of this, Fang Xiyu sent an emergency communication to Chong Fangyin. 2 seconds later, Chong Fangyin. What? It's late at night. What trouble can you cause me? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Fang Xiyu. I just came back from the old medical area. There was silence on the other side for a while. Chong Fangyin. You damn bastard. Where are you now? Have you come back? Chong Fangyin. You're not infected? If you mutate, don't come back. Just fend for yourself. Chong Fangyin. Do you want me to pick you up? Do you want to contact the medical team? Fang Xiyu looked at his reply and suddenly laughed out loud with a heavy face. Fang Xiuyu. I'll go find you now. When he arrived at Chang Fannin's dormitory, exhausted, Chang Fannin was ready and waiting there. I also wore full protective clothing that only needs to be changed when going out. Fang Xiuyu found it a little funny. If you are so scared, just don't let me come. If I don't let you come, I don't know where you will go. Seeing how excited you are in the middle of the night, you will definitely not go back to the dormitory and lie down immediately. It's better not to let you bother others. How can I find others? For 10 years, I have no one I can really trust except you. Chang Fannin's expression froze for a moment. Come on. There are not many combat team members who are loyal to you over the years, and they are willing to work hard for you. That's because they know that it is almost impossible to die if they go out to fight with me. So what? You earned it with your own ability. Chang Fannin turned around and patted Fang Xiuyu's shoulder. It's impossible to have a heart-to-heart with other team members. We are all like this. Not as good as you. Don't ask for so much. Old Chang. Under what circumstances do you think I would go on such a dangerous mission alone? Chang Fannin was stunned, and then returned to his original expression. Why? You also know that it is too dangerous. You know what happened in Area A over the years. Who would really want to die? Old Chang. Don't you think your explanation is a bit contradictory? Chang Fannin reacted and rolled his eyes. You're trying to trick me. Brat? What do you want to say? Are you talking about your non-existent teammate? Fang Xiuyu didn't comment. I've been serving for 10 years, and I don't even have a single person I can confide in. Isn't that a bit too bad? And I also looked at the records of that mission. It wasn't a high-risk mission at first. It was just an ordinary low to medium-risk mission. Could everyone have predicted that it would suddenly escalate? Chang Fannin stopped talking. How did I get back? Fang Xiuyu continued to ask. How could I get back? I brought people to carry you back. Then do you remember the specific process? It's only been more than half a month now. You can't forget it. Right? Of course I remember. I'm not old and confused. Then repeat the details from beginning to end. Chang Fannin raised his hand and hit Fang Xiuyu's head hard. Okay. Now the order is on me. Fang Xiuyu covered his head and took 2 steps back. Go ahead. Didn't you just send a location in the middle of the night, saying that you were trapped inside, and asked me to bring the extraction machine over? What was the situation when I sent the message? Was it already dead? Looked energetic. Just trapped. But there is no threat for the time being. Then you sent a large group of people right away? What else can I do if I don't send a large group of people right away? I'll just watch you get trapped inside and die. Chang Fannin raised his hand and pointed at his nose. I owed you in my last life. Fang Xiuyu ignored his expression. After you arrived, what was the situation of the building? Was it surrounded by mutants? That's probably not. Chang Fannin was in a dilemma. Didn't you solve it? I solved the mutants myself? If not you, who else could? The weapons in your hand are the most effective against mutants, and the people on my side haven't popularized them yet. But I was trapped in the building. Right? Doesn't that mean the mutants are blocking me outside the door? I was trapped to the point of asking you for help, and you had to dispatch an extraction machine, which means it was a large amount of something that was difficult to deal with. How did you solve it yourself in the end? Who knows how you solved it? No one dared to go in to take samples later, and we didn't even know what the mutant looked like. If you hadn't been isolated and checked, you would have been sealed in with the building now. Fang Xiuyu was silent for a while. Then I would like to go in and take a look. Chang Fannin jumped up. Are you crazy? You just saved a life, and you don't cherish it like this. Why did I save you in the first place? But some people may have died, without even leaving their names, and no one remembers them. Think about it. Is there really no problem with the process you just repeated? Isn't this incident strange? If there is such a person, why don't I remember it? Do you want to say that I am lying to you? Or do you want to say that you, and everyone else have been cleared of their memories about this person? Don't you think this is more outrageous? But only in this way can everything be explained. Fang Xiuyu said. Chang Fannin looked at him in disbelief. You really? Take a good rest and stop tossing. I found his name. Chang Fannin raised his head. Where? Fang Xiuyu opened his mouth and finally swallowed half of his words. In the old medical area. He roughly recounted his experience tonight, without mentioning the coordinates and the final hallucination. After listening, Chang Fannin fell silent. How do you prove that those holographic images are real? According to what you said, it has disappeared now, and no one can see it anymore. Also, how do you know that the things you saw are for processing memory? So far, we only know that the bunker has the technology to clear memory, and the gathering area only has brain healing. In this matter, we still need someone who can help us fill this gap. Who? Dean Luciani. Chong Fongyin stared at him for a while, and finally turned his back and walked back and forth in the room several times. She is now the leader of mutant research and has a high position during the external expansion. Based on your empty words, we cannot take compulsory search measures against her. What if there is malicious concealment? Chong Fongyin raised his eyes. What behavior? When we were on a mission yesterday, their car was accompanying the research and tracked the abnormal flow of mutants. But when I came out of the mission field, she deleted some records while no one was paying attention, and was dug out by Yukyuri. Really? Dean Lu is an expert in biology, but not in systems. She thought she had cleared it, but it was easy for Yukyuri to find it. Fang Xiu said. How is it? Is it enough? Chong Fongyin's face darkened. Enough, but don't make it public yet. And don't go through the procedures. Let's go find her first, and use this handle to make her tell what she knows. When Luciani walked to the door of the dormitory, she felt something strange for some reason. It seemed that there was no difference, but she felt uneasy for no reason. Is it because she will stay in the gathering area and stay away from her colleagues in the research room in the future? She thought. For so many years, she has been accustomed to this double-sided life. For her, that research room is far more important than the research institute in the gathering area. But now, she actually chose the gathering area. She knew very well that pollution was just an excuse. The most important thing was that she chose to stay here. She wanted to expand with this group of people. Luciani took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The moment the light came on, her whole body tensed up. Sorry to bother you, Dean Lu, Chong Fongyin said. I didn't expect Dean Lu to work overtime late at night, but I've never seen such a record. Luciani didn't answer and looked to the other side. Team, Captain Fong? I have a lot of questions for you. You don't look sleepy either. Why don't we chat now? A trace of sadness flashed in Luciani's eyes. Finally, she raised her head and said nothing. Fang Xiu put the panel in the air, and on it was the record that Luciani had deleted. The green fluorescent river was flowing back to somewhere in the old gathering area. Luciani pursed her lips. You concealed the direction of the flow of the mutants. Look at the records. They are flowing back, not out. Why do you hide this? Are you from the five-color stone? Luciani said. I am not. Then how do you explain this deleted record? Fang Xiu stepped forward a few steps and stood in front of Luciani with a sense of oppression. Dean Lu, the records have been found, and the final direction has been determined. What method did you use? Fluorescent markers? Then we can determine where it flows to by searching in this direction on a large scale. Luciani lowered her eyes. You two are welcome. Fang Xiu narrowed his eyes. Chong Fongyin came over and waved his hand to Fang Xiu, signaling him to stand aside. President Lu, Chong Fongyin said kindly, if this matter is reported, you will not be able to sit in this position. It is possible that you will return to the days of being excluded for decades. Luciani's eyes did not change. You two are welcome. Chong Fongyin's dead fish eyes became a little colder. President Lu, who are you trying to protect? Fang Xiu said. If it is not the five-colored stone, then who else could it be? Your colleague in the old gathering area? His throat rolled. That person. Is he called Tang Zhe? Chapter 160 for the person who saved all memories. Luciani's body shook violently, although she quickly calmed down. The shock of this moment was still captured by two people. Fang Xiu's breathing became rapid. He strode past Chong Fongyin and grabbed Luciani's arm. You really know him? Luciani stared at the ground. I don't know him. You know this name. Everyone has forgotten it. But you know it? What do you remember about him? Tell me. Luciani felt her arm being clamped tighter and tighter, and finally couldn't help struggling. Raised her head and looked at Fang Xiu. She was stunned. Fang Xiu's eyes were red, and even his lips were trembling. What kind of person is he? What is his relationship with me? Fang Xiu's voice was almost pleading. Tell me, please? Luciani bit her lip and forced herself to look away. I'm sorry, Captain. Why? Why do you want everyone to forget him? Why don't you tell me? Lu Tianyi just stared at the ground. No matter how Fang Xiyu asked. She just pursed her lips and didn't say anything. After hearing several "I'm sorry," Fang Xiyu gave up temporarily. He let go of his hand dejectedly, covered his face, and stood aside. At least he confirmed one thing. That is, Tang Zai is real. Those hallucinations and heartaches about him are all real. Chang Fangyin walked over. You know a lot of things. Dean Lu. Lu Tianyi did not comment. Let's not talk about the rest. I want to ask another question. You may be willing to answer it, Chang Fangyin said. Is there a memory erasure technology in the gathering area? This time, Lu Tianyi looked at him slowly, her eyes firm. Yes. Chang Fangyin's body stiffened slightly. How many people have participated in the memory erasure technique? Why is there no record left? A lot. Lu Tianyi smiled. Probably everyone has experienced it, more than once. Chang Fangyin was stunned. Then why do you remember it? I only remember a few more than you do. Before I realized that this technology existed, I didn't bother to leave anything behind. Therefore, I am also looking for. What are you looking for? Looking for someone who has all the memories. Fang Xiyu raised his head. His eyes brightened. Who? I have no evidence to prove who it is. I just have a guess. Lu Tianyi said as she walked forward a few steps and stood between the two of them. Her eyes were filled with a calm power, which was the result of decades of accumulation. Since the two commanders have paid attention to this issue, I think maybe we can work together on this issue. After all, this person cannot be shaken by my power. Chang Fangyin did not answer immediately, and Lu Tianyi looked at Fang Xiyu again. Fang Xiyu nodded to her. Okay. It's nice to work with you again. Lu Tianyi whispered. Captain. So who is it? Chang Fangyin asked. Lu Tianyi was silent for a while. The person with the highest status in the two districts. Head of District A. White Daemon. Fang Xiyu's whole body was stiff, compared to Chang Fangyin's panic and confusion. His reaction was more like being pointed out a fact that he was unwilling to admit. Yes, the people who could make Chang Fangyin erase his memory at will and initiate a large-scale purge could only be those people with the highest status. And no matter which one, it would be impossible to bypass the chief in the end. White Daemon, the person who has been in charge of Area A for a long time. Even Area B has become a complete vassal in his hands. He used to live in seclusion and rarely made clear remarks at the plenary meeting. Most people would naturally regard him as an untouchable symbol rather than a truly powerful and influential chief. It was not until the crisis of the whole district that he suddenly appeared and mobilized everyone to accept this powerful leader, and followed him into the unknown wilderness. The leader? Could he be a member of the Five-Color Stone? Hearing this, even Lu Tianyi was surprised. If these things were not done for the benefit of the two districts, but for the benefit of the Five-Color Stone. Fang Xiyu. This guess, do you have evidence? Chang Fangyin still looked cold, but his eyes were trembling slightly. Five-Color Stone, we are now clearly fighting with the power of the two districts. This is just an excuse. Fang Xiyu murmured. We seem to be enemies of the Five-Colored Stone. But in fact, not only have we not hurt them at all, we have been led by the nose all the time. Their purpose is not to hide at all. Maybe what Lu Bai did was just a bait. And the real purpose of the Five-Colored Stone is to let the two districts turn to external expansion. I'm still wondering why Lu Bai wants to do such an invasion of the entire district, which seems to have no more benefits except causing hatred. For such a major crisis, why can the leader turn the tide so quickly and make it the best opportunity for external expansion? What if they colluded from the beginning? There was silence on the other side. And why could Safar and Lu Bai hide for so long? Apart from them, why couldn't the whole district dig out a third person? Fang Xiyu continued. They must have powerful companions in the two districts to help them deal with all the traces that might be exposed. They were not allowed to jump out until they were needed. After saying that, Fang Xiyu himself fell into silence. After a long time, Chang Fangyin spoke. Then what is the purpose of letting the whole district expand outward? What is the purpose of the Five-Color Stone? Fang Xiyu shook his head. Maybe there is a bigger secret behind this. Lu Tianyi looked into the distance and said, He Mu Ling conveyed the received message to Tang Zai. White Daemon. Tang Zai thought. Unexpected, but reasonable. It is just that it is not known whether White Daemon has one identity or two identities. Are the target and shelter of the Five-Color Stone, or the higher power that they are not sure of existence. Consistent? Thank you. He turned to He Mu Ling and said, if Director Liu sends another message, I will notify you. Oh! She also said that you should clean up the traces of your use of the 5-color stone mutation material. Tang Zai nodded and agreed. Kuroki Ray turned and left. And Tang Zai fell into thought again. Did Liu Tian's last sentence mean that his traces might be exposed? Or was it simply for safety reasons that she asked him to clear it? Also, why did Fang Xiyu and Chang Fangyin suddenly talk to Liu Tian about this? Could it be that Fang Xiyu discovered something when he was in the old medical area? I'm afraid these questions can only be answered when I meet Liu Tian next time. The poor exchange of complex information is a big problem in their communication. But the good news is that if Liu Tian can cooperate with Fang Xiyu and Chang Fangyin on this matter, then the progress will be much smoother. White Daemon, he repeated softly. No matter from which angle, White Daemon perfectly fits the role of a chess piece that can control the 5-color stone and guide large-scale memory erasure. But from what Liu Bai and Safar said in the past, they also lost their past memories. Liu Bai also said that memory is a weapon, and that someone has been trying to collect memories. If White Daemon is the one who has all the memories, then is he also using or controlling the other members of the 5-color stone? Who is he working for? Tang Zai shook his head, unable to figure it out. He could only wait for the progress of Liu Tian. He looked deep into the laboratory, where other researchers were still discussing plans to relocate the base and deal with the 5-colored stone. Now that Fang Xiyu has returned to the gathering area, he should be able to go to the old medical area to take a look. The next second, he quietly turned into a puff of smoke, and soon the smoke in the air also dissipated. A human figure appeared in the underground building of the old medical area. Tang Zai looked around and stopped on the 3rd floor. This was the place where he was inexplicably summoned by Fang Xiyu. Tang Zai's eyes darkened. Judging from Fang Xiyu's performance, he didn't remember him at all, but easily believed that he was a timid researcher who was powerless and showed kindness as always. But how did he call out his own name? Tang Zai walked in, his wrist still in a blurry smoke. He found that as long as it was in the smoke state, the wireless search ring would also enter a state of uncertainty, unable to send two-way notifications to the other party Suyu. The thing designed by Liu Bai was too stable. It seemed that as long as he was alive, this thing would not fail. Tang Zai walked to a door and stopped. The doorplate read, Laboratory 313. He froze. After a few seconds, he raised his leg and walked in. The layout here was very similar to the current laboratory, but it was more spacious, and there was no huge cylinder and egg. But in his dream, the cylinder and the egg pool were not originally in Lab 313. The cylinder and the egg pool were above, and Lab 313 was in the abyss. There were countless whales coming from the abyss. Above, Tang Zai raised his head and saw only the gray roof. Above this, there was the 2nd floor, the 1st floor, the ground, and the polluted sky that could not be seen at the top. Where exactly were the cylinder and the egg pool? Chapter 165 Lies Revealed. Click. A light sound came from the side, pulling Tang Zai back to reality. He came back to his senses and looked towards the place where the sound came from. The sound came from the laboratory. Someone. Tang Zai frowned and walked in quietly. To his surprise, there was a faint light in the laboratory, as if the lights were on. How could there be lights in the medical area that had been abandoned for many years? Tang Zai held his breath and moved in carefully. Snap. Brush. Click. Dong. It sounded like someone was rummaging through something in a panic. The sound came from the innermost part, and as he approached step by step, there was also the sound of rapid breathing. Pa. Stop. Must stop. Someone was talking to himself. Tang Zai's heart began to beat violently. The long-lost confusion attacked his brain, making his mind confused. Mental attack? No. This kind of attack was the most difficult for him to deal with now. Unless he was next to it. The door of the innermost room was closed. Tang Zai covered his head and had to stop in front of the door. The rummaging sound inside continued. The experiment is out of control. It can't go on like this. It can't. Tang Zai's stomach churned, and the strong discomfort almost made him faint. He tried to activate the gasification skill to escape from here, but found that he couldn't control his body at all. Right. After vaporization, he also needs to use his consciousness to control the scattered body. But now, he is facing a spiritual energy far greater than his. So of course he can't use this skill. What about softening? No. Tang Zhe felt that his body melted a little. But it was still in human form. He probably looked like a ball of mud now. Or maybe it was just his illusion. He still stood there, motionless. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Tang Zhe watched a beam of light illuminate his face. But he couldn't move. What came into view was a huge research room, which was neatly filled with various equipment. But it was not the same as the current research room. This was a place he had never seen before. In the center was a research table with a panel embedded on it. And various materials and instruments were scattered around. There were many things like test tubes and reagent bottles. Behind the research table stood a man in a research suit, looking for something. The tall instruments blocked his view, and his face could not be seen clearly. The sound of searching suddenly stopped. But footsteps sounded. Tang Zhe heard the footsteps coming from beside him, and his hair stood on end. The next second, he saw a muddy black shadow appear out of thin air beside him. Tang Zhe felt his blood rushing to his brain. He had seen this black shadow before. It was the black shadow that suddenly appeared in his ward when he was hospitalized. The black shadow was going to kill him at that time. It could move and disappear instantly. It was also thanks to it that Tang Zhe was forced to use the softening skill. The black shadow didn't seem to see Tang Zhe. Or maybe it was not interested in him, and just walked past him. Are these two black shadows the same person? Tang Zhe thought. What does it want to do now? The black shadow stopped in front of the research table. The person behind the research table stood up, and Tang Zhe saw his face. Another Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe froze in place. 2 seconds later, he realized this should be a memory fragment. The Tang Zhe on the other side is his past self. Is he a core researcher? The panic and vomiting feeling faded a little, replaced by unwillingness and fear, spreading all over his body. The Tang Zhe on the other side raised his head. What do you want to do? Stop you from doing something you shouldn't do, the shadow said. The development of the system has begun to get out of control, and the research must be stopped now. This road is not feasible at all. Not only will it not allow humans to survive, but it will destroy the entire planet. This is not a decision you should make. The shadow continued. The physical experiment has already begun, and there is no way to stop it. If you scientists think there is a problem, why did you start it in the first place? Since you have started, why stop it? Tang Zhe's eyes changed. This is not what we expected at all. No one expected it to be. He continued to look for things with his head down. I want to go back and ask them to stop this research. There are other ways to save humanity, not just to transform into this horrible appearance. I want to go back. It's not too late. The shadow slammed the table. It's too late. I can't go back. Tang Zhe looked up in surprise. Why can't I activate the escape button? Can I go back? They trapped me in the system? How could it be? What about you? Can you go back? The shadow sneered. You still think they gave us a choice? His voice was terribly cold. The conservatives outside have long been liquidated. What can you do alone? Besides, you were thrown into the 313 laboratory by them. They have long decided to advance the research at all costs. They just want to be crazy and beyond imagination. They want people to become the most terrifying mutants in the universe. They have already transformed a huge test site underground and created a polluted environment. Tang Zhe. I was shocked. The 313 laboratory is the boundary between the system and reality. The shadow said. You thought you entered the system. But actually when you walked out of this door, you have already stepped into the underground test site they have carefully restored. All the doomsday simulations you made in the system have been reproduced deep under the earth. They want to see how real humans mutate. Tang Zhe trembled. How can they? This world has gone crazy. Chief Tang. Next. We all have to find a way to survive. The shadow said, and suddenly grabbed Tang Zhe's collar without warning and pressed him heavily on the research table. Then the shadow raised the syringe beside him and stabbed it towards Tang Zhe's neck. Tanza struggled desperately. What are you doing? Stop. Damon. This is the material you researched yourself. I think no one is more suitable than you to try it yourself. Damon said coldly. You also know that in this environment, normal people have absolutely no chance of surviving. The syringe was pushed to the end. Damon pulled out the needle and looked down at Tanza, who fell to the ground. I hope this thing can really turn you into a mutant standing at the top of the world. Tanza, still twitching on the ground. The sound became weaker and weaker. Why? Damon. Why? You obviously. Because we have no choice. Damon said. We were thrown into this place. And there is no way to get out. In this case, we might as well find a way to survive better here. You cooperated with them. Yes. They will need to adjust the environment from time to time. In this world, I will be their contact person. They also handed me a memory clearing device. When necessary, I can also perform memory clearing in this world. Memory clearing is unstable in reality. Of course, it won't be as good as in the system, but it's almost enough. If it doesn't work, just clear it a few more times, and then people's minds will be confused by themselves. No one will know what happened in the past. They will only think that they were born in the end of the world, and the pollution has been coming for 200 years. Damon was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed. The human brain is very adaptable. I can't wait to see what will happen. Tongza on the ground struggled to stand up. You do this just to be their puppet. That's not it. Damon stopped laughing. Because of this, I am allowed to keep all my memories. I will be the only person in the world who remembers everything, and the only one who is always safe. I also remember. You will not remember once you walk out of this door. Damon shrugged. But don't think you can stay here forever, because this entrance will be closed soon. It will only be open when new personnel are needed. I have prepared a set of excuses, saying that this is a bunker that preserves the human race. All of us were selected from the bunker to protect the people inside and survive the pollution. I think there must be many responsible people willing to work hard for this goal. Especially those guys in the fleet. Hearing the last sentence, Tang Zhe used up his last bit of strength and rushed towards Damon. Damon dodged lightly, and Tang Zhe fell weakly on the research table. Is it because of your captain that you heard the fleet was so excited? It's a pity that he will soon forget you. Damon laughed sarcastically. Fong Pai is a very special existence in the fleet. Don't worry. I will use him well. You, Chief Tang, you are so weak now. Is it because the reagent has started to work? I think you should worry about yourself before worrying about others. You are not allowed to experiment on him. Damon did not answer. Shoo, he said suddenly. He is coming. Tang Zhe. As pupils shrank suddenly. His pupils were no longer round like a full moon, but slightly turned into ovals. Before you all lose your memories, let's talk for the last time, Damon said, turning and walking out. I hope you can stay the same before he leaves. Tang Zhe trembled all over, but couldn't say a word. His pupils continued to shrink horizontally. The ovals became narrower and narrower, and finally became almost needle-shaped. A green light flashed in his eyes. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door. Tang Zhe? Chapter 166. Director Liu. Tang Zhe instinctively shouted no. He looked at the door, but Fang Xiuyu did not appear. Looking into the room again, everything inside began to fade. A few seconds later, the scene in the room completely disappeared, and it became pitch black in front of him. Tang Zhe gasped for air. This did not seem like the mental pollution of the past, but more like his own memory. The memory played in front of him, and after it was played, it disappeared automatically. How did this scene stay? And where are the other parts? Tang Zhe held his forehead. The scene just now brought a huge amount of information, and it took him a long time to recover from the nausea. The nausea did not come from the discomfort of being attacked, but from the truth behind it. The bunker was fake, which they had guessed, but they still could not imagine that the so-called bunker was not the person they needed to protect, but the person who pushed them into the abyss. Damon mentioned conservatives, and it seemed that his original identity should be a conservative researcher. Tang Zhe thought. Then the people in the bunker should be the corresponding radicals. They may have the same goal at the beginning, but in the end, they fell into fighting each other. From the conversation with Damon, Tang Zhe vaguely understood what the so-called 200 years of pollution was. At the beginning, people were indeed conducting research on pollution and mutation. But all of this was done in the system. They simulated a polluted environment, and then used special instruments to guide their minds into the system to simulate how the human body would mutate and survive in extreme pollution. The experience that caused a shadow on Guan Yingjian should correspond to such a simulation period. It can be seen that they also experienced temporary amnesia in the system at that time, and did not remember that they were conducting experiments. Perhaps this was to conduct a more realistic survival simulation. Only by allowing people to truly face the crisis of survival can they have the possibility of bursting out their full potential. This part of the simulation record is the history of pollution has come for 200 years. So far, everything is still normal. As the chief researcher, Tang Zhe has developed a reagent that can make people mutate violently. Once put into use, it can theoretically turn people into the most powerful mutants in the polluted world. But I don't know what happened in the system. So Tang Zhe decided to stop this research. But at this time, the radicals took the lead. They secretly created a real pollution environment under the planet and threw all the conservatives into it. Now, they are separated from the real world by a layer of crust. But they are experiencing torture here. Tang Zhe bit his lips so hard that they almost bled. What is the world on the ground like? The beauty left in the blue energy, the blue sky, the green trees, the fresh air. Is this what they should have been? But what about now? They are facing endless pollution. And there are all kinds of unpredictable pollution winds from time to time. It must be those guys on the ground who are regulating it. They look at the gray sky forever, without the sun, the moon and the stars. And there is dirty fog all around. They also have to face endless mutants. Tang Zhe sneered. As long as the past memories in the system are cleared, and the pollution outside the gathering area is increased, people can be prevented from going too far. In this way, they would not find any traces of artificial buildings in the vast wilderness outside the old gathering area, because the real scene was built in recent years. Only these two areas were built. In fact, even the buildings in the old gathering area are incomplete, because when their memory stabilized, they were already in the new gathering area. The old gathering area is actually the entrance for ground deployment of personnel, which is the bunker in the popular sense. It's just that this entrance is special. It is the boundary between virtual and reality. After the personnel enter, the virtual channel is closed, and the people seem to live here completely. The secret of the entrance may be related to the huge cylinder in Tang Zhe's dream. He walked slowly into the room and found that it had completely turned into an ordinary ward. The things inside were basically emptied, leaving only some residual equipment skeletons. It didn't look like they were left here because they couldn't be moved away, but rather they were left here intentionally to create a feeling of once there. White Damon has already controlled Area A, and actually Area B. As he said, he has become the supreme ruler of this world with the advantage of memory. Was he the Shadow who came to the ward to kill Tang Zhe? But why did he choose to appear at that time? And why did he give up in the end? He obviously had countless opportunities. At the beginning, when Fang Xiuyu asked Tang Zhe to go to Area A, when he was carrying out missions again and again, when he was granted the A area citizenship, why would White Damon let him integrate into Area A step by step when he clearly remembered everything? Was he making fun of them? Did he do anything to Fang Xiuyu in the end? Tang Zhe's pupils suddenly shrank. Fang Xiuyu and the others had already suspected White Damon. With Fang Xiuyu's personality, he would definitely find a way to get information out of him. No. Fang Xiuyu's memory had been erased many times. If they met, it would be easy for Damon to control him. We can't let Fang Xiuyu go to him. Tang Zhe came to his senses and immediately decided to contact Lu Tianyi and ask her to stop Fang Xiuyu. It took him a second to return to the laboratory. Hey Mu, help me contact Aunt Lu, Tang Zhe shouted. Quick! Hey Mu Ling didn't know why he was so anxious after only half an hour, but she sent the message anyway. Lu Tianyi didn't reply. Tang Zhe waited for a long time, and kept asking Hey Mu Ling if she had received a reply. Her brainwaves communication also has certain unstable factors. Not only does it require the sender to enter a specific brainwave state, but it also needs to prevent too many obstacles. Tang Zhe was worried that Lu Tianyi had encountered some problems and couldn't send the message. Calm down. It's the rest time of Area now. Director Lu has been busy all night. She might just be resting, Kuroki Ray said impatiently. We still have our own things to do. Tang Zhe looked at her expression and suddenly understood. They have always had this attitude. Not only because they are researchers who are alienated from human feelings, but also because they are far away from each other most of the time and have different daytime lives. They don't really regard Lu Tianyi as a close partner. Or, whether it is Lu Tianyi or the researchers, they are always ready to say goodbye to each other forever. The laboratory has its own purpose. Whether Lu Tianyi is there or not, they must carry on with this purpose. This is what they have learned over the long years. Thinking of this, Tang Zhe's eyes gradually dimmed. He could understand why Lu Tianyi chose to stay in the gathering area. Perhaps, she also gained a little warmth in this cold world. Perhaps there was a moment when she acted not out of responsibility, but out of sincere emotion. This little warmth is hard to give up. Hey Mu Ling glanced at him lightly and walked away. I will tell you if there is news. Yeah. Tang Zei did not ask any more. Hey Mu Ling reminded him of one thing. It is midnight now. This is the rest time of Area A. Even if Fang Shuyu and others doubt White Damon, they can't go to him at this time. He had to wait until at least working hours. The laboratory was still busy, and no one seemed to care that it was nighttime. Tang Zei could only wander around bored and kill time. When Lu Tianyi finally replied, Kuroki Ling's voice changed. Director Lu was arrested. Lu Tianyi, do you have anything to say? Lu Tianyi closed her eyes indifferently and sat still. Her special way of communicating with Kuroki Ling made her almost unaffected by such scenes. It happened a little suddenly. For a long time. Except for the special forces, and the last time the whole area was invaded. People in Area A would never act in the second half of the night. When Fang Shuyu and Chang Fanying came to her house today, she was already very surprised. But she didn't expect that someone else would come to her before they left. The people who came were none other than the combat team directly commanded by White Damon. When this team came in, Fang Shuyu and Chang Fanying were still in the room. The two of them quickly hid in the inner room. And then when those people took Lu Tianyi away and entered the room for inspection, they mixed in and pretended to come in from outside. As for what happened later, Lu Tianyi didn't know. She didn't expect White Damon to take the initiative. Logically speaking, she had always been cautious in her actions in the past. How could she be discovered on the same day? Or was it that White Damon had been staring at her? But for some reason, he didn't do anything. What exactly did this man want to do? The place where she was detained now was not a formal cell. The environment was okay. But it did not change the nature of her being detained. She didn't want to pay attention to the noisy voices. After all, Tang Zei had been taken out now. She believed that under his leadership, the base could successfully complete the task of relocation. She was waiting for White Damon to appear. As long as she was not dead, any news she got could be passed on quietly. Ling, don't worry about me. No matter what the outcome is. We have already prepared for this. I have lived for a long time, and I have passed on this baton. Carry out your plan step by step. And don't fight the gathering area head-on. Kuroki Ling's brain waves fluctuated suddenly, and the first message she received was not very clear. But soon, she regained her composure. I know. Director Lu, Tang Zei has something very important to tell you. After listening to Tang Zei's narration, Lu Tianyi was in shock for a long time. When she came to her senses, a strong discomfort hit her, causing her to bend over and retch involuntarily. At this moment, the door of the room opened. Lu Tianyi was still bent over, unable to recover at all. The voice of the person outside the door made her even more disgusted. How are you? Dean Lu Tianyi, White Damon said. No, you didn't have such a high position originally. Your research ability in the gathering area is at best based on the work of those young researchers. He smiled. They are all very talented. Right? Especially that. Tang Zei. Chapter 167 So Wrong. Lu Tianyi remained calm. She already knew that White Damon had known Tang Zei before. But she didn't know how much Damon knew about their current situation. Now Damon's words were more like a test than a threat. She wanted to find out Damon's trump card. Who is Tang Zei? Lu Tianyi asked. Damon was not surprised by her reaction. You were teammates in a combat team. And before that, you were colleagues in a research institute. But you are not in the same research room. And you are more marginal than them. Lu Tianyi's expression was calm. Lu Tianyi, how much of your memory in Area A do you have? In fact, only 6 years after you entered here are real. How much of the memories before that are fake? Can you tell them apart? Don't you want to know what your true identity is? Lu Tianyi's eyes moved. Damon didn't seem to see the change in her eyes. The records of you being excluded are largely true. It's just that it wasn't the people in Area A who excluded you, but the people in other laboratories. They stopped you from continuing to study the fusion of human body and mutants. Why? Because they were afraid that you would win. Damon shrugged. You seem to be doing similar things. But in the eyes of researchers, the directions are completely different. You are studying the gentle induction of favorable mutations in different environments, which is an accelerated version of evolution. The 5-color stone is directly combined with mutated plants and animals at the cellular level, similar to hybridization. Tang Zai's laboratory changes human cells at the molecular level, which is equivalent to recreating an organism. Damon paused. You should have discovered that the direction chosen by Tang Zai's laboratory is the most radical. And his starting point was not accepted by most people at the beginning. Lu Tianyi lowered her eyes, and could not see her expression clearly. But he still insisted on this direction, because he believed that in extreme environments, only such a thorough transformation can keep people alive. But the biggest problem they faced in the early stage was that it was too difficult to realize the idea. But who would have thought that he actually conquered it? Now that things have come to this, let me tell you one more thing. The world was originally pollution-free, and everything happened in a simulation system. Because it is all simulation, everyone will naturally not be restrained. After all, virtual experiments will not cause any consequences. But the purpose of building this system is to implement it one day. The current pollution is man-made. We cannot get rid of all this. And what controls our destiny is the so-called bunker. I tried my best to make everyone lose their memories, just to prevent everyone from knowing such a cruel truth. Diamond lowered his voice, looking heartbroken. If everyone knew that we were tortured like this just for another group of people to experiment on, how unbearable it would be. It's better to let them forget. Let them die for the honor and ideals in their hearts. Anyway, we are all going to die. At least their hearts will be alive. Lu Tianyi finally spoke. What does this have to do with Tang Zai's laboratory? Don't you understand? All of this was just a simulation experiment at the beginning. A simulation? Damon suddenly roared. If he hadn't proposed such a radical plan, how could those people create a more dangerous environment? If he hadn't achieved results, how could the simulation system be put into reality? You have to understand that helping his research room is the real opposition to your original insistence. Was Seshi, are more trustworthy than him? Lu Tianyi raised her eyes. What does the chief want to do by telling me these things I don't remember? Hand over Tang Zai, and I will let you return to your original position and become the person I trust the most. You can conduct research according to your true ideas, and all the resources of the 2 districts are at your disposal. Damon said. If you don't show your sincerity, I can still restore your memory. When the time comes, you will know that what I said is true. Lu Tianyi's eyes lit up. Restore it now? No. I have to wait until you hand over Tang Zai. Lu Tianyi blinked, and the light in her eyes suddenly turned into contempt. I don't know who he is, and I don't know where he is. Damon's eyes were instantly filled with anger, but he quickly concealed it and showed a relaxed expression. The morgue that transported Tang Zai disappeared, and I have reason to suspect that he is not really dead. Someone created the illusion of his death in order to take him out of the gathering area quietly. He took a few steps closer, and his tall figure completely covered the thin Lu Tianyi. Coincidentally, there have been several similar incidents in recent years, and the people who died were all those who were originally in the laboratory. This is either a ghost, or someone is playing tricks. Lu Tianyi's voice did not change. It's not me anyway. Damon was furious. Lu Tianyi, why are you so stubborn? You don't remember anything at all. And you don't know what you are working for. I don't know, Lu Tianyi said lightly. So I choose my trusted companions, those who have only incomplete memories, but still try to find the truth and try to survive. Those are all fake. You went the wrong way from the beginning. Then let me ask another question, Lu Tianyi said. If what the chief said is true, then what is the purpose of conducting the simulation experiment in the first place? Why invest so many people in a research for no reason? Damon looked away. Lu Tianyi sneered at his silence. Chief, we didn't have any friendship before. Now, it's hard for me to trust your words. You are the superior, and you can do whatever you want to me. Damon knew that Lu Tianyi would not speak, and his eyes turned cold. He quickly collected his emotions, returned to his original appearance, and turned away. He stopped in front of the door. You don't understand that you who have lost your memory are the happiest people. You have forgotten all the pain and suffering. That's why you are so confident to question me here, thinking that you have found the supreme ideal and sacrificed yourself there. He looked at Lu Tianyi with pity. You are so wrong. Director Lu is fine for the time being. Hey, Mu Ling said. The leader arrested her to get her to tell him something. But she didn't admit anything. She said that the leader could confirm that she was a member of the 5-color stone, or at least had close cooperation with the 5-color stone. So far, the chief is still unsure whether you are dead or alive, but he wants to find you very much. Hey, Mu Ling's eyes were always straight. and she was constantly conveying Lutiania's news. She told you not to show up, and not to do anything that could easily expose you near the gathering area and in front of the five-colored stone. We will find a way to relocate the base, and you just need to hide yourself. Tang Zai was silent for a while. What about Fang Xiuyu and Chang Fangyin? He Mu Ling rolled his eyes, and then rolled them back. I don't know yet. Tang Zai lowered his eyes, and said nothing more. He was not too worried that Fang Xiuyu would encounter any danger, because Fang Xiuyu had been subjected to multiple memory erasures, and could not provide any valuable clues. In that memory, Damon mentioned that Fang's faction is very special. I will use him well. For Damon, Fang Xiuyu is just a very handy tool. If one day, he realizes something he shouldn't realize, he just needs to clear his memory again. Tang Zai frowned. He vaguely knew the role of Fang Xiuyu and Damon. If Damon's ultimate goal is to get the whole district ready to expand abroad, then the five-colored stone and Fang Xiuyu are both as pawns to achieve this goal. They are like catfish in a can of sardines, keeping this group alive. But what is Damon's purpose in letting the whole district expand abroad? He clearly knew that the result of continuous expansion was that people would eventually find that this world was fake, thus doubting the meaning of life and then becoming angry at the bunker. Also, the sudden break between the two areas and the bunker. Tang Zai's breath was choked. Did Damon want to go to war with the ground? He suddenly understood the change in Damon's attitude towards him. When he appeared in front of everyone as a sentinel, he was just an extremely weak body with almost no past memories. But Fang Xiuyu's inclusion of him in Area A should have attracted Damon's attention. He wanted to see if Tang Zai's body had any signs of such a strong change. He was able to successfully enter the A zone, and was finally approved to join the A zone. No matter how much Fang Xiuyu insisted and Chang Fangyin tried to negotiate, the chief would not give in. He was able to successfully serve in the special forces, which only meant that Damon approved it. That time Damon appeared in Tang Zai's ward in the form of a black shadow, and launched an almost assassination attack on him, just to see how far Tang Zai's body had reached. If Tang Zai still looked like an ordinary person, he would probably be killed by him. But Tang Zai's softening function was activated. Softening is the first abnormality that can be observed by the outside world. After that scene appeared, the black shadow immediately turned around and left, and never appeared again, until Lu Bai triggered a crisis in the whole district. Damon used the live broadcast of Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zai as a means to motivate the whole district. If Tang Zai had not been suddenly seriously injured, and had not found the fragments of his past memories, Damon would have used him like he used others. Memory is Damon's greatest weapon. Even the five-color stone was used by him for some reason. Tang Zai felt disgusted. He hated people who took advantage of others so self-righteously. From the beginning, from the injection in the 313 laboratory, Damon was so self-righteous. Tang Zai's eyes returned to indifference. No matter what the outcome of Lutiani was, they had other things to do. The battle with Damon, the gathering area, and the five-colored stone has just begun. He turned his head and glanced at his wrist, which was like smoke. For some reason, he had a strong premonition in his heart. He must check it immediately. The information of the wireless search ring is two-way. Once confirmed, Fang Xiuyu may also see his position. Tang Zai hesitated for a while, but still let his wrist return to its original state. In an instant, red numbers appeared on his wrist. How could it be? The coordinates began to move quickly again, and they were close to the old gathering area. Is Fang Xiuyu coming back again? He wants to go back to the medical area? No, that's not right. The coordinates slowed down and stopped. 19.462, 23.138, 81.826. It's in the building where he was hit. Above the current research room. Chapter 168 God Realm. War. Tang Zai realized something was wrong in an instant. Fang Xiuyu found the vicinity of the building. The moment he saw the location, he knew there was something wrong deep underground. He had to hurry to the surface to divert Fang Xiuyu's attention from the underground. Tang Zai simply notified other researchers and asked them to move immediately. It was preferred to take paper records with him. If the instruments could not be taken away, they would be destroyed on the spot. He couldn't let this laboratory fall into the hands of the gathering area like this. After explaining these things, Tang Zai immediately turned into smoke and appeared on the roof of the building. He saw that the building was wrapped in a thick isolation layer. But at this time, a combat vehicle was parked outside the isolation layer. The isolation layer had been partially removed, but Fang Xiuyu was walking towards the car. Tang Ze immediately understood. He was going to give up the interior of the building and dig directly underground. No! Tang Ze's figure disappeared on the roof. And the next moment, he appeared inside the building. On his wrist, a bright red number appeared. Almost at the moment the location appeared, the number stopped. Then, it began to shrink slowly again. Okay, I've let him here, Tang Ze thought. And his wrist turned into smoke again. The location disappeared again. There was another sound of removing the isolation layer outside. Very quickly and resolutely, Tang Ze had to find a way to keep Fang Xiuyu on the current target as much as possible before the laboratory was successfully transferred. He was a little confused. Why did Fang Xiuyu come here suddenly? From the timeline, Fang Xiuyu should have set off just after Lu Tianyi was taken away for questioning. But Lu Tianyi couldn't have revealed this place to him. What was the reason for him to set off at the critical moment when White Damon had already become suspicious? This building, what else? Tang Ze calmed down and looked around. After Fang Xiuyu defeated the things that wrapped the inside and outside of the building itself became what it was before. Empty and desolate. Dirty walls, exposed pipes, and air without any information. Tang Ze's heart suddenly twitched. This disturbance reset his wrist briefly, and the positioning appeared again. Fang Xiuyu on the other side seemed to be summoned and accelerated the clearing. Tang Ze looked at the closed door, and his eyes moved. He didn't plan to meet Fang Xiuyu. The moment Fang Xiuyu came in, he would leave, then use the positioning to lead him to a safe place, or lead him back to the gathering area. From now on, he will never find him again. Fang Xiuyu seemed to come alone, perhaps leaving Chong Fangyin in Area A for cover. With his own strength, it was very difficult to remove the isolation layer. And he spent too much time here. Why didn't he bombard with artillery shells? Tang Ze thought. His consciousness began to blur, wondering if it was because he was back here. The pain he thought he had forgotten these days returned to his body at this moment. His body was scattered into countless pieces, and each piece was being penetrated and crushed. There were cracks inside and outside the cells, so that he felt like a huge hole. And he couldn't find his existence in the hole. And the person in front of him was looking at him with such hatred. Tang Ze didn't know where he was. When he came to his senses, he had fallen to the ground in pain. The wireless search ring flickered, as if it was broken. Tang Ze tried to calm down. He knew that his biggest weakness was his spiritual energy, and the vaporized body must be controlled by spiritual energy. Once his mind was unstable, he would be easily defeated and turned into a group of particles that drifted with the wind. Especially when he was facing Fang Xiuyu, who had extremely high spiritual energy. When Fang Xiuyu came in, leave immediately, and never stay. Tang Ze took a few deep breaths and slowly stood up. While waiting, he suddenly realized something. The state of his body being scattered when he was vaporized was very close to the tearing feeling he felt in the swamp at the beginning. It's just that what he felt in the swamp should be something at the cellular level, and those painful parts should be someone. Perhaps it was the owner of the protective suit. He felt the feeling of his body melting into mud cells scattered in the vast swamp. This means that there is a spiritual connection between the mud cells of the same person. But the spiritual energy of these people is almost all negative. Not only can they not restrain their bodies, but they are also easily invaded in the opposite direction. Tang Ze was able to command those mutants. Probably because of this reason, although his spiritual energy is also low, it is at least positive. Mud cells are the product of the research of the five-color stone, and their experiments seem to have only advanced to the cellular level. Tang Ze thought. Did the five-color stone discover spiritual energy? There was still noise outside the door. It sounds like Fang Xiuyu has removed the outermost layer of isolation. And after a while, he will break in. Hold on for a while longer, Tang Ze thought. His doubts about the five-color stone are, what they do seems to overlap with the research room. But there is no inheritance relationship. It is possible that the five-color stone is the product of this polluted environment and has nothing to do with the people on the ground. It is just that it is not certain whether they were born in the system stage or the real scene stage. In addition to conducting various research, the five-color stone is also collecting prophecies everywhere. How did they find the so-called prophecies? Who left them? The battle in the divine world has long been decided. But no god cares about the life and death of humans. The flood has not stopped. If it continues like this, people in high places will be swallowed by the flood one day. The words in the myth archives flashed through Tang Ze's mind. His breath was choked. God realm. Could it be referring to the different factions on the ground? Only the god Nua in the world heard people's prayers, and was determined to save mankind. She collected them all over the earth, and finally found 5 rare materials. So she brought them to the cave, and refined the 5-color stone. Nua. Yes. There is this person in the story of the collection of the 5-color stone. It was this person who decided to maintain the survival of mankind, and thus merged the 5 factions of the underground test site to fight against the ground. Who is this person? If we find her, will everything be solved? She. Bang. The loud noise brought Tangze back to reality. After this sound, the noise of removing the isolation layer stopped. Instead, there was a noisier noise. Someone else is coming. Is it the people brought by Chong Fongyin? Tangze thought secretly. The door was still not broken outside, as if it was being pulled. Tangze felt something was wrong. So he quietly turned into smoke and spread outside the building. There were dozens of combat vehicles outside the building. Tangze saw Fang Xiu standing outside the door, seemingly negotiating with someone. And standing opposite him was White Damon. There is a problem with Dean Liu of the Mutant Research Institute, and he is now under our control, Damon said. Fang Xiu showed a surprised expression. The system detected that Dean Liu deleted some records of the direction of the mutants while she was away. Now we have restored them. Damon did not seem to notice Fang Xiu's expression, and continued to explain to him. She made fluorescent marks on those mud cells, according to the direction indicated by the records she deleted. We tracked this building. After he finished speaking, he patted Fang Xiu comfortingly. Captain Fang, you were seriously injured here before. We didn't expect Dean Liu to be related to this place. It seems that she has been secretly conducting research on mutants. The mutant that attacked you was probably attracted by her. Fang Xiu lowered his head and remained silent, saying nothing. So Fang Xiu was also following this record. Tangze thought secretly. It must be because Lu Tianyi was suddenly arrested that Fang Xiu was afraid of losing the last chance to investigate. So he immediately set out. Lu Tianyi mentioned the record. It seems that during their outing, Tangze's incomplete gasification caused the mud cells in the second test site to escape collectively and flow to places they shouldn't go. After discovering this dangerous sign, Lu Tianyi immediately deleted the fluorescent tracking record. However, if the records in the system are not cleaned up thoroughly, they can be restored. If Yukuri can do it, someone under Damon must be able to do it. Lu Tianyi asked him to remove the traces of the remaining things, probably because she discovered something, and was afraid of exposing the location of the laboratory. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to remove them. Now those things are scattered under the vast land around the building, waiting for an opportunity to move. Tangze's eyes darkened. He saw White Damon's face was not red. His heart was not beating. And he didn't know how many of the words he said were true, and how many were false. And the hand that didn't hesitate to put the needle into him. Tangze felt a surge of anger and hatred, and his body quietly changed. At the same time, the soil layer deep underground that emitted green light began to surge secretly. Now is a golden opportunity. White Damon has left the shelter of the gathering area and is within his control. As long as he controls the limb fragments left by the 5-colored stone, he can make White Damon fall into his trap. When the time comes, he will make Damon pay for everything he has done. Captain Fang, you have just been reinstated not long ago, and it is getting late now. Let other soldiers take care of the breakout. Damon's calm voice came over. After speaking, he whispered to Fang Xiu. You are already the captain, and you don't need to experience such dangers on the front line. The convoy also has a large number of vehicle-mounted weapons, which can be dealt with much faster. Hearing the last sentence, Fang Xiu's body trembled slightly. He tried to control his emotions, and tried to persuade him in a normal tone. The vehicle-mounted weapons may damage the building and destroy possible evidence. I think we should be more conservative, and just pry open the door outside. No, Damon said arrogantly. The next second, he raised his hand, and all the vehicle-mounted shells of the combat vehicles were fired at the building at the same time. In the strong vibration, several large holes were blown in the wall of the building, and the isolation layer was completely peeled off. Fang Xiu's face turned pale. He stared at the building nervously, fearing that some horrible scene would appear. After the smoke cleared, there was nothing unusual in the building. Are you all right? Damon said, waving his hand again. Everyone, enter the building. Be alert and don't miss anything suspicious. If you run into anyone, he sneered, shoot them immediately. Chapter 169, He is not a mutant. Fang Shuyu's pupil shrank, and he rushed in before everyone else. He couldn't let others. Team 1 enters the east side and starts cleaning. Team 2 enters the west side. Team 3 enters the middle. Various voices came from the helmets. Dozens of people entered the building, and it suddenly seemed much smaller. Polluted winds came in from the damaged outer wall, and the originally clean air suddenly flooded with gray. Fang Shuyu concentrated his mind and carefully paid attention to every tiny movement. The location disappeared at some point. He only remembered that before Damon came. The location was still more than 10 meters away from him. Maybe it's deep inside the building? Fang Shuyu looked around and found that the teams were still advancing cautiously. He took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly accelerated and ran into the shadows. Captain Fang, be careful, someone shouted. Fang Shuyu ignored it and instead quickened his pace. One pillar after another. The broken and tilted walls seemed to have no signs of anyone. Where are you? Fang Shuyu suddenly stopped. An unexplained pain hit him and quickly spread from his heart to his whole body. He barely took 2 steps forward. And then, he couldn't move anymore. A few seconds later, someone noticed him. Captain Fang, are you okay? Fang Shuyu wanted to tell them I'm fine and asked them not to come close. But he couldn't say a word and his body began to lose control. A thick fog seemed to rise in front of his eyes, with some flashing faces in between. A closer look showed that they were all skeletons emitting green light. He knelt heavily on the ground. Captain Fang seems to have been attacked by pollution. The equipment has not detected pollution at present. It may be an unknown source of pollution. Do you want to rescue him? I'm fine. Don't come over. Damon didn't answer immediately, but just stood at the door and looked from a distance. A few seconds later, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rescue Team Fang. The group raised their weapons and rushed towards Fang Shuyu, who was lying on the ground. Damon still stood there, seemingly observing. The helmet concealed his expression and his figure. Without any warning, the roof suddenly poured down with sticky black pus, drowning Damon, who was standing at the door. What's going on? Help! Hurry up and help! The building was completely wrapped in pus, as if covered with a tight protective shield. The pus rolled and bubbled. If you look closely, there seems to be a human face in each bubble. The combat team members in the building were panicked. What kind of mutant is this? Damn! It's too scary. This kind of place should let B-level people come first. Where are the sentinels? Shouldn't the sentinels go first in unknown areas? Captain Fang was also seriously injured here, so he should have known that this place is not simple. Now the leader has also been swallowed. How can we get out? Damn it! There was a howling of ghosts and wolves in the building, followed by the sound and fire of random gunfire. Fang Shuyu could only vaguely hear a little of these sounds. He seemed to be covered with a quilt, and everything that happened in the outside world was distant and hazy to him, as if in a dream. Has something changed? He tried to open his eyes wide, and only saw a faint, beautiful green in front of him, gently wrapping him up. The previous tidal pain and hallucinations also disappeared at this time. He couldn't move, but he felt very relieved. He could even smell a fresh scent in front of his nose. Who is it? If you look from a distance, you can see Fang Shuyu lying in the shadows wrapped in light green transparent bubbles, which is incompatible with the surrounding murderous atmosphere. But the others are now on the verge of mental breakdown, not to mention noticing Fang Shuyu in the corner. They can't even see their companions in front of them. Several people have fallen because of their teammates' random attacks. Those people seem to be crazy, thinking that the teammates approaching were man-eating monsters, and they beat them into sieves at once. But they didn't know that the more they feared, the more they would become the nutrients of this terrible mutant. A few minutes later, all the attacks did not hurt this mutant at all. It has tightly wrapped the building for several meters, even swallowed the combat vehicles parked outside. It doesn't care about these weapons at all. Monster boss? Grandpa, please be kind and let us out. I have never killed mutants, and I have no grudge against you. Don't come over. There were a few more bangs, and a combat team member fell under someone's gun. Ah? I didn't mean to. No. It wasn't me. What's going on? What's going on? Ah. It's coming in. The pus was not satisfied with staying outside the building, and was now flowing in along the walls that had been blown open. They covered the inner walls, spreading along the ground and ceiling. The bubbles kept rolling, and those faces were screaming or laughing. At the same time, Some huge bubbles began to appear in the room, as if they had detached from the slime walls. The bubbles floated in the air, and once they encountered attachments, they immediately stuck to them. Several people were already covered with bubbles, and it looked like they had suddenly grown several heads. Don't come over, it's biting me. No, I'm biting myself. Ah ha 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 AAA. There was another round of ghosts howling, and the people inside no longer looked like humans. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Cheer up. The voice was full of majesty, but the cruelty in the tone made people shudder. It was none other than the leader who had been in charge of the gathering area for many years. White Damon. No one knew where he came from. In the pus? He was swallowed. But he came out? The wailing was a little weaker, but some people had completely lost their minds and could not think at all. Damon glanced at them with disgust and said in a louder voice, Giving up now will only lead to death. Pick up your weapons. There is still a glimmer of hope. All combat soldiers in Zone A. I order you to fight. His voice was not transmitted through the communication built into the helmet, but seemed to be transmitted directly to the depths of people's souls. This sentence had a certain effect, and some people woke up as if from a dream, stumbling and raising their weapons to stand up. Listen to the commander. Fight. Damon looked at the sound of artillery fire around him. His eyes did not change at all. He walked straight through the crowd of combatants and walked towards the place where Fang Xiyu fell. Fang Xiyu was wrapped in a translucent green cocoon, like being sealed in a gem. Damon squatted down beside him. You are not dead after all. Fang Xiyu could not hear what Damon said. He was lying with his back to Damon at this time, and his body could not move. He just vaguely felt that someone was standing behind him, but he knew that this person was not the one he expected to see. The next second, 3 bright red numbers suddenly appeared in front of him. Fang Xiyu's consciousness suddenly woke up. The hazy beauty faded away at once, and his vision and senses became clear. The beautiful green disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a dirty and dim building, and his ears were filled with gunfire and screams. He sat up at once. At this time, his consciousness slowly recovered and he recalled the words just now. He realized that the person who was talking was not referring to him. You are not dead, the man said again and stood up. Fang Xiyu turned around and saw a black shadow with an unclear face, with black mist coming out of his body and constantly agitated. Who are you? He asked with a frown. The black shadow did not answer him, but just faced the depths of the building, as if staring. There. Fang Xiyu also looked over. He saw that the pus inside and outside the building began to gather, forming a high wall in front of him. Bubbles kept surging on the surface of the pus, and countless human faces floated up from the depths of the pus, and then disappeared with the bubbles. Captain, the mutant is scared. The attack is effective. The soldiers on the other side saw the pus begin to flow, thinking that their guns and cannons had worked, and were immediately encouraged. Fang Xiyu looked at the scene in front of him, but his face turned pale little by little. This scene, which should have been horrible, overlapped with a vague part of his memory, and with that part, there were other memories that made him unforgettable. But now, he couldn't remember them at all. The blank memory made him feel a piercing pain. You. It seemed that the signal began to fluctuate, and the red coordinates flashed a few more times. Fang Xiyu saw that the location represented by the coordinates was right in front of him. In an instant, a flood of thoughts flooded into his brain. Those tides were black, white, empty, but they were filled with strong emotional impact, which made him unable to stand up. In those noisy blanks, he heard crying and confession. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He fell to the ground again, without any strength to stand up. Just then, he heard a crazy voice in the distance. The mutant is there. Let's kill it. Kill it, and you can escape. Kill it. Kill it. Screams, strange laughter, and these sounds came together, forming a harsh storm, attacking Fang Xiyu's brain. Those people should not be human anymore. Should have. The red numbers flashed a few more times, but stopped, looking at the coordinates that were hovering. Fang Xiyu woke up instantly and shouted to the front with all his strength, Run! The coordinates did not move away, but moved closer to him. Run! Run! Fang Xiyu burst into tears. Run! Tang Zai. The noise was getting closer. Raise your gun and destroy it. Ha 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 ha. The heads are mine. The military industry is mine. It's finally my turn. 1, 2, dozens, hundreds, so many heads. Then I will be promoted to the general team. Seeing the muzzles of the guns all pointed at the middle, Fang Xiuyu desperately rushed forward. Don't shoot. He's not a mutant. He was pressed down by a strong hand and pinned to the ground. He's not a mutant. Fang Xiuyu looked at the figure in front of him and kept repeating. He's mine. Love. Bang. Chapter 170. Let's join hands. The attack came from behind. Fang Xiuyu didn't expect that he would be shot suddenly. He didn't react until his helmet hit the ground heavily. The pollution flowed into his body through the damaged protective suit, and the cold finally made him feel the pain. He barely turned his head so that he could see the front. Bang! Fang Xiuyu's body bounced and fell to the ground weakly. This time, he didn't even have the strength to turn his head. His vision was oblique, and he could only see the ground obliquely in front of him, where there was only dry dust. Did he leave? The footsteps around him immediately flooded Fang Xiuyu's vision, and all kinds of sounds filled his ears. But soon, his consciousness faded away rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, he heard the coldest voice in the world from the side. Call it a day. Take Captain Fang back. His last feeling was that he was dragged into a coffin-like box. And then his eyes went dark, and he knew nothing. Chang Fangyin paced back and forth in his office area. He originally planned to stay in Area A to find out the progress of White Damon's investigation. And by the way, find a way to get Lu Tianyi out. But he was still thinking too well. When Damon realized something was wrong, he took several measures at the same time. He did not seem to doubt Fang Xiuyu and Chang Fangyin's words, and asked them to wait in the office area, saying that he would talk to them after the interrogation of Lu Tianyi was completed. If Damon hadn't said that, they would probably have taken other actions. But because Damon said that, Fang Xiuyu decided to take advantage of this time to go to the building to find clues, and Chang Fangyin obediently returned to his office area, while contacting Fang Xiuyu. But the moment Fang Xiuyu left Area A, they lost contact with each other. Not only that, Chang Fangyin found that all his communications and permissions were frozen. He found that something was wrong and immediately stood up to leave, but found that the office area was completely closed. He was under house arrest. At this moment, he realized that all their past speculations were true. Even Fang Xiuyu's seemingly ridiculous and unfounded obsessions were facts that had happened before. It was even possible that it had happened more than once. That person relied on controlling everyone's memory to sit on the supreme position. And he was not afraid of being exposed. Perhaps he had been exposed countless times over the years. But he just needed to clear the memories of these people. After the clearing, even the people who hated him the most would work for him like the most loyal dogs. He just looked at them and used them over and over again. Chang Fangyin had never felt that the world was so dirty. After these disgusting things passed, he fell into worry. Fang Xiuyu, how is he now? He was wandering in the office area alone, and no one came to find him, as if they wanted to trap him to death. At some point, he heard a sound behind him. How is he? The strange voice sounded cold. Chang Fangyin turned around and saw a young face. He had rare green eyes and wore a white research suit, as if he had just come from a research room. But this is a closed office area. I don't know, Chang Fangyin said. He was telling the truth. There was no excessive expression on the other person's face, but the bottom of his eyes was a bottomless darkness. He stared at Chang Fangyin for a while, then stared at his wrist for a while, as if he was sure that Chang Fangyin could not give him an answer, and was ready to turn around and leave. Are you that person? Chang Fangyin called him. Is it called Tang Zhe? The figure in front paused. Do you remember? Chang Fangyin seemed relieved. I said, if there is someone so close to him, how could I not know? It seems that we know each other, he whispered. Sorry, I can't remember now. Tang Zhe turned around. Then how did you know this name? Fang Xiuyu found it. He had some hallucinations in the old medical area. Maybe they weren't hallucinations, but memories from the past. He said he saw this name carved on a wall. Tang Zhe's eyes moved. Old medical area? He said he felt nostalgic and heartbroken when he saw the name. The words read, Tang Zhe. Good night. Tang Zhe's lips trembled. I see. Good night, he repeated in a low voice. At this moment, he understood many things, but in the blink of an eye, he knew it was meaningless. They experienced the same thing more than once. They met again and again with different faces, experienced death separation, and finally forgot each other. But this is the last time. Tang Zai nodded to Chong Fangyin, said nothing more, and just turned around again. Chong Fangyin called him again. Can you take him away? Tang Zai stopped. You could enter and exit the closed space freely, so you should be able to take him away. Right? Leaving him here is too cruel for him, Chong Fangyin said. We don't know how many times his memory has been erased. But even so, he still remembers you. You probably don't know. At that time I thought he was crazy. Obviously no one remembers. And your name is not in the file. Why did he insist that there must have been someone around him? Why did he go to so much trouble to find you? Between you, it should be. Tang Zai bit his lip. He didn't recognize me at all, he said softly. Chong Fangyin was startled. Tang Zai's throat rolled. But he didn't say anything in the end. He didn't look back, but just took 2 more steps forward. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. His figure disappeared. You're finally here. When Tang Zai's figure appeared in the chief's office area, Damon seemed relieved. I thought you weren't coming. Tang Zai stood behind him, his eyes revealing cold hatred. If it wasn't a last resort? He didn't want to see this face at all. He knew what Damon's intention was, to go to that building suddenly, to use Fang Xiyu to force him out. Damon was not sure if he was really still alive, nor was he sure to what extent his body had changed. So he went to clear the mutated object on the surface. But in fact, he wanted Tang Zai to see Fang Xiyu in his hands and threaten him to show up. But Tang Zai did not expect that he would actually shoot Fang Xiyu. In the past, he had cleared Fang Xiyu's memory again and again just to use his ability. Tang Zai thought that he at least cherished Fang Xiyu's life. But he actually shot. Thinking of this, Tang Zai's eyes became even gloomier. Hand him over, he said coldly. Damon did not answer, but slowly turned around and faced Tang Zai. His irises were gray, and his pupils seemed smaller than those of ordinary people. When he stared at people, it always made people feel scared. We haven't met face to face like this for a long time, he said slowly. Sit down and talk? Tang Zai's eyes were as cold as ice. Hand him over, Damon laughed. But there was no smile in his eyes. You are really much colder than before. Back then, you were very gentle. He stopped talking. Tang Zai had already pinched his neck, and his fingertips were deeply embedded in his skin. Once the blood vessels ruptured, the dark green energy in Tang Zai's body would flow in and invade the body along with the blood. However, Damon was silent for a moment, and soon laughed again. Not yet, Tang Zai, he said. You are very strong, but you can't control me yet. The next second, his body turned into a human-shaped ink block. The texture of the ink block is between countless tiny solids and viscous liquids, and it vibrates quickly at a high frequency. It looks like a big target, but it is actually elusive. Whether Tang Zai's hand is in a normal state, or strengthened, softened, or gasified, it can't really grasp this kind of thing. On the contrary, the ink blocks at his neck wrapped Tang Zai's palm completely inside. Although Tang Zai was not injured, he felt uncomfortable. Tang Zai pulled his hand back in disgust. Damon laughed loudly and returned to his original appearance. You should know where he is? Although I don't know why. There seems to be some kind of connection between you, and you can feel it even if you are far away. He shrugged. You can enter and exit my office area freely. Why don't you just take him away? Oh, because his body is still normal. You are afraid that he will be attacked if you take him away by force. Right? Tang Zai's eyes were surging with dark tides. He knew that Fang Xiyu was in the medical area, and he was almost unconscious because he was shot in the back. But even if he could enter and exit here freely and deal with those normal people, he would not dare to take the risk of forcibly taking Fang Xiyu out. Not to mention that Damon must be guarding him closely. Fang Xiyu's body couldn't stand any more torture. He could only meet him in person, as Damon wanted. Isn't he your best sword in Area A? Why shoot him? Damon raised his eyebrows and sneered. Sword? Well, it has been the case for the past few years. He is very pioneering and capable. As long as his goals are consistent with mine, it's good. It's just that his brain will fluctuate every once in a while, affecting his subsequent trajectory. At this time, I had to use memory clearing to get him back on track. However, memory clearing in reality is not as thorough as in the system, especially after executing it many times. The brain is prone to disorder. Last time, he only had a vague impression, which did not affect his normal actions. But this time, He actually remembered more things. He shook his head regretfully. A Feng Shuyu who still has memories is not only not a good sword, but also my biggest obstacle. He seemed not to notice Tang Zei's increasingly gloomy eyes, and continued to talk. You probably don't remember that many years ago, we were colleagues. No, I'm not in charge of the research, but we have the same idea, hoping that those crazy research results will serve as a warning to people, rather than actually implementing them. We are called conservatives, but the result is that we are thrown into the test site they copied according to the system by the radicals. They actually hope that those experiments will come true, and even hope to go further. Darwinism. That's what they think. They want to transform this test site into something unimaginable, 10,000 times crazier than the settings you made in the system at that time. You haven't seen the real wild yet? You went to the 5-color stone. The coordinates 300 kilometers away. And you don't know what the 300-kilometer road looks like. And 300 kilometers away, there is even more space. Damon waved his hand and opened the panel. The panel shows a map of the underground test site, with the new and old gathering areas and the exploration area being just a few pixel-like dots. The entire panel area is called the wilderness. It's so big, they have transformed nearly half of the planet's underground into a test site. He said, our real enemies are the bunkers and the people on the ground. Pollution is terrible. Mutants are terrible. But what is more terrible than those? It's people. There is nothing more vicious than people. He patted his chest sadly. But what can I do? I use pretending to surrender to get the right to retain my memory. For so many years, I have always hoped that the people underground can grow up, break through the shackles one day, and go to the ground to take back our lives. But what was the result? He looked distressed. The overall atmosphere in Area A was so decadent. Those so-called combat team members were all trash. Only Feng Shuyu showed great enthusiasm for the goal of saving the bunker. With my advice, he quickly realized that only by going out could he save humanity. So, I gave him power and let him build his prestige step by step. And one day he would lead everyone out. But at the critical moment, he had a mental breakdown. Damon shook his head. What a pity. I had to perform a memory wipe on him. But I didn't expect that after the memory was wiped, he was as enthusiastic as before. He was really great. But that's in the past. Now he can no longer benefit the gathering area. You know, if he knows the truth about the bunker, he will no longer be as enthusiastic as before. He will only die in depression. But fortunately, the 5-colored stone is developing well. Their research has achieved good results. More importantly, you are back. You have realized your original idea and are back. He looked at Tang Zei, and there was something in his eyes that he didn't know whether it was enthusiasm or madness. But Tang Zei just felt it was extremely hypocritical. Stop beautifying yourself. Tang Zei said in intolerable. You just want to create the most terrible mutant to destroy the ground. You want to destroy the whole planet. Damon blinked and looked at him with interest. Your goal and the ground's goal seem to be the same. Both want to cultivate the strongest mutant. That's why you can deceive them for so many years. Sit firmly in this position, and secretly carry out your own plans. The gathering area, the 5-colored stone. Me, these are all part of your plan. Because you don't know which way will eventually succeed. What the ground doesn't know is that your goal is more cruel and barbaric than they thought from the beginning. Tang Zei bit his lip. The original gathering area was not like this. Right? Let me think about it. There was a very vague record in the archives about 5 years ago, which showed the chaos of management and division of labor in the gathering area. That should be the time when the experiment turned from system to reality? You hope that all employees will be expanded, because this will expose a large number of people to pollution, and a large number of undirected mutations will inevitably occur. What you have to do is to constantly screen and cultivate. But you soon found that this would not work, because the pollution was too serious, and humans would die before they had time to adapt after being thrown in. A lot of people died at that time? That's how the materials for the 5-color stone test site came from. Right? Damon looked at him and didn't answer. The ground has invested a lot in this experiment. They have been letting people in continuously. God knows where they got so many people. You changed your tactics and adopted a gentle way to gradually upgrade people's exposure to pollution. In this process, some people whose genes changed but did not show obvious signs to the naked eye were picked out by you and dealt with separately. It was at this time that the gathering area was divided into 2 areas, A and B. Tang Zei continued. Area B is full of people with damaged genes. So you let them participate in tasks with more serious pollution. As a result, a large number of mutant human bodies appeared in Area B, and many of them did not die, but gave birth to various mutant directions. It was at this time that you supported the 5 color stones, and sent these mutant human bodies to them for further research. Are you a member of the 5 color stones? No, even if you are in name. In fact, you are just using them unilaterally. They are in the dark, and can use a lot of methods that are not accepted by ordinary people to conduct radical experiments. And you have to use their hands to study what you want. In this regard, you want the same thing. But the 5 color stones are for survival, and you are for destruction. Damon did not refute. Anything else? When I became a sentinel in Area B, although you noticed me, you didn't pay much attention to me, because my health was too poor at that time, and I could die at any time. It was not until Feng Shuyu suggested that I go to Area A that you hinted that the 5-colored stone should continue to contact me. Right. But although I have been barely surviving, my body has never changed as you wanted. You finally couldn't bear it anymore. So you showed up in the medical area to test me. If my body was still the same as before, you would kill me. But you found that I really changed. So you left without worry and waited quietly for my further changes. Tang Zhe stopped. Am I wrong? Damon paused and applauded. You once created a super mutant in the system. If it is in that form, sweeping the world will probably not be a problem. You are also my most expected choice. But your mutation is too slow. I waited for a year, and you became weaker and weaker, without any change. I think the so-called chief is just like this. But I didn't expect Lutiani to exist. Maybe you have already contacted each other, and she helped you get rid of the obvious signs of mutation on your body. But it's not too late now. He raised his head. Tang Zhe, let's join hands. Look at our bodies. We have power that no one in this world can get. I control all the people in the underground. And there are several additional research bases. You hate them too, right? Let's destroy them together and avenge our broken lives. Let them taste the pain. Tang Zhe took a step back. You don't want to? Are you still thinking about Feng Shuyu? His body is not good. Ordinary people can't even resist pollution. Not to mention, he will hurt you. You probably don't remember. He killed you several times. Damon said. No matter how many good memories you have, he will kill you in the end. He can't accept such a person. He can't agree with everything you pursue. You are destined not to be together. Only I can. Pa! Damon felt like he was slapped in the face out of nowhere, and his expression was a little stunned. He stood up and saw Tang Zhe still standing there. Pa! Another slap made him stumble a few steps to the side and almost fall to the ground. Tang Zhe, your strength is already so. Pa! Pa! The slap seemed to hit him directly in the depths of his soul. Tang Zhe didn't do anything, but he made him roll back and forth in the room. Damon finally fell heavily to the ground. His body began to change, surging out black stone-like things, and then returned to normal in an instant. Tang Zhe didn't let him go. Damon, who was lying on the ground, suddenly twitched and curled up in pain. His face could no longer maintain its original appearance. The melted stone replaced his facial features and skin, and finally turned into a restless shadow. Tang Zhe held his heart. Hand him over. The voice seemed to reach the depths of the soul. As the dark green breath spread throughout the body, the pain spread throughout the body like smoke. But Damon did not feel pain because of this. On the contrary, he seemed quite happy. You have changed, become indifferent and strong, which is really good. Emotions cannot survive in this world. Except hatred. Hatred can make us stronger. You will be more. Tang Zhe clenched his hands tightly, almost squeezing his charcoal-like heart into mud. Let him go, or I'll be the first to take you with me. If you die, you'll never achieve what you want to do. You can't kill me now, you know, huh? But you're stronger than before, because hatred. Soon. Damon was twisted so hard that he couldn't speak again. Tang Zhe's pupils turned into needles, and his whole body exuded ink-colored mist. The strange heart was crushed into small pieces like sand in his hands. But still couldn't be destroyed. Damon was right. He couldn't kill him with his current strength. The disgusting shadow on the ground twisted, finally took a breath, and revealed his original face. Damon smiled. I will, let him go. Tang Zhe let go of his hand. Damon coughed hard on the ground for a few times, and soon recovered as usual and stood up. How do you want him to leave? I'll give the order immediately. Tang Zei looked at the almost unchanged face, and the hatred in his eyes deepened a little. Use the medical box to transport him automatically, and don't send anyone to follow. When we get to the wild, I will leave only after I make sure he is safe. Damon looked at him for a while with interest. Just do as you say. Chapter 171. He remembered. Fang Shui woke up. He felt vaguely that he was lying in a coffin-like place, and seemed to be moving out. The panel could not be activated, and no one gave him any news. He didn't know where he was going. He also didn't know if he was still alive. His brain was very messy, but there seemed to be a lot more things in it than before. But he couldn't sort it out for a while. He only remembered that he was shot, and the bullet came from behind. The gathering area wanted to get rid of him. He was now in pain all over his body, but he didn't care. He just wanted to know one thing. Tang Zei. Is he okay? Fang Shui's heart began to ache again. But now, he couldn't make any movements. Even breathing had to be done with all his strength. He was like a living dead, watching the painful memories in his mind come and beat him hard. He remembered. Everything that happened before his memory was erased this time. From the formation of the special forces. From the time he noticed the sentry Tang Zei. He remembered everything. He also remembered how he shot. How Tang Zei fell there with wounds. He did all this. The people he said he wanted to protect, the people he thought he protected, were hurt by his own hands. In the end, he cowardly chose to forget. Under the mask, Fang Shui's face was soaked with tears, but he didn't even have the strength to sniff. Not only that, his body seemed to be oozing tears. No, it was blood. He was not shot by an ordinary bullet, but an old-fashioned weapon used to deal with mutants. The attack of this weapon will be transmitted along the nerve current, achieving the purpose of spreading throughout the body. Now, his whole body is covered with small wounds, but they are barely held together. If the artificial skin and protective clothing are peeled off, he will probably fall apart immediately. The pain further stimulated his brain, and another piece of the chaotic memory was pieced together. He saw a very strange memory, as if he had not seen it for a long time. That memory was so distant and ethereal, dimly shining with colors, with a faint fragrance and sweetness, like fruit. The story began with a black cat. Captain Fang. Fang Shui walked in from outside the building, and the soldiers along the way greeted him. This area is under the responsibility of his team. How is the progress? Fang Shui asked casually. The North Tower base is about to be put into use. Various researchers will fly over in the near future. We can't let them think that the fleet can't do a good job. He saw the unhappy look on the soldiers next to him, and stopped. What's wrong? Captain Fang. We are all members of the interstellar fleet. So shouldn't we be flying in space on spaceships? But now the spaceship has only sent us to the planet closest to the mother planet, and left us here to open up new land. Forget about flying. We have to build houses and clean up here all day, and our subjects have been neglected. The soldier next to him complained. What's this? The interstellar plan has just started, and the spaceship is not yet capable of long-term voyages. Besides, opening up Beta Star was originally a stage of the plan, and the fleet will also set sail from here as a base. There are too many people on the mother planet, and many plans are inconvenient to implement. In the future, all of them will be moved to Beta Star. We are astronauts, so of course we have to come here first to transform the environment of the North Tower before researchers from other fields can land here. Do you think this is not our job? The soldier knew he was in the wrong and stopped talking. I was wrong? Captain, just do the job well. Fang Shui waved his hand. The current batch of astronauts have been trained since childhood and are not very old. It is said that this selection is to make them adapt to space travel far away from the planet as much as possible. Although Fang Shui is a little older than other soldiers, he is actually less than 20 years old. He is just forced to mature. Just then, another soldier ran over. Report to the captain. A group of researchers landed 2 hours ago. Fang Shui suddenly became alert. What? Is there anyone to receive them? The people from the first phase base have received them. Now they have completed the basic procedures and settled down, the soldier said. Not many people came. Just one research room. They said that as long as we tell them the location of the research room and dormitory, they can arrange it themselves. Fang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. What are they studying? Why are they here so early? They said they are studying biology. They need to study the environment of Beta Star first and carry out targeted transformation. The atmospheric composition, gravity, and sunshine of Beta Star are different from those of the mother planet. Therefore, in order to allow a large number of people to settle down on Beta Star, they must first undergo adaptation. Before, Fang Shuyu's interstellar Fleet War space suits outside the building and was not directly exposed to the air. They also relied on spacecraft or thrusters to move. However, according to the plan, hundreds of thousands of researchers will land on this planet in the next few years, and it will be very inconvenient to rely on these aids. Fang Shuyu nodded. He had never come into contact with researchers. In his impression, they were all serious and boring people. He didn't want to deal with them at all. Now it's okay. Let other teams take care of their own team members. Thinking like this, Fang Shuyu put the matter of the spaceship behind him. Not long after, a cry suddenly came from the end of the corridor. Who? Fang Shuyu frowned unhappily. What are you doing? What's the fuss? Captain, the soldier in the distance shouted. His voice was surprised and happy. There's a cat. Cat? Fang Shuyu was confused. Isn't there no life on Beta Star? Where did the cat come from? As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Fang Shuyu, there really is a cat. It was an agile black cat. I don't know if it was frightened, but it was running up and down the corridor. Hey, catch it. There it is. There it is. Don't let it run away. The corridor was in chaos, and the soldiers were all enthusiastically involved in catching cats. Their teams had been locked up on this empty planet for too long. And suddenly a new creature appeared, all of which looked handsome. Everyone was in high spirits, rubbing their hands, vying to catch the cat first. The black cat was as light as a swallow, and every time it was almost caught, it would jump onto the heads of the soldiers next to it, and then step on their heads to break through the siege. For a long time, no one succeeded in catching it. Suddenly, meow! The black cat made an unhappy cry. Meow, 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 meow. Fang Shuyu stood up proudly, holding the cat by the neck and raising it into the air. We caught it! The soldiers exclaimed. As expected of the captain. Only the captain can keep up with this speed. Fang Shuyu raised the corners of his mouth high, but waved his hands outward. Go, go, go and do your own things. That cat. Fang Shuyu glared at them. The soldiers shut up and went about their own business in a huff. Fang Shuyu brought the cat in front of him and stared at it. The cat was black all over, but its eyes were green. It gave people an inexplicable ominous feeling, which made people feel uncomfortable. At this moment, it was glaring angrily, punching and kicking in the air. It found that its claws could not touch Fang Shuyu at all, and it cried a-woo in anger. Fang Shuyu looked away without interest. Where are you from? I give you two choices. 1. Go back to where you should be. 2. I throw you out of the building, and you will die. Cat a-woo. Fang Shuyu didn't know if the cat understood, so he stretched out his other hand and wanted to touch its nose. Unexpectedly, the black cat caught the opportunity and bit it. Hiss! You stinky cat. Momo? A strange voice came. Fang Shuyu looked over blankly, and before he could find the owner of the voice in the crowd, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps approaching. 2 seconds later, the owner of the voice had come to him. Fang Shuyu was in a trance for a few seconds. The person in front of him was a type he had never seen before, with a thin body, a white face, and a comfortable bookish air. His eyes were a rare green, so bright, as if a handful of stars were crushed and scattered in them, and they didn't look dull at all, but a kind of eye-catching beauty. In addition, he seemed to have a fragrance that he had never smelled before. Momo! Fang Shuyu suddenly came back to his senses, and then he realized that the Momo, it refers to the thing he lifted up by pinching the back of the neck with his fingers. He quickly hugged Momo into his arms, and gently stroked its head with his bloody fingers. You call me Momo. Momo. Be good. There was even a little clip sound. Momo. Meow meow meow. After comforting Momo for 2 seconds, he coughed twice and raised his head pretending to be indifferent. Is this your cat? The other party nodded. What a coincidence. I like cats the most. Hiss. Momo reacted and struggled hard in the arms of this enemy. A-woo. A-woo-woo-woo. Fang Shuyu was scratched by its shadowless claws, leaving several bloody marks. The person opposite seemed to chuckle. When Fang Shuyu raised his head, The other person's expression returned to normal. I brought it from the mother planet. And I thought it would not adapt and would be quiet for a while. So I didn't stare at it. I didn't expect it to run away by itself. He took the cat from Fang Xiyu, held it in his arms, and gently comforted it. The black cat lay softly in his arms, and soon made a snoring sound, and closed its eyes comfortably. Fang Xiyu stared at the hands. White, slender, no trace of holding weapons. But there are some faint scars, perhaps left in the experiment. Just as he was thinking, the other party looked up. Thank you for your care, Fang Xiyu. Really, really beautiful. Cough. The other party coughed lightly and looked away. Fang Xiyu woke up as if from a dream and coughed awkwardly. Cough. Cough cough. The air on Beta Star is still not as good as the mother star. You just arrived. Be more careful. If you feel uncomfortable, you can find us in time. Well, our logistics have been helped by other teams. Fang Xiyu felt empty. Is that so? But friends are always good. If you need our cooperation in future work, you can. Thank you. The other party smiled. But we are mainly doing investigations and experiments, so we may not have much in common. Fang Xiyu pursed his lips. After a few seconds of silence, the person on the other side broke the silence. Many people don't like Momo. Fang Xiyu raised his head. Ah? Why? Because they think it is eccentric, difficult to get close to, and it is ominous black. The person on the other side scratched Momo's chin and said softly, What's more? It has a pair of green eyes. What's wrong with green eyes? How beautiful, Fang Xiyu said loudly. The other party raised his head and looked at him with the same green eyes, which seemed to have some smiles in them. But soon, he lowered his head again. Some people say that green eyes look like ghosts. In short, they are uncomfortable. Who is talking nonsense over there? Fang Xiyu said. Green. How beautiful. How rare. Just like a gem. Beautiful. So beautiful. He seemed to think of something, and his cheeks were hot. Fortunately, the person opposite did not raise his head. My name is Tang Zai, he said softly. Fang Xiyu was happy. My name is Fang Xiyu. I am 19 years old this year, and I am the captain of the junior flight team of the Star Fleet Reserve, responsible for managing the 14th team. I have 50 subordinates, and I am currently mainly responsible for the second phase of the Beta Star development project. The person opposite burst out laughing. Fang Xiyu didn't know what he was laughing at, but he thought he looked really good when he laughed. Then, he laughed too. Captain Fang. Nice to meet you, Tang Zai said, holding back his laughter. Fang Xiyu nodded fiercely. Nice to meet you too. Then, I won't disturb you from working. Tang Zai nodded at him, then turned and left. Fang Xiyu hurriedly called him, then. That? Tang Zai turned around. Can I go find you, to see Momo? Momo, meow. Because there are no other cats on Beta Star. So well, forget it if it's inconvenient for you. Tang Zai looked at him, and nodded slowly. I should be in the laboratory after I settle down completely. Captain Fang. If you want to see Momo, you can find me there. Okay. Then I'll go first. After Tang Zai's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Fang Xiyu stared at it for a long time. After finally coming to his senses, he waved his fist vigorously. Yes. Chapter 172, I really can't tell. Captain Fang. Are you leaving get off work early today? The young researcher Yu Hanshan asked. Well, the second phase of the project is almost finished, and it will be easier in the future. Fang Xiyu's face was bright. After coming here several times in a row, everyone in the laboratory knew him. He looked around and locked onto a shadow deep in the laboratory. He stared at it, but was still talking to Yu Hanshan. Is there anything else I can help you with? Thanks to Captain Fang's help, the laboratory has been tidied up these days. You don't have to bother Captain Fang anymore, Fang Xiyu said vaguely. Ah. The next second, ah? We all understand Captain Fang's care for us. Once the lab is on the right track, there will be no need to bother you, Yu Hanshan repeated. Fang Xiyu was stunned. Does this mean that he should not come again in the future? But he has been helping with the work these days, and has not even communicated with Tang Zai. How come? Captain Fang. You don't look very well, Yu Hanshan said. Is there formaldehyde in our lab? No. You don't need help anymore, even if it's a small matter. Ahem. I see that your lab doesn't have security. so it may not be safe to go to and from get off work. Yuhanshan, but the dormitory is nearby. And there are no other creatures or many people on Beta Star now. So what danger can there be? Fang Xiuyu was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. And he couldn't think of a reasonable excuse for a long time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Captain Fang. Momo is in the room. Fang Xiuyu's eyes lit up. And he immediately left Yuhanshan and ran towards Tang Zai. It turns out that Captain Fang likes cats. I really can't tell. Yuhanshan muttered softly. It's quite a contrast that such a strong and tall person likes kittens. No wonder he is embarrassed to say it. Thinking of this, Yuhanshan understood and left. Tang. Chief Tang. Fang Xiuyu shouted happily. He originally thought that Tang Zai was just an ordinary researcher. But he didn't expect that he was already the leader of this laboratory at such a young age. This made him an ordinary team leader. A little discouraged, he only dared to wander outside for a few days. Tang Zai seemed to be busy packing up the things on the research table, but raised his hand and pointed to the next room. I was afraid that Momo would damage the instrument, so I locked it in the empty room next door. Captain Fang can go in and see it. Fang Xiuyu hesitated and didn't move until Tang Zai looked at him again. And then he left reluctantly. Tang Zai stared at his back for a while, said nothing, and went back to work. An hour later, Tang Zai took off his gloves and opened the door of the next room. Fang Xiuyu was still inside. But what kind of scene was this? In the closed room, Fang Xiuyu and Momo, one cat and one man, squatted in a corner, glaring at each other. Momo's black hair was all blown up, and there were several bloodstains on Fang Xiuyu's face. Momo! Tang Zai hurried over to pick up the cat and grabbed its 4 legs. Momo fell into Tang Zai's arms and instantly put his sharp claws into his paw pads, and his expression became pitiful. It trembled slightly, showing a scared look, and whispered meow. Fang Xiuyu, you didn't yell at me like that just now. He stood up somewhat at a loss, not knowing how to explain to Tang Zai. I didn't bully it. Momo glanced at him, and suddenly a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Just a moment later, when it turned its head to look at Tang Zai, it had a pitiful expression again. Fang Xiuyu, this stinky cat. He approached it in a nice way and wanted to touch it, but it was scratched all over, and the cat still felt wronged. And those eyes, how could they be so fierce? They also have green eyes. How could his owner be so gentle? Not only that, it was so scheming. The evil cat complained first, making Fang Xiuyu feel like a nobody. At this time, Tang Zai finally raised his head. I know Momo's temper. Captain Fang is not injured, right? Fang Xiuyu had a few bloodstains on his face. No. It's normal for kittens to be a little naughty. I was playing with my teammates. Tang Zai put Momo down. I'll go get some alcohol. Momo, don't move. When he opened the door again, he saw a man and a cat squatting 1 meter apart, glaring at each other. Tang Zai, it's okay. It's just a minor injury. Don't bother yourself. It might be healed by the time you get off work. Fang Xiuyu waved his hand carelessly, but he shut up immediately. The alcohol cotton pad was carefully pressed on the cheek, and the soft fingertips with warmth gently rubbed it, as if afraid of hurting him. And those beautiful eyes were looking at him less than half a meter away from him. I should have let Momo scratch more. A few seconds later, Tang Zai stood up. The last time Momo cut his nails was when he was on the home planet. Now it's a little long, but fortunately not too deep. Fang Xiuyu was lost. Momo wandered when he was a child, and he is more wary of people, and he holds grudges. Fang Xiuyu recalled for a while, and suddenly realized. Was it because Fang Xiuyu grabbed it and lifted it up when they met for the first time? It's just a small thing. You've remembered it for so many days? And he was bitten that day, so I can't get along with it in the future? Fang Xiuyu was a little disappointed. That's not the case. Tang Zai smiled. It's just that with Momo, it takes some time. How to do it? Tang Zai held Momo in his arms and looked down at it. Momo wandered around when he was a child and met many people. Some people fed it and touched it, but the next time they met, the better ones ignored it, and the worse ones beat it up, because those people didn't really like it at all. They were just in a good mood for a while, or they gave it to it condescendingly. Such a feeling changed in the blink of an eye, having seen it so many times. Momo no longer believes in these superficial kindnesses. Is that so? Fang Xiu pouted, with a little more sympathy in his eyes. I didn't expect this kitten to have such a past. It bared its teeth as soon as it sensed danger. And it was also to protect itself. Because for a long time, it could only rely on itself. Fang Xiu nodded in understanding. At this time, the look in his eyes, when he looked at Momo, was completely different. So, you have to let it believe that you are continuously kind. And be more patient. Tang Zei continued. Take your time. Fang Xiu nodded. I understand. Tang Zei's eyes softened a little. It's not familiar with you yet. If you want to hug it, it will only feel a threat. You need to approach it slowly. Let it adapt. And let it accept you little by little. After saying that, he raised his head. You need to let it get to know you first. Let it remember your smell. How do you let it remember? Tang Zei lifted Momo up. You slowly bring your finger close to its nose. Be slow. Don't touch it. Bend your finger and point your knuckle at it, yes. That's it. Fang Xiu did as he was told. And found that when he approached Momo, it didn't pounce on him and scratch and bite him as usual, but just put its face close to him and sniffed. Then, it retracted its head again. Really? Really? Fang Xiu was greatly encouraged. Tang Zei nodded, with some smile in his eyes. But you can't touch it now. Wait until it is relieved and comes to rub you by itself. Fang Xiu nodded repeatedly. Okay. I can wait. A few days passed like this. Tang Zei was still used to working late in the laboratory. When he entered the room, Fang Xiu had been with Momo for a while. Today, Fang Xiu made a breakthrough. When he was showing his goodwill from a distance as usual, Momo took the initiative to walk towards him for the first time, circled around his feet a few times, and suddenly raised his head to rub his hanging hand. Fang Xiu. I didn't expect the kitten's head to be so soft. And the warm touch. He was delighted and turned his head to rub it again. But Momo actually bared his teeth at him warily and ran away again. Fang Xiu, a bolt from the blue. Too impatient? All the previous efforts were wasted? Cats are too unpredictable. When Tang Zei pushed the door open, Fang Xiu was squatting in the corner sighing. Tang Zei was a little confused. What's wrong? Fang Xiu told the story again with grievance. Can it still forgive me? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Momo running towards Tang Zei, jumping on him in 3 or 2 steps, and rubbing him intimately. That soft little head was rubbing back and forth on his white fingers, as if it couldn't be rubbed enough. Fang Xiu. Is it because my hands are not delicate enough and it hurts him? Momo actually has a good impression of you, Tang Zei said. Fang Xiu? How did you know? If Momo had reluctantly given him a rub before, now she doesn't even want to look at it. It's testing you. This is its preparation before it is ready to open its heart, Tang Zei said. Because letting down its guard is equivalent to handing over the power to hurt itself. Before that, it has to try as much as possible to make sure that the other party will not hurt itself. So that's how it is. Fang Xiu seemed to understand. But soon, he sighed again. Tang Zei raised his head. What's wrong? If you hadn't explained it, I probably wouldn't have gotten along with cats in my life. It's not that I don't have patience. It's really, I really don't know how to communicate with it. Fang Xiu scratched his head, looking at it like this. I thought it hated me. Unlike a dog. If a dog likes someone, it's all written on its face, and everyone can see it. Tang Zei lowered his eyes. Maybe it's because dogs have never been hurt because of trusting others? Fang Xiu was stunned. Tang Zei was silent for a while. Momo also wants to be loved, but it's too scared. When one day it really trusts you completely, it will be like this. He squatted down and put Momo on the ground. Momo rolled over, revealing his dark belly. This is its softest part, and also its biggest weakness, Tang Zei said while rubbing its belly. But it will completely give it to you. Fang Xiu looked at him, thinking. In the following days, Fang Xiu would stay in the small room with Momo whenever he had time, as long as the laboratory was not closed. Momo came to rub his hand more and more often, and although she would still run away when he took the initiative, the distance she ran away was getting closer and closer, and her eyes were no longer guarded. Until one day, Momo stopped avoiding. Fang Xiu felt great satisfaction when the soft little head rubbed against his fingers. He wondered how soft its belly could be. When Tang Zei came in, Fang Xiu raised his head with pride, intending to announce this historic progress. But Tang Zei's words made him forget all his thoughts. Captain Fang, Tang Zei said, are you free to Go out for a walk? Fang Xiyu had gotten used to such days recently. He was satisfied to see Tang Zhe once or twice from a distance, and say a few words every day. But he didn't expect Tang Zhe to say that. Is it asking him out alone? His heartbeat quickened because of the sudden closeness. And he was a little incoherent for a while. Well, when I'm free. Of course. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes. I've been busy recently. And Momo has been locked in the room. I'm afraid it will get bored. Now that the base project is stable. I wanted to go out for a run. Of course, no problem. Tang Zhe's eyes showed a hint of smile. Well, let's go. Chapter 173. The transformation is about to begin. They did not go to a truly open-air place, but just stood in a square covered by a ceiling. The ceiling was made of transparent material, and one could see the peaceful land outside and the starry sky above. It's really strange. I've been on Beta Star for so long, but this is the first time I think it's beautiful here, Fang Xiyu said. Tang Zhe was silent. Fang Xiyu was a little embarrassed. You don't like it here? Well, it's really desolate compared to the mother planet. Tang Zhe shook his head slowly. The environmental transformation will start soon, he said. But it's not in a direction suitable for human survival, but in an unsuitable direction. Fang Xiyu thought for a few seconds, but didn't react. The current Beta Star is not very suitable for human survival. It can only be said that the air is not toxic, but the breathable oxygen is very thin, and the storm is also very serious. You need to wear a simple space suit when leaving the base. In addition, the heat preservation is also very poor. The temperature difference between morning and evening can even reach 100 degrees. It's like this. How can we change it? Tang Zhe bit his lip. Although the current environment is a bit extreme. For us, we can survive with simple protection and transformation. MIS means that it must be so extreme that even the most tenacious bacteria cannot survive. And artificial protection cannot help. What is the point of creating such an environment? To transform organisms that can survive in this environment and gain a first-mover advantage. Once this advantage is established, any organism that has not evolved and lands on this planet will have no choice but to die. In this way, this planet and the people on it can be saved. Fang Xiyu. It is really difficult for him to understand the idea of destroying for the sake of protection. It is ridiculous. Isn't it? Tang Zhe shook his head. Time is getting closer and closer, and everyone is going crazy for survival. All this started because of the invasion crisis of the mother planet. They received news that an advanced alien civilization has set its sights on the mother planet and wants to kill the humans on it and take the planet for itself. The Interstellar Voyage Plan and the Beta Star Development Plan were both born after the crisis was confirmed. Beta Star will serve as the mother planet's experimental base, where various biological transformation studies will be carried out. Once the research is completed, the results will be put into the mother planet. Beta Star is the testing ground for future humans. They call this plan the Scorched Earth Plan, which is to transform the mother planet into an extremely harsh one, making it difficult for any cosmic creature to survive, so as to make the invaders give up the plan. However, humans must find a way to survive in this harsh environment. Our Beta biological team is here to do this. What will humans look like if the transformation is complete? Fang Xiyu asked. Tang Zhe shook his head. It's definitely not the look you're familiar with, and it may not even have any of the characteristics of modern humans. After a long time, Fang Xiyu sighed. Do we have to give up so much to survive? Since the outbreak of the invader crisis, whether to die as a human or live as a non-human has always been a topic of debate. The photoelectric number, the heaven system, has already found the answer, but they have all lost contact. Fang Xiyu looked at him. What do you think? Which one do you want to choose? Tang Zhe was silent for a while. I am not qualified to make choices for everyone. No one is qualified. I can only do what I should do. Fang Xiyu didn't know how to answer. The goal of his interstellar fleet was clear, which was to develop aviation technology as much as possible and detect whether there were planets in outer space suitable for human survival. This plan was clearly the safest, and the only drawback was that it took too long, and the invaders could arrive at any time. Your fleet is still better, Tang Zhe said. This starry sky belongs to you. Fang Xiyu came back to his senses. The fleet cannot take off for at least 50 years. Although we have a reserve organization, I am afraid we will never be able to enter space in this lifetime. Tang Zhe looked at him. Will you be disappointed? Whether you are disappointed or not, haven't we arrived at another planet now? We have flown over. I will treat Beta Star as our new home and explore it. Fan Qiyu laughed and looked away secretly. And now, I feel that Beta Star is also pretty good. Momo, who was having fun in the distance, suddenly ran towards them at this time. When it passed in front of Fan Qiyu, it slowed down and rubbed against his trouser legs a few times. Momo! Fan Qiyu happily bent down and wanted to hug it. Momo shook her head proudly and walked through his hands. Fan Qiyu retracted his hand and didn't force it. He knew that if it continued like this, one day, Momo would be willing to be held in his arms. He turned his head and looked at Tang Zai, who was stroking Momo next to him. One day, it will happen. Right? Captain Fang. You are late today. Yu Hanshan joked. I heard Momo scratching the door. Fan Qiyu said, "Ah. The people living in Phase 2 landed today. And I went to help," he said. I didn't expect that we've been busy till now. Are you still working overtime? No. I'm leaving soon. The chief may be busy for a while. Yu Hanshan waved his hand. Fan Qiyu looked into the depths of the laboratory, where the figure was still busy. So he quietly walked into the small room and went to play with Momo. When Tang Zai opened the door, he saw a scene he hadn't seen for a long time. Fan Qiyu and Momo, one person and one cat, squatted in the corner. Momo licked his paws secretly with his back to him, and Fan Qiyu squatted in the distance in confusion and helplessness. What's wrong? Tang Zai asked. Momo jumped on him at once. Fan Qiyu felt a little wronged. I don't know what happened. It was very happy to come over and rub against my trouser legs. But after rubbing against me twice, it suddenly ran away. Then no matter how much I tried to get close to it, it would run away. Tang Zai stroked Momo's chin without looking up. Is it that it would hide away when you wanted to touch it? But it didn't hide far away. Just within your reach? Fan Qiyu thought about it and nodded. But when I chased it again, it ran away again, just not letting me touch it. He originally thought that Momo was playing with it. But after an hour, Momo still looked like he didn't want to talk to him. Has Captain Fang hugged other cats? Fan Qiyu was stunned. Some of the people who landed today also brought a cat. It was very friendly, and came over by itself. I held it for a while, just a little while. Tang Zai glanced at him, his eyes slightly cold. Soon, he lowered his eyes, and looked at Momo in his arms. Momo smelled the scent of other cats, and knew that it was not the only kitten you liked. Don't mind it. Some cats are easily jealous. It thought you were only close to it, but didn't expect there were others. Fan Qiyu panicked. No. No. I don't like other kittens. I just helped to hold it at that time. No. Momo. Don't be angry. From now on, I will only touch you. The cat. If other cats come over, I will stay away from them. Don't be angry. He stretched out his hand towards Momo's head. But Momo was unwilling to obey him even though he was in his arms, and hid his head. Okay. Momo. Give me a chance to apologize. I have no other thoughts. I don't like other cats. You are different from other cats. Right? Your eyes are so beautiful. No other cat can compare to you. Tang Zai hugged Momo and rocked him, as if to comfort him. Momo. Captain Fan only likes your eyes. Fan Qiyu. No. That's not what I meant. I like her from head to toe. Really? Momo. Momo. Don't be angry. I was too stupid and didn't think too much. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Tang Zai left him alone for a while, then mercifully moved closer. It never went too far, waiting for you to coax it. After saying that, he stuffed Momo into Fan Qiyu's arms. Momo just realized what happened and started to struggle again. Fan Qiyu immediately understood what Tang Zai meant, and regardless of Momo's struggle, he held it tightly in his arms. I was wrong. Momo. I will never look for another kitten again. Momo was hugged tightly, and at first, he twitched a few times, but slowly calmed down. 10 minutes later, he lay peacefully in Fan Qiyu's arms. Seeing that it finally stopped moving, Fan Qiyu was worried that he had hurt it, so he quickly opened his hand nervously. Then he saw Momo's little head raised from between his arms. His pupils were wide open, and he looked very aggrieved. It seemed to be asking him, Am I still your only kitten? Fan Qiyu felt his heart melt for a moment, and the next second, a sense of self-blame surged in his heart. Momo. I promise. From now on, you are the only kitten in my life. You didn't have one before, and you won't have one after. You are the only kitten in my life. After saying that, he buried his head and rubbed Momo's soft head hard. After a few times, Momo's eyes slowly returned to normal. Well, just wait until tomorrow, Tang Zei said. It just wants to confirm your feelings. But he emphasized. You can't lie to it. You promised it this time. If it smells other cats next time, it will never believe you again. I keep my promise. Fang Xiuyu made a swear gesture. I have decided that Momo is the only cat in my life. Other cats are not important. Tang Zei's eyes slowly filled with smiles. Yeah. Are you done? Fang Xiuyu asked. Going back now? Or going out for a walk? Tang Zei hesitated for a while. Go out for a walk and look at the starry sky. The surface of Beta Star has turned purple. This is a new type of plant that has been transformed and can adapt to the unusual light on Beta Star. It grows very fast and has strong adaptability. It can survive with almost only water and releases a lot of oxygen. It can be said that this is the best plant for transforming the surface environment. You have only been here for a few months. And Beta Star has changed so much. Fang Xiuyu said with emotion. It feels like it won't be long before Beta Star will become as lively as the mother planet. Tang Zei looked at the ground outside the transparent ceiling and was silent for a long time. This is transformed from a plant called green ivy. If it is planted like this, it will cover the entire surface of the planet in a few years. By then, the atmosphere will become completely suitable for human survival, and we will not need the protection of buildings and space suits. But this is inconsistent with the goal of MIS. Tang Zei said. We are not going to transform another planet suitable for human survival, but to transform a planet that is completely unsuitable for survival. So, this approach is not supported. Besides, a few years is too long. They don't have patience. Fang Xiuyu pursed his lips. But isn't it also very important to transform a planet? Maybe in the future, when the fleet sets sail, it will find a planet in a distant galaxy to settle down. The planetary environment will also need to be transformed by then. Tang Zei shook his head. It's still the same problem. These plans have to wait too long. But the invaders didn't give them so much time. Optimistically speaking, the invaders will definitely arrive in 200 years at most. As for how this time length came about, he didn't know. The top leaders of the mother planet knew a lot of secrets. But even to the researchers, they only revealed a tiny bit. There were just some rumors that someone had found the prophecy left by the time traveler. There were also some rumors about a certain system and a missing research ship. In these rumors, the future direction of mankind was vaguely pointed out. Tang Zei lowered his head. These were not what he should care about. What he should care about was the incredible madness that was about to happen on this planet. He originally thought that this matter could be put on hold. But with the landing of the residents of the second phase base, new technologies were also brought along. They were about to use those technologies to start the crazy experimental phase of the Beta base. Tang Zei looked at the vegetation illuminated by the starlight in the distance, and his eyes dimmed. By that time, whether these plants on Beta Star, and even these people, could still be what they are now, it was all a question mark. Chapter 174. Because they want to build a system, Tang Zei said, completely simulate the current planetary environment, but use computers to evolve the environment. Fang Xiuyu blinked. Simulate the current Beta Star into the system? Tang Zei responded. There are already relatively mature simulation systems on the mother planet. The most powerful one is called the Heaven System. It is said that it has deduced what the world will look like in the next few hundred years, but it has lost contact for some reason. However, some of the technology has been accumulated. Although it is a little worse than the Heaven System, the effect is still good. It is easy to simulate the evolution of an uninhabited planet, he said, because the transformation of reality is too slow. They can't wait until the results are produced. If the system is used, the process of hundreds of years may only take a few years or even months to complete. Fang Xiuyu nodded. It sounds good. And if it is a simulation system, wouldn't it have a high tolerance rate? At worst, it can be overturned and started over. This way, there are many directions to try, and there is no need to worry about the real impact on the environment. Tang Zei hesitated. Theoretically, the benefits of the simulation system are great, but this is only the early stage. Once the system produces results, it is likely to be put into reality. In fact, such things have happened on the mother planet in the past. It was about the Heaven System. The organization that manages the world now is called MIS. which is the abbreviation of Human Intelligence Project. This organization was created entirely to deal with the invader crisis. It controls the global research and combat forces, and its purpose is to find a solution for the ultimate survival of mankind. The Heaven System is a super system developed decades ago. It is said that it is absolutely impossible to develop it with the level of technology at that time, and its birth is believed to be inspired by the future. The Heaven System simulates 3 stages of the human world, and the first stage includes a large number of induced mutations. But with the loss of connection with the Heaven System, all the data disappeared. Whether humans have simulated a super species is still unknown. Until a few years ago, MIS finally passed the Beta Star development plan and decided to put all mutation research on the nearby Beta Star, so that researchers can be free and bold to carry out transformation. As a researcher, such conditions naturally make Tang Zhe excited. However, the research in the past few months has made him more and more uneasy. He vaguely feels that the world will go out of control and become unimaginable. These compatriots, who still maintain a trace of rationality and humanity, may become completely unfamiliar one day. He didn't know if he could accept such a world. What did you think of? Fang Xiuyu approached him and asked. Tang Zhe came back to his senses. The experiment was originally just to simulate an extremely harsh environment. But that's not enough. We must study the extent to which the human body will be affected in such an environment. In addition, various existing plants and animals must also be studied to see which one can adapt the fastest and evolve. How do we do this? The evolution of plants and animals is easy. Just import the corresponding data into the system together, Tang Zhe said. But people are more complicated. The human body data is too huge, and there are also many differences between individuals. It is difficult to summarize with unified data. The most important thing is that humans cannot only evolve in physical functions. If the brain's thinking is completely lost and becomes no different from animals, then there is no point in research. Fang Xiuyu suddenly realized. That's right. We can't evolve humans into monkeys just to adapt. Monkeys are still okay. Just don't turn into giant amoebas. Hearing this, Tang Zhe couldn't help laughing. Seeing him laugh, Fang Xiuyu also laughed. He just stared at Tang Zhe and laughed foolishly for a long time. So, in order to deal with this situation, everyone decided to use a brain-computer interface to transmit human consciousness. At that time, the experimenters will face the extremely harsh world as if they were really living in that environment. Fang Xiuyu said, Are you going in too? I don't know yet. But we need to adjust the system parameters from time to time. It's inconvenient to go in, and it's more likely to stay outside the system. But you? Tang Zhe pursed his lips. Fang Xiuyu understood. They are all personnel who have undergone long-term training, and their physical fitness will be better. It is most appropriate to be sent in. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you don't have to go in. Although the system is simulated, the experience is real. I don't want you to suffer this, he thought to himself. Tang Zhe didn't say anything. After a while, he spoke again, but once the experiment begins, we will see the human body mutate. I don't know what people will look like in the system. Those appearances will be the future appearance of mankind. Fang Xiuyu tilted his head and tried to think. Maybe it will be like the monsters in the old movies, with many tongues and horns? Maybe it will spray venom. If the environment is really bad, it will probably become disgusting and terrifying. He turned his head and looked at Tang Zhe. If I go in for the experiment, and you see me become like that, will you hide from me when you come out? Tang Zhe didn't answer, but turned his head to look at him. If one day you see me become horrible, will you hide from me? Fang Xiuyu stared at him and shook his head slowly. No. Are you so sure? Even if you change, you will definitely be quiet and beautiful. Don't laugh. If humans really change one day, their aesthetics will definitely change. And they may like those weird looks now. But no matter how you change, you will definitely be the most beautiful in my heart. Tang Zhe held back his laughter. Why? Because? Fang Xiuyu walked solemnly in front of Tang Zhe, leaned down, and looked straight into his eyes. Tang Zhe saw his own shadow reflected in those black eyes. Because? Fang Xiuyu said word by word. I like you. Tang Zhe's eyes suddenly became flustered. He lowered his head a little awkwardly and tried to dodge. But Fang Xiuyu held his shoulders. You know it, right? You knew it from the beginning. It's not because I like cats. Oh, I like it now. But from the first time we met. What I like is not cats. But you who are like a cat. Tang Zei was so flustered that he didn't know how to answer. But Fang Xiuyu looked at him so eagerly that he had to raise his head. Then he saw a pair of bright eyes, looking at him so passionately and directly, like the long-lost son on the mother planet. The puppy's mind is so simple, and the whole world can see who he likes. He will stare at the person he likes, circle around him, and wag his tail madly at him. But his feelings are too direct, and sometimes it can make people scared. I'm afraid that one day, he won't treat me like this anymore. Once you have received warmth, you can no longer tolerate falling into coldness. How can this not make people scared? But once you touch it, how can you bear to let it go? Fang Xiuyu saw that Tang Zei didn't struggle, but just looked at him helplessly with his eyes open. The round pupils hung in those green eyes like a full moon. And he really looked like a cat. A very cute cat. Fang Xiuyu hugged him tightly in his arms. You know my feelings. Not only in the past period of time, but also in the future. It will not change. But if you don't have this intention, push me away, and I will never mention it again in the future. The person in his arms stood there stiffly, and after a long time, he suddenly moved. Fang Xiuyu thought he was going to push him away, and his heart was empty. But the next second, the man just pulled out his hand and gently hugged him. Fang Xiuyu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He hugged Tang Zei even harder and rubbed his head against his neck. Great. Tang Zei's voice was vague. Well. He was picked up and turned around several times. Momo ran over from a distance and chased Tang Zei's legs for a while, but finally failed to catch his trouser legs. But when they stopped, it seized the opportunity and climbed up along Fang Xiuyu's feet. Momo squeezed between the necks of the two people, and seemed to feel that this place was warm and stable. So he lay down directly. Then it stretched, and then turned its belly out and closed its eyes. Momo, get off! Tang Zei shouted. Don't sleep here. He was held in the air by Fang Xiuyu. Now the two of them were almost at eye level, and a cat was stuffed in the middle, which looked very weird. Fang Xiuyu laughed. This is also good. He rubbed Momo's warm and soft belly with his chin. At worst, I'll just hold you like this. Tang Zei's cheeks were hot. In this position, he couldn't move at all, because Momo was sandwiched in the middle. He couldn't even turn his head. After Fang Xiuyu put his chin on Momo, the distance between them seemed too close. Is it really okay to turn your belly out like Momo? Maybe. Chapter 175. You really are a cat. Fang Xiuyu. Fang Xiuyu. The voice came from far away like the waves, accompanied by a rumbling echo, and then faded into the air. Fang Xiuyu's consciousness began to blur at some point. In the dreamlike memories, he fell into the darkness little by little. He chased a light spot in the depths of the darkness. But that light spot was like a firefly, flickering, near and far. What happened next? He thought. Later they were together, and perhaps many years passed like this. In the end, the plan was advanced step by step, and they all entered the system. What happened in the system? Why then? What about Momo? Where did Momo go? The memory after that was a mess again. Fang Xiuyu vaguely remembered a fragment that happened at an unknown time. At that time, Tang Zei was also standing next to him. At the beginning, Tang Zei's health was not that bad. What did he experience in those years? Darkness came again, and the green light dimmed and never lit up again. There was a rumbling sound in his ears. After a long time, Fang Xiuyu realized that the sound came from outside. It was like the sound of a vehicle moving on the ground. He lay on this car. It has been a long time. If his sense of time had not been wrong, he should have left the gathering area long ago. Counting the time when he was unconscious before, he might even have been in the wild. Fang Xiuyu no longer had much energy to think. After a long time, he finally realized that this car was probably used to dump corpses. Perhaps only when he was dying would he have the opportunity to recall the past. But in this case, he could not sleep well. The rumbling stopped. The surroundings fell into dead silence, and darkness completely enveloped everything. He could not even tell whether he had his eyes open or closed. After a long time, he suddenly felt his body lighten, as if he had left the ground and floated completely. Fang Xiuyu, good night. He finally heard the voice in the depths of his mind. System data is abnormal. The system is built deep underground on the planet. They dug thousands of meters from the surface, and all the equipment needed to maintain the system was built on the crust along the way. and all the relevant laboratories were moved inside. From the air, you can only see a black spot on the surface of Beta Star. This is also to hide themselves as much as possible from the eyes of the detectors if the invaders really come to detect. Tang Zai's biological research laboratory was moved above the circle. As long as he walked to the door of the laboratory and looked down, he would see a dark deep pit. Fang Xiuyu has been in there for half a year. But in the world of the system, nearly 5 years have passed. From the time the system was put into construction to now, it has simulated the environmental evolution of 200 years. And the data of plants and animals on the mother planet have also been put into the simulation. After experiencing rapid evolution and natural selection, most species have disappeared, leaving less than 1,000. And this 1,000th has evolved to be completely unrelated to the original. The mutation of plants and animals is not unexpected by the biological group. After all, the simpler the organism, the more likely it is to undergo a huge mutation. But people are different. Humans, whose body structure and brain have evolved to be complex enough, have never officially entered the system. When the system simulation was halfway through, some researchers were sent in for a short period of time in batches, mainly to accelerate the mutation of plants and animals through manual operations and collect data at close range. Until a year ago, MIS believed that the system was mature and decided to send a large number of people to stay in the system permanently. It is very hard to stay in the system permanently, and because the time flow rate inside and outside the system is different, it will cause great psychological pressure on the people inside. In order to reduce the psychological trauma of the experimenters and ensure the experimental effect, it was decided to clear the memory outside the system before implementing their thinking. In other words, it is to make them think that they are really living in the end of the world with pollution, and they must be exposed in the wild, not only for their own survival, but also for their families and friends. Tang Zai strongly opposed the plan, but he could not resist the order of the mother planet. Beta Base has been established for several years, but has not achieved substantial results. They can't wait any longer. It is said that Beta Star is still peaceful, but the mother planet has become a large empire. The country has completely collapsed, and the past equality and freedom have disappeared. Everyone obeys the high pressure of MIS. In this case, Beta Base has no room for refusal. What's more, they are facing a crisis of life and death. The fleet's reserve was the first group to be deployed, and it was said that they had good physical and mental qualities and were most capable of such work. But from the scattered rumors on Beta Star, this was because the mother star did not want the fleet to set sail for some reason, so it was weakened by this means. Therefore, before Fang Xiuyu was about to enter the system, Tang Zai was worried. It's okay, Fang Xiuyu comforted. Isn't time outside the system slow? Maybe for you. I will be back after a few sleeps. Tang Zai was silent. He didn't know how long this immersive experiment would last. According to the current madness of MIS, it might even last until they finished their lives. Fang Xiuyu seemed to see what he was thinking. I don't know if my body will age as I age in the system. He sighed deliberately. What if I suddenly become an old man after I get out, and you don't want me anymore? Tang Zai's expression finally eased a little. Then I'll go to see your body every day, so I'll get used to it. Fang Xiuyu stared at him, suddenly leaned close to his ear, and smiled evilly. Can you only watch? Can you do something else? Well, maybe I can feel it in the system. Hiss! Tang Zai turned his head and bit his shoulder hard. You really turned into a cat. Fang Xiuyu rubbed his shoulders, but his eyes were full of smiles. You and Momo are both like that. You like to bite and scratch people when you don't agree with them. Especially Tang Zai slapped him on the back and ran away. Fang Xiuyu chased him with a smile. Tang Zai walked all the way to the fence and looked at the deep pit below. Your consciousness introduction operation will be carried out in the laboratory a few hundred meters below, he said. Your body will be soaked in a special care solution to maintain the minimum consumption. At the same time, the care solution will provide nutrients for brain activity. They have already come to the team to introduce it. The place where we lie in really looks like a crystal coffin. Fang Xiuyu joked. If you open the test box and kiss me, will I wake up? Tang Zai did not reply. He knew Fang Xiuyu just wanted him to relax, so he kept saying this on purpose. But now looking at the bottomless pit, thinking that Fang Xiuyu's consciousness would be trapped in it for a long time, he really couldn't relax. After a long time, he spoke. I'm researching a new nutrient solution, which will be more stable than the current coffin and less harmful to the body. It shouldn't be too long, maybe less than 2 months. It can be replaced? Fang Xiyu turned his head and looked at his worried look, hesitant to speak. Recently, Tang Zai has been busier than before, and even fell asleep in the laboratory several times. Fang Xiyu went to find him and carefully carried him to the small room next door. That was where he and Momo had built their relationship. As the laboratory became busy, Tang Zai could no longer take care of Momo, and most of the time, he had to leave him in the dormitory. A bed was placed in this small room for researchers to rest temporarily when they were working non-stop. Fang Xiyu put Tang Zai on the bed and carefully tucked him in. Then he squatted down beside his bed and looked at his sleeping face. Tang Zai's cheeks were a little red from being pressed, and he looked more like a kitten. Fang Xiyu couldn't help it, and reached out to poke his cheek. Tang Zai's cheek was also soft. But unlike Momo, his cheek was usually cold, and only warm when he was asleep or at other times. Now his cheek was a little warm. Fang Xiyu poked it once, and rubbed it gently. At this moment, Tang Zai suddenly muttered. Fang Xiyu thought he woke him up, so he quickly withdrew his hand. Tang Zai didn't open his eyes, but hummed in his nose, as if he was talking in his sleep. He moved close to Tang Zai's mouth and listened carefully for a while before he could hear clearly what he muttered. Fang Xiyu. Good night. Fang Xiyu was stunned. He had never heard Tang Zai say this to him, and he didn't know what Tang Zai had dreamed about that made him suddenly say it. So he moved closer to hear if Tang Zai said anything else. But Tang Zai turned over and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Tang Zai woke up, Fang Xiyu asked him about it. Originally, he just hoped that he would say hello to him before going to bed in the future. But he didn't expect that Tang Zai's face would suddenly heat up after hearing this. No matter how he asked afterwards, Tang Zai pursed his lips and refused to say anything. Fang Xiyu felt something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was special about good night. After thinking it over, he went to ask Pearl, who was in the same laboratory with him. Pearl is an enthusiastic blonde young man. It is said that his family is also very powerful on the home planet. Pearl, do you know what good night means? Of course I know. Are you going to confess to someone? No. Shouldn't you have confessed it? Fang Xiyu was confused. Isn't this just a greeting? In addition to wishing people a good sleep, is there any other meaning? Pearl was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly realized. Oh, you said good night? Sorry. I thought you said I love you. It really sounds a bit like it. Hearing this, Fang Xiyu was stunned. Half a minute later, he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth anymore. Thank you, Pearl. You helped me a lot. Pearl was a little confused. Huh? Really? Really? Before entering the system, I had no regrets at all. Although Pearl didn't understand yet. Seeing Fang Xiyu happy, he also became happy. It's really great to be able to help you. Before he finished speaking, Fang Xiyu had already run out. Tang Zai had just come back from outside, and before entering the laboratory, he ran into Fang Xiyu's arms. What are you doing? There are so many people now. Although everyone in the laboratory knew about their relationship a long time ago, they had never done anything intimate in front of everyone in the past. Not to mention that he was standing in the corridor where people were coming and going. Tang Zai's face was a little hot, and he raised his hand to push Fang Xiyu away. His hand paused. He only heard Fang Xiyu leaning over his ear and saying word by word. Tang Zai. Good night. Chapter 176. It's her who is here. System data is abnormal. The alarm brought Tang Zai back to reality. The introduction of human thinking has been going on for more than half a year. At first, the system ran very stably without any problems. But for some reason, an inexplicable bug suddenly appeared recently. Although the technicians repaired it and barely maintained it, new anomalies appeared not long after. It seems that some people in the system have confusion in their thinking, so they had to leave the system urgently and put it back in after the reality was processed. Tang Zai's body froze, and he ran towards the elevator quickly. The elevator went all the way down to the system maintenance floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Tang Zai saw a mess. The technicians were busy like crazy. The corridor was in a mess, and no one had time to pay attention to him. It's she who's here. It must be she who's here. Someone shouted. How did she get here? The systems of the North Tower and the Mother Planet are not connected. Who knows? She can't be explained by common sense at all. She is a ghost. A ghost! Tang Zai finally grabbed someone. What's wrong with the system? Who are you talking about? It's a super virus, the man said. The mother planet's system has been completely attacked, and all defenses have been pierced into a sieve by she, who knew that she could actually attack the system of the North Tower base. Tang Zei understood. During this period, there were intermittent rumors on the mother planet that a super virus had invaded almost all systems. The virus was called She because she had the personality of a little girl. She was able to enter various systems without any hesitation. But she was not obsessed with destroying them. It seemed that she had some purpose, regardless of whether she caused substantial damage to the system. This attack power was too terrible. So the mother planet had been trying its best to hunt her down. Until not long ago, she suddenly disappeared. And MIS also announced to the public that the virus had been completely eliminated. But most people believe that she stopped on her own initiative. There was a lot of discussion on the home planet about her whereabouts. And no one thought that she would suddenly appear on Beta Star. Was she heading for the base? Tang Zei frowned. Sorry, I have to go to work, the man said. Tang Zei watched him leave, and did not ask others. He understood that these people were also helpless. He glanced at the chaotic maintenance floor, and turned to walk towards the elevator. He wanted to check the system himself. Chief Tang, the system has been invaded now. It is very dangerous to go in. The executive staff dissuaded. But so many people are still trapped in it. Chief Tang, they are just temporarily unable to come out. Once the invasion problem is resolved, the personnel inside can be safely recalled. How do you know that she will leave on her own initiative? Tang Zei asked back. She has traveled through all the systems on the mother planet. Now she is on Beta Star, and will not go anywhere else. But Chief Tang, the system is too risky recently. Entering and exiting the system may have an impact on the brain. Tang Zei pushed her hand away. Try egg. The man was stunned. Egg. It is a special introduction device that Tang Zei has just developed. It is different from traditional electrical signals. This device requires a huge egg pool, which contains a light blue care solution, in which eggs that can accommodate one person are soaked. And the eggs contain a solution for maintaining nutrition and extracting thought signals. This is a completely biological device. The egg pool has just been built and has not been put into use yet. The executive officer wanted to dissuade him, but Tang Zei had already walked into the disinfection room. After coming out, he changed into special clothes and walked into the solution pool. The executive officer had no choice. Tang Zei's rank was higher than hers, and he was the direct person in charge of this group. She could only help with the operation. With a slight splash of water, the eggs wrapped in Tang Zei fell into the huge container. Tang Zei's consciousness gradually blurred, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the blur slowly dissipated, and he woke up again. It was already dark in front of him. When he felt fully recovered, Tang Zei stood up. He looked around and found himself standing in a room that was very similar to his own research room. But it seemed to be inexplicably shrouded in a layer of grayness and indifference. He slowly walked out of the research room, and it suddenly became noisy outside. People were coming and going outside. Everyone was wearing isolation clothing, with serious faces and hurried steps. He turned around and saw the words written on the room he walked out of. Brain healing room. Research room. A black mist condensed in the air, and Tang Zei's figure slowly emerged. How is he? He asked nervously. The injury is very strange. I don't know what weapon caused it, but he is still alive and can hold on for a while. Fino said. We don't have any way to deal with it now. We can only soak him in the repair fluid. But the effect? Go and have a look first, then make a decision. Tang Zei ran towards the inner room without listening to her words. According to the usual treatment method of the gathering area, Fang Xiuyu should be sent to the capsule as soon as possible. But Damon must have given an order not to let Fang Xiuyu enter the capsule, but to use other methods to maintain his breathing and heartbeat. In this way, Fang Xiuyu will not die immediately, but will continue to be in a state of pain until his whole body fails. The moment he saw Fang Xiuyu, Tang Zei's pupils shrank, and then they were filled with hatred. The man who was once full of vitality was now so quiet and lifeless, and did not react at all after hearing the sound. The tall and strong body, even the ups and downs of his breathing were so weak that they could not be seen. Tang Zei was in a trance for a few seconds, and then he walked forward quickly as if waking up from a dream to check his physical condition. Fang Xiuyu's eyes were open, but the reflection of his pupils was extremely weak. Tang Zei felt his breath. Although weak, but still stable. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. On the bright side, Fang Shuyu's terrifying recovery ability might be fine as long as he is nursed and recuperated. He carefully pulled open the collar of Fang Shuyu's protective suit, revealing the artificial skin that was close to his body. Unexpectedly, the thin layer of cloth was stained with something and was now completely wet. At this moment, Fang Shuyu's mouth moved slightly. "Is it you?" Tang Zei's hand trembled. He couldn't believe that this dying voice would come from Fang Shuyu's mouth. "Am I dead? Or am I dreaming?" Fang Shuyu's pupils trembled twice. "Tang Zei?" Tang Zei covered his mouth, tried to calm himself down, then gently reached out and carefully opened the collar of the artificial skin. The chest under the artificial skin rose and fell violently. "Tang Zei!" A hot and humid liquid suddenly gushed out, and Tang Zei was a little at a loss. He raised his hand and saw that his palm was covered with bright red blood. "Ah!" He stared blankly for half a second, and suddenly tore the artificial skin apart with force. He saw a human body that could no longer be described as scarred. Fang Shuyu's skin was like broken porcelain, covered with fine grid-like wounds. Every time he breathed, blood would gush out from the depths of those tiny wounds. And the wounds had no time to scab over, and were washed open by the new blood. The protective suit was filled with his blood, and he just lay there, draining his life bit by bit. In an instant, Tang Zei felt the blood rushing up all over his body, and his eyes turned red. "What did they do to you?" Hearing the familiar voice, Fang Shuyu became excited. There was a light in his eyes that shouldn't have appeared, as if it was burning the last of his life. "Tang Zei." He raised his hand and groped in the air, trying to grab the corner of Tang Zei's clothes, but he didn't touch anything. Fang Shuyu's eyes dimmed a little. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "It was very painful at that time." Tang Zei was already in a rage. His whole body was filled with black air, and he turned into a huge, blurry black shadow, with only his eyes emitting an ominous green light. Hearing Fang Shuyu's voice, he seemed to have some reaction, and the whole black shadow moved to the side. "Do you hate me?" Fang Shuyu said, his voice weak and trembling. "I hurt you and forgot about you. I'm sorry." The black air around Tang Zei dissipated a little, and a human figure appeared faintly. "Don't talk." Fang Shuyu tilted his head very slightly. This voice should be Tang Zei's voice, but for some reason, it sounded so distant and cold. It was already pitch black in front of his eyes. Until just now, he could not feel anything except this voice. Is Tang Zei next to him? But why can't he touch anything when he raises his hand? "Are you there, Tang Zei? Can you say good night to me? Just wish me a good dream." Tang Zei's reason returned to his brain little by little. The black fog disappeared, and his body returned to its original state. He saw Fang Shuyu lying there with a pale face and empty eyes, and he felt dizzy. "Wait, nothing will happen to you, Fang Shuyu. I won't let anything happen to you." He woke up as if from a dream, turned around and ran out. "That blue liquid. As long as Fang Shuyu is put in it, it will definitely heal." Hearing the voice next to him, Fang Shuyu felt relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. "Tang Zei." Tang Zei stopped. He felt his fingertips being touched lightly, as if he tried his best to grab it, but he was too weak to do it. The feeling of weakness that penetrated through his skin made Tang Zei stunned in place. He realized that Fang Shuyu was really dying. He was broken from the inside out. Tang Zei turned around and saw that Fang Shuyu's pupils had lost focus. He stared at the direction where Tang Zei left, but it was very likely that he could not see anything now. "Good night, Tang Zei." "Good night." Every time he said this, more blood flowed out of the cracks in his body. "Don't talk," Tang Zei shouted. "Don't talk. Good night." Fang Shuyu repeated it. "Good night. Good night. Good night, Tang Zei," he muttered hurriedly, as if he was afraid that if he didn't finish it in one breath, he would never have another chance. He Mu Ling suddenly rushed in. "I have confirmed with Director Liu that the liquid is indeed only effective for mutants. If it is a normal human, I am afraid the result will be even worse." Tang Zei turned around and saw that Fang Shuyu's lips were almost white, but he was still trying to open and close them. His voice was no longer audible. Tang Zei was deeply shocked by the scene before him. He grabbed Fang Shuyu's hand tightly. His eyes lit up with green light. His pupils shrank little by little, and finally turned into a terrifying needle shape. Ink-colored mist rose from his body, and soon his body was completely blurred. In the small room, a huge black shadow rose into the air and hovered above the bed. He stared with his huge green pupils, like a giant python sucking souls. He Mu Ling was shocked and took 2 steps back. Fang Xiuyu on the bed had no sound. His eyes were still slightly open, facing the direction where Tang Zai had stood before. The mist drifted into his mouth and nose, his wounds, and flowed along the blood vessels to all parts of his body. Those fragmented cracks were instantly filled with green things. The green flowed and finally flowed into Fang Xiuyu's eyes. His irises appeared with green light, like dandelions, densely wrapped in. The dark pupils finally shrank. A few minutes later, the mist dissipated, and Tang Zai's figure slowly emerged again. "You can take him to soak," he said softly. "Fang Xiuyu, the transformation is complete." Chapter 177. He must hate him to death. Fang Xiuyu fell into a deep dream again. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to a certain moment in the past. He seemed to go to the medical area to visit a soldier with brain disorder and came to the brain healing room. A figure in a research suit passed by him. Fang Xiuyu caught a glimpse of something strange out of the corner of his eye and subconsciously called him. "Hey." The man stopped and looked over with beautiful green eyes. The moment their eyes met, Fang Xiuyu was in a trance for a while, accustomed to the gray of the polluted area. Suddenly seeing such a clear green, it felt like the whole room was lit up. "You?" The other party did not speak, but just looked at him steadily. After a few seconds, Fang Xiuyu came back to his senses and looked away embarrassedly. "Ahem. Excuse me. Are you the doctor responsible for brain healing?" The other party's eyes darkened, and then quickly raised their eyes. "Yes. Fang Xiuyu looked at those eyes, and forgot what he wanted to ask. This look gave him a strange feeling, not knowing whether it was déjà vu or a heartbeat. But he had never seen such a person since he served in the army, and he was sure that if he had seen him, he would definitely remember it. After half a minute of silence, the other party finally spoke first. "Captain Fang. What's the matter?" Fang Xiuyu's face lit up. "You know me?" The other party lowered his eyes. "Captain Fang's combat performance is outstanding, and this is obvious to all." Fang Xiuyu's face was full of pride. "That's because, so far, the safety rate of all members of the team I led is 100%. Not only that, the results I achieved are also the most outstanding. Although we have hundreds of teams, the amount of supplies obtained by the team I led accounts for 20%. The person on the other side lowered his head, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he couldn't help laughing. Fang Xiuyu didn't know what he was laughing at, but he laughed unconsciously. "What's the doctor's name?" The other party held back his laughter and raised his head. "Tang Zai. Dr. Tang Zai. Dr. Tang." Fang Xiuyu repeated it stupidly several times. It seemed that just saying this name would make him feel better. When he came to his senses again, he saw Tang Zai staring at him, seeming very happy. "Captain Fang, what are you doing here?" Fang Xiuyu thought carefully for a while. "Oh, I'm here to inquire about the recent brain disorders of soldiers," he said. "My team hasn't encountered it yet, but other teams have encountered it several times. I want to understand the reason to prevent accidents in the future." Tang Zai lowered his head and thought for a while, but didn't say anything. "Dr. Tang, do you know about this?" Fang Xiuyu asked carefully. "I heard that a soldier was sent here for brain treatment at this time. So Tang Zai looked back at the depths of the treatment room, where the ward was empty. Maybe I got the time wrong." Fang Xiuyu pursed his lips. "Then I won't bother you." "Wait." He just took a half step back and came forward again embarrassedly. "I rarely come to the medical area and don't know many people. I wonder if I can trouble Dr. Tang to help me keep an eye on this matter. If it's inconvenient, forget it." Tang Zai lowered his eyes, but the corners of his mouth raised an arc. "Sure." Fang Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief, and then became excited again. "Can you add a panel?" "Panel?" Tang Zai was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, he seemed to react, looked around for a while, and finally activated the panel. A blank panel appeared in front of the two people. "Tang Zai, I don't know how to add it." "It's okay. I'll do it." Fang Xiuyu felt a little strange. How could someone not know how to add a communication? But he soon understood. After adding successfully, he became Dr. Tang Zai's first communication friend. That night, Fang Xiuyu rarely had insomnia. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought of those emerald eyes. He did not find any file about Tang Zai in the system file. Perhaps it was because the other party's level was too high, and he was no longer within his authority. No matter how much he boasted about his military exploits, he was just a combat captain, and Tang Zai looked more like a scientific researcher. If he was in the medical area, he might be a very core position. His empty address book also showed that he was not a person that ordinary people could easily reach. Was I too offensive? Fang Qiyu thought. But he smiled at me. After struggling for a whole night, he still didn't have the courage to send a greeting. Unexpectedly, the next day, he was assigned a new mission, which was a site with a rating of only medium risk. However, this time the building terrain appeared for the first time, which might be more complicated. There might be hidden pollution or mutants, and the actual danger might be higher than the rating. Therefore, a special consultant was assigned to him. The moment he saw the special consultant, Fang Qiyu threw all his entanglements behind him. He saw those special green eyes. In the days to come, the team members he led often changed, but Tang Zai always followed him as a special consultant. In recent years, the polluted environment has suddenly become very unstable, and the research on mutants has stagnated greatly. Tang Zai's main job in the combat team is to collect pollution and mutant components to analyze the impact of the environment and other factors on the direction of mutation. When he is not with the team, Tang Zai stays in the laboratory. He almost has a laboratory to himself, and the gathering area also attaches great importance to him and provides all the resources he needs unconditionally. During the days when Tang Zai became a special consultant, the theoretical reserves in the gathering area advanced by leaps and bounds, and he himself was obsessed with various experiments. He did not announce his specific research, but only vaguely said that it was something that had never appeared before. Once the research is completed, that thing will change the entire pollution world. Fang Qiyu didn't know what Tang Zai was researching, but just watching him busy in the laboratory made him happy enough. He believed in the statement of changing the world and was proud of it. He didn't know much about the professional part of biology, but he also had a deeper understanding of mutants and contaminated terrain through what he saw and heard. With this support, the team's performance rose steadily, and the number of missions he participated in was far ahead of others. If he was just a rising combat captain before, now he is a standout. He also became a person hated by almost all combat captains. Fang Qiyu didn't care about other people's affairs. He only cared about two things: the mission, Tang Zai. As partners, the relationship between them was natural. For Fang Qiyu, it was not so much that he tried hard, but that everything went smoothly. It was as if they were born to be together. He was immersed in the happiness of this double harvest, and never expected that misfortune would suddenly come. When the incident happened, he and Tang Zai had been partners for nearly half a year. During this period, they participated in dozens of missions, big and small, and experienced many dangerous situations. But they were able to escape danger every time. Tang Zai must enter the most dangerous place in the space to collect samples. If he found traces of mutants, he would even risk his life to collect them. It was Fang Qiyu's mission to get him back safely. Tang Zai only had the physical fitness of an ordinary person, which was incomparable to that of a combat team member. Once he encountered an attack from a mutant, he had almost no way to dodge it by himself. Therefore, every time Fang Qiyu entered the mission field, he was mainly responsible for clearing the way, and then guarding Tang Zai to facilitate his collection. In other words, Fang Qiyu also contributed half of Tang Zai's research to the speed at which it went on. Before the mission where the accident occurred, Tang Zai had just told Fang Qiyu that his research had been completed. This meant that from now on, Tang Zai no longer had to risk his life to collect samples. But no one expected that this mission, which was supposed to be a pure harvest, would suddenly turn into a slaughterhouse for eating people. When Fang Qiyu woke up, he only remembered that an unknown attack suddenly appeared in the mission, and Tang Zai fell under the attack. He didn't know what happened, nor why he failed to protect him, but survived alone. The mission record was interrupted before they left the venue. At that time, Tang Zai was still alive and looked normal. The accident must have happened after that. Strangely, Fang Qiyu always had a feeling in his heart. Tang Zai didn't seem to have an accident at the mission site. He had an unexplained memory of being in the brain healing room where he and Tang Zai first met, and the time was unclear. In that memory, there was another person who shouldn't have appeared. White Damon, the leader of the gathering area at that time. But I heard that he also had brain disorder symptoms after this mission. and many things in his memory may be inaccurate. After he found that all the files about Tang Zhe in the system disappeared, he doubted his brain even more. Finally, in extreme confusion and pain, he chose to accept Chong Fengyin's suggestion and cleared this memory. Fang Xiyu woke up. Everything in front of him was so bright and clean, as if it was a dream. Pollution, mutation, all of these disappeared. Is he really dead? Fang Xiyu thought. At this moment, he was not sad about it, but felt a little regretful. Why did he remember it until the end? Why didn't he make up for it in time? No. Maybe Tang Zhe didn't need to make up for it. At that time, he saw himself pointing a gun at him with such hatred. He must have been in so much pain, and he hated him so much. Fang Xiyu recalled what he had done time and time again, and found that he was so unbearable and cowardly. The promise he made, but to Tang Zhe, he never fulfilled it. Everything came too fast. He was used to an empty brain, but it was filled with so many memories in a short time, and he couldn't bear it. He didn't know what he had been fighting for in the past, and what he was protecting. In just half a month, he lost his lover and his ideals. It seemed that he really had no reason to live. But Fang Xiyu's eyes darkened. He remembered that Tang Zhe was afraid of the cold, just like Momo. In the past, they liked to nestle in his arms, but now, there was no such warmth for them to rely on. But would Tang Zhe still care? In an instant, those bright red spots passed in front of his eyes. At that time, did he really see Tang Zhe? Fang Xiyu shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. The air in front of him fluctuated for a while, and Fang Xiyu realized that something was wrong with his vision. The feeling slowly returned to his body. He first saw the blue color, and then felt the sticky liquid blowing on his face. Half a minute later, he finally saw his surroundings clearly. He was wrapped in a transparent egg, and the egg was immersed in a cylindrical container. Is the world after death so bizarre? He thought, detected to be awake, about to start the separation. A distant mechanical sound came over. Not long after, a huge gripper sank from above and grabbed the egg where Fang Xiyu was. Then he was dragged up with the egg. Puff, cough, cough. He was washed into a tank, and the soft shell broke and wrapped tightly around him. He pulled the eggshell aside in confusion and looked at his hands. Cracks. From the base of his palms to his arms, and to his torso, his entire body was covered with cracks. But at this moment, something glowing with a faint green fluorescence filled all the cracks. It looked like a soft grass had grown out of his body. Chapter 178, he wants to help Tang Zhe reach the top. Are you awake? A voice next to him said. Fang Xiyu raised his head and saw a uniformed person standing in front of him, who should be a medical staff. He wiped the liquid on his face, and his vision became clearer. Is it her? The person opposite him had no expression and operated in a businesslike manner. This is a special repair fluid made in our laboratory, similar to the capsules in Zone A, which is very effective for wound repair. Fang Xiyu recognized that this was a researcher in Tang Zhe's laboratory. It seems to be called Pheno. Why is she here? This is a laboratory in the wild. As if seeing Fang Xiyu's confusion, Pheno explained. We were found by Director Liu. Over the years, she has been looking for people from the past research lab and quietly took us out of the gathering area. We all legally died in the gathering area and have been living here ever since. Fang Xiyu thought hard for a while. Was it Aunt Liu Tianyi who found you? Yes. Director Liu tampered with the medical area, making us appear to be in a state of suspended animation. And then, the bodies were thrown out by the corpse transporter. In this way, the gathering area will not track down our whereabouts. It seems that he himself was also tricked out in this way. Fang Xiyu thought. So, he is not dead. But in his memory, he knew everyone in Tang Zhe's laboratory on the ground. And there was no character called Liu Tianyi. Not only that, in all the memories he recalled so far, except before and after the formation of the Special Forces, he had never crossed paths with Liu Tianyi. What is Liu Tianyi's identity? He looked up at Pheno. Are there other people in your laboratory? Pheno nodded. Who are they? He Muling, Pearl, Yu Hanshan. We have been here for the past few years. Why? You know them? Fang Xiyu hesitated. Strictly speaking, he did know them all. But at present, it seems that he is the only one who recalls these things. But these names are not what he wants to hear. Is there no one else? Pheno was silent for a while. There is a new colleague. Fang Shuyu's breath was choked. Is it Tang Zai? Yes. Don't get excited. Lu Tianyi and Tang Zai did not mention Fang Shuyu in front of him. Only Kuroki Ling knew a little because she helped them pass the message. In the eyes of the other people, Fang Shuyu was just the former captain of the special forces, and Tang Zai saved him just out of past friendship. It seems that the friendship between the members of this team is quite deep. Fino looked at Fang Shuyu and thought lightly. Fang Shuyu jumped out of the pool. Where is he? He Ling and you are busy. You have just finished the repair, and you need to observe for a while. I will tell you when he comes back. Fang Shuyu was a little disappointed, but he could only stand there and wait for Fino to do all the necessary inspections for him. He looked at the dense green branches on the back of his hand and was a little confused. The repair fluid is obviously blue. Why is he this beautiful green? This green is different from Tang Zai's eyes. It is much lighter, and there are some unknown fragments of light flashing in it. Under the light, these marks were not even obvious. Fino glanced at his eyes quietly, lowered his eyes, and said nothing more. Tang Zai explained that Fang Shuyu had a natural hatred for mutants, so he had to pretend to be a normal person in front of him. For others, this was not difficult. But Pearl, it is said that before Fang Shuyu woke up, he had been studying a fast-growing cortex made of garlic skin in order to cover his skin, which often had difficulty controlling the color. I don't know if the research has been completed now. Fino sighed, and then asked about the current progress of He Mu Ling and others in his mind. The reply he got was, the explosion is over. After rescuing Fang Shuyu, Tang Zai quickly returned to Area A to look for Lu Tianyi. However, since Lu Tianyi and he were not tied to each other by location, he searched all over the floor, but could not find any trace of Lu Tianyi. He did not know where Damon had hidden her. Perhaps she was gone. The researchers were all a little sad, but they only felt it faintly in their hearts, and did not even show it on their faces. They were ready to accept this result from the beginning. But after that, they had another urgent matter, moving the research room. The gathering area had already noticed that there was something wrong with this area. If Tang Zai had not gone up to divert them in time, they might have dug it down. But the matter of seizing the five-colored stone territory mainly depends on Tang Zai's strength. Before he came back, the others could only move the laboratory to the hospital in the old gathering area. So now, they returned to this familiar place. Area A Chief's office. Chief, the teams are counting the losses. The current data is, a total of 40 combat vehicles in the two areas were lost, including spare vehicles hidden underground. All equipment that can carry people over long distances, including transport vehicles, corpse transport vehicles, are all scrapped. All 3 weapon depots were destroyed. The data and instruments of the biological laboratory were destroyed, and all brain treatment equipment in the medical area was destroyed. Damon waved his hand impatiently. After confirming that Fang Shuyu was taken away safely, Tang Zai originally left immediately. But who would have thought that not long after, sharp alarms were heard in various places in the 2 districts. It was easy to guess who did it. Damon knew that this was Tang Zai's revenge, probably because he saw Fang Shuyu's appearance after returning. It was really strange. Tang Zai obviously didn't remember anything. Just a few months of experience in the special forces could make him care so much. Not to mention that Fang Shuyu also launched an almost fatal attack on him. You know, when Damon saw his body at the beginning, he felt sorry for a long time. It was also because of this that he believed in Tang Zai's fake death. He just made Fang Shuyu suffer the same pain as Tang Zai did. He was useless anyway. Damon frowned and fell into deep thought. There was one thing he still didn't understand. Tang Zai had activated the gasification function when he was trapped in the mission field. So why was he injured by Fang Shuyu's weapon in the end? The current weapons in the gathering area can't even completely conquer the mud cells. So how can they deal with Tang Zai, who has been alienated to that level? Could it be that Fang Shuyu is not just a simple limb? He has other abilities? The more Damon thought about it, the more he felt that there was something he didn't understand. And a faint regret flashed through his mind. He should have sent Fang Shuyu into the capsule for repair, so that he could do more experiments with Fang Shuyu's body. If we can figure out why he caused Tang Zai to be seriously injured, we might be able to develop targeted weapons. However, Fang Shuyu's greatest value now is to stimulate Tang Zai's further mutation. If he can arouse Tang Zai's anger, it will be extremely useful. If he dies, Tang Zai will continue to be so angry, and it will be easy for him to become stronger. He has seen with his own eyes what kind of power Tang Zei will burst out in a short time under the stimulation of anger. Thinking of this, Diamond's eyes shone with a strange light. He did not want to kill Tang Zei. On the contrary, he wanted Tang Zei to be stronger than anyone else. In order to achieve this goal, it didn't matter even if Tang Zei hated him to the bone. He knew that if Tang Zei wanted to accelerate the mutation of his current body, he had to be stimulated strongly. Hatred was one way, and letting him get seriously injured and then heal himself was another way. All the layouts at his hands, including the major forces in the gathering area and the 5 colored stones scattered outside, were no match for Tang Zei, who had already begun to accelerate the mutation. He must use all means to help Tang Zei reach the top. Chief, should we track down? Daimon waved his hand expressionlessly, leaving these irrelevant trivial matters behind. Tang Zei destroyed these equipments just to prevent the gathering area from chasing Fang Xiyu, and to express his anger at the same time. The gathering area was unreliable, and he had given up hope. No need to investigate. Didn't you say that from the traces at the scene? It was an unknown mutant invasion, he said. Make this public. Emphasize the urgency of the pollution situation, and let them train as soon as possible. Wait until the first batch of vehicles and weapons are remade, and immediately put them into external combat, targeting the old gathering area. The administrator nodded, and was about to turn around and leave when Damon called him. Also, announce the news that Fang Xiyu, the combat captain, was killed. Damon said. Post a recruitment notice within the combat team. Find someone to take over his position, and continue to form the Vanguard combat team. Yes, Chief. After everyone left, Damon closed the communication and opened the interface of the damaged warehouse to check. His expression changed from indifference to excitement, and then to uncontrollable ecstasy. Tang Zei, you have grown up so fast, he whispered. There was no casualty in the garage, but it was full of terrifying traces. The combat vehicle seemed to be hit hard by a huge pillar, and a big hole was dented from the roof. The car was directly flattened into a thin U-shape, but there were no signs of fallen pillars around. On the contrary, the entire garage had no extra traces except the horrible wreckage of the combat vehicle. Obviously, it was caused by the tail of a giant mutant. The giant tail was at least several meters thick. With a slight flick, the sturdy combat vehicle was flattened like a cardboard. It swept hard again, and the cardboard on the ground flew everywhere and scattered everywhere. This is stronger than the power of all the mutants that humans have come into contact with in the past. It seems that Tang Zei can control more and heavier materials to make what he wants. Damon suppressed his excitement and continued to check the scene in the arsenal. The weapons in the gathering area have the functions of pressure resistance and corrosion resistance. In addition to small handheld weapons, there are many large vehicle-mounted weapons and gathering area defense weapons in the arsenal. But now, no matter how big or small the weapons were, they all encountered the same attack. No, it was not a traditional force attack, nor an artillery shell or corrosive attack, but a simple but incredible gnaw. In a short period of time, the arsenal was like a large army of insects with iron teeth and steel fangs passing through, leaving behind the skeletons left after the gnaw. This is something I have never seen before. Damon's gray eyes emitted a strange light. Like the day on a cloudy day, Tang Zei has the ability to control mutants. After his past skills in biological research are revived, he can use these two to create an unheard of mutant army. He will truly rule this world. Damon's whole body trembled with excitement, and finally his body shook and knelt down. He couldn't help but shout out the words that Wu Seisher often said in the past. God is coming. Chapter 179, he doesn't want to see him. While waiting for the examination, Fang Xiyu and Fino exchanged about 70% of the information they had. Fino was very surprised by the information. She had just learned many inferences from Tang Zei and Lutiani not long ago. But Fang Xiyu not only told them that these were true, but also added a lot of information. System, ground, beta star, mother star. It was really unimaginably complicated. Fang Xiyu did not say that he had known them before. When the other party forgot, it was useless to say such things. I will inform everyone in time when they come back. Fino answered with a somewhat helpless expression. Yes, even if a normal person is mentally prepared, it would be difficult to accept after hearing it. Fang Xiyu thought. So we are in the old medical area now? Yes. We plan to move to the wild away from the gathering area to ensure the safety of the laboratory. But, Fino's eyes trembled. and she glanced at Fang Xiyu carefully. If Fang Xiyu asked how they are going to fight the pollution in the wild, she couldn't let it slip. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiyu didn't ask this question. Then how do you move so many things? He asked. This question touched on the difficulty of the laboratory. We have some transport equipment in our warehouse, but they are small and cannot completely isolate pollution, Fino said. We have only moved to this place so far, because it is in the old gathering area. The pollution is not serious, and it can be transported with a cover. In fact, their equipment was transported from underground. Tang Zei opened a tunnel from the laboratory to the medical area by attracting the things from the 5-color stone test site, which allowed them to move the things quickly. But if they want to move to 300 kilometers away, this trick will not work at all. Don't you have someone responsible for making equipment? Fino nodded. We are all biological researchers, and there are only so many people in all these years. But it doesn't matter. Tang Zei said he would find a way. Director Liu believes in him, so I believe in him too. Hey, they seem to be back. The floor where the laboratory is located is next to the garage. Not long after they walked out, they saw the car lights that had just gone out. Hey, Mu Ling and Yu Hanchen were getting out of a car each. Huh? Fang Xiyu was surprised. The two vehicles in front of him were the largest transport vehicles owned by the two districts. Although the defense capabilities are a little worse, the carrying capacity cannot be underestimated. Are they sneaking into District A to steal cars? Fang Xiyu didn't know that not long ago, after Tang Zei selected these two cars, he cleaned out the garages of the two districts, facing the smashed garage. The gathering area could not only not pursue, but also could not find out what was missing. Now the two cars were not only full of weapons and supplies that might be used, but also some equipment from the medical area. While Tang Zei was wreaking havoc to divert attention, He Mu Ling and Yu Hanchen were harvesting frantically in secret. They returned with a full load. Fino quickly came forward and repeated the information provided by Fang Xiyu. In this way, the information difference between them and Damon was not much. Fang Xiyu waited until they finished communicating before walking forward from the back. Where is Tang Zei? Several eyes looked at him at the same time, especially Kuroki Ling. For some reason, her gaze stayed a little longer. He has something else to do, so he went somewhere else first, Kuroki Ling said. Fang Xiyu's eyes darkened a little. He didn't want to see him. We are busy with relocation in the near future, so it may be busy, and there will be no time to tidy up. You can live in the vacant room in the building for now. I can sleep anywhere. Don't worry about me. The researchers nodded to him, and then left together, probably to deal with the laboratory's affairs. Fang Xiyu hesitated for a moment, but still called him. Tang Zei. Will he be back today? Several people stopped. Not sure yet. He is now responsible for moving the laboratory, so he will be very busy, Kuroki Ling said. And there is no need for him to report to us. The last bit of light in Fang Xiyu's eyes went out, and his eyes became completely gray. I know. Thank you. Can I sleep on another floor? Please. After their figures disappeared and the corridor became quiet, Fang Xiyu slowly walked towards the corridor. He had been to this building before, but he encountered some mental attacks last time, and the holographic images he saw should be the residual memories of the past. After gradually recalling the past fragments, he realized that it might be his own memory. He slowly walked up to the upper floors. The order of the floors was now completely normal. The disordered floors and the human bodies that penetrated were probably the manifestation of a bug in the system, similar to Guanyin psychological shadow. Fang Xiyu did not take this bug to heart, but continued to walk up. He reached the familiar third underground floor. The original memory had completely disappeared, and in front of him was just an ordinary abandoned hospital, full of gray and bleak atmosphere. It would be nice if I could see it again, he thought. Although in his memory, he did not see Tang Zei's figure. He knew that it was a memory from the ground period. The spacious office area with small rooms was the laboratory where Tang Zei was. The person he talked to happily, the person he went back to kiss secretly, was Tang Zei. But he didn't catch it. Fang Xiyu stopped and stood in the empty hall. The last time, he saw the small room in his memory. He saw the words he secretly carved. And then the coordinates appeared. He walked out and saw Tang Zei standing there in his research suit. To this day, Fang Xiyu can no longer be sure whether the Tang Zei standing here at that time was real or his illusion. After waking up, the wireless search ring never lit up again. indicating that Tang Zai had a way to remove this binding. As long as Tang Zai doesn't want to see him, he will never see him. I miss you, he whispered. Even if I can watch you from afar. He slowly fell down and lay on the ground. At that time, Tang Zai's figure appeared here. He gently stroked the ground and fell asleep unknowingly. Dong. Shua. Voila. The slight sound woke Fang Xiyu up. He opened his eyes alertly and sat up suddenly. There was no one behind him. After sitting up, the sound disappeared. As if it was just his dream. Fang Xiyu wiped his face and sniffed unwillingly. The sound rang again. Hua. Hua. Ji. The sound was sometimes sticky and sometimes sharp, which sounded unpleasant, like something swimming on the ground, or being dragged and sliding on the ground. It sounded very much like the sound of a mutant appearing. Fang Xiyu stood up and squatted, carefully identifying the direction. After a while, he seemed to feel something, and slowly leaned down again, putting his ear to the ground. After a few seconds, he confirmed his judgment. The sound came from another floor through the building. Is there something on another floor? Fang Xiyu thought for a moment and decided to go down and take a look. When he stood up, he habitually wanted to pick up the gun, but found that there was nothing in his hand. He was stunned for 2 seconds, but finally walked out with nothing. Solid sound can be transmitted very far. Strictly speaking, the sound he heard could be from any floor, so he could only search floor by floor. When he found the 5th floor underground, Fang Xiyu stopped. There seemed to be a flash of red in front of his eyes, but because it appeared for too short a time, he couldn't be sure. Could that be the coordinates? Fang Xiyu's heartbeat quickened. Is Tang Zai back? He is in this building. Perhaps very close to him. As long as the location flashes again, he will definitely catch it. As if his prayers were fulfilled. The location appeared again a few seconds later. This time, the 3 numbers appeared for 2 seconds. Fang Xiyu turned around and ran towards the coordinates. He ran into the corridor and soon found a room deep in the floor, with the door unusually closed. He suppressed his emotions, slowed down his steps, and walked towards the door quietly. From the locked door, the uncomfortable sound from before was faintly heard. This is it, Fang Xiyu thought. Is Tang Zai in there? He raised his hand and stroked the rough door, as if stroking Tang Zai's face. However, after a long time, he still didn't have the courage to ask or knock on the door. Even if Tang Zai was really in there, he could only miss him through the door. How could he dare to face him? Fang Xiyu quietly leaned over, sticking to the crack of the door to listen to those slight, incomprehensible sounds, guessing the actions of the people inside. After an unknown period of time, the bright red numbers reappeared. 3.251, 1.428, 0.082. The numbers flashed twice, suddenly stopped, and then remained suspended there. Fang Xiyu was startled and quickly stood up from the door. He was discovered. The numbers did not disappear, but the strange sounds disappeared. After a while, the numbers suddenly began to shrink. When the two were only the thickness of a door apart, Tang Zai's voice came. Captain? Fang Xiyu covered his mouth tightly. He didn't know why he collapsed instantly when he heard this voice. He didn't answer, afraid that Tang Zai would hear his uncontrollable sobs. Tang Zai didn't speak again, but he didn't leave. The red number didn't change again. After a while, Fang Xiyu finally calmed down and plucked up the courage to speak. Tang Zai, are you okay? Yeah. Can I see you? There was silence on the other side. Half a minute later, the door quietly opened a very narrow crack. Fang Xiyu's heart beat wildly, and he stretched out his hand to hold the door involuntarily. Tang. The familiar green eyes looked at him through the crack of the door, and they didn't seem to have much emotion. Captain, it seems that you have recovered well, Tang Zai said lightly. Fang Xiyu seemed to be poured with cold water, and the light in his eyes was extinguished instantly. Yes, thanks to you. Thank you for saving me. Tang Zai nodded. Then, Captain, go to bed early. Okay, Fang Xiyu said, but his eyes still lingered on Tang Zai's face, and he forgot to put his hands down from the door. After staring at each other in silence for a few seconds, Tang Zai broke the silence. Captain, I'll go back and rest first. Fang Xiyu came back to his senses. Yeah. The door closed without any reluctance. The sound of the door closing echoed in the corridor, and everything returned to silence. After a long time, Fang Xiyu suppressed the sadness in his eyes and gently touched the door, as if the breath of that person was still lingering on it. The residual heat had long dissipated, and the door became cold. The coordinates disappeared again. Fang Xiuyu shook his head in self-mockery. He really didn't want to see him. Wasn't it obvious enough? He withdrew his hand and slowly backed away. Across from him was an empty ward, with many pillars and walls blocking the view. If he hid in, Tang Zai would not be able to see him unless he activated the wireless search ring. Thinking of this, Fang Xiuyu quietly walked to the opposite side. He found a place where he could see Tang Zai's door and hid himself in it. Chapter 180. What is this? On the other side, Tang Zai closed the door and fell silent in front of the messy scene in the room. The room was full of mutants of various shapes, including octopus branches with blade-like armor, brown pupae that looked like carbon balls but were actually as hard as diamonds, and some things that I didn't know whether to call birds, moths or fish. These things must not be seen by Fang Xiuyu. After reading a lot of information in the laboratory these days, Tang Zai quickly pieced together the remaining biotechnology fragments in his mind, and he could use energy to control mutants and create. Technology has advanced by leaps and bounds. If he could only control simple things like vines and tree limbs at first, now he can reach out to simple animal mutants and some human mutants. These things in the room are his trophies tonight. When destroying Area A, he just tried a few mixtures containing animal mutants to confirm that this path is completely feasible. Now, he wants to create as many things as possible that can be used by him and form his own mutant army. The only trouble is that these things have to avoid Fang Xiuyu. Tang Zai's eyes darkened for a moment. After rescuing Fang Xiuyu, they haven't talked yet. It seems that Fang Xiuyu has recovered some of his memories. At least he remembers the things during the Special Forces period. It is not certain to what extent he has recovered, but Fang Xiuyu will not hesitate to take action on the mutants, and hates the things that the five-colored stone studies. This is very clear to him. Therefore, he must not know that the people in this laboratory have all mutated, and he must not know that he is doing mutant research. I still have to be careful in the future. At least when I go out hunting, I must not let the wireless ring signal leak out. Thinking of this, Tang Zai pricked up his ears and listened again. It was very quiet outside, and he was not sure whether Fang Xiuyu had gone back. After a while, he carefully opened the door a crack. There was no trace of Fang Xiuyu in the corridor. Tang Zai waited for a while, but still heard no movement. So he continued his research with confidence. The secret voice sounded again. Tang Zai's main research now is to create a large-scale transport mutant that can move quickly on the ground and can replace the ship. Although he successfully controlled some composite mutants in the past, it was only by emitting its own energy to make some simpler things automatically aggregate. If you want to create a mutant that everyone can drive, you need a completely new manufacturing method. This manufacturing method is similar to building a house or a car. There is no experience to refer to in the past, so he can only explore it himself. In order to isolate the pollution from the outside, the shell needs to be able to breathe. Considering the complex terrain, the structure of the chassis must be strong enough. At the same time, it must be able to deal with strange things like black water. After Tang Zai was vaporized, it was much easier to move than before. But there was a small problem. If the wind on the ground was strong, his movement speed would be affected, and he would even retreat when facing the wind. And a few dozen kilometers away, the climate changed greatly. There was always a swirling airflow near the ground, like a natural barrier. Therefore, when he was acting alone, the range he could explore was only a few dozen kilometers nearby. But the coordinates of the five-color stone were 300 kilometers away, not to mention anything else. They didn't even know the terrain of these 300 kilometers. Tonight, he asked He Mu Ling and Yu Hanshan to bring back the spoils from Area first, and he continued to explore the wild, trying to find some new mutants. Apart from anything else, the types of mutants in the wild really opened his eyes. These were not recorded in the public archives of the gathering area. After wandering around, he finally decided to make a means of transportation similar to a snake. But it should be stronger than rattan, and it would be better if it could enter the water. What is now placed in the room is the material he has chosen. Tang Zai dragged the tentacle with a diameter of 1 meter to the middle of the hall and began to peel off its solid outer skin. This outer skin is both rigid and tough, making it an ideal shell material. Then, carbon balls and pupa shells are connected to form a spine, and some fiber bundles are extracted from other amphibian-like mutants as nerves. and the nerves are inserted into the spine. In this way, there is a framework of an animal version of the big snake that can be basically controlled. Next, as long as something for cushioning and stability is filled between the spine and the shell, the body can be formed. Finally, the bottom of the snake is reinforced, and the gaps in the epidermis are filled with breathable tissues, and the carrier is basically formed. After deciding on the manufacturing plan, Tang Zhe started making it expressionlessly. Since Saib was completely integrated with his body, Tang Zhe's efficiency in absorbing energy has greatly increased, and his strength is ridiculous. Dealing with these several meter-high objects is like killing a palm-sized fish. He has no doubt that he has killed and dissected countless frogs and rabbits in the laboratory in the past, which is why he is so skilled in this kind of thing now. He didn't know that while he was busy all night, Fang Xiuyu had been in the room opposite, hiding in the shadows behind the window and observing. His actions of secretly opening the door to confirm whether Fang Xiuyu had left were all seen. For Fang Xiuyu, that action hurt him more than that cold look. Fang Xiuyu heard the sound in the room again and knew that Tang Zhe was busy. Fino and Kuroki Ling both said that Tang Zhe would be involved in the relocation of the laboratory in the near future. I think these sounds should be related to the relocation. But what is Tang Zhe doing? Fang Xiuyu secretly speculated. Rather than saying that what Tang Zhe is doing now makes him curious, it is better to say that he hopes he can help, even if Tang Zhe doesn't need him. Fang Xiuyu's eyes darkened. The people in this laboratory are very indifferent to him. On the one hand, it may be because he really doesn't have much common topic with them. It was almost the same on the ground before. On the other hand, he didn't know whether other people knew that he had shot Tang Zhe. That action was still a thorn in Fang Xiuyu's heart. Even though he saw that Tang Zhe was safe and sound, he still couldn't forgive himself. Tang Zhe was magnanimous enough to save him. As for those injuries, Tang Zhe would always remember them in his heart and never get close to him again. For a moment, Fang Xiuyu thought of Momo. They were obviously close. But after a certain action, Momo refused to trust him and get close to him. No matter how hard he tried, Momo would not let him touch her, and only left him with a proud back. Fang Xiuyu's numb heart ached dully again. The only thing he could do now was to keep watch over Tang Zhe from a distance where he couldn't see him. For this, he was willing to sacrifice his life. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Xiuyu heard the door open again. Then, he saw Tang Zhe in his research suit come out. Fang Xiuyu's breath stagnated, and he immediately went to the window, following Tang Zhe's figure. The end of the corridor was empty, without any figure or sound. Tang Zhe disappeared. Fang Xiuyu was shocked and hurried out of the dark. He searched for a long time in the direction where Tang Zhe disappeared, and was sure that he didn't see anyone, nor did he hear the footsteps of leaving, as if it was just his illusion. Fang Xiuyu stood in the corridor blankly for a while, and suddenly remembered that the last time he met Tang Zhe in the holographic image, he also disappeared silently behind him. Tang Zhe, can he do this now? His impression of Tang Zhe's transformation was just that huge figure with mucus and skeletons all over his body. He thought Tang Zhe could only become like that. Now it seems that Tang Zhe is much more powerful than he imagined. But he has never understood it. When it's daytime, he will find a way to find out from other researchers, Fang Xiuyu thought. But now, Fang Xiuyu held his breath and stayed there for a while. There was no other sound around. Tang Zhe should have left. He quietly returned to the room where Tang Zhe had stayed before, and tentatively raised his hand to push the door. Click. The door made a muffled sound and was pushed open a crack. Fang Xiuyu's breathing stagnated, and then his heart began to beat wildly. He adjusted his breathing, pushed the door in hard, and turned around to close the door. Fang Xiuyu was unprepared for the scene in front of him, and his back hit the door. What the hell is this? Is Tang Zhe playing such a big game now? In front of him was an office area that should have been spacious. But now it was filled with all kinds of giant mutants, ranging from shrubs to insects and amphibians. Some of them were still intact, while others had been disassembled into pieces, and they were placed in a chaotic and orderly manner. Fang Xiuyu looked at the animal-shaped mutants that were several times larger than him, and then looked at his empty hands, and fell into deep thought. I can't beat them. It seems that I really can't beat them. What are these? Could they be Tang Zhe's current pets? Fang Xiuyu struggled to digest the information in front of him, stood stiffly for a long time, and then took a tentative step forward. Very good. Those things didn't react for the time being. He took a few deep breaths on the spot, and then took another step carefully. The shells of these mutants looked very hard. If they moved, they could easily chop him into pieces. I can only be thankful that I haven't encountered such a thing in the gathering area before. Otherwise the combat vehicle would not be able to withstand it, and would be sliced like tofu. Fang Xiuyu took 2 steps forward and approached the largest mutant in the room. He swallowed and squatted in front of it. This mutant looked long and narrow, but its body was very regular, and each row of knife scales was arranged in an orderly manner. Its front end was a narrow mouth with a diameter of more than half a meter. Inside was not the cross-section of the mutant, but a bottomless depth. It looked like a headless pocket, and also like a strange giant mouth. Fang Xiuyu was a little unsure. After observing for a long time, he carefully moved closer. Several snake-like tongues suddenly sprang out from the depths of the giant mouth and wrapped around his arm. The thing was slippery and covered with soft flesh thorns, strangling him in circles like hunting. Chapter 181. Where is his powerless little green ivy? Fang Xiuyu's breath was choked. Before he could think of a solution, a snake tongue stretched out from the depths of the giant mouth like lightning. Then, another one, and another one. Fang Xiuyu looked at the slippery things wrapped around his arms, and his whole body froze. He raised his head and looked at the giant mutant in front of him, swallowing his saliva. This thing wants to eat him? The next second, Fang Xiuyu's eyes became alert. The desperate situation in front of him inspired his fighting spirit, and he seemed to be in a fighting state. Although he had no protection, no weapons, and no assistance, he decided to fight to the death. He stood up straight, staring at the abyss-like mouth. His arms tensed to control the worm-like tongues. As long as the mutant pounced on him, or the tongues tried to wrap him up, he would take the next step. 1 second, 2 seconds. The mutant in front of him was motionless. Fang Xiuyu was a little confused, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. He looked down at his arms, and found that the things wrapped around his hands did not show any aggressiveness at all. The circle of flesh thorns on the top of those tongues looked like strange teeth, and like the roots of plants, quietly taking root along the fine cracks on Fang Xiuyu's body. Fang Xiuyu realized that he was not entangled but inhabited. Those things were going to take root in his body and suck him away bit by bit. A long time ago, he was entangled by dense vines under the gathering area. At that time, he was wearing heavy protective clothing and had weapons in his hands. But now, he didn't care about anything else and grabbed those disgusting and weird things, trying to tear them off with brute force. But the snake tongue had already taken root and slowly melted into those cracks. He pulled hard, but only pulled out a piece of mucus, and the thorns were still connected. In addition, his own body was also stimulated to react. A white light started from his heart and spread along the cracks of his body. Soon, the white light spread to his arms, and then flowed into the snake tongue along the flesh thorns, extending all the way and disappearing into the depths of the monster's huge mouth. In the night, Fang Xiuyu's pupils emitted greenish-white light, and his pupils shrank a circle. But soon, his pupils expanded to their original shape in confusion. Fang Xiuyu looked at the white light extending from his body, a little at a loss. He tried to raise his arm, and the snake tongues were tightened with his movement. Unexpectedly, the huge monster in front of him also twitched. He can control this thing? Fang Xiuyu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly waved his hand vigorously. The body of the giant mutant suddenly arched, like a shrimp with its tendons pulled out, and stood up strangely. Fang Xiuyu was very surprised by this phenomenon. He stared at his hands and those snake tongues for a long time, and finally realized it, and began to raise his hands to study. In just a few minutes, he had tried dozens of different strengths and angles of operation. He found that he only needed to raise his hand slightly, and his actions and intentions would be multiplied on the mutant in front of him. No, this can no longer be called a mutant. This is simply the best combat machine combined with the human body. This is the fusion weapon he had always hoped to develop. Fang Xiuyu didn't care that the thing in front of him looked very scary not long ago. He was completely immersed in the excitement of getting a new weapon and couldn't let it go. Is this developed by Tang Zhe? I didn't expect Tang Zhe to be a genius in making weapons. How did he think of using mutants as weapons? Tang Zhe, worthy of the Tang Zhe shining in his eyes. Fang Xiuyu had a lot of fun and completely forgot about time and his situation, until he heard a strange sound that could not be ignored in the corridor. He woke up from his dream. Tang Zhe is back? Fang Xiuyu's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly looked at the arm that was tightly connected to the snake tongue. This thing How do I remove this thing? Tang Ze opened the door and stopped at the door. The things in the room seemed to have some subtle displacement. Did this thing move by itself? He frowned, threw the newly brought things outside, and walked in first. Then he plunged into the middle of the unfinished snake body and checked the internal structure back and forth. There seemed to be no problem with other parts, Tang Ze thought, and finally grabbed the nerve, pulling it while backing out. He stared at the worm-like nerve in his hand, which should have been slippery. And the more he looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed that they looked much clearer, as if they were polished. In addition, they also exuded an inexplicable satisfaction. Did something happen to these things in the house when he was away? Tang Ze frowned and connected the bundle of nerves to his wrist. Energy-emitting green fluorescence surged out of his body and slowly flowed into the snake's belly along the nerves. He moved his fingers, and the giant snake swayed immediately, showing a flexibility that was not commensurate with its size. Tang Ze was a little surprised. What's going on? The driving force seems to have been amplified? He got into the snake's body again to check it out, but he couldn't find the reason for these changes. He could only explain that these patchwork bodies merged autonomously and became more harmonious. He then put the matter aside, opened the door, and walked out. In the shadow on the roof, Fang Xiuyu, who was hiding on the abandoned pipe, breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't mean to be such a gentleman on the beam. It was because there was nowhere to hide. If Tang Ze caught him sneaking in to disrupt the research, he might be even more annoyed with him. However, Tang Ze's actions also made him understand one thing. Those snake tongues are really some kind of device that connects to human nerves. As long as that thing is connected to the human body, people can control this mutant. Apart from anything else, it looks really strong and powerful. Fang Xiuyu leaned his head forward a little, wanting to see the scene below more clearly. Tang Ze came in again soon, carrying a bigger mutant than the one in the room. It looked like a catfish head covered with kelp. The catfish head was covered with tumors of various sizes. If you look closely, you will find that the rows of eyes are all different shapes. Fang Xiuyu exclaimed in his heart. Let alone why this 2-meter wide head needs so many eyes. The key is that they all grow in the same place, which does not play the role of expanding the field of vision at all. Is there something wrong with the evolutionary direction of this mutant? As if to refute his guess, an eye in the center of the fish head suddenly popped and bounced up, more than half a meter away from the fish head, with a tentacle-like thing connected below. The eye that popped up out of thin air was like a periscope, turning 180 degrees in the air. Just when Fang Xiuyu was worried whether the eye would see him, Tang Ze punched the eye expressionlessly. Bang! The eye was honestly smashed back into its eye socket and dared not move anymore. Fang Xiuyu's pupils trembled. Is this still the powerless little green ivy? Tang Ze was completely unaware of everything on the roof. He picked up a huge knife scale to cut open the fish head and started to sew it. This work was meticulous and time-consuming, and he soon immersed himself in it. Above his head, Fang Xiuyu stared at Tang Ze, who was working intently. In his memory, there is also Tang Ze working in the laboratory in the past. Tang Ze at work looks quite cold, exuding a sense of alienation, but inexplicably attractive, like a noble cat. But once this cat takes down its defenses and comes to the side of someone close to it, it will become extremely gentle and cute. He will put his sharp claws into his paw pads, rub other people's hands with his soft head, and then get into the other person's arms. It only took Fang Xiuyu half a minute to accept the powerful and indifferent Tang Ze in front of him. Cats are like this. When he is not around, cats will obviously go out hunting by themselves. Don't look at it so cute. In fact, it is very powerful, and it can be independent. Fang Xiuyu watched from afar, his eyes full of pride and satisfaction. It's good now. Just like many years ago. Watching from afar, this is enough. After a few hours, Tang Ze finally finished stitching the huge fish head. He opened a slit on the snake's back so that people can get in. In this way, when needed, just jump in and connect. Fang Xiuyu saw Tang Ze open the snake's body and get into the cabin. In it. Then, the giant monster under his feet began to twitch wildly. Wah 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 wah. Pa! The twitching stopped. Tang Ze got out of the snake's body and shook his head. It's too narrow. I can't carry much stuff at all. It can only be used as a means of transportation. However, using this thing to expand the territory and find other mutants might be a way. If you had something fixed behind his tail, you can directly drag the mutant back. Thinking of this, Tang Ze nodded reluctantly. He looked at the time and realized that he had been busy all night without realizing it. Although he didn't need to care too much about rest now. If it was the normal working hours of the gathering area, Fang Xiyu might wake up. So he decided to put the research on the new mutant aside for now, pretending to rest, and wait until tomorrow night. Fang Xiyu watched Tang Ze walk out, still not daring to move. After a long time, when there was really no movement outside, he carefully jumped down from the roof. At this moment, the big fish head behind him opened his mouth. Ah! Fang Xiyu turned around and saw that a row of eyes all stood up from the head, looking at him collectively. Shoo! The fish head did not react, but opened wider. Fang Xiyu saw that the mouth was full of sharp teeth, and after it opened, another mouth was revealed inside, still full of sharp teeth. He saw the huge mutant reveal more than a dozen rows of teeth, arranged in a rose shape in its big mouth. Tang Ze is really amazing. When all those layers of mouths finally opened, some noises came from deep in the throat. A few seconds later, the snake tongue hidden in the snake body rushed out of the narrow throat and excitedly pounced on Fang Xiyu. Those things suddenly lingered on Fang Xiyu, as if greedily sucking something. Not long after, the weird fish face actually smiled. Chapter 182: The Most Familiar Stranger. When they met Tang Ze again the next day, both of them were a little strange. Strictly speaking, they were reunited after a long separation. Before the reunion, one of them was the captain and the other was a sentry, and they were both partners and lovers. But neither of them had any joy of reunion. Not only that, there was also a subtle embarrassment. They were in a relationship that was the most difficult to ease in the world, the most familiar stranger. Tang Ze stood deep in the laboratory and nodded slightly to Fang Xiyu outside the door. Fang Xiyu stood there hesitantly, not daring to move forward easily. The two of them just faced each other from a distance. Tang Ze's eyes returned to that distant look. Captain, this is your first time here. Are you used to sleeping well? Fang Xiyu nodded with dark circles under his eyes. I slept very well. Just like I was at home. Tang Ze's eyes became a little colder. There are no other facilities here now. But there are many empty rooms. Naturally, it is most comfortable to enjoy an empty room alone. Fang Xiyu's back stiffened. The dormitory facilities in Area A are complete, but they are not as spacious as the office area. Not to mention, he used to share a dormitory with Tang Ze. Tang Ze said this to let himself stay away from him. Fang Xiyu's eyes darkened, and he unconsciously took a small step back. Yeah, that's right. Tang Ze saw Fang Xiyu's movements and pursed his lips. If he had a glimmer of hope before, now he has completely confirmed the guess. Fang Xiyu knows his identity. Without a doubt, he knows that he is the mutant. On the day when Fang Xiyu was rescued, he was unconscious and called Tang Ze's name. He also apologized to Tang Ze, saying that it hurt him. Fang Xiyu knew that he had shot Tang Ze. Perhaps it was the regret when he was dying that made him say such words. When he regained consciousness, he remembered Tang Ze's appearance at that time and dared not approach him again. Even if the mind thinks that he should not avoid, the body can't bear it at all. Right? Now his tormented appearance is really. Tang Ze looked away. The other team members are in the next laboratory. If the captain has any questions, he can talk to them. After saying that, he lowered his head to do his own thing and never looked up again. Fang Xiyu's heart seemed to be empty. He looked at Tang Ze with nostalgia and did not dare to step in. He just quietly closed the door and left. He didn't know that after he closed the door, Tang Ze stopped his hand and stared at the door for a long time with cold eyes. But in the end, he didn't wait for the door to be opened. Nor did he wait for someone to rush in. The person who would run towards him regardless of everything, hug him tightly, and protect him would never come close again. Those brief warmth eventually left. Fang Xiyu looked at the closed door and sighed silently in his heart. If there hadn't been a noise from next door, he would have probably stood there stupidly. The busy sounds from next door finally made his brain work again. He remembered that there was something important to do today. To get information. The instruments in the laboratory had just been packed and shipped in. Because they didn't know when they would have to move again, they didn't bother to unpack them all. All research had to give way to the safe transfer. Fang Xiyu quietly slipped in. He knew that the people in Tanz's laboratory had already appeared here. According to his past understanding of these people, their research directions and personalities were quite different. Although I don't know if there will be deviations in the case of amnesia. It is likely that some of her nature is hard to change. Kuroki Ling usually looks silent and cold. But in fact, she admires the strong very much. Once she gets her recognition in the profession, she will become the most loyal fan. In the past, she treated Tang Zai in this way. But from now on, there is no sign of this. And she can be said to be completely indifferent to people who are not recognized by her. Fang Xiuyu recalled the brief intersection with Kuroki Ling yesterday, and was sure that her personality should still be the same. Asking her to inquire about Tang Zai's news is likely to hit a hard nail. He shook his head. As for Fino, her research relationship with Tang Zai is closer than that of others. They are two branches of the same school. Fang Xiuyu once heard Tang Zai mention this. Tang Zai's earliest teacher was a top figure at the subcellular level, named Bai Ji, who mainly studied the related factors of biological molecularization. But later, due to some personal reasons, she did not continue her research work. She did not directly guide Tang Zai's professor. In a sense, Tang Zai just promoted her doctrine and continued her research. And Fino's teacher is called Mary, who is also a top figure at the subcellular level. And her main research direction is viruses. Regarding her relationship with Bai Ji, some people say that they are the closest research partners, while others say that they are each other's biggest rivals. But as a world-leading female biologist, although Mary did not give up her research, she died in infamy for no apparent reason. These things have been hot topics in the biological world for many years. But Tang Zai is not keen on these gossips. And Fang Xiuyu has never asked. He only knows that Tang Zai firmly believes in the direction proposed by Bai Ji. Apart from these past events, Fino and Tang Zai are usually well off. And there is no news of any conflicts due to personal or research directions. Fino's research direction is more pragmatic, compared with studying biological evolution. She seems to be more interested in solving some ordinary problems that are closely related to people. In addition, she also performs more surgical operations. So her level of handling human trauma is the highest in the laboratory, judging from the fact that she is responsible for Fang Xiuyu's treatment. This has not changed. But she does not seem to be the best person to get information. The other two people in the laboratory, Yu Hongchen and Pearl, are more friendly. Although Yu Hongchen is a biological team, his family seems to have some relationship with the fleet. So Fang Xiuyu seems to be closer. It's just that this closeness stays on the surface. I don't know why. Fang Xiuyu always feels that he is the most incomprehensible to him. After thinking about it, he thinks Pearl is the best choice. After saying this, he still hadn't met Pearl. So he decided to meet this once most enthusiastic researcher under the pretext of saying hello. Unexpectedly, when he asked where Pearl was, the air froze. Several people exchanged glances and seemed a little nervous. Fang Xiuyu didn't understand. Why? He is inconvenient now? Several people still looked at each other strangely, and no one answered him. He is not feeling well? Still silent. Just when Fang Xiuyu was about to give up this idea and prepare to go home, a closed door next to him suddenly opened. Pearl's face appeared behind the door. Hi, Captain of Zone A. Nice to meet you, Pearl said. Are you looking for me? Fang Xiuyu's eyes lit up. Pearl. Pearl originally just wanted to say hello to Fang Xiuyu from a distance, but he didn't expect him to run straight towards him. Before he could react, Fang Xiuyu pushed him into the room and closed the door. There was dead silence outside. 2 minutes later, Yu Hongchen broke the silence. Is Pearl hiding? You know, Pearl's research direction is the one that is farthest from the appearance of a normal person. A few days ago, he turned himself into a colorful mushroom that can grow mycelium infinitely. Before he figured out how to use it, he got Tang Zai's can't expose your mutation in front of Fang Xiuyu's request. Look, he has locked himself in there for 2 nights. I asked him yesterday, and he said that it would take 2 more days to reverse the induction. Fino replied. I don't know what Captain Fang wants him to do. Who knows? I wish him good luck. Hey, Mu Ling said coldly. In the room, Pearl faced Fang Xiuyu, who suddenly rushed in, and a row of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ha. It's our first meeting. I heard that you were very enthusiastic, but I didn't expect it to be true. He always faced Fang Xiuyu with his front, trying not to let Fang Xiuyu find that the back of his research suit was not pulled up, exposing a row of waving fleshy hyphae, like a row of tails growing on his spine. Fang Xiuyu was completely unaware of his embarrassment. Pearl, I want to ask you, what is missing from your lab right now? Pearl, Ah? I mean, is there anything I can help with? You are all engaged in biological research. In addition to research, someone always needs to do other things, such as food. How do you solve the problem of eating? Pearl's face froze. How should he say that they don't eat? They just need to absorb pollution. If that doesn't work, he will occasionally secretly get a few mutants to eat. Where do you get the supplies for your laboratory? Do you need to collect them from the outside world? Pearl, this, that. Fang Xiuyu looked at him eagerly. Pearl's body suddenly surged, and he couldn't hold it back. A mushroom cap exploded from behind him, and a puff of smoke rose. His body shook violently, and seeing Fang Xiuyu was about to show his concern for him, he quickly stood up again and pressed the mushroom cap into his body. Our supplies are all left behind, he said. Hee. When we found this laboratory, there was a large warehouse inside, and all the supplies and equipment were placed inside. Our people came in intermittently, and now there are only a few of us, and it's enough to eat. What he said was true, but they only ate a little of the food in the early stage, and then they had no use for it. There is still some left in the old warehouse. Captain Fang, I almost forgot. You haven't eaten yet? Well, how about asking them to bring you some food? After he reminded him, Fang Xiuyu realized that he hadn't eaten for a long time. But strangely enough, he didn't feel hungry at all. He was confused about this matter, and Pearl had already walked to the door and was ready to send him away. Captain Fang, then I won't. Wait. Fang Xiuyu interrupted him. The thing in Pearl's body was about to be suppressed. He bared his teeth with difficulty. What's wrong? Captain Fang? Do you need to explore outside? He asked. I see you have also got a transport vehicle. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Why don't I drive it out to help you search? Pearl was stunned. You should ask Tang Zai? Fang Xiuyu hesitated. Then you, help me ask? Soon after, He Mu Ling conveyed Tang Zai's meaning indifferently. What he meant was, go wherever you want. Chapter 183. Do you think he is that person? After answering, Tang Zai immediately regretted it. Now they are in the wild, and the mutants are much stronger than before. The two vehicles they got from Area A are mainly for transportation, and even the number of ordinary vehicle-mounted weapons is insufficient. If they really encounter mutants, it will not be enough to fill their teeth. Although the range within 20 kilometers is still safe. But Fang Xiuyu's temper, who can say for sure? Tang Zai thought more and more wrong, and finally put down the things in his hand and turned to walk out. I'll leave for a while. After saying that, his figure slowly disappeared into the air. After he and Fang Xiuyu left, the atmosphere in the laboratory became subtle again. Pearl poked his head out of the room stealthily. Are you all gone? After getting a positive answer, he walked out with a sense of relief and stretched his body. The colorful mushroom caps bloomed on him, and finally reorganized in a weird and harmonious way to form a bell-shaped shell. Yu Hanshan looked at his appearance and shook his head. What's the use of your appearance? Warning color is for things with eyes to see. The visibility is so poor now, and some are blind mutants. With your shape, you are not the most conspicuous target when you go out. Do you think I haven't done any research? Pearl said indifferently. I have studied it. This shape is most similar to inanimate objects such as hills and stones, which are easily ignored by mutants. And I just absorbed some of the rapid growth and deformation and toxic genes of fungi. As long as the fusion is stable, I can change into other shapes at will. Apart from anything else, your bodies can't get rid of the original genetic program and change freely. The other people pursed their lips and said nothing more. Currently, only Tang Zai can completely change freely, Fino said. No one knows how he did it, and he can also directly control mutants. If our research is cold weapons, then he is an airborne cannon, Yu Hanshan said. Looking at He Mu Ling, He Mu, what do you think? He Mu Ling glanced at him indifferently. Isn't it the pursuit of the laboratory to push biological mutations to at least the molecular level? The fact that his body has undergone such a thorough change shows that he has already studied the laws of subcellular mutations. But he just can't remember it now. Do you think he is that person? I can't think of anyone else except him, He Mu Ling said. The researcher number 0, who wrote down the research goals and laws. On the roof of the car, a black figure slowly emerged. Tang Zai did not completely transform into a human form, but just hovered there in the form of a condensed water drop. Like a dark cloud. The dark cloud was bulging, almost inflated into a ball. Fang Xiyu in the car didn't know what he was thinking. With Tang Zai's current ability, it would not be difficult to float into the car silently and observe in a hidden place. But he didn't want to. What if he found out that Fang Xiyu just came out to hang out because he didn't want to stay in the same building with him? He sat there quietly for more than 10 minutes. And the transport vehicle had already driven into the real wilderness. The fog could no longer be described as simply thick. To describe it, so that Tang Zai on the roof was completely submerged. Fortunately, these mists only contain some biological toxins, which will affect normal organisms, but not corrode them. He just followed the car into the mist without moving. He has been in this land several times, and he has turned over almost everything that can be turned over. Now it is almost a wasteland. Almost. Tang Zai raised his eyes, and saw that there were some subtle differences in the depth of the fog near the ground in front. If you look closely, you will find that the air flow is different from other places. He knew that this was a sign that giant worms were lurking underground. This worm is as big as 2 transport trucks, has a mouthpart like a vacuum cleaner, and lives by filtering trace amounts of edible substances in the soil. It usually hides its flat body in the soil, and spends most of the day sucking the soil in front of its mouth. After passing through the layers of filtering systems in its body, it discharges these things from the back cavity in batches, and then moves forward through this reverse thrust. Sometimes the land in front contains unknown pollutants, which the body of the annelid cannot filter out, and it will absorb them together with the edible substances. Then it is poisoned. Low-level stuff. Tang Zai thought coldly. Biology is so amazing. This slow-moving, poorly adaptable, seemingly extinct thing, because it occupies a narrow enough survival zone without competition, it can actually stay forever. In other words, no other creature was willing to compete with it for this bit of trash. So it slowly survived. Unfortunately, there was nothing useful on it. Its shell was too soft, as thin as a layer of paper, and it would break with a slight bump. If Fang Xiyu hadn't found it, he would probably have just run over it as if it were walking on flat ground. But Fang Xiyu found it. The speed of the transport vehicle slowed down, as if it was carefully evaluating the situation of this mutant. There was also a scanning system on the vehicle, but it would be difficult to identify it because it could not be connected to the gathering area. But these things were not originally in the database of the gathering area. The car finally stopped. Tang Zai waited patiently to see what Fang Xiyu wanted to do. Unexpectedly, half a minute later, Fang Xiyu got off the car. He didn't know that he could resist the pollution and was still wearing heavy protective clothing. He walked towards the front of the car with an outdated old weapon in his hand. Tang Zai slowly floated to the front of the car, hidden in the mist, looking down from above. Once Fang Xiyu was attacked, he could quickly penetrate into the body of the insect. It was easy for him to get rid of this kind of thing. Then he saw Fang Xiyu stood still on a seemingly ordinary ground and suddenly fired at a tricky angle. The light flashed, and then a giant worm rose up from the ground, pierced from head to tail. Then, the body of the worm fell to the ground, like a flat carpet. Tang Zai slowly moved back to the rear of the car. His worries were unnecessary. This simple creature could be easily dealt with by Fang Xiyu. It was just that there was no need to get out of the car. Swish. Swish. Tang Zai was startled when he heard the sound coming from the side. He quickly looked under the car. Fang Xiyu hooked the mouth of the worm with the butt of the gun, lifted its head, and then dragged it all the way to the back of the car. Then, he hung the mouth of the worm on the towing hook at the rear of the car. Tang Zai? What is he doing? Fang Xiyu confirmed that the annelid was firmly attached, and quickly returned to the car. Soon, the transport vehicle started again. All the way, Tang Zai saw Fang Xiyu constantly sweeping some simple animal and plant mutants. The towing hook at the rear of the car was almost full. Fang Xiyu seemed to be finally satisfied, so he restarted the car and turned around to drive towards the laboratory. Finally, the distance traveled, 15 kilometers. No trouble, Tang Zai thought. So he stayed on the roof of the car safely, waiting for the transport vehicle to take him all the way back to the old medical area building. The car parked in the garage. Fang Xiyu got out of the car and began to unload carefully. He first looked up, as if to confirm the location. Finally, he chose a corner and began to transport those strange things in batches. Soon, those things were piled up in the place he chose. After piling them up, Fang Xiyu clapped his hands in satisfaction, then turned and walked into the building. Tang Zai's figure also disappeared. He returned to the laboratory earlier than Fang Xiuyu, just in time for Fang Xiuyu to come in from the door. Seeing Tang Zai standing in the hall, Fang Xiuyu paused, and then panicked and dared not move forward. Tang Zai pretended not to see it, but his eyes became a little darker. Then, in full view of everyone, he walked back to his office area in the extremely low pressure and closed the door heavily. Fang Xiuyu was a little embarrassed. Ahem. I found some mutants. Do you need to study them? Yu Hongchen raised his head friendly. We have studied all the mutants within 20 kilometers. Ah, that's right. You have lived here for such a long time. He showed a disappointed expression. But soon, his eyes lit up again. In other words, you don't fully understand the mutants 20 kilometers away? 20 kilometers away. It's very dangerous. The attack power of the mutants there is not at the same level as those nearby. Is that so? The terrain 20 kilometers away has changed a lot. The ground has begun to sink, and it is roughly a giant basin. This basin gathers a lot of miasma and deposits a lot of toxic substances. That is why the mutants that can survive there are particularly dangerous. Fino said. Farther away, the sunlight radiation seems to be different, and mutants with skin like a fully reflective mirror will appear. In addition, their shells are extremely hard and their bodies are larger. Our defense is completely vulnerable. So, traveling alone is not a good choice. Fang Xiuyu pursed his lips, not knowing what he was thinking. Several researchers exchanged glances. They could not expose their special functions, nor could they let Fang Xiuyu detect any flaws. So the best way was to let him give up external exploration. Anyway, they would do the real external expansion. And Tang Zai could do it himself. That kind of special ship was much more efficient than the transport vehicles in the gathering area. Fang Xiuyu seemed to see that the researcher's attitude towards him was a little subtle. So he did not insist on asking any more questions. He found an excuse to leave, and he did not appear in the laboratory until the end of the working time. The researchers breathed a sigh of relief. How long do we have to pretend like this? Pearl muttered. We can't keep doing this forever. Can we? That's so inconvenient. Besides, when the time comes to migrate, do we have to knock him out and take him away quietly? Can't accept mutants? Yu Hongchen snorted. Why? Do we have to spoil him because of this? If he has the ability, he can go back to the gathering area, where there are normal people. Hei Mu Ling shook her head. There are more things that are hidden from Fang Xiuyu than just this matter? She didn't say anything, but quietly looked at Tang Zai's closed door. He should also know that no matter how unwilling he is, everything will be exposed sooner or later. Chapter 184. You know everything? Tang Zai stayed in the laboratory for almost the whole day. He heard that Fang Xiuyu did nothing else after returning, but just asked Pearl for a document. The laboratory is closer to the wild, and the researchers have special physiques. So the research on mutants is much more advanced than the gathering area. What Fang Xiuyu wanted was the data on mutants discovered by the laboratory in recent years. Tang Zai had already read those materials. But in fact, the natural mutants recorded in the laboratory were not even as terrible as those made by the five-color stone. The five-color stone, the laboratory and the gathering area can all be said to be looking for patterns through the study of natural mutants. But the research levels shown by the three are still very different. The research of the five-colored stone is the most in-depth. The experiments are the most daring. And the current research level of the mutants is the highest. The gathering area may be due to long-term active isolation, or because too many files and memories have been deleted for some reason. And the current understanding of the mutants is the most superficial. The laboratory is between the two. According to the incomplete data of the laboratory, they once reached a very high level. However, since the members of the laboratory were thrown into the two areas after the memory was cleaned, Lu Tianyi found them only a few years ago. So the technology generation gap has not caught up. To catch up with the five-colored stone, it is necessary to achieve an explosive theoretical breakthrough in a short period of time. The biggest trump card of the laboratory is Tang Zai himself. How Tang Zai's body has undergone such a complete change, no one knows until now. The technological gap is too big, but the five-color stone doesn't know either. In this sense, Tang Zai is very important to Damon, the laboratory, and the five-color stone. As long as the secret of him is cracked, the underground world can be ruled. The researchers are very clear about this problem, and that is why they will accept the latest addition Tang Zai to replace Lu Tianyi and become the leader of the laboratory. Although he is not the director in name now, The focus of the laboratory has quietly tilted towards him. Tang Zai has no expression on his face, but his eyes are a little colder than usual. He didn't know what Fang Xiyu wanted to do with the laboratory's mutant files, and what he wanted to do with those mutants. They still had too many unresolved issues, but it seemed unnecessary to communicate further. Tang Zai designed several more plans for the manufacture of composite mutants, and didn't leave his office until late. Everyone else had left, and the laboratory was silent. Tang Zai passed by indifferently, but didn't return to his room. He was going to the ground. Last night, he was stitching the mutant in a spacious room in the hospital. But thinking carefully, Fang Xiyu still lived in this building. It would be bad if he walked around and ran into that thing. So early this morning, he dragged the thing to the ground and hid it in the corner. After the patchwork snake body was connected to the fish head, it looked like a giant loach. Now it was hiding in the blind spot of the medical building. Even if Fang Xiyu wanted to drive the transport vehicle, he would not pass this place. Once the fog on the ground covered it, it was almost invisible. Tang Zai dragged the big loach to a spacious place, then opened the gap on its back, revealing a hole that could allow one person to ride, and crawled in. Although the inside of the loach's body was filled with a lot of turbid mucus, the riding part was still clean. Tang Zai pulled out the nerve filament from the center of the spine in front of him and connected it to his wrist. The dense flesh thorns penetrated his blood vessels, taking root in his body like a tree. Dark green light flowed out of his body and quickly spread to all parts of the big loach. Soon, the rows of eyes on the fish head all stood up from the eye sockets, each flashing a gloomy green light. The big loach fluttered on the ground, and after a few seconds, it suddenly took off into the air. Swoosh, puff, boom, bounce, take off, land, all in one go. Tang Zai looked at the thing in front of him that could only flutter but could not move forward, and fell into deep thought. Soon, he understood the problem. The big loach was spliced with tentacles and a big fish head. It was originally a scaly creature that could move on the ground and swim in the water, like a simulated snake or fish. But the snake body he designed was too short, leaving no room for the snake to twist. In addition, in order to resist the friction of the ground, he added high-hardness knife scales to the bottom of the big loach. Although the wear resistance has increased, the resistance is also greater. To make this huge thing move quickly, an additional power system is needed. Tang Zai thought quietly, and suddenly, something flashed through his mind. Null worms. The annelids hidden in the sand don't even have legs, and they only rely on the reverse thrust of expelling sand to move forward. If this device is added to the big loach, it can become a driving force for moving on the ground. And annelids are everywhere, and there is even a ready-made one in the underground garage. Tang Zai's figure suddenly disappeared from the inside of the big loach, and the next second, he appeared in the underground garage. In the corner of the garage, there was a pile of mutants collected by Fang Xiyu. Tang Zai searched for a while, picked out the segmented worms that had been spread into thin slices, put them on his shoulders, and walked to the ground. He didn't see that there was a person sitting in the transport vehicle parked behind him, watching his every move intently. After he left, the person turned around and got out of the car and quietly followed him. Tang Zai dragged the segmented worm to the ground and dissected it skillfully. Although the segmented worm is huge, its structure is simple, and it is easy to disassemble. Not long after, he disassembled the propulsion system of the segmented worm. After some stitching work, about half a night later, the thruster was successfully installed in the body of the big loach. Tang Zai sat in the body of the big loach and restarted it. The big loach fluttered up, and a cloud of dust was raised on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. As the sand and soil sprayed out from the tail, the big loach whoosh, jumped forward. Puff, puff, boom. Before Tang Zai had time to be happy, the big loach bounced on the ground a few times and fell heavily to the ground. Tang Zai got out of the big loach and shook his head. For the weight of the big loach, the thruster power of a segmented worm is still too weak to drive such a large thing. He had to dismantle a few more segmented worms. Just as he was about to go hunting nearby, he suddenly saw something and paused. His body remained at a half-gasified and half-liquid state, standing there like a dark cloud. At the corner opposite him, there was a large abrupt shadow, about 2 meters high, and it looked square, like a house. He was sure that there was no such building before. Mutant? Tang Zai's pupil shrank, and he approached the shadow carefully. The shadow shrouded in mist slowly revealed its shape. It was a pile of segmented worm corpses, carefully stacked and placed, and there seemed to be more than a dozen of them. Tang Ze? He went forward and looked through it, and found that each segment worm was shot through from head to tail, and there were traces of hooks on its mouth. Could it be? Tang Ze's eyes changed. He walked around the pile of segment worm corpses and searched around, but found no trace of people. After a long time, he dragged down a few segment worms and continued his disassembly and suturing work. He didn't notice that a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a night like this, the remade version of the Big Loach finally started. Tang Ze got in and drove it forward for 10 kilometers. It runs well, he thought with satisfaction. This was the first time he had sewn a mutant made entirely of animal tissue. Rather than running it, it was just for experiment. But unexpectedly, it ran more stably than expected. Animal mutants are different from plant mutants, except for lower animals such as annelids. The other mutants have simple or complex neural tissues. Ordinary energy can flow in animal bodies, but neural tissues involve the issue of spiritual energy. In the past few battles between Tang Ze and animal mutants, they were almost in desperate situations because of spiritual energy. But those times, Tang Ze lowered his eyes and fell into memories. A hint of warmth and a hint of nostalgia slowly appeared in his eyes. After a long time, he unconsciously pursed his lips. That person had incredible spiritual energy. Warm? Maybe. Tang Ze's pupils trembled, and he suddenly came back to his senses, forcing himself to retract his thoughts. For some reason, the animal mutants combined this time did not encounter the problem of insufficient spiritual energy and being unable to drive. He thought, maybe it was because he had remade the neural bundle? He shook his head and stopped thinking about this question. The next day, the third day, Tang Ze still went out to search for more mutants, and came back to perfect the Big Loach. Once he found that the quantity of a certain material was insufficient, it would not be long before the same mutant appeared in bundles in a corner near him. He did not mention this to others, but everyone could see that his expression was getting happier day by day. Finally, that night, someone was a little slow when unloading and was caught. Tang Ze's figure appeared quietly behind him. What was missing today was a thorny mutant. Although it looked like a plant, it was actually a bunch of long, sticky worms like rubber. Because of this, it was completely entangled in the towing hook and could not be removed for a while. Fang Shuyu was trying to dismantle it, but he didn't expect that it would melt as soon as he applied force, turning into a pile of mud stuck to it. Then the mud grew a bunch of thorns, which became even tighter. Fang Shuyu was so busy that he suddenly heard a light laugh behind him. His body froze, and he turned around. A figure in a research suit stood behind him, his green eyes shining slightly in the mist. Fang Shuyu's eyes trembled. Tang Ze. Tang Ze looked at him quietly. Captain knows everything? Yeah. Neither of them mentioned knowing something, but they knew it tacitly. One of them was wearing an ordinary research suit, and the other was wearing a heavy protective suit, and they just stared at each other in the polluted mist. After a long time, Tang Ze broke the silence. Captain, what are you doing? Fang Shuyu lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. I can't help much here. You are all doing research, but I don't know anything. Then I can't just sit there all day, so I think there must be something I can do. A smile appeared in Tang Ze's eyes, but in a blink of an eye, his expression returned to his usual cold look. Why didn't the captain ask me directly? Fang Shuyu's eyes lit up for a moment. Can I? You don't mind? Mind what? Tang Ze looked at him. You didn't know then. Fang Shuyu's eyes flickered behind his goggles, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Half a minute later, he finally mustered up the courage and took 2 steps in Tang Ze's direction. He saw that beautiful green pupil was as round as a full moon, and this time it was shining, looking at him expectantly. He couldn't help but reach out to those eyes. A voice flashed through his heart. You will hurt him. Fang Shuyu's hand trembled violently and stopped stiffly in the air. Because of amnesia. Because he didn't know? No. You always hurt him again and again. Every time. The person who hurt him the most and almost made him lose his life was you. Fang Shuyu slowly lowered his raised hand. He saw the look change from expectation to disappointment, then gradually become cold, and finally filled with alienation, even ridicule and disgust. Such a look made him feel an unbearable pain, but he did not have the courage to move forward. After a long time, He squeezed out a sorry from between his teeth. Even if Tang Ze could forgive him, how could he forgive himself? The light in Tang Ze's eyes disappeared, and his eyes were full of alienation and indifference, as if he was looking at a stranger with no relationship. Fang Shuyu's heart felt like it was cut by a knife. It was because of him that Tang Ze had to endure so much. Because he deserved this look. Tang Ze snorted and turned back. Fang Shuyu stood there with his head down. After a long time, he suddenly looked up as if awakening from a dream. Tang Ze stopped, but did not turn back. Captain, is there anything else? His voice was colder than years of ice. Fang Shuyu restrained his steps from rushing over. I have something else to ask you. What? I want to know if Aunt Lu and Lao Chong are okay. If the leader wants to persecute them. Well, I originally thought of going back to find them myself. But firstly, I'm not sure if I can successfully rescue them in my current condition. And secondly, I'm not sure if they can survive in the wild if I take them out of the gathering area. After all, your laboratory also. Captain Fang. Don't worry about their safety, Tang Ze said coldly. Chief Damon didn't ask what he wanted, and has cleared their memories. Now they have started over in their respective positions. They are safe in Area A. Fang Shuyu was stunned. Oh, that's good. Thank you. Captain Fang can go back and rest. If you have any questions in the future, just tell them directly. There is no need to do this to get close to me. He pointed to the pile of mutants. I can catch these things faster by myself. Fang Shuyu's eyes darkened. He lowered his head and took a few steps back carefully. Okay. Tang Ze bit his lip. He did not move forward, but turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared into the night. Chapter 185. The road always goes forward. After this day, Tang Ze never appeared in front of Fang Shuyu again. During the day, he was either locked in the laboratory or went out to look for new mutant materials. In the entire laboratory, he was the only one who openly declared that he had mutated. Fang Shuyu rarely appeared in front of everyone. There was nothing in the laboratory that needed his help for the time being. So he asked for paper materials and then hid in an empty room. As for whether he was really studying the materials, no one knew. But he just needed to look like he had something to do. But he didn't know why he was fond of a room on the 3rd floor underground. Whether he was working or resting, he always stayed there. Pearl once happened to pass by and saw Fang Shuyu staring blankly at a wall. Looking sad, Pearl thought he was used to the intensive outing missions in the gathering area. And now, he was suddenly idle and couldn't stand it. But he didn't say anything. Just shook his head and walked away. Tang Ze moved the work of making mutants to the wild, and often went in and out of the ruins of the second test site of the 5-colored stone to collect some mud cells. And the range of his hunting was getting farther and farther. Several researchers had no objection to this. After all, everything was almost the same as at the beginning. That day, Tang Ze drove the big loach to the black water pool. But the big loach, which should have adapted to the water, sank straight down soon after entering the black water pool. The black water was like dark mercury, swallowing the mutant softly and slowly. Although Tang Ze finally managed to get it ashore, he found that its whole body was covered with black metal, not only greatly reducing its flexibility, but also the drive composed of annelids directly failed. He Mu Ling received the signal he sent and drove the boat to drag the big loach back. But after several attempts, Tang Ze found that the big loach could not be repaired. The black water not only penetrated into the scales and skin of the big loach, but also penetrated into the filling tissue and skeleton, so it could only be reset. So Tang Ze threw the big loach aside and went to find new materials to sew the mutant. Kuroki Ling and Yu Hongchen studied the samples of black water and concluded that this thing was not an organic substance. In other words, black water should be some kind of physical or inorganic chemical solution. So the properties it exhibits are completely different from mud cells and are more invasive. If it is not necessary, try not to wade through black water. After all, the black water pool did not completely block their way to the wild, so they could still move forward as long as they bypassed it. Tang Ze did not say anything about this until one day later. Kuroki Ling suddenly received Tang Ze's emergency signal. Tang Ze is asking for help, she exclaimed. He's 50 kilometers away. What? Kuroki Ling's eyes froze, as if she was in a daze. After a few seconds, her eyes regained their vitality, but with a rare panic. He said that a super mutant appeared. It's an animal. More advanced. and it seems to be able to surround him in several forms. How is this? I don't know. But it's very dangerous, Kuroki Ling said, and immediately turned and ran out. I'm afraid we have to go out in full force. Yu Hanshin followed closely. Okay. Let's split up. Kuroki, you and Pearl each drive a boat. And Fino and I will drive the transport vehicle over. Take the weapons we brought back from the gathering area. Several people nodded and were about to rush out. But Fino stopped them hesitantly. Should we ask his opinion? She said. Captain Fong? Several people paused. Finally, it was Kuroki Ling who spoke. After all, he has been fighting for a long time and has more experience. He is better than us in the use of weapons and tactics. You go first. I'll ask him if he is willing to go with us. The others didn't say anything and walked out immediately. Can we do it? Fino hesitated. We have never faced a fierce mutant head-on. Not to mention that we don't know what we are facing this time. Even Tang Zei is trapped. What could it be? We have to keep going forward. Right? Yu Hanshin replied. Even if we fail, we will fall on the road ahead. As long as there are enough people who fall on this road, there will always be someone behind us who can walk to the end on our bodies. That's what I think. Fino's eyes flickered. Yu Hanshin jumped into the car. I'll go first. Fino looked at the shadow of the transport vehicle going away, and looked at her own reflection on the door, and was stunned for a few seconds. She was just an ordinary researcher. And even among researchers, she was facing those things that seemed the smallest and the weakest in attack. She was used to immersing herself in that tiny but rich world. Despite being in such severe pollution, she rarely came into contact with those real mutant attacks. But everything that happened recently forced her to face an increasingly serious situation. I'm afraid she has to face it head-on. She bit her lip and lowered her eyes. When she raised her eyes again, her eyes became firm. Then she opened the car door and jumped in resolutely. The speed of the transport vehicle is too slow. Pearl, are you close to your destination? Yu Hanshin asked loudly. There was an intermittent voice in his ears. I'm still 35 kilometers away, Pearl said. Here, the pollution is complicated, be careful. Pearl was driving a boat, which was much faster than the closed vehicles in the gathering area. But the disadvantage was that he would be completely exposed to the pollution. Ordinary pollution is not a big problem for researchers. But when they go deeper into the wild, the composition of pollution becomes complicated. Corrosive or highly toxic substances may be emitted into the air, which is fatal to any creature. Pearl's body structure is one step further than others, and he studies various poisons, so he is more resistant to this kind of pollution. For this reason, Yu Hanshin arranged him to drive the boat. Now, Pearl is the person closest to Tang Zei's position. But from his voice, it seems that the situation is not too good. Big Basin. Try not to take this route. Go a little further. It's dangerous. A large amount of poisonous miasma gathers in the center of the large basin, and there may be dangerous mutants lurking. If you go to the edge of the basin, it will be much safer. Correspondingly, it will take more time. It has been more than half an hour since Tang Zei sent out the distress signal. Kuroki, is there any news about Tang Zei? Fino asked. Intermittent. Not very good. But he is still alive. Kuroki Ling replied. His brain waves are very weak. Maybe his spirit is affected. Or it may be blocked for other reasons. For example, he was completely swallowed. He is still alive. Which is good news. Where are you now? We'll be there soon. Hei Mu Ling looked around. Her eyes slightly fluctuating. Captain Fong's speed is indeed extraordinary. The other three were stunned. Fong Xiuyu was the last to learn the news. Even if he took action immediately after hearing Hei Mu Ling's description, he would have set off much later than the others. And in his current physical condition, he couldn't be completely exposed to the pollution. So he should still be wearing a heavy full protective suit. In this case, he had to drive the boat he was controlling for the first time. Take the shortest route and go straight through the basin and the black water pool. How did he do it? On the boat, Fong Xiuyu's eyes were red, and his hands were about to break the control panel. After he heard the news that Tang Zei was in danger, his brain almost buzzed. And then he knew nothing. When he finally regained some sanity, he found himself standing on the speeding boat, and next to him was the somewhat frightened Hei Mu Ling. At this time, they were already more than 10 kilometers away from the laboratory. After that, Fong Xiuyu learned the whole story from Hei Mu Ling. including what Tang Zai had been hiding from him. Fang Shuyu's lips were almost bitten. He had never had such a strong desire to go to him regardless of everything. Even if he hated him and hated him, he would stay by his side and hold him tightly. Then, he would never let go. Tongza, wait for me, he said in his heart. In the night, a black shadow quickly passed through the thick fog, like an arrow. And behind this arrow was a huge and vague shadow, and it rushed into the unknown with great momentum. Chapter 186 Careless. Tang Zai's consciousness was a little fuzzy. He just bypassed the Great Basin and the Black Water Pond and followed the wind to a place 50 kilometers away, wanting to see if there were any new species. But he didn't expect that he would be trapped without any consciousness. Careless, he thought. He couldn't tell what state he was in now. It seemed that he was not completely in gaseous state, but he had not recovered the entity, but was in an indescribable superposition. And everything in front of him was also elusive, with some tiny, restless light spots, like ethereal nebulae. He felt that he had crashed into a colloid, and every gasified particle was wrapped up, as if it was put into countless jellies, and there was no way to aggregate. He had entered a similar state before, when he encountered the endless mucus and ghost faces in that building. At the beginning, he used this property to completely merge his body into the colloid, and then control the huge mutant through his consciousness. But now, he couldn't even achieve this kind of control. Controlling mutants requires mental energy. Most of the mutants he encountered before had negative mental energy. But after Fang Shuyu's multiple replenishments, his mental energy became a very low positive number. So he was finally able to control them. But for some reason, the thing he encountered this time was much more difficult. Its mental energy was far superior to his own. And coupled with this colloid-like texture, if he couldn't gain control, the result would be that it would slowly digest him, and finally lose his consciousness completely. He will disappear, silently. Tang Zai's consciousness became more and more blurred. He could feel that he was having trouble thinking, as if everything was sinking into mercury. A feeling of slow death. His body and will were slowly dying second by second. Tang, hold on, let's save. Intermittent information came over. It should be Kuroki Ling, Tang Zai thought. It seems that she has received his brain waves. But I don't know if it's too late. No. Even if it's too late, they may be helpless. This thing. Only. Buzz. Tang Zai should see. Nothing was visible. But for some reason, he suddenly felt red. Red. Bright. Alert red. Filled all his remaining senses. Was it a warning? A declaration? Or something else? Buzz, the red flashed again. Tang Zai's blurred consciousness cleared up for a moment. He felt that the world had changed, and the empty nebula was divided into 3 parts by the red, which were 3 groups very close to each other. Soon, the red began to flash faster and faster, and his vision gradually became clear, and he could vaguely see that the red had a shape. Buzz, 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 the red jumped, like a heart that had resumed beating, injecting fresh oxygen into his brain one by one. 156. 7. 38. -2. Numbers. Is it a number? Tang Zai felt himself take a deep breath of air, and his mind suddenly became clear. News continued to come into his consciousness. Quickly, hold on. Kuroki Ray, the researchers are coming. Tang Zai tried to control his consciousness, and it seemed that he succeeded in stabilizing it a little. He still couldn't see anything, but he had some vague feelings. He knew that this was a sign of regaining some control over his body. Okay. I'm okay now. He tried to convey his current situation. Like the colloid that I encountered before. Dispersed consciousness wrapped in colloid brain. That endless mass of mutants has a brain. That brain is some dispersed consciousness wrapped in a colloid. It is that thing that commands all the mucus and ghost faces, leading them to a certain place. Now he is in such a brain. There is no other mutant matter, but pure thinking activities. He is trapped in a brain. Tang Zai has not heard from Kuroki Ling again, and he doesn't know if she has received it. Now his sense of time was very weak, and he had no idea how much time had passed. Perhaps when he sensed the moment, several hours had passed outside. In this case, brain waves might not even be transmitted. For a moment, Tang Zai even thought that maybe the outside world had changed drastically. Not to mention the researchers. Even the world was about to be destroyed. But it was only a moment. In the next time he sensed, he clearly saw the red number. Like many times in the past. The number shrank rapidly and desperately. It was as clear as a dream. Puff. Gudong. Almost at the same time, Tang Zei's vision and hearing were restored. He felt the colloid filling his ears, and heard the sound of liquid flowing. And his eyes also saw those hazy things. Those nebula-like things were actually structures similar to nerves and neurons. But they were very large and scattered in a huge transparent colloid. He was really in a brain. Under the disturbance that just appeared, the brain fluctuated, and those nebula-like neural structures began to emit light frequently, rippling with the colloid. It was like a dream painting. But Tang Zei did not have time to think about these things. And his mind, which had just recovered, was occupied by another thing. He felt his body being embraced by someone, and then held tightly in his arms. Tang Zei, the man's voice, like his body, was warm and scalding. He Mu Ling held the side of the boat tightly to prevent herself from being thrown off accidentally. Apart from anything else, Fang Shuyu's driving style directly turned a boat into a spaceship. She had no doubt that if she fell off, Fang Shuyu would just drive the boat away and leave her to fend for herself in the wasteland. If it were normal, surviving in the wild would not be a big challenge for her. But just now, she was deeply shocked by Fang Shuyu's momentum of going all the way no matter what appeared in front of her. There was no strategy or research, just a reckless rush, which was completely unimaginable in the eyes of these researchers. They passed through the sand, the basin, and even went straight through the black water pool that the boat could not pass because their speed was too fast. The boat almost whooshed over the water pool, giving the black water no chance to attack. The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. Is this the secret of fighting? Kuroki Ling finally understood who Tang Zei had learned to sink into the black water pool from. She thought Tang Zei was crazy before, but now it seems that compared with this ancestor, it is nothing. This person's will is so strong that he can ignore the laws of physics and even crush them. Kuroki Ling's cheek hurt, not knowing whether it was the wind or the mutant that flew away. She felt like she was being slapped all the way. In the future, maybe, I should wear a helmet. In this way, they have unknowingly surpassed everyone and approached the location where Tang Zei sent the signal at the fastest speed. The ship slowed down suddenly. Kuroki, do you know Tang Zei's exact location? Fang Shuyu asked. Kuroki Ling covered her face and came back to her senses. Huh? The accuracy of brainwave positioning itself is limited, and his consciousness is very weak now, so there is no way to further determine it. But he's nearby. Let's use the detector and our eyes to look for him. Fang Shuyu stopped the boat and looked at the endless darkness ahead. Can you see what's ahead? He said. Why do I feel like there's nothing ahead? He Mu Ling looked up and was stunned. In other places, even if it was open, there would be some remnants of buildings, shadows of mutants, or traces of storms in the field of vision. But now, there seemed to be nothing ahead of them. At first glance, there were no shadows, as if they were facing pure airspace. Is this possible? There are no mutants in this place? He Mu Ling frowned. Maybe underground? No. The ground doesn't look strange. Fang Shuyu didn't answer. 2 seconds later, he suddenly picked up a small weapon and threw it into the empty space in front of him. Puff! He Mu Ling took a breath. The space in front of her suddenly had visible fluctuations. She first saw the ripples, and then saw that with the place where the weapon disappeared as the center. Countless dots and silk threads lit up, forming a spider web in front of them. What they saw was not empty in front of them. On the contrary, it was completely occupied. It was a huge, transparent mutant, because it occupied a large space. Other mutants and storms would not appear on this land. Tang Zei. Is Tang Zei in there? He Mu Ling stared at Fang Shuyu with wide eyes. I didn't see a shadow. Maybe he is not in. Before she finished speaking, she saw Fang Shuyu standing on the bow, posing for battle. Tang Zei. He shouted loudly towards the space in front. Tang Zei. Tang Zei. Captain is here. The space in front fluctuated again, and the light of the nebula was faintly green. Fang Shuyu fixed his eyes and locked the position. Then, before He Mu Ling could react, he had already jumped. In the night, a strange shadow rose from the back of the ship, crashed into the huge mutant, and disappeared into the nebula. Chapter 187 Confession. Tang Zei felt his vision suddenly become clear, and his body felt as if he had landed. He turned around and saw a pair of familiar eyes. Those eyes stared at him. and there seemed to be thousands of emotions in them. But this time, that person chose not to hide or escape. Seeing his figure appear, Fang Shuyu's expression eased a little, and his eyes became happy. Tang Zai, are you okay? Tang Zai was slightly startled. Fang Shuyu was not wearing a protective suit. Tang Zai did not answer, but tried to sit up and raised his hand to grab Fang Shuyu's collar. Exposure. Danger? Fang Shuyu put his hand on top of his palm burning hot. It's not dangerous, he said softly. I know. Tang Zai. I know, my body is different now. Tang Zai was a little dazed for a moment. He lowered his eyes and saw Fang Shuyu's hand covering him, with cracks all over the back of his hand. Now, the things filled in those cracks are glowing. Light green. Very beautiful. You decomposed your body, and then filled those cracks. Right? Fang Shuyu raised his other hand and gently stroked the corner of Tang Zai's eyes, his fingers trembling slightly. The transparent gelatin isolated his face, and his eyes looked a little blurry. Kuroki said that you can turn your body into very small molecules. At that time, you turned yourself into gas and seeped into the cracks in my body. So your own body was damaged and became much weaker than before. Fang Shuyu held Tang Zai's hand and carefully put it on his lips, as if he was afraid that it would break. I'm sorry, he said softly. I'm sorry. I always hurt you. Tang Zai moved his wrist and pulled his hand out of Fang Shuyu's hand. We didn't find any other way. In this way, the captain has also changed. Seeing him pull his hand away, Fang Shuyu felt a little disappointed. After a while, he raised his head with a firm look. I'm not afraid of mutation. Tang Zai was stunned. At that time, you asked me what I would do if you mutated. I swear, I really didn't think too much at that time. I just wanted to protect you and didn't want you to get hurt. If I had known this was the case, I would never hurt you. And I would never hide from you because of this. Fang Shuyu lowered his head, his body trembling with pain. I only worry about your pain. Worry that you have to bear so much alone. I hope I can be a monster in the eyes of the world like you, so that I can stand by you, stand in front of you, and help you resist those. His voice choked for a while, and it took a long time to calm down. I'm sorry, Tang Zai. I'm sorry. The light green light flowed on his body, like a growing branch. Tang Zai didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Although he recovered his original state, his body was still weak. This kind of mental attack made it difficult for him to bear. He raised his hand and gently touched the cracks on Fang Shuyu's body, as if it was sensed. Star-like light spots spread where Tang Zai touched. He raised his head again and looked at the abnormality around him. The neural nodes in the colloid were fully activated. They could not see far away, but could only see that they were completely wrapped in a dense nebula. But their bodies were almost immobile. From the moment Fang Shuyu came in, this brain was fully activated. Although those nerve tissues could not be attacked directly, this sticky colloid could easily stick to their bodies. Fang Shuyu finally came to his senses and hugged Tang Zai tightly. Don't worry. I'll take you out now. Don't be afraid. He held Tang Zai and walked into the depths of the colloid with no visible edge. Just like countless times in the past. The colloid was too sticky, and he moved very slowly. After a few minutes, everything around him seemed to have not changed. These colloids will flow. Tang Zai looked at the nebula around him and thought secretly. It can move along with Fang Shuyu as he moves forward, making Fang Shuyu's work in vain. Don't worry. I will definitely take you out, Fang Shuyu whispered. Even if it's the last moment of my life. Tang Zai didn't answer, but continued to look around. I am willing to give you my life. Really. If I would still be hesitant because of responsibility and ideals in the past. Now, I will only give myself to you. This life. No matter what you want to do with it. I am willing. Tang Zai's eyes moved. Whether I remember or not. No matter what identity we met. I will still want to get close to you again and again, want to protect you. But I always hurt you in the end. I don't know why. I really hate myself. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear these 3 words again, Tang Zai said, before Fang Shuyu could react. He suddenly raised his head and leaned towards Fang Shuyu's face. The warm breath gradually became rapid and hot. Fang Shuyu was startled at first. Then he hugged Tang Zai tightly and pressed him against him. The cracks on his body gradually emitted a dazzling light. Tang Zai's breathing gradually became flustered. and he finally couldn't help but stretched out his hand to push him away. Enough. The next second, white light radiated violently around the colloid with the two of them as the center. The nebula was almost instantly submerged by the light waves, and the light in front of the eyes was almost blinding. In this situation of losing vision, the feeling of the two people being wrapped in the colloid was rapidly fading. After an unknown amount of time, the white light slowly dimmed, and everything in the field of vision finally emerged. Gray fog, black ground, and Kuroki Ling standing on the bow not far away, and other researchers who were still trying to rush over a few kilometers away. The colloid disappeared. Without support, the bodies of the two people began to fall rapidly. Fang Xiyu immediately protected Tang Zai and cushioned him when the two landed. The ground made a heavy muffled sound. Tang Zai stood up and frowned as he checked Fang Xiyu's condition. "I'm fine. Not very high," Fang Xiyu said. His eyes lit up, and he followed Tang Zai's face greedily, as if looking at him like this made him extremely satisfied. "My body will automatically strengthen, so it doesn't matter if I land directly," Tang Zai said. "Don't do this next time." Tang Zai's tone was not what Fang Xiyu expected, but was slightly cold and impatient. Fang Xiyu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but he still looked at him aggrievedly. "You are so powerful now. It's great. You can destroy such a big mutant." Tang Zai ignored him and just turned his body around to check if he was injured. Kuroki Ling had already come here in a boat. He fell from such a high place. "We must go back and get first aid," Kuroki Ling said. "Captain Fang has never developed his abilities and doesn't know how to use his body's performance. It will be dangerous if he gets injured," Tang Zai responded. "Well, let's carry him on the boat first." Hearing this cold and distant tone, Fang Xiyu's eyes darkened again. "Why is this happening? Didn't he just—" "Be careful," Tang Zai said as he lifted Fang Xiyu's upper body, as if he was going to work with Kuroki Ling to carry him on the boat. Unexpectedly, when he stood up, Fang Xiyu suddenly lost his strength and slipped into his arms. "Tang Zai, I seem to be really injured." Fang Xiyu's entire weight pressed on Tang Zai, and he couldn't push him away. "I have no strength at all." Tang Zai looked at him expressionlessly for a while, and said nothing. The next second, Fang Xiyu was suddenly picked up by the air. Tang Zai carried him easily, and put him on the boat. "Fang Xiyu, go back and soak it in the repair liquid, and you will recover soon," Tang Zai said lightly. "It is developed for mutants, and the effect is better than capsules." "Ahem. Okay." Fang Xiyu was depressed all the way back. On the way here, he learned from He Mu Ling how Tang Zai saved him, and heard that Tang Zai went to Area A and made a scene after he fell into a coma. The suppressed emotions in his heart suddenly surged again. No matter what he did, Tang Zai still had him in his heart, so he decided to ignore everything else. He would obey his heart and stand by Tang Zai, telling him how much he loved him. He would tell him how he would make up for it with the rest of his life. But why did he become like this after coming out of that mutant? Just now when he was inside, he clearly felt that Tang Zai was no longer angry with him. Not to mention that Tang Zai took the initiative to approach him. Could it be that he wanted to help him absorb the pollution in his body? No. He has changed now, so he won't be afraid of pollution. Did he say something wrong? Or was his action too rude? Fang Xiyu suddenly remembered Tang Zai is cold enough, and his heart suddenly sank. Enough? What does enough mean? Is it all over in the future? Fang Xiyu was suddenly struck by a bolt from the blue. Sure enough, he still annoyed Tang Zai these days. Tang Zai said that cats will remember grudges, and also said that once a cat has been deceived and let down, it will never trust that person again. He should approach him slowly, and wait for him to gradually let go and approach him. He shouldn't just approach him like this all at once. He was still too anxious. Fang Xiyu's hands and feet became cold. How could he push Tang Zai away again without Fang Xiyu's terrifying control? The 50-kilometer road suddenly became much longer. In addition, for safety reasons, Tang Zai chose to bypass the Great Basin and the Black Water Pond, so it took a long time to return to the laboratory. During this time, Fang Xiyu did not succeed in making Tang Zai's expression ease a little. Tang Zai occasionally talked to Kuroki Ling, and Kuroki Ling was responsible for contacting several other colleagues. Besides that, Tang Zai just sat silently, looking at the dark wilderness outside the ship. Indifferent, alienated, and cold. The green eyes no longer had any light. He still missed it, Fang Xiu thought gloomily. After returning, he was mercilessly thrown into the care solution. He was not seriously injured. I don't know if it was because of Tang Zei's somatic cells in his body. His muscles played a partial buffering role when he landed. But it was just a little dull pain. But along the way, his heartache far exceeded the physical pain. Especially when Tang Zei threw him into the big water tank again, and turned around and left without a trace of nostalgia. Fang Xiu closed his eyes in despair, and fell asleep in the care solution. He didn't hear the conversation of the researchers outside. This captain is really hard-working, Yu Hongchen said. I take back my previous evaluation of him. It's true that people are responsible for their work. His reputation in the 2 districts in the past was not unfounded. Pearl gave a thumbs up. I can't even imagine that speed. Thanks to Fino for remembering to ask him. Fino also showed an approving expression. Captain Fang knows everything now. And he doesn't show any resistance. Our previous worries were unnecessary. And I think he was relieved. He Mu Ling had been looking at the door. And she slowly spoke after hearing this. Because he finally felt that he and Tang Zei were of the same kind. She turned to look at another closed door, where Tang Zei was doing research behind closed doors. After dealing with Fang Xiu's affairs, he quickly locked himself in with the remaining mutant samples, following Captain Fang all the way. I finally understand why Director Liu and Tang Zei would cherish him so much. Kuroki Ray recalled Tang Zei's gaze along the way. It was hard to tell whether that gaze was firm or some other deeper emotion. He seemed to have made up his mind, no matter what. He must protect the person next to him. In the cold underground test field, keep this fearlessness and enthusiasm. Chapter 188 Big Boss. Weak. Protect me. Fang Xiu opened his eyes. The scene in front of him was the same as the last time he woke up. But this time, he was mentally prepared and just quietly waited for the egg he was in to be pulled up. The egg broke automatically in the pool, and the sticky liquid flowed down his body. Fang Xiu wiped his face hard. A cleaning cloth was handed over to him, and Fang Xiu took it and wiped the mucus off his face. Then he raised his head and saw Tang Zei sitting by the pool. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. Tang Zei. Tang Zei looked at him. His eyes were still light, without much emotion. Fang Xiu stood up from the pool. How long have I been soaking? A few hours. The captain was not seriously injured this time. I am no longer your captain, Fang Xiu said softly. I am just an ordinary, incompetent, primary mutant. Tang Zei's eyes moved. Fang Xiu looked at him and approached him carefully. Finally, he squatted down in front of Tang Zei and looked up at him. I can only rely on you to protect me in the future. Don't despise me. Tang Zei opened his mouth slightly, but still didn't say anything. He looked at Fang Xiu's face. His eyes became complicated. Seeing that he didn't react, Fang Xiu took the opportunity to touch his hand. After a few seconds, he still didn't shake it off. So Fang Xiu hurriedly tightened it. Tang Zei finally reacted and retracted his hand. Captain. When he pulled his hand out, Fang Xiu fell down and crashed into his arms. Tang Zei. Fang Xiu, tall, strong, but weak. Tang Zei pushed him away helplessly. Don't do this. Change your clothes first. I'll tell you something later. Hearing this, Fang Xiu stood up. Okay. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Half a minute later, Fang Xiu reappeared in front of Tang Zei. Tang Zei. His voice was very soft, but his eyes moved back and forth on Tang Zei's face with longing, and there was a hidden greed in the depths of his eyes. Tang Zei raised his head, as if he was burned by his gaze, and looked away at once. I heard from He Mu that the captain rushed in with the loach at that time. Fang Xiu responded. I wanted to use it as a weapon, but I didn't expect that it would be wrapped in colloid and unable to move soon after it crashed into it. It caused you a loss. That thing was originally experimental in nature. It was unexpected that it could move, and I didn't have much hope. Tang Zei paused for a while. Has the captain discovered that he could control that thing a long time ago? Fang Xiu's body stiffened. I didn't mean to. I saw you controlling it, so I just gave it a try. I didn't expect it to work. Tang Zei raised his eyes. Really? Did you just find out? Fang Xiu was sweating. Of course, it's true. Tang Zei looked at his visibly nervous expression and said nothing more. In the past few days, he always felt that the big loach was a little strange when the new part was just put together. It didn't run smoothly, and each part seemed to be passing by itself. But after a night, the big loach would suddenly become much more radiant and run smoothly. If all this didn't happen naturally, it means that someone took advantage of his absence to do something to the big loach. Now, everything is clear. Although Fang Xiyu just learned that he had mutated and was not afraid of pollution, it was impossible for him to think that he had the ability to control the mutated things for no reason, unless he had tried it before. The nerves of the big loach suddenly became smooth because it absorbed new energy. This kind of energy is almost non-existent in pollution and Tangzhe, but it has a unique source. Fang Xiyu, who has a unique and powerful spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Tangzhe's eyes were filled with warmth. But he quickly hid it. He did not expose Fang Xiyu's lie, but just took out a pen and a whiteboard. The laboratory did not have the kind of panels in the gathering area, so the explanations relied on this primitive operation. Tangzhe coughed lightly and knocked on the table to make Fang Xiyu focus. We have done some research on the laws of mutation. One of the important parts is that the mutants that successfully adapt to the polluted environment can change the way they supply energy. They can absorb energy directly from pollution. Tangzhe said, this energy is widely present, just like the helium in the air in the past. Therefore, the change of mutants is essentially similar to a person who originally breathed oxygen changing to breathe helium. So the first step of mutation is to change your body so that it can utilize this energy. Fang Xiyu looked at the whiteboard, then looked at Tangzhe, and nodded. Let's use air as an analogy. Since helium has become energy, its purity will naturally result in different absorption effects. The lower the concentration, the more impurities there are, and the less energy that can be absorbed in such an environment. Vice versa. And this energy happens to be the one with the highest content in the polluted air today. For unmodified organisms, it is a poison that cannot be avoided. But for organisms that have successfully mutated, this is the best energy supplier. Therefore, the more polluted the environment is, the more favorable it may be for the growth of mutants. Fang Xiyu listened carefully, nodding his head from time to time. Tangzhe in front of him was just like the chief researcher in his memory. Professional, calm and aloof, like a gem placed in a glass cabinet, out of reach. But it was this kind of Tangzhe that had a strong attraction to him. Even if he found that he was not so cold after successfully embracing this gem, it could not change the trace left in his heart by the initial light. He looked into Tangzhe's eyes, and could not help but be fascinated again. Tangzhe noticed his silence, and looked back at him. Captain? Fang Xiyu came back to his senses. I'm listening. The situation will be more dangerous later. We have no other way to retreat except to go deep into the wild. Tangzhe said seriously. Just 50 kilometers away from the laboratory is dangerous enough for us. We are few in number and insufficient in equipment. We can only be fully alert to deal with it. I don't have time to think about irrelevant things. Fang Xiyu's eyes trembled, and he quickly looked away. I won't hold you back. Tangzhe's expression eased a little. You have a very strong power, although I don't know where it comes from. But the biggest problem now is that you don't know how to use your abilities at all. If you can't use your abilities after the mutation, then you are no different from ordinary people, or even more vulnerable, he emphasized. So you have to discover your potential as soon as possible. Fang Xiyu was puzzled. I don't think there is anything special about me, except that I can drive the mutant and am not afraid of pollution. Other feelings are no different from before. He touched his forehead. Are there any signs of these potentials? Tangzhe was silent for a while. Strictly speaking, he didn't know what special way was there to discover potential. When he was going through this stage, there was a Saib guiding him. Thinking of Saib, Tangzhe's eyes changed. Now, he had a vague idea of what Saib was. It was something that was stripped from his body. It should be some special particles that he forcibly stripped after entering the gasification state in the past. These particles dominated the mutation process, and could transform ordinary human cells into new organisms that feed on polluted energy. So they were like engines installed on people. And after stripping off these particles, what was left were ordinary people's cells. That is, the weak Tangzhe. Saib was like a puzzle piece in his body. When it was removed, he could still maintain his body functions, but his physical condition became extremely poor. The process of merging with Saib later was the process of reinstalling this puzzle piece into his body. As for why Saib had some consciousness and could communicate with him, it was probably because the particles that were stripped off also contained a small amount of his consciousness. This time, his repair of Fang Xiyu simulated the process of stripping Saib last time. After he was vaporized, he stripped off a part of the particles from his body to fill the cracks in Fang Shuyu's body. It was also because of this that Fang Shuyu began to mutate. Tang Zei blinked and retracted his thoughts. We all tried it out. Generally speaking, places with high pollution concentrations can stimulate your mutation and make it easier for your abilities to gradually become clear. He said, you can increase your exposure to polluted environments now, because it will be your source of energy in the future. After a period of time, you will also become sensitive to this kind of food and be able to feel where there is more energy. Fang Shuyu nodded vigorously. This is easy. And, Tang Zei paused. From current observations, there is more than one kind of energy. What does this mean? Fang Shuyu asked. Just like the air contains not only oxygen and helium, but also carbon dioxide and a variety of rare gases. Theoretically, since mutants can use helium functions, there are naturally mutants that can use carbon dioxide, xenon, neon. The same is true for energy. Tang Zei drew several circles on the whiteboard, representing different types of energy. Most of the mutants and mutant humans we have seen so far use a kind of energy that looks black. This energy can be found almost everywhere, and its proportion in pollution is about the same as that of helium in the air. But I have also seen blue and white energy, but they are very rare, and there is not enough data to study their functions and mutant characteristics. Fang Shuyu was fascinated by what he heard. There is a lot of this energy in your body, Tang Zei said as he turned his pen and drew a key mark on the white area. Fang Shuyu was stunned. White energy. Tang Zei nodded. I have only seen this energy in you so far, and it seems to be related to mental ability. You also know that some mutants will attack the brain, and you have a strong resistance to this attack. In addition, you don't seem to need to obtain this energy from the outside world. You yourself are the source of energy. Fang Shuyu widened his eyes and looked down at his body and hands. I have a lot of this energy in my body? How come I don't know? Ahem, can this be used? Tang Zei looked at him, but he didn't know what he thought of, and his eyes suddenly avoided him. It can be used, but you don't know how to use it yet. Do you know how to use it? Tang Zei nodded. Yes, I have used it. Before Fang Shuyu continued to ask, he said, it is very effective against mental attacks. The mutant we encountered earlier was a mutant formed purely by consciousness, and it launched a very strong attack on my will. But you appeared. I borrowed your energy and destroyed it. Fang Shuyu tried to recall their experience in the colloid, and suddenly realized. You were using the energy in my body at that time? Tang Zei looked away. Well, because you didn't know how to use it. I had no other way. It was urgent at the time, Fang Shuyu suddenly leaned towards him and kissed him hard. All for you, Fang Shuyu said. All of me, for you. Chapter 189. Don't reject me. Captain, Tang Zei suddenly felt the surging energy rushing towards him. No matter how he refused, he couldn't refuse it. No matter how he pushed, he couldn't push it away. Enough? Captain. Fang Shuyu. Finally, he opened up a gap to breathe. Tang Zei gasped with a little panic in his eyes. He turned his face away stiffly, not giving Fang Shuyu the opportunity to get closer. If the mental energy is too low, it will be easy to be attacked. You have also encountered it. You know that once you are deeply trapped in a mental attack, it is difficult to get out of it by yourself. Tang Zei whispered. I have other abilities. You keep them for yourself. Fang Shuyu grabbed his hand tightly. If I have any ability that can be used by you, I am willing to give it all to you. Use me. Okay. Tang Zei's fingers shrank. Why should I use you? Isn't the gathering area also using me? I think I have some value. Right? Fang Shuyu said, with a hint of bitterness in his voice. I used to think that I was for the future of mankind. But in fact I was just a sort of daemon. I would swing wherever he pointed. Now, I am willing to be your sword. I will cut wherever you tell me to. Tang Zei. You know, I still have some fighting ability. Seeing that Tang Zei still didn't speak, Fang Shuyu ripped open his collar, revealing his cracked chest, and pulled Tang Zei's hand to press it. With his heart as the center, the light green light spread along the cracks to his whole body. Look, my whole body is full of your shadow. It can be said that my life after leaving the gathering area is given by you. This life belongs to you, and I belong to you as a whole. I live for you and fight for you. Don't reject me. Tang Zei. Tang Zei bit his lip and looked at the place where his fingers were pressed. At that time, Fang Shuyu's body, from organs to skin, was full of tiny cracks inside and out, and blood was seeping out from everywhere unscrupulously. It was like a long execution. He was angry at Damon's viciousness, and after trying to fix the cracks, he turned Area A upside down. If he could kill Damon, he would do it without hesitation and let him taste the pain Fang Xiuyu had suffered. But he couldn't kill him yet. So far, his ability is still a long way from standing at the top of the polluted world. So he could only destroy Damon's hard work accumulated in the gathering area over the years, and make all their weapons and equipment and biological research go to zero. In this way, Damon only had the 5-color stone in his hand, and the 5-color stone will be in his hand sooner or later. Tang Zei couldn't help but touch the cracks gently. When he first repaired them, the cracks were almost blackish green, which was the color of Tang Zei's energy. But now, the cracks have become very light, and only when he touches them will a trace of green light flow. And the rest of the time, they are slightly greenish white. It's probably the effect of Fang Xiuyu's own body energy. That white energy is Fang Xiuyu's unique secret treasure. In the entire polluted world, this rare thing can also be a trump card. Seeing that Tang Zei didn't show any resistance, Fang Xiuyu took the opportunity to move forward a little. Tang Zei came to his senses and quickly withdrew his hand. Captain is weak now. Don't catch a cold. After saying that, he reached out and gathered his clothes. Fang Xiuyu, the research on different energies is still very insufficient. We only know how to absorb and use them, but we don't know more about the characteristics of these energies, Tang Zei said. He looked away, and his expression seemed to be back to normal, but his eyes were still a little red, and his voice was trembling slightly. We will continue to study. Before that, Captain, why don't you be our test driver first? Fang Xiuyu's darkened eyes suddenly brightened again. I'm studying how to use existing species to create more advanced mutants, whether through suturing, induced fusion, or genetic recombination. In short, I plan to create a core of mutants that can be driven. There are only researchers in our lab, and there are no defensive fortifications or weapons. Once we are exposed, we can be said to be vulnerable, Tang Zei said, looking up at Fang Xiuyu. But we need combat personnel. Fang Xiuyu nodded vigorously. Really? You know what? I am quite comfortable in that big loach. That is exactly the fusion weapon I have always dreamed of. I have always wanted. The restrictions of handheld and vehicle-mounted weapons are too great, and I can't fully exert my abilities at all. Tang Zei was a little surprised. Really? Of course it's true. The reason I wanted to find Lu Bai before was because, well, let's not talk about her. Fang Xiuyu's eyes flickered. Although prosthetics can expand human functions, their effects are still limited. What I want most is something like a mecha, huge and sturdy on the outside, and you can control it with all your heart and soul inside. You actually created a weapon that can be completely connected to a person's mind and body. You are a genius. When it comes to weapons, Fang Xiuyu suddenly became energetic and put everything else behind his mind. He stood up excitedly, his eyes shining. If the external device cannot be completely synchronized with the human mind and body, and needs to rely on things like joysticks, it will not be smooth to use and the space for play will be limited. But if we can achieve synchronization, the person inside can hit the mutant as if he were hitting it himself. But the attack power will be multiplied. This is the best weapon for combatants. Tang Zei looked at Fang Xiuyu's expression, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. How long has it been? Since then, he has never seen the shadow of the Fang Xiuyu in the past. If he hated Damon to the bone, it was not only because he hurt Fang Xiuyu's body, but also because he played with Fang Xiuyu's lifelong ideals and sustenance, and took away the light in his eyes. But now, that light is shining again. Even if the so-called ideals are lies, he still yearns for that vast world. Right? Leave this smoky world. That's great, he said softly. Fang Xiuyu finally came back to his senses and was embarrassed. Ahem. Tang Zei. Let's do it this way, Tang Zei said. Next, I will conduct more experiments and may create many different types of mutants in a short period of time. At that time, I will rely on the captain to give me test drive feedback. Fang Xiuyu nodded vigorously. Okay. Yeah. Fino has examined you, and I have all the data. After that, I will develop specifically for your physical characteristics. I will definitely be your best test driver. Tang Zei nodded, with a smile in his eyes. He turned his head to hide his joy. Before that, There are still some problems to be solved, he said. We have to go to that place again. Okay. When? Now? The captain has just recovered. So let's take a rest first. That place is not ordinary. How the new mutant we encountered was formed may be related to the special nature of that place. Before that, I want to explore the large basin nearby. I passed by there before, and saw that there seemed to be many strange shadows inside, which should be mutants. Fang Xiyu thought back. It seems there are a lot of mutants. When I was driving the boat through that area, I basically hit things all the way. The density is quite high. Tang Zai. I feel a little sorry for what happened to those things. Well, anyway, let's go there tomorrow, he said. We can drive the transport truck over there, and we can get off the truck if it can't go. Fang Shuyu's face showed a silly smile for the first time in a long time. Okay, let's go together. Yeah. Just like in the past, they were the closest partners. But this time, Tang Zai was the captain, and Fang Xiyu was the one who followed him to protect and assist him. Fang Xiyu stared at Tang Zai with uncontrollable joy in his eyes. He could finally stand beside him openly again, look at him and protect him openly. After going through so much, after many twists and turns, they finally stood together again. Chapter 190. Are you looking for me? During the work the next day, Tang Zai greeted everyone for the first time. Good morning. In the past, researchers did not have the habit of greeting each other. At most, when they arrived at the laboratory and found that someone had arrived first, they would nod to the other party and silently say King of Rolls in their hearts. It is really rare to say good morning with such high spirits, especially when it comes from Tang Zai. Everyone can see that he is in a good mood. Kuroki Ling did not think it was strange, and responded with a faint good morning. Then she raised her head and saw 3 other pairs of eyes staring at her. Kuroki Ling. Kuroki, you know something, don't you? What is the relationship between Tang Zai and Captain Fang? Didn't Tang Zai stay in the repair room all night yesterday? Before, in order to save Captain Fang, didn't he? A series of questions were thrown at Kuroki Ling. They were partners and had a close relationship. She glanced away calmly and got busy with the things at hand. Now, it should be Captain Fang who has recovered his memory and resolved some misunderstandings. Oh! Pearl suddenly realized. Reconciled? Yu Hongchen made a hushed gesture with his finger in front of his mouth. I think it's a rekindled old love. He Mu Ling didn't reply. Fino looked at the 2 people joking and shook his head. I've never seen you care about these things before. Why are you gossiping all of a sudden? We didn't have anything to gossip about before. Yu Hongchen shrugged. You guys work day after day without saying a word, and no one has any memories of the past. So what can you say? He Mu Ling and Fino both shut up and continued to work. But to be honest, I really envy them for being able to recall the past, Fino said as he packed up. Without memories of the past, I always feel that this life is so ethereal, as if it will be blown away by the wind. The so-called ideals and goals are all inexplicably imposed on us. Research is for survival. But what is the purpose of survival? Whether it is the bunker or the ground, no matter which one is the truth, we don't remember what we care about there. Without a place to come, how can there be a way back? Memory is their biggest weapon to control us. He Mu Ling frowned. If everyone can restore their memory, perhaps the situation will be completely different. That Damon. Everyone's amnesia is because of him. I think he just wants to become the overlord of this underground. So he does this. He doesn't want to make us stronger at all. As Pearl spoke, a ball of colorful spores burst out of his body, like angry smoke spreading. Yu Hongchen waved his hand vigorously to disperse the smoke in front of his nose. Don't let this thing parasitize on me. These are all offspring. Don't worry. They have no reproductive function, Pearl said seriously. But it may be poisonous. As soon as the voice fell, everyone retreated in an instant with him as the center. Pearl stood alone in the laboratory. His body turned blue and red, and the mushroom cap bloomed uncontrollably. The 3 researchers ran to another ward. Can we really live differently if we regain our memories? Fino said softly. What did we experience before those files? What kind of life did we live before entering this test site? Even the 5-colored stone is looking for past memories. He Mu Ling frowned. Tang Zai mentioned that the 5-colored stone said to him more than once that memory is a weapon. They seem to have their own files, but they are far from what we recorded. Did Tang Zai say what it was? Probably a myth or legend. You can find a chance to ask him. Yu Hanshin fell into silence, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he suddenly stood up and walked out. You guys go ahead and do your work. He did not return to the laboratory, but left the floor and went up to the third floor. Fang Shuyu was not there. Yu Hanshin was a little surprised, thinking that he might have gone out to explore. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped. He stood outside the ward where Fang Shuyu often stayed, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. For some reason, he took 2 steps forward. Now everyone lives freely, so this should not be considered a private area, right? Thinking this way, he walked in hesitantly. It's not that he has never been to this hospital before. Before Luciani found them, they all stayed in the medical area. At that time, the system should have turned to reality. Theoretically, they all lived here in reality. Is there anything abnormal about this space? Yu Hanshin walked in carefully, but felt that this place was much larger than other wards, and it should be an office area. From the design point of view, there was nothing special. There were rooms with similar designs on other floors, but for some reason, this place gave people a different feeling. The further he walked in, the more wrong Yu Hanshin felt. Why? His heartbeat accelerated. He did not stop, but his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Before he walked halfway, he felt that he was almost exhausted and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Yu Hanshin muttered. He hurried to the wall and stretched out his hand to hold the wall to steady himself. Unexpectedly, a big hole suddenly appeared in the wall. There was nothing on this wall just now. How could there suddenly be a doorway? Just before he fell into the door, he saw that the hall outside suddenly became brightly lit. Not only that, the air was very clean, and it seemed to be fresh, with an indescribable fragrance. This is... What's going on? At this time, a voice sounded outside. Are you looking for me? The light and the doorway disappeared. Yu Hanshin turned around and saw Fang Shuyu standing there. Captain Fang. He was a little dazed. Was everything just now an illusion? After recovering, he looked at Fang Shuyu and suddenly felt embarrassed. Well, I didn't mean to break in without permission. I just wanted to. Fang Shuyu waved his hand, seemingly not caring. This is an empty room. I don't have any personal belongings. You can come and go as you please. Yu Hanshin nodded. He hesitated for a while, but still asked the question in his heart. Captain Fang seems to have a special feeling for this ward. Ah, that's true. Do you have special memories here? To be precise, it's not exactly here, Fang Shuyu explained. This was once the superposition of the system and reality. In other words, it was the entrance and exit of the bunker. Yu Hanshin was shocked. Here? Yeah. I know this because I accidentally saw the past memories when I broke in last time. I think it should be the system period. Yu Hanshin grabbed his arm. See the past memories? Yes. Fang Shuyu was a little surprised. You haven't encountered it? Yu Hanshin shook his head violently. Tang Zai and I have encountered it before, and he seems to have encountered it more frequently. He said there are some mutants that can attack people's minds, and there is a special kind of spiritual energy. But I'm not sure how these things are related to memory. Yu Hanshin could no longer hear what he said. Memory? He repeated. Memory. What I saw was not an illusion, but memory. His hands clenched tightly. Captain Fang, you have also recovered your memory, which means that the memory erasure in the gathering area is reversible. Right? I'm not an expert in this area, although I have recovered some of my memory. I don't know how this happened. Maybe. But it is reversible. So there is still hope, he murmured. There is still hope. Fang Shuyu looked at Yu Hanshin's appearance and did not interrupt him again, but let him walk out while talking to himself. When he reached the door, Yu Hanshin suddenly stopped and turned around. Captain Fang, did we know each other before? I guess so, Fang Shuyu replied. You are a researcher in Tanz's laboratory, and we are just acquaintances. Is that so? Yu Hanshin was a little disappointed. Captain Fang, do you remember anything else? Other things? Sorry, we are really not familiar with each other, and I didn't ask about your personal affairs at that time. Besides knowing that you are from the Yu family. Yu Hanshin's eyes changed. Is my family a special family? I don't know much either. I just know that it has some connection with the fleet, and the relationship with the Lu family is also unusual, Fang Shuyu said, and seemed to realize something. But he tried hard to grasp the misty memory. but found that he couldn't grasp it. Fleet. My family is related to the fleet. When Yu Hongchen heard this, his eyes were more like a firmness after getting the answer than confusion. Fleet. He seemed to have caught the shadow of where he came from. What does the Lu family refer to? Fang Xiyu tried to recall for a while. He suddenly realized. It is the family of Marshal Lu Nanning who formed the fleet. After saying this, they all fell silent. Is this Lu family related to the Lu family in Area A, which is good at designing weapons? Chapter 191. You have a deep friendship. Lu family. Yu family. Fleet. Yu Hongchen murmured. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Xiyu eagerly. Captain Fang, do you have more memories of the fleet? Fang Xiyu thought for a while. I am also one of the first batch of personnel in the fleet, and my main responsibility should be combat. No, the fleet seems to have not started combat planning. He closed his eyes and tried to search in his brain. Marshal Lu Nanning formed a fleet. And Fang. Fang Xiyu suddenly opened his eyes. Fang what? Yu Hongchen asked. Fang Xiyu came back to his senses and shook his head. The mark somehow slid to his lips, but then slipped away again, and he couldn't catch it, although he had recovered a lot of memories. They were all memories related to Tang Zhe, what he had experienced in the long years before, and what happened on the mother planet, was still like a fog. I don't remember much about the things on the ground, but I vaguely remember that there were several big families in the fleet. Fang Xiyu said apologetically. That was many years ago. I have been here for a long time. Yu Hongchen's eyes darkened. Is that so? He pressed his forearm unconsciously, as if there was some secret hidden there. After a moment, he looked up. If Captain Fang remembers anything on the ground, can you let me know? Especially related to the fleet. Fang Xiyu nodded. Anytime. Thank you very much. If Captain Fang needs any help, I will do my best. After saying that, Yu Hongchen was about to turn around and leave. Fang Xiyu called him. Did you remember anything? Yu Hongchen stopped, his hand still on his forearm. It's not like I remembered anything. I just suddenly saw another picture. It was a place that had never appeared in my memory. Clean, spacious, like a fairyland. Is it right here? Yes. Fang Xiyu seemed to be thinking. Then, can you still see it now? Yu Hongchen shook his head. After Captain Fang spoke, the scene disappeared. Until now, the scene in front of me has not changed, and that feeling has not appeared again. Fang Xiyu remembered that Tang Zhe mentioned a similar situation. He called this phenomenon mental attack and said that every time he heard Fang Xiyu calling him, this attack would disappear and never appear again. This may be because he has a lot of mental energy hidden in his body. Could it be that this room contains attacks against different people? So when they come in, they will be activated in turn? Fang Xiyu thought. It seems that this place is not ordinary. I need to ask Tang Zhe to come and take a look. What is Captain Fang thinking about? Yu Hongchen asked. Fang Xiyu came back to his senses. Nothing. Just a little guess. Maybe I need to ask Tang Zhe to come and take a look. Do you need me to call him? Fang Xiyu waved his hand. No hurry. Just wait until he is done. Yu Hongchen smiled. Captain Fang and Tang Zhe have a deep friendship. Fang Xiyu originally wanted to cover it up, but found that Yu Hongchen used a statement, not a question. He remembered that when he was on the ground, these people also knew about the two of them. So he acquiesced. It's not just these few months. Right? More than that. The expression on Fang Xiyu's face changed many times in an instant, and finally stopped at a slightly nostalgic sentimentality. This is the third time, no, the fourth time. From the first meeting on Beta Star, to his memory being cleared and put into the system, and then the system being put into reality. He actually met Tang Zhe 4 times. It's great, Yu Hongchen said. Even after going through so much, there are still companions who are always by my side. Fang Xiyu heard the strangeness in his tone. Well, when I met you, you were already a research laboratory migrated from your home planet. Your friendship with them will only be deeper than that between me and Tang Zhe. Yu Hongchen shook his head, and the fingers on his forearm shrank unconsciously. My ideal is not research, he whispered. Fang Xiyu didn't hear clearly. What? Yu Hongchen looked at Fang Xiyu seriously. Since Captain Fang mentioned that my family might be related to the fleet, then I think I should have another ideal to fight for in my heart. For so many years, I just had a vague feeling that everything I did was not what I pursued. It seems that in the distant past, I should have other companions. And what we want to move towards is another future. Fang Shuyu's eyes changed. Stars, see. Yu Hanshan was startled. Suddenly, it seemed as if a beam of light rushed towards him from the fog. The beam of light flew into his eyes, flew along the nerves to the brain, and lit up a starry sky in his mind. The starry sky, maybe it was the place he had been pursuing. Yu Hanshan felt his eyes getting hot, and he lowered his head quickly. After a long time, he raised his head again and smiled at Fang Shuyu. Captain Fang. Thank you. Really thank you. Fang Shuyu didn't know what to say, but just responded softly. Then he saw Yu Hanshan turn around and leave, with a little more certainty in his eyes. The sea of stars, he repeated in his mind. That boundless starlight also flashed in his dream like a ghost. It's not this underground. It's not Beta Star. It's the endless universe. How many memories are there here? Tang Zai asked. He was turning left and right in the office area, not missing any corner that might hide abnormalities. Fang Shuyu nodded. Didn't we encounter different attacks at the same time in the same venue before? I think it's a similar situation this time. But Yu Hanshan has been here before, and didn't encounter it. Tang Zai replied. If there are memory fragments that only attack him, they should have been activated long ago. Unless... Fang Shuyu reacted immediately. You mean? This thing has only appeared recently? Yes. The hospital was invaded? Tang Zai did not comment. After a while, he slowly raised his head. Jelly. Jelly? It's the thing I encountered 50 kilometers away. Although it was shattered at the time. I suspect that some small pieces are still stuck to us, and then brought back here. Fang Shuyu was stunned. Now that you say that, it's possible. Fang Shuyu stayed in this room for a long time. If he had invisible jelly stuck to his body, it is possible that he was brought here. The jelly is related to thinking and consciousness, and it may contain something that can attack people's spirit. Yu Hanshan didn't know how to activate the energy after entering, so he saw some memories, which makes perfect sense. Tang Zai fell into deep thought. If that's really the case, Fang Shuyu hesitated. Then maybe there are other places. It has been 2 days since they came back. Not only Fang Shuyu, but Tang Zai may also have jelly on him. The places they passed by these days. Tang Zai thought of something, and a shadow flashed in his eyes. Even if there is, it must be very small. Besides, the captain is here, so it's easy to deal with those things, he said. It's just that this thing seems to proliferate on its own. Once it encounters the same material, it will combine with each other, and then slowly condense into a brain-like organization. Then a new brain will reappear. It will be difficult to form the volume encountered the day before, Tang Zai replied. Either it is located in a special area on the surface of the Earth, where it is difficult to encounter storms or mutant damage, and it can develop over the years, or there are extremely rich materials hidden there, which is possible to condense a pure giant brain in a short period of time. Which possibility do you think is more likely? It's possible that both are possible, or that both are possible. Anyway, we'll have to find a way to check it out later. What about the ones in this hospital now? Fang Shuyu frowned. Should we find them and remove them? Tang Zai thought about it, and shook his head. The fragments are too small, and we can't find them. Even if they continue to multiply, it's not too late to remove them when they can be detected. This scale won't cause any impact. Fang Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I heard from Yu Hanshan that they have never encountered such an attack, and they are worried that they have no resistance. But you're right. Even if these remaining things can attack, their attack power is minimal. Tang Zai fell into deep thought again. This brain is obviously different from the mental attack encountered at the beginning. What I encountered in the mission field and the underground test field before were all black. Negative energy. That kind of energy is full of hostility, and it will cause extreme fear and resentment when attacking. And this energy wrapped in jelly is much purer. Not only does it not have messy mixed air, it seems to be positive. If the previous ones represent hatred and destruction, this one is closer to ideal. And hope. Hope is the bunch of things that condensed into grape eggs. In the reused building, the jelly-like brain appeared in front of them for the first time, and successfully attracted the waste of the 5-colored stone number 2 test site. The result was the appearance of an unprecedented mutant, jelly-wrapped brain-like structure. This form appeared in front of them, and it was clearly a recent event. And the location where they appeared was also approaching the gathering area from the wild. This is not a coincidence. The brain-like they encountered in the old building should have come from the wild. But they don't know who did it intentionally or unintentionally. Is it the 5-colored stone? Damon? Or is it the same as now? Someone or a mutant with jelly fragments on his body, accidentally brought into the old gathering area, and then it multiplied on its own? What's wrong? Fang Shuyu's voice interrupted Tang Zai's thoughts. Tang Zai glanced at him. I think the last coordinate left by the 5-colored stone is 300 kilometers away, and the giant brain is lying on the ground 50 kilometers away. Then what we encountered before. Are they the fragments they brought when they passed through the brain from the wild base? It's possible, Fang Shuyu replied. So some of them have recently returned to the gathering area from the wild? Well, maybe to support Liu Bai and the others. The scene of the fall of Area A, that time was indeed not something that Liu Bai could handle alone. There must be someone cooperating inside or outside the gathering area. Fang Shuyu sighed softly. But now we can't take care of the situation in the gathering area. We can only say that after this large-scale memory erasure, the two areas should be stable for a while. After that, we will be farther and farther away from them. Tang Zai noticed something strange in his words. Captain, do you miss them? After all, we have worked together for so many years. Not to mention, the captain is indeed a very sentimental person. Fang Shuyu was about to blurt out him when he suddenly saw Tang Zai looking at him intently, and his heart was immediately alarmed. No, it's just a kind of feeling between comrades, and between elders and juniors. It's different. He waved his hands vigorously. Even when you were in the team, my feelings for you were different. Tang Zai didn't blink. Really? Of course. I only have one cat in my heart in this life. Even if I lose my memory, there is only that one. There is definitely no second one. Tang Zai looked away, but a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Cat? What cat? Just a him. Nothing. You had a cat before, and it had beautiful green eyes like you. Captain, did you remember a lot of things? Yes. Some. Tang Zai lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he raised his head, and the emotions in his eyes disappeared again. Tell me slowly later, before we really go to the wild. I'm afraid we have to go to the gathering area. Fang Shuyu's eyes lit up. Really? Captain can resist pollution now, and it will be much easier for us to move. Tang Zai said. There is another place there that needs to be checked. Maybe there is something left behind. Chapter 192. Are you a god? Human Gathering Area. Area A. Fang Shuyu looked at the building in front of him and sighed quietly. Before his memory was erased last time, he had no time to care about this place. After undergoing the operation and recovering his memory, he had long forgotten about this place. If Tang Zai hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have thought that there might be clues left here. In front of him was a nearly abandoned building in Area A, which was far away from the office area and dormitory area, and no one usually paid attention to it. The last time they were led here was because of the transmission signal on Liu Bai's body. This was Liu Ji's former prop room. There were no signs of human activity around the stage, and it seemed that Damon did not think it was a place worth defending. But it was not ruled out that it was a carefully hidden trap. Fang Shuyu and Tang Zai stood in the shadows more than 10 meters away from the prop room, carefully observing the surroundings. They certainly did not drive a transport vehicle here, although the border defense of Area A was damaged. Such an obvious target was likely to be detected. Needless to say, Tang Zai could enter and exit almost anywhere in this area freely, mainly Fang Shuyu. So after they decided to come back, Tang Zai built a new upgraded version of the Big Loach overnight. Fang Shuyu drove it like this, quietly entering the gathering area in the mist. Now, the Big Loach was parked next to the prop room. I'll go in and take a look first, Tang Zai said. Fang Shuyu nodded. Don't worry. Leave it to me outside. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zai's body turned into sticky mist in a very short time, and then evaporated. The next second, Tang Zai's figure condensed little by little in the prop room. Everything around was the same as the last time I came here. Side-by-side shelves, one room after another. It looked like a tunnel with no end. Liu Ji said that this was where she used to secretly research weapons, and the shelves were filled with weapons or materials. But now it seems that these rooms clearly have a deeper meaning. Tang Zai looked at the shelf in front of him. Before, Liu Ji had explained to them while packing things. He narrowed his eyes. He felt that the items on the shelf had changed. Tang Zai didn't remember how the items were arranged when he came last time. But the things in front of him gave him an indescribable feeling. It seemed that there was a secret code hidden in this pile of messy garbage, and it was about to emerge from the shelf. But he couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. What? What is this? It was as if a weapon was raised in front of him, and everything turned into blurred pixels. But at these scattered points, some puzzles are slowly being pieced together. The puzzle is pieced together. His vision became clear again, and Tang Ze looked at everything in front of him. But he felt a chill. The compartments of the shelves have become single arrow rays, and the things placed on them are important marks on the rays. This is the timeline. After Fang Xiuyu was called in by Tang Ze, he couldn't help but freeze in place when he heard his explanation. Timeline? Everything that happened from the past to the present? Not just the past. Tang Ze pointed to the depths of the connected rooms. There is also the future. There is a rumor circulating in the five-colored stone that someone has predicted everything in the future and left clues. They kept searching for these clues, trying to find where humans were. He said slowly. What if what they found was not precognition, but a record of what actually happened? Fang Xiuyu looked over. The dark room was like a cave, swallowing up light and shadow, and also swallowing up reality. You mean? What they found might be the record of the system stage? Fang Xiuyu asked. Tang Ze nodded. We can't know to what extent the system has been tested. Maybe everything we are experiencing now has not escaped the scope of the system rehearsal. And someone brought out the records at that time and found a way to keep them in reality. Could this person have the same origin as your laboratory? Tang Ze was silent for a while. I don't know. But the person who left the record may be related to the formation of the five-color stone. Seeing Fang Xiuyu's surprised expression, Tang Ze repeated the myths and legends left by Lu Bai. Fang Xiuyu was speechless for a long time. Archives. These things have been hidden in the gathering area? Did Damon instruct? Damon may not know. Tang Ze recalled the conversation between Damon and Safar and Lu Bai, and expressed his doubts. Damon was not the one who formed the five-color stone. He was more like the one who usurped the control of the five-color stone. Fang Xiuyu looked at him, his eyes flashing with excitement, as if he was completely attracted by the appearance of the person in front of him. He did not interrupt Tang Ze, but waited for him to continue with a smile. We don't know when the relationship between Damon and the five-colored stone began, but there is no doubt that they have reached a deep cooperation in secret over the years. Tang Ze continued. Damon, as a communication channel between the experimenters and the ground personnel, has obtained almost all the power in the underground world. In addition, he is the only person known to have retained all his memories. These two advantages allow him to deal with the ground, the gathering area, and the five-colored stone in many ways. He first used a large number of underground personnel to conduct radical experiments. Those with serious abnormalities were secretly sent to the five-color stone for further research. And then, they were declared dead or dealt with, and more new experimenters were sent to the surface. For the five-color stone, Damon used their research capabilities. The five-color stone's test site can be kept in the gathering area for a long time, which must be under Damon's protection and surveillance. But Damon did not reveal to the five-color stone that he retained all his memories. Safar and Lu Bai both mentioned that memory is the greatest weapon. They desperately searched for the remaining records, trying to piece together the original appearance of the truth. So I think they may have some reservations about Damon. In their hearts, only the god in the record is the one they really want to follow. The ground? Damon. The five-colored stone. In the final analysis, they are just using each other, he said coldly. Tang Ze already had a vague idea in his mind. The Nuwa in the myth should be the one who left the record and formed the five-colored stone. She may be a traitor of the ground personnel. The description of her successful repairing the sky in the myth may mean that she successfully prevented the ground from further persecution of the underground world. The underground world became closed, and she died with it. Judging from the fact that the bunker has only recently stopped deploying personnel, Nuwa has not completely closed the passages between the ground and underground. The hole she patched should be related to the system. The system. Tang Ze recalled the memory fragments he saw in the old medical area, and there seemed to be a conversation between him and Damon. At that time, he seemed to want to leave the system, but Damon told him that the entrance and exit of the system were secretly connected to reality. Doesn't this mean that there is a way to overlap the system and reality? Did Nuwa cut off this connection, making the passage between reality and the system no longer exist, so that the ground can only deploy personnel through reality? But judging from the results, her approach did not change anything. Or is there a secret they don't know? How do the system and reality connect? Is that God you? Fang Xiyu said. Tang Zei came back to his senses. It's just a kind of sustenance. For people who have lost their memories, they always have to find something to support themselves to move forward. For people in the gathering area, this sustenance is the family in the bunker. For them, it is an invisible and intangible God. Whether this God exists or not is still a question mark. As he raised his head, he bumped into Fang Xiyu's eager eyes, and his face became hot, and he quickly looked away. This room should contain all the records of what the five-colored stone found. Let's write them down first, and then look for anything else that's been missed. After that, he walked towards another room. Fang Xiyu followed him with a smile. Then, they left these records for you on purpose. Tang Zei didn't look back. Why? The captain is happy that the five-colored stone is interested in me. Of course I'm happy that others like you. You deserve everyone's love and recognition. Tang Zei raised his eyes and glanced at him, and it was hard to tell whether his eyes were puzzled or mocking. Then I'll go find them, he said deliberately. Before leaving, Safar left me a new contact number. I never thought of using it before, but now it seems that this is a shortcut. Captain, you guys stay here. Fang Xiyu was stunned. Huh? They invited me a long time ago. Even though I refused several times, they still said they welcome me anytime. Their research is advanced, and cooperation with them will progress much faster. It's a pity. Tang Zei paused. It's a pity that they only invited me, and the captain was not considered. But since the captain is so generous, it must be no problem to let me go alone. Then I don't need to remember these things now. They must have backups in their new base. He put the things in his hand back on the shelf. Goodbye, Captain Fang. Fang Xiyu grabbed his wrist. No. No. Tang Zei looked at him in confusion. Why not? Isn't this better for me? Isn't the captain also hoping to see this? Fang Xiyu clenched his hands. That's different. Although they regard you as a god, they don't know how to love you. They won't have your shadow in their hearts and eyes. They won't give you the softest part of their hearts. And they won't let you use everything from inside to outside, he said, lifting Tang Zei's wrist. And we all wear this. Doesn't it mean that we will never be apart no matter where in the world we go? Tang Zei looked down at their wrists, and the red rings flickering on their skin overlapped like a twisted Ouroboros. He had a warm look in his eyes. There's nothing we can do about it. It seems that someone has taken advantage of us. As he spoke, the curve of his mouth could hardly be concealed. Hearing this, Fang Xiyu's expression relaxed. Yeah. Seeing that Tang Zei had no intention of dodging, Fang Xiyu took the opportunity to move forward and firmly grasped Tang Zei's hand along the gaps between his fingers. The cracks on the back of his hand lit up with a light green light, spreading up his arm a little bit, stirring up a minty and refreshing coolness throughout his body. He quietly moved closer and gently stroked Tang Zei's fingers with his fingertips. Tang Zei, I said I was willing to. There was a strange noise outside the house, a sound that should never appear at this time. Fang Xiyu's eyes changed, and his whole body tensed up. He shook Tang Zei's hand comfortingly, and then quietly walked to the door. The door opened a crack. The light outside was so bright that he had to raise his hand to block his sight. After getting used to it, the outline behind the light slowly appeared. The unprecedented large-scale fortifications were now standing upright on the ground that should have been empty. It was like a huge net covering the sky and waiting for its prey to appear. Then they were caught in one net. Chapter 193 Trap. Fang Xiyu was stunned at first, and then his whole body tensed up. It's a trap. He turned around and wanted Tang Zei to leave quickly, but he didn't expect Tang Zei's figure to appear beside him. Such a large defense system cannot be made in a short time. Tang Zei's voice was cold and indifferent, and he didn't seem to be affected by anything. Fang Xiyu immediately relaxed a lot. I don't remember seeing such a thing. Even if it was made a long time ago, it should not have been activated, Fang Xiyu replied. If the gathering area can have such a defense system, why didn't it activate it earlier? Such a dragnet is enough to deal with the invasion of mutants. After Fang Xiyu finished speaking, he also realized something and quickly exchanged glances with Tang Zei. Because the new and old gathering areas and the five-colored stones are completely under Damon's control, he knows very well that the gathering areas will not face the invasion of mutants unless he arranges it, Tang Zei said. But in this case, there is no need to build such a large-scale fortification. After speaking, The two looked up at the defense in the air again. More than 10 meters high. A dark blue net was flashing. And it was unknown whether it was made of magnets or other special particles. Whether in terms of scale or technology. This does not seem to be something that the gathering area can achieve. Could it be that in addition to secret organizations, like the 5 colored stones that specialize in studying mutations, Damon also has control over secret organizations that study weapons? Tang Zhe tried hard to search in his mind. And a record suddenly emerged. He looked at Fang Xiyu with sudden realization. And found that the latter also realized the source. Liu family. Not people like Liu Ji and Liu Bai. But the Liu family that initially took charge of most of the weapons research in the gathering area. Before it completely fell apart. The Liu family had built several generations of large-scale fortifications. But they were all disabled later. But the records of the Liu family's research were many years ago. And it should be a matter of the system stage. Fang Xiyu said. Could it be that someone secretly replicated it in reality? Well, it should be a replica of the weapon design of the system period. But Damon deliberately hid it in order to expose people to dangerous environments. So he is afraid now? Tang Zhe sneered. The weapons and transportation tools in the gathering area have been completely destroyed. And the defense is like a thin eggshell. For Damon, the 5-color stone has gone far away. And Tang Zhe, who can control mutants, is staring at him in the wild. If he wants to fight, he has to activate such a defense system. Such a madman. Are you afraid of me? Tang Zhe thought sarcastically. I've never seen this thing before. And I don't know what the principle is. Although the gathering area has not developed weapons against mud cells before. But, Fang Xiyu looked at Tang Zhe with some worry. To the naked eye, although the defense is dense, it is nothing to Tang Zhe who can vaporize. Fang Xiyu is worried that Damon has hidden some technology. What if it happens to be able to target Tang Zhe's situation? Then, so far, I'm only afraid of one kind of attack. Tang Zhe shrugged. But don't worry about this problem now. What attack? Mental attack. Tang Zhe laughed and then looked at Fang Xiyu. Because my own spiritual energy is relatively weak. If I encounter a mutant with high spiritual energy, I may lose control of my body. I have encountered it several times before. But in the end, thanks to the endless energy next to me, Fang Xiyu immediately understood. Take it all. As he said that, his face leaned over. Tang Zhe quickly pushed him away. It's not that serious yet, cough. And the most important thing now is not this problem. What is it? How did you leave? Fang Xiyu was stunned. He didn't even think about this. After the fortifications outside were activated, no one approached them, indicating that the fortifications were probably not activated to hunt them down. Perhaps when Fang Xiyu drove the big Lochin, it attracted the attention of the system, which triggered the defense. In other words, before the gathering area confirmed that there was an invasion of mutants, they still had a chance to sneak away. It would be easy for Tang Zhe to leave here. But the problem was that Fang Xiyu could not change his body shape. He could only force his way out. Fang Xiyu understood Tang Zhe's concerns and smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. I'm the most powerful combat captain in the gathering area. Besides, with the super mutant weapons you developed, rushing out is definitely a piece of cake. Tang Zhe did not answer, but just lowered his eyes and stared at the cracks on his body. These cracks were caused by the weapons in the gathering area, and the broken appearance soaked in blood is still vivid. Even if these cracks have been repaired now, Tang Zhe is definitely not willing to let Fang Xiyu take such a risk. His real opponent should be mutants, not human weapons. This defense system is used to deal with large-scale mutant invasions, and its attack power must be very strong. That Loach may be defeated before you can take any action, Tang Zhe said, looking into the distance. Wait for me here. Don't act rashly. I'll go to the wild to get more mutants back. Let them attack together, and then you can take the opportunity to escape. Fang Xiyu nodded happily. Okay. You are my captain. I will listen to you no matter what you say. Tang Zhe glanced at him, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by the sound outside. He looked towards the place where the sound came from, and thought to himself, not good. Several teams of ant-like people were rushing towards here from all directions. We've been discovered. Fang Xiyu bit his lip, and opened the door with force. I'll go dry that thing first. You go first. I'll deal with them. Before Tang Zhe could stop him, Fang Xiyu ran towards the mutant in the night. Just said you would listen to me. And then you ran away. Tang Zhe snorted angrily. I don't have such a disobedient team member. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared in the air. The people outside approached. Where is the mutant? The system analyzed the speed and trajectory, and it should be heading in this direction. No one is usually here, so it should be hiding somewhere. Otherwise it would have been discovered long ago. The mutant seems to be as big as several combat vehicles. It should be easy to find it wherever it is parked. Is it a false alarm? Ah! A burst of dust suddenly rose from the ground, and a huge shadow rose into the air. No one expected that the thing as big as several vehicles could actually be folded. It became a thin piece, hidden on the ground under their feet. What is this? The huge shadow fell back to the ground, and the crowd automatically dispersed, helplessly surrounding this unprecedented huge mutant. The surface of the mutant was covered with steel-like scales, and its body was like a giant loach. It could not only move forward like a car, but also swim close to the ground and snake-like, and occasionally swing its tail in the air. It didn't take long for the combat team members, who surrounded them, to run away. In the night, there were screams. No, we don't have weapons. We are no match at all. It's too big. Someone shouted amid the screams. Hurry up and lead it to the border defense. The loach swept across the ground of the gathering area and unknowingly approached the border of the gathering area. The defenses that had been erected long ago, the light nets hiding the murderous intent, were waiting for the prey to approach. It's almost there. It's getting closer. Ah! When it was about to hit the defenses, the big loach made an emergency drift and stopped steadily by the defense net. It's not only so big, but it's also so flexible when it moves. How come it seems to know tactics? It can't be intelligent? It's intelligent, isn't it? Fang Xiuyu in the loach snorted proudly. He had already entered the combat state, and his whole body was excited. I am the most powerful combat captain in the gathering area. He started the big loach again, and took turns to smash the knife scales at the bottom to the ground. The knife scales fell again and again at the feet of the soldiers, who had no time to escape, and they were precisely controlled to fall, just to the extent of rubbing their bodies. And they seemed to be at ease. The screams became more intense. Wow! It seems to be playing with me. Such a huge thing fell and attacked near the body. After escaping from death, there was no courage to fight. And this kind of fear will spread among the crowd, and they will collapse on their own without killing them. This wave is a psychological warfare. Fang Xiuyu was enjoying this new weapon with satisfaction, when he suddenly saw the scattered crowd suddenly excited and began to move towards a place. He slowed down his pace in confusion and looked over there. He saw a huge panel suspended in the air with a familiar face on it. Gray eyes flickered in the night sky, exuding the breath of death. Fang Xiuyu stopped. It's Damon. He cursed in a low voice. White Damon appeared on the panel, just like when he launched the gathering area to turn to the outside, exuding the majesty and courage of the leader. He could calm everyone's heart just by standing there. Warriors, we can't retreat, Damon shouted. The mutants have entered the gathering area, and the knife is already at our necks. If we retreat, we will only be cut. The field fell silent. Our weapons depot and vehicle depot were destroyed by the mutants not long ago. Now we are unarmed. But this just shows that the crisis of the mutants has reached a life and death point. We are facing the survival of all of us. Only by risking our own lives can we defeat it and win a breath for the future. Damon raised his voice. Charge. Use your blood to drive out the invaders of our homeland. Let it see that humans will not surrender. Humans will not hand over the gathering area to mutants. A turbulent shout rang out in the gathering area. Listen to the commander. Charge. We can't hide anyway. Let's fight it. In a blink of an eye, the people who had just fled turned around and rushed towards the big loach. In addition to the initial combat personnel, more and more people emerged from the depths of the gathering area. They all joined the resistance army and wanted to use their bodies to protect the gathering area. Fang Xiuyu stopped. You are being used. You are all being used by Damon. No one heard his shout. People's eyes turned red, and they rushed towards the huge mutant like a torrent. Puff! The person who rushed to the front bumped into the big loach, and his body was immediately cut in half by the sharp knife scales. The body fell to the ground, and the contents flowed out along the neat knife edge and seeped into the soil. Are you crazy? The miserable condition of that person did not stop the people behind him. On the contrary, the crowd became more excited. The mutant retreated. It's scared. Go. Overwhelm it with your momentum. Amid the deafening shouts, the big loach was forced to retreat continuously. Fang Xiuyu bit his lips tightly. He did not want to kill these former companions. They were just some innocent humans. Just tools used by Damon. But at this time, Damon used false ideals to make them die. Just like what he did to him. Fang Xiuyu raised his head and saw Damon's face on the panel in the distance. He looked at Fang Xiuyu mockingly, as if saying, "So what?" In an instant, Fang Xiuyu understood the meaning of that look. Damon knew who he was, and knew that he didn't want to really hurt those people. So, he let these people come up to die, forcing Fang Xiuyu to retreat to the border of defense. Damon, this demon who plays with people's hearts. The big loach has retreated to the border of the gathering area. The crowd was in a state of extreme excitement, and they rushed forward even more resolutely. Drive it out. We can drive it out soon. Defense net. Let it taste the power of our fortifications. Fang Xiuyu looked behind him, and the big loach's head also turned. Seeing that he had the intention to retreat, he stopped, and several people in the crowd bumped into him, trying to force him one last time. In a blink of an eye, several more neatly cut bodies lay at Fang Xiuyu's feet. Fang Xiuyu clenched his fists. A few seconds later, the big loach flew into the air and resolutely crashed into the defense net. Chapter 194. Let him go. Hiss. Crackle. 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 With a huge and strange sound, the defense net flashed with lightning, and the gathering area suddenly became as bright as day. The big loach fell heavily to the ground. The defense has been activated. It is indeed a secret weapon. The crowd cheered. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. After the big loach landed, the flashing of the defense net did not stop, and it was even more violent than before. And the strange sound was also intensifying, intertwined with the electromagnetic sound. And the whole world seemed to be shaken. Is there something wrong with the defense net? No. No. Outside. Outside. Ah! In the bright light, people could barely make out some changing shadows. Densely packed giant mutants were rushing in from the periphery, crashing into the protective net one after another, because there were so many and so dense, almost covering the sky and the sun. People mistakenly thought it was just thick fog. In fact, the world outside the defense net had long been occupied by mutants. People could not estimate their number, nor could they know how long they could resist. This was completely an extinction-style invasion. Fang Xiuyu came back to his senses and turned his head to look outside. Originally, he had planned to fight his way out, but he didn't expect that at the moment he was about to hit the defense net, an irresistible voice suddenly broke into his brain. Go back. Don't move. Before he could react to the words, his body automatically executed the command and landed safely with the big loach. Then he saw the scene outside. Is Tang Zhe here? The defensive fortifications were obviously struggling. Originally, they could barely maintain the shape of the net. But now, because of the successive mutants, the magnetic lines fired were already in a mess. And the defense net was about to reveal a flaw. A nauseating smell spread in the air, and the body fluids and fragments of the mutants fell through the mesh, accumulating into several sticky pools on the ground. The crowd retreated frantically again. So many. How could there be so many? This is different from before. The mutants have upgraded, and we can't deal with them at all. We're all going to die. Ha 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 ha. Fang Xiuyu looked at the panel in the distance, and Damon's expression didn't seem to change. On the contrary, he seemed a little excited. At this moment, Fang Xiuyu wanted to smash the panel with his tail. There was more and more mucus on the ground, emitting the stench of blood and decay. Some of them were corrosive, and some of them contained twisting mutant insects, spreading and engulfing the soldiers who didn't have time to escape. There was a chaotic light in the sky, and the battle was in a stalemate, but neither side had any intention of stopping. The feet of the big loach were filled with mucus, as if a barrier was drawn around him. Fang Xiuyu looked around, and there was no living person within dozens of meters nearby. But the defense net was still not opened. The defense fortifications developed by the Liu family were so powerful. Fang Xiuyu looked at the spreading mucus and thought that if this continued, the people in the gathering area would probably be drowned by the mucus. Damon was determined to lock him up until the last moment. But those innocent people. Tongza, what should I do? Fang Xiuyu thought secretly. At this moment, the compound eyes of the big loach suddenly moved, and a familiar figure emerged. In the eyes of the crowd below, a dazzling white stripe appeared on the shoulder of the huge loach. After careful identification, They realized that it was a figure wearing a research suit. He was not wearing a protective suit or a mask. And he stood calmly in the fog and the mutants. In the chaos, there was not a single speck of dirt on him. What is that? A person? Where did he come from? Did he fall in from outside? Impossible. He must have mutated. How can someone stand outside without a protective suit? In the commotion, someone pulled off the mask on his head and instantly fell down because of the strong pollution. No, that is definitely not a person. On the panel, Damon's expression finally changed. Not hatred, not provocation, but uncontrollable enthusiasm. Tang Zai, Fan Xiu shouted. Hide behind me. Beware of an ambush. No matter what Tang Zai's ability is now, Fan Xiu has seen him seriously injured and dying. Since Damon can hide such a large-scale fortification. What if, through the compound eyes of the big loach, Fan Xiu saw Tang Zai turn his face towards him, and his green eyes flashed. Then, the strange and irresistible voice sounded in his mind again. It's okay. I'll deal with him. Tang Zai's eyes were full of indifference, which calmed Fan Xiu's mood. That's right. Tang Zai is different from before. He is no longer someone who needs to be carefully protected behind him, but someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, or even stand in front of him. Fan Xiu thought. He didn't know whether he was relieved or disappointed in his heart, but just nodded silently to reassure Tang Zai. Tang Zai retracted his gaze and turned to look at Damon, and the temperature in his eyes suddenly turned cold. The next second, Damon, who was hiding in the chief's office area, heard a clear voice in his mind. Open the defense network. Otherwise I will crush the gathering area. Damon on the panel finally began to tremble. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but because his image was being played in front of the whole district, he could only try to hold it back. Great! Tang Zai, Damon thought excitedly. You have improved again. In such a short time. You have improved so fast. This way. Next time, you will be able to break through the Liu family's defense. After a while, you will be able to reach the five-colored stone. And then the whole underground. Damon's eyes began to turn red because he was trying to suppress his excitement. Under the huge panel suspended in the air, there was flowing mucus and fleeing people. The Liu family's defense network was still working. The scene in the wild was completely covered by the light, and only the screams of the mutants being hit could be heard. Half a minute later, Damon finally gave the order. Remove the defense. The lightning disappeared instantly, and all the mutants that were originally trapped in the air fell to the ground, stirring up a burst of gravel. The ground shook and smoke rose. The surroundings were completely dark. At this time, the big loach and the white figure quietly retreated. The protective net was opened again, but this time it only lit up a faint dim light. Outside the defense, everything fell into silence again. The soldiers who were shocked by the continuous shock finally recovered and raised their heads. It's over. It's really over. We won. Seeing the countless corpses of mutants in front of them, people cheered. The gathering area won, and mankind won. Our will is invincible. Follow the leader. Long live the leader. The shouts of the soldiers were deafening. No one noticed that the original big loach was not among the corpses, and no one cared about the whereabouts of the strange person. People were immersed in the joy of defeating the mutant with their will. This remarkable victory would inspire them to face a more tragic war. At this moment, at least for them, the future was certain. The big loach stopped safely outside the old medical area. Fan Xiu got out from the middle of his weapon and vehicle, and standing next to him was Tang Zai, who had just gathered, and Kuroki Ling, who was driving the boat. Fan Xiu looked at her with some surprise. Those sounds just now, were they your helpers? Kuroki Ray nodded. Half an hour ago, Tang Zai suddenly appeared in the laboratory. Kuroki Ray only then knew that they had gone to the gathering area and encountered such a thing. She had no idea for a moment. The mutants are all in the wild. Even if we go hunting now, it will take a lot of time to bring them to the gathering area one by one, she said. But if we want to break through the fortifications built by the Liu family, or force Damon to surrender, we must summon a large number of mutants. Not only a large number of mutants, but also animal or semi-animal types with large size and aggressiveness. Tang Zai nodded. So, I need your help. Kuroki Ray was somewhat bewildered. Even if all of us go to catch him. No, just you are enough, Tang Zai said. After hearing Tang Zai's plan, Kuroki Ray felt even more incredible. You use your own energy to enhance my mutation function? Is it really feasible? I speculate that superpowers can be stimulated. As long as they are under certain conditions, they may burst out 10 or 100 times the original power. Use my energy. Try it. As soon as the voice fell, Tang Zai's body became blurred, different from the gasified state. He is now more like being surrounded by an excited energy. Dark green gas lingered around his whole body, and even the surrounding air seemed to be affected. Kuroki Ling, standing 1 meter away from him, felt a strong sense of oppression. Kuroki, activate your senses. Kuroki Ling responded and immediately activated her special ability. Then, an irresistible voice sounded in everyone's mind. Did you hear it? Kuroki Ling was shocked. Electroencephalogram communication has been strengthened. Originally, the other party could only receive her information in an extremely narrow band. But now, she can broadcast to other people's brains almost without restrictions. Tang Zai smiled. Okay, let's try something else. Next, Tang Zai used her sound wave amplification function to spread her energy. Within a range of 50 kilometers, almost all mutants were swept by a violent energy wave, and then died with dark green light. Then they followed Tang Zai and Kuroki Ling in groups, rushing towards the gathering area. Kuroki Ling withdrew her thoughts. After this time, she was more certain that Tang Zai was a completely different existence. Not only did he break through the limitations of subcellular transformation, but more importantly, he could use his own will to control the scattered body tissues. In addition, this control can also be extended to other mutants. In other words, he can control any mutant. If the conditions are right, he can also control a huge number of mutant teams at the same time. Even, she looked at Tang Zai, who was checking Fang Shuyu's body. After confirming that he was fine, Tang Zai checked the newly made Big Loach. No signs of being attacked, he said. Fang Shuyu raised his head proudly. Of course, you asked me to go back and wait, and I went back and waited. I didn't touch the defense net at all. I'll fight. Don't worry. Kuroki Ling's eyes fluctuated, and she slowly showed uncontrollable excitement in her eyes. This is the one who can lead them out. One day, this underground will all fall at his feet. Chapter 195. How can you be so powerful? No abnormality. Fino's voice came over. She was doing a physical examination on Tang Zai and Kuroki Ling to see if this cooperation had any impact on their bodies. But to be on the safe side, you'd better soak in the repair fluid. After all, we have never tried the form of energy enhancement, and there may be changes that are difficult to detect. Tang Zai had a blank expression and did not respond. After a few seconds, his eyes suddenly changed and he raised his head towards Fino. I'll go check the repair fluid. The huge cylinder was soaked in light blue colloid, and it looked the same as usual. Tang Zai approached the container and carefully observed every inch of the repair fluid. Have you analyzed the composition of the repair fluid? He asked. We have tried to analyze it many times before, but there are still some unknown components. Fino shook his head. Those unknown components should be related to the lost records. Because of the loss of memory and archives, the laboratory has always had a technical gap. We also hope that you can solve those puzzles. Tang Zai stared at the repair fluid for a while without saying a word. Did you keep any samples before? Yes. Can it be multiplied? Yes. After Fino answered, he suddenly realized. You mean, we don't need to know the specific ingredients, as long as it can proliferate? Tang Zai nodded. These inside, he raised his hand and knocked on the container. Don't move anymore. Fino was a little confused and looked over. The repair fluid in the container was still bright, like a beautiful blue gem. No, the light transmittance seemed to have changed subtly. Is there something in the repair fluid? Don't use it. And don't touch it. Tang Zai instructed. Wait for it to grow naturally. What is it? It's not completely clear yet, but under the effect of the repair fluid, it should also expand to an extremely large size. Where we are now, there will be many things for it to drive. I still don't understand. Tang Zai stood up, with a sly look in his eyes. Just think of it as a time bomb. After we leave, if someone finds this place, we can't let them leave easily. As Fino hesitated, Tang Zai waved his hand and walked out. Tang Zai. Fang Shuyu had been waiting in the empty office area. When he saw Tang Zai appear, he quickly came up to him. Have you finished everything? Are you tired? Do you want me to massage your shoulders? Do you have enough mental energy? Do you want me to replenish it? Tang Zai stopped halfway. He suspected that if Fang Xiuyu had a tail, it would have been turned into a propeller by now. The crisis in the gathering area has been temporarily resolved. The records have been brought back, and the new weapons have been tested in actual combat. Isn't it time to celebrate? Fang Xiuyu said, leaning over with an ambiguous smile. If you celebrate often, you will be more likely to succeed. Tang Zai saw Fang Xiuyu's eyes, and thought it was not good. He raised his hand to push away, but he couldn't resist Fang Xiuyu's enthusiasm. And in the end, he could only selflessly dedicate a handful of spiritual energy. How can you be so powerful? Fang Xiuyu whispered softly while panting. I'll have to rely on you to lead me in future battles. Tang Zai felt that the other party was trying to get ahead of himself, so he quickly pushed him. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiuyu had a myasthenia attack on the spot, and his whole body leaned heavily on him. Tang Zai was forced into a corner, with no way to retreat. Fang Xiuyu felt his collar being lifted, and the cold touch slid down his neck, and he suddenly felt even hotter. The next second, his heart felt a tingling pain like an electric shock. He jumped out reflexively. The tremor in Tang Zai's eyes quickly faded, and his eyes returned to a cool look. My energy is invasive, and it's better for people and objects with abnormalities to stay away from me. Fang Xiuyu looked down at his chest. The dark green color was spreading along the cracks at his heart, quickly swallowing up the original white color. He swallowed and silently closed his clothes. I know, he said, and the grievance in his eyes was about to overflow. Tang Zai shook his head. We need to study the records we found this time as soon as possible, he said. In order to keep these things, the five-colored stone made each node into an abstract device. We can't be sure whether the records they found are so vague, or they just made a deal to prevent leakage. What we can be sure of now is that many of the events we have experienced so far can be matched. Tang Zai took out a stack of papers, all of which were his notes. This is the content of the first two rooms, roughly corresponding to the timeline from the establishment of the gathering area to the present. This ball of cotton-like thing should mean that I have achieved body gasification. He frowned as he said this. When in the prop room, this thing was placed a little closer to the front than the others, as if it was deliberately placed more conspicuous. In addition, the other things on the shelf were almost all made of various solid metal materials, so this cotton ball seemed too abrupt. So he took it down and studied it, and found that there was a bullet-like thing in the center of the cotton ball. When he touched the bullet, he felt uncomfortable. He activated the gasification function, which seemed to be when Fang Xiuyu was trapped in the building by the mucus mutant. The bullet, perhaps, refers to the shot Fang Xiuyu fired at him. Combined with Damon's words, he killed you more than once. It is easy to think that this is not the first time something like this has happened. Fang Xiuyu's unforgettable regret, was it also because he killed him when he was in the system? Fang Xiuyu was completely unaware of Tang Zai's psychological activities, just watching something surging in the depths of his eyes, and then being suppressed by effort. He wanted to get closer, but his body instinctively recalled the pain just now, and his steps stopped automatically. Have you found anything? He asked cautiously. Tang Zai looked away. Nothing. Captain, please look at the previous records to see if they all match. Why are you calling me captain again? Fang Xiuyu's voice dropped. I'm no longer your captain. I'm just your weapon. Huh? Seeing that Tang Zai didn't deny it, Fang Xiuyu took the opportunity to move closer. You can enhance Kuroki Ling's abilities. So can you also enhance mine? Although I don't seem to have any other uses except for my spiritual energy. If I can double it, everyone can use it. Tang Zai looked at him. His eyes moved to the crack on his neck. At this time, the crack was glowing with a light green light. My energy and the captain's energy may not be compatible, he said. I can control other mutants and enhance Kuroki Ling's ability. Essentially, it's because we both use the same energy. I said that there is more than one kind of energy. There is no control or predation relationship between mutants using different energies, because we are not on the same food chain. Fang Xiuyu was stunned. What does this mean? Tang Zai pursed his lips and looked away. The attack on Fang Xiuyu just now confirmed his guess. He could not spread his energy in Fang Xiuyu's body like he did with other people, and he could not gain control. Fang Xiuyu was electrocuted only because the cracks on his body were Tang Zai's own body tissue. Dark green energy can only spread in the cracks. Apart from that, Fang Xiuyu's body is almost immune to it. But the energy in Fang Xiuyu's body could be destructive to him. It means that you are not my sword. You are just yourself, he said. You just need to learn how to control your own energy. Tang Zei actually has another guess about spiritual energy. When he confronted Fang Xiuyu should not be able to destroy him with traditional weapons. The only explanation for that death is, what is important is that Fang Xiuyu has unconsciously stimulated his spiritual energy. This is Tang Zei's biggest weakness. Even if it is separated into gas molecules at the subcellular level, it can still be attacked by the spiritual energy emitted. Fang Xiuyu is not the sword in his hand, but the sword stabbing his heart. Just thinking about it, Fang Xiuyu suddenly came over and put his hand into Tang Zei's hand. Then you can control me like this. Tang Zei? Not like them. It's better to control like this. Fang Xiuyu said. I will go wherever you pull me. And I will hit wherever you point. Tang Zei's hand trembled. I feel it. Fang Xiuyu was a little flustered by his expression. What do you feel? Energy is radiating. Tang Zei looked down at the hands of the two people, and some white mist seemed to float out of Fang Xiuyu's palm. Like stardust. This was the first time he had seen spiritual energy directly. It was so bright and vast, as if it did not belong to the gray underground, but to the deep and boundless sky. Tang Zei stared quietly. The misty energy lingered around his hand and seeped into his skin little by little. A faint warmth also melted into it and spread around his body. Fang Xiuyu twitched unconsciously. The white mist dissipated, and the flowing warmth also disappeared, leaving only the original temperature of his palm. Tang Zei slowly loosened his hand. It seems that only the first step has been stimulated. But this is good. At least you can see your own energy. Fang Xiuyu turned his palms back and forth, looking left and right. But what else can these energies be used for besides dispersing? He pulled Tang Zei's sleeves. Senior, do you have any experience? Experience means you may first gain the perception of the same kind of energy. Fang Xiuyu blinked in confusion. What does perception feel like? I have never felt it. Because spiritual energy is already scarce. Maybe you are the only one who has it underground. Oh! Tang Zei looked at Fang Xiuyu. His eyes seemed to be foggy, and his eyes were confusing. Captain, how many things have you recalled? Tell me. Chapter 196, He Should Be Dead. Fang Xiuyu was stunned. His eyes changed a lot of emotions in an instant. And 2 seconds later, his slightly twisted brows slowly relaxed. Where do you want to start? Where do you think I should start? Fang Xiuyu lowered his eyes, as if he was sorting out his thoughts. But his eyes slowly became hot. After a long time, he finally raised his head and looked into Tang Zei's eyes, but swallowed back the words he wanted to say. In his memory, he had looked into these eyes too many times. At the beginning, he only dared to take a sneak peek when he turned his head, but later he could stare openly for a long time. From strange to familiar, strange again, familiar again. Now he recalled Tang Zei's eyes every time they met again, and he could feel that he had not forgotten. Tang Zei just accepted a lover who had lost his memory, and waited patiently for the two to get close again. But this time, he was the one who carried the memory. Now Tang Zei's eyes would only occasionally show a little warmth, and most of the time they were like ice ponds. Cold, deep, without many traces of the past. Looking at these eyes, he couldn't say anything. Seeing Fang Xiuyu's hesitation, Tang Zei blinked in confusion. Fang Xiuyu came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Sorry, I don't know where to start for a moment. From the first time they met? Such a distant thing. Such a beautiful and unreal memory. And the person on the other side knew nothing about it. Captain said I had a cat? Tang Zei reminded. Yes. Fang Xiuyu's expression relaxed a little, and his eyes showed nostalgia. It was a black cat, with eyes very similar to yours. Named Momo. Really? Well, you brought it from your home planet, and it might be the first small animal on Beta Star. Fang Xiuyu seemed to have opened up a chatterbox and continued to talk to himself. Come to think of it, I saw it first, because it ran to our base and caused a sensation. Then you chased it here. That was the first time we met. The first time in the true sense. Tang Zei responded. I don't have much impression of cats. Apart from reading the records of the current system, I roughly know what kind of species it is. His tone was light and without any emotion. It seems to be a rather cold and selfish character. Apart from being cute, it is not very likable. Fang Xiuyu was a little disappointed, but soon cheered up. Cats are not like this. It was cold at first, just because it was defensive and didn't dare to entrust itself easily, he said. But once it trusts you, it will give itself to you completely. It will rely on you, protect you, lie in your arms, rub its head on your hands, and let you touch its softest belly. Fang Xiyu fell into memories. When you haven't walked into its heart, it will squat far away and ignore you, actually testing your attitude. Once it finds out that you are a person who gets excited for only a short time, it will walk away indifferently and lick its fur alone. But after it accepts you, as long as it sees you appear from a distance, its eyes will light up. If it hasn't seen you for a long time, it will quietly wait for you on your way back. And when you show up, it will pretend to be indifferent and run away. But it is actually waiting for you to coax it, wanting to see how important it is to you. It will care if you have the smell of other cats. And it is afraid that it is not your only one, because you occupy a large place in its heart. He laughed softly. It is just protecting itself in this way. Such a soft, vulnerable little animal. Is that so? Tang Zei nodded, not quite understanding. I didn't expect the captain to like cats so much. Fang Xiyu raised his head and looked at him. His eyes became complicated. I can't say that I like cats particularly, but I have a deeper relationship with Momo. After spending so much time together, it becomes more and more dependent on me, and I become more and more dependent on it. That's it. The captain is really sentimental, not to mention the people he has been with. But even the cat. Tang Zei's eyes still had no emotion, but his tone had changed subtly. Fang Xiyu shook his head slowly. There is only one cat in my heart. Momo. Among so many people I have been with, there is only one person who cannot be replaced. Even if he forgets, he will still be attracted to the person in front of him again and again, and can't help but want to get closer. And every time he loses him, the empty space in his heart reminds him to find the person who once lived there. Tang Zei looked away, with a hint of smile in his eyes. Yeah. Fang Xiyu also laughed. Well, I don't know what happened to Momo later, he said. I haven't seen it since I entered the system. It should be dead, Tang Zei said lightly. Fang Xiyu froze. Cats only live for a dozen years. It must have been a few years old when you met it. And it's normal for it to die after so long. What's more, there is no life on this planet. If it leaves the human base, it can't even find food and water. Unless it is carefully raised by someone, it has no chance of survival. Tang Zei's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Fang Xiyu's heart was stabbed. That's right, huh? Tang Zei wanted to ask something, but he was suddenly hugged into his arms. Warmth enveloped him from all directions. Captain? Don't go anywhere, Fang Xiyu said. Just stay in my arms. Stay in my heart, okay? The heartbeat came through his chest, just like the temperature around him. Solid and reassuring. Tang Zei nodded. The temperature quickly occupied his forehead, cheeks, and finally filled his mouth, until he suddenly tasted a trace of bitterness flowing into his mouth. Don't look. Fang Xiyu's voice was trembling. Don't look, Tang Zei. More and more tears slid down his face and into his mouth. Tang Zei realized that what was beating in this body was just a broken heart that was glued together again. Are you feeling better? Tang Zei asked. Fang Xiyu made a vague hum sound from his nose. Tang Zei pushed him away and realized that his lips were numb. He coughed lightly to cover up his emotions, then turned aside and picked up the stack of papers full of records. Memory is the most important weapon. You are the one who has recovered the most memory among us. This is the bargaining chip to compete with Damon. Tang Zei's voice returned to normal. I need you to recall some details. What the world was like in the past. What the rules were. I need to know these. Fang Xiyu nodded. Okay. The recording should start after the system is running. But you are not the first group of people to enter the system. So your memory in this system. Tang Zei drew a line on the paper with his finger. It should be in this range. He raised his head. Do you have any impression? Fang Xiyu looked at the tangled symbols and covered his forehead with a headache. It looks like various mutant crises. No. This is too abstract. Haven't you encountered any memorable mutants before? Fang Xiyu tried to recall. The mutants at that time were completely different from the ones we encounter now. They looked very complex, but their attack power was not that strong. They were mainly compound animals. A bit similar to what you are making now. Perhaps it is because the restrictions in the system stage are smaller than in reality, and more complex things can be designed. But it is found that they cannot be fully realized when they are put into reality. Tang Zei thought. Or maybe the current environment has changed a lot compared to the system simulation stage. So many new species have evolved spontaneously. The weapons used at that time were different from those used now. They were highly targeted, and would not be as helpless against mud cells as they are now. Fang Xiyu continued. There were no microbial mutations at that time. There were only things with increasingly hard shells and larger volumes. Now that I think about it, it doesn't really conform to the law of natural mutations. Tang Ze nodded. Mutations at the microbial level are indeed something that has never appeared before. It is still unknown whether this was the first time that the 5 color stones were researched, or whether they were based on some theoretical experiments. But he vaguely felt that this was inseparable from the research in the laboratory. Captain, do you remember what happened before you lost your memory last time? It was in the same building. You said you couldn't find any records after you woke up. Fang Shuyu's face changed. Tang Ze, think of yourself as a bystander. Go and see that memory. And then tell me. Don't put your own emotions into it. Seeing that Fang Xiyu didn't answer for a long time, Tang Ze held his hand. We still have a lot of incomplete records to fill in. If we can fill in these fragments, maybe the technical gap can be restored. I need these memories. Fang Xiyu took a deep breath. Although I remember a lot, most of them are memories related to you. In my memory, you are always the protagonist, and everything else is very vague. I don't know why. It's like a dream. I can't see the details clearly no matter how hard I try. He was a little annoyed. I clearly remember almost all the missions, where we went, what dangers you encountered, and how you escaped safely in the end. But that time, I still can't remember the most critical part. I only remember seeing you fall. But there is no cause and effect. But I also have a memory of being rescued after losing consciousness alone in that building. Where did you go? And how did it all end? I can't remember. And why twice? Did they add something else when they cleaned my memory? Tang Ze stared at him for a while. Human memory is the result of processing reality. What you remember is actually what you choose to remember. And these memories will change according to your cognition and emotions. But in theory, your brain can remember these things and other things. But you just can't remember them for the time being, Tang Ze said, raising his hand to hold Fang Shuyu's face and let him look at him. Captain, can I hypnotize you? Chapter 197 Always doing this. System test final stage. 35th generation gathering area K68 simulated building complex. Tongza. Fang Xiyu chased after the blurry figure. The environment seemed to have changed suddenly, and the detector was still reanalyzing the air composition. Visibility has deteriorated, which is an ominous sign. This mission should not have bothered them. The building is relatively open as a whole, and the skin shows that there are no formed mutants inside. According to the past rating standards, this can only be regarded as a low-risk mission area. However, there is a small risk warning when analyzing the site. There is a narrow corner in the building. The situation is unclear, and there is a risk of hiding unknown mutants. There is a wall inside the building that is inserted diagonally into the ground, which forms a strange blind spot. The space under the wall is not large, and people cannot stand upright. Even if there are mutants hiding, they will only be small and easy to deal with. The only possible danger is that there may be unknown pollution sources inside. Because of this prompt, the rating has risen to medium risk. Pollution has been around for nearly 200 years, and humans have discovered nearly 100 types of pollution. But no matter how hard humans try, unknown pollution continues to appear. Newly emerging pollution may be different from any previous form, and existing defenses may be completely ineffective. They can only hide and chase forever, and never breathe. Test progress 90%. Further analysis in progress. Estimated time. The prompt sounded. Except for the fog getting thicker, there seemed to be no significant changes in everything around. A sense of uneasiness seized Fang Xiyu, and he became alert instinctively. Tang Ze, he shouted again. Tang Ze finally stopped. Fang Xiyu held a gun and checked around. After confirming that it was safe, he ran to Tang Ze at the fastest speed. Didn't you check this place just now? I didn't see anything with my naked eyes. And the instrument didn't respond. He freed one hand and tried to pull Tang Ze away. Something is wrong. It may be dangerous. Let's evacuate first. Tang Ze looked at him and shook his head. I haven't found the reason yet. Are you talking about the abnormal curve before getting off the bus? Didn't the liaison department say that because it appeared for too short a time and the deviation from the normal value was ridiculous, it should be just a false alarm from the instrument? Before they got off the bus, Tang Ze's biological detector suddenly went off the scale. But it only lasted for 0.1 seconds, and the value returned to normal. If Tang Zai hadn't been watching it, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. Tang Zai held Fang Shuyu's hand. If it's not a false alarm, it's something unprecedented. As a research consultant accompanying the team, I must investigate it clearly. You also know that once a new type of pollution appears, it may spread everywhere. Missing the research opportunity will cause incalculable losses. Behind the goggles, the green eyes were as calm as water, not affected by the unknown danger at all. Captain Fang will protect me anyway. Right? I don't know if it was because of this sentence or the smile in his eyes that made Fang Shuyu's tense mood relax. Okay. I will definitely get you out of here safely, Fang Shuyu said. Just like every time in the past. The smile in Tang Zai's eyes deepened. Then I'll leave it to you, Captain Fang. Detection progress, 98%. Unknown contamination credibility, 99.99%. Attack method, unknown. Concentration, 2.1%. Fang Shuyu became alert and carefully observed the surroundings. The fog was still there and not there, and under the dim lighting, it was difficult for the naked eye to judge the subtle changes. Everyone be alert. Finally, step up the search and retreat in 5 minutes. Fang Shuyu gave orders while quickly retreating in the direction of Tang Zai. As a non-combat member, Tang Zai should have entered the area to explore after others had found out the situation. However, for safety reasons, combat personnel were not allowed to approach areas with clear risks. In order to collect experimental materials, Tang Zai often broke the rules and entered the sampling without authorization. In this way, the place he went to was the most dangerous. As the captain, Fang Shuyu cannot violate the rules and ask other team members to enter the restricted area. Therefore, in the most dangerous core area, there are often only him and Tang Zai. No matter what, he must be by Tang Zai's side. Unknown pollution concentration, 10.8%. A bright red prompt popped up. Fang Shuyu was startled. Too fast. How could it spread so fast? The ominous premonition spread quickly, and he ran towards Tang Zai without thinking. The sudden thick fog hit him head-on, and Fang Shuyu's vision suddenly blurred. Tang Zai. Unknown pollution concentration, 25.4%. Unknown pollution concentration, 37.2%. Unknown pollution source detected. Location. A bright red light spot jumped out on the goggles, overlapping with the green light spot indicating Tang Zai's location. Alarm. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Fang Shuyu felt his brain buzz. Tang Zai did not respond, and the light spot did not move. They still underestimated the risk, the blind spot that seemed to pose no threat. But there was an unknown pollution source. Unknown pollution source. This is 100 times more terrifying than the mutant. Tang Zai. Tang Zai. Combat soldiers retreated one after another. An alarm sounded around the building. The mist began to change color, like a dirty yellow-green, full of warning. Fang Shuyu could not see anything, and the scan was almost ineffective. He could only rely on the positioning points in the goggles to grope for Tang Zai's location. Tang Zai was more than 10 meters away from him. Perhaps he ran over while he was checking the environment. Captain Fang. The site is about to be closed. Please retreat within 20 seconds. The message came from the helmet, indicating that the mission site was about to be abandoned. Unknown pollution appeared. In order to prevent it from spreading and affecting the gathering area, closure is the most important thing. Once the high-risk alarm is triggered, all personnel in the site may be directly abandoned. Now 20 seconds is reserved, which is the greatest privilege for this captain with outstanding military achievements. Fang Shuyu gritted his teeth. Got it. He didn't care about any obstacles or traps in front of him, and ran straight to the nearest route. Bang. His knee hit a broken wall heavily, and the whole person was tripped to the ground. After falling, he found that the fog near the ground was relatively thin, and a shadow appeared vaguely in the distance. Not far from him was that ordinary blind spot. The yellow-green smoke like sand and dust filled the place, and Tang Zai fell beside it. The polluted smoke lingered on Tang Zai's body, like a group of poisonous snakes gnawing at him. Pollution concentration at current location, 60.7%. Please move away immediately. Captain Fang. There are still 15 seconds left. It's still in time to get to the exit from your current location. Even if you don't die if you get close to the pollution source, you will definitely mutate. Give up on him. A feeling of powerlessness spread throughout Fang Shuyu's body. in just a few seconds. If he had forcibly taken Tang Zai away at that time. If he had gone with him at that time. Fang Xiu suddenly burst out with amazing strength and jumped up from the broken stone pile. His mind was blank. And when he reacted, he was already running wildly in the thick fog with Tang Zai in his arms. Tang Zai. I'm here. Don't worry. You will be fine. 3 seconds. Bang. Fang Xiu fell heavily to the ground. But Tang Zai was well protected in his arms. The door of the building closed at his feet. Captain Fang. Your leg seems to be broken. Save him first. Fang Xiu's eyes were dark. And he just instinctively grabbed the person who made the sound. Save him. You must. Please. He fainted. Before the unknown pollution broke out. Were there any signs around? Tang Zai asked. Fang Xiu turned over in a daze and frowned. Nothing special. Just feeling nervous for no reason. Oh. The signal seems to have subtle fluctuations. And my skin is a little numb. Tang Zai fell into deep thought. What else? When you were saving me, what was the source of the pollution like? Did it burst out from underground or in the wall? I didn't pay attention to that. I just wanted to save you. Fang Xiu whispered. That thing is yellow and green. I've never seen it before. But it doesn't look like smoke. Yes, the smoke looks thick. But the visibility becomes stronger when you get closer. The particles of smoke seem to be larger. Tang Zai didn't continue asking questions. Fang Xiu snorted, as if he fell into a dream again. Yes. Yes. Fang Xiu suddenly said. It doesn't look like smoke. It looks like pollen from a plant. Tang Zai raised his eyes. Pollen? Yes. It's powdery. But a bit sticky. I don't know what it is. It could be a plant or an animal. Isn't it an unknown source of pollution? How did it become a plant or an animal? I don't know. That's not an ordinary source of pollution. It's just something that has never appeared before. You said, it's very important. Fang Xiu's breathing suddenly became rapid, and then slowly slowed down. He seemed to be relieved suddenly. You woke up, he murmured. When I picked you up, you woke up. You were fine. And you smiled at me. You said you finally found the most important thing. But you didn't say anything later. Maybe I couldn't hear you. Oh, I soon lost my sight. 2. Everything was based on instinct. I want to take you out. Tang Zai was silent for a while. I know. He said. Keep recalling. Captain. Tang Zai opened his eyes. In front of him was the familiar ceiling of the medical area. And next to him was a familiar furry head. He turned his head to look at the head. A smile appeared in his eyes. And he couldn't help but raise his hand to rub it. Fang Xiu raised his head. And his sleepy eyes suddenly brightened. You're awake. Tang Zai. Well, thanks to the heroic Captain Fang. You once again protected me and completed the frontline sampling mission. Tang Zai sat up and looked at Fang Xiu leaning against the bed. And couldn't help but be stunned. Except for his head. Fang Xiu's entire body was wrapped in plaster, bandages, and various connecting tubes. Well, I was afraid that you wouldn't see me when you woke up. So I didn't choose capsule treatment. Anyway, it's just flesh wounds. So conservative treatment is the same. Fang Xiu stretched his face forward. How are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Wait a minute. The doctor will be here soon. Tang Zai shook his head helplessly and pushed his face away. You always do this. Who did this? Fang Xiu felt a little aggrieved. The alarm was clearly sounded. But you still went to the pollution source. If I didn't do this, you would. He pursed his lips and lowered his head. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. Tang Zai's eyes were full of smiles. I told you. I will be fine no matter what. Even if you leave. I can survive. If it is really dangerous. You must ensure your safety and leave first. Are you a god? Aren't you afraid of being attacked? Fang Xiu pouted. What if I really am? Tang Zai smiled. Every time I make a breakthrough in my research. Don't you say I'm a god descending to Earth? Maybe. He leaned close to Fang Xiu's ear. Maybe even if I'm seriously injured. There's a way to heal me and appear in front of you again. Or, even if I'm dead, I can come back to life. You're teasing me again. I'm not teasing you. Tang Zai's expression became serious. Although I'm not a real god. I do have a secret weapon. Fang Xiu was a little bit unbelievable at first. But when he saw Tang Zai's eyes and remembered some difficult to explain things in the past, he gradually became skeptical. Then I can't take that risk. He pulled Tang Zai's hand hard. I'll feel at ease if you hold it in my hand. Tang Zai lowered his head and let the other party play with his fingers. The corners of his mouth raised a little. But you said before that this is the last time. Is it true? Fang Xiyu asked cautiously. Tang Zai came back to his senses. Is your research going to be completed soon? It was almost completed. But there was still a little theoretical gap. This time it happened to be a new source of pollution. And the puzzle should be completed soon. Fang Xiyu was happy, his eyes sparkling. Chief Tang, how can you be so awesome? He put his cheek on Tang Zai's hand and rubbed it gently. Then can we end this kind of life soon? No need to worry about pollution and mutants. No need to sacrifice so many people. Tang Zai's eyes suddenly changed. And he looked away. After a long time, he spoke again. I will definitely make it end. Chapter 198. You have to compensate me. What happened later? Tang Zai asked. Later. Fang Xiyu frowned and his voice became vague. The research was not so smooth later. You said that what appeared this time was subversive. The past theories may have to be overturned. His voice dropped again. You are very busy. I rarely see you. You have been in the laboratory day and night. But your face is getting uglier day by day. I think there may be a serious problem. But no matter how I ask you, you won't tell me. He snorted twice, stretched out his hand and waved it in the air, as if he wanted to grab something. Tang Zai walked over and put his hand in his hand. Fang Xiyu's expression calmed down. Tang Zai, he whispered softly, pulling his hand to his chest. Don't be too tired. It doesn't matter. No matter what. I'm here. He suddenly clenched his hands hard, and the sudden pain made Tang Zai frown. Tang Zai, where are you? Where did you go? His voice trembled. Why can't I find you? Tang Zai, where is Chief Tang? Fang Xiyu grabbed a researcher and asked. The new researcher shook his head at him. Chief Tang has always been conducting research alone, and we can't interfere. He doesn't need to report to us when and where he goes. Fang Xiyu let go of his hand and became discouraged. It's not that he didn't know Tang Zai's working status. But in the past, no matter what Tang Zai wanted to do, he would tell him first, and never left without saying goodbye like this. He remembered the words that Tang Zai muttered when he saw him yesterday. This thing will destroy humanity. Fang Xiyu held his forehead. It was already midnight, and there was no one in the laboratory. Tang Zai stood alone in the hall, holding something in his hand. Fang Xiyu had just finished his mission and came back. Without thinking too much, he pushed the door and walked in. Haven't you finished your work yet? Great scientist? He leaned over with a bright face. Tang Zai's face changed, and he quickly hid the things in his hand, and then met Fang Xiyu's eyes. Ahem. I have to wait for the results of an experiment tonight, and I may have to stay up all night. You go back and rest first. Don't you have a mission tomorrow? It doesn't matter. I'll stay here with you, Fang Xiyu said and sat down. Tang Zai's eyes were a little flustered. No need. I have to keep an eye on the reaction. And I can't take care of you here. Go back and rest. It's not another day. Don't worry about me. I'll just watch over you here. At worst, I can go to the small room next door and sleep for a while. Tang Zai's fists clenched unconsciously, and his eyes dodged. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Fang Xiyu stood up, supported his hands on the research table, and looked at him straight. Am I affecting you here? That's not what I mean. Your research carries the hope of the gathering area. So of course, it is the most important, he said. I'll go back and rest. And you can also calm down. Okay. Tang Zai's eyes really eased a lot. Yeah. But you have to compensate me after the research is completed. Without waiting for Tang Zai to answer, Fang Xiyu waved his hand and turned to walk out. Just as he reached the door, he stopped again. After thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly strode back. Boo! Tang Zai was caught off guard, and the redness spread from his cheeks to his ears. I'll take a little advance tonight, Fang Xiyu said. Good night. He turned and left happily, not noticing Tang Zai's complicated expression behind him. The next day, he did not receive any news from Tang Zai. He thought Tang Zai had finished the experiment and went to rest. So he just left a message. But until the evening, Tang Zai did not reply. Fang Xiyu felt something was wrong. After completing the mission, He went to Tang Zai's dormitory and found that he had not returned. He went to Tang Zai's research room again and found that he was not there either. Fang Xiuyu then recalled Tang Zai's expression yesterday. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Could it be that the research was not going well? Something went wrong seriously? Destroy humanity, what does it mean? Captain Fang. If there is nothing else, I will leave first, the researcher said. Chief Tang usually reports to the head, and I am afraid that only the head knows his movements now. Hearing this, Fang Xiuyu suddenly came back to his senses. Chief. Yes. If there are serious problems in the research, Tang Zai will definitely report it. The chief must know what happened. Thinking this way, Fang Xiuyu walked out quickly. Captain Fang. It's time to get off work now. Unless it's an emergency, the chief will not meet with you. Fang Xiuyu just arrived at the door of the chief's office and received a warning before he even registered. If it's an emergency, Captain Fang should also report to his immediate superior first, and they will pass it to the chief's office as quickly as possible. Please follow the rules. Fang Xiuyu hit a snag and his heart sank. That's right. No matter how fast he gets promoted and how much he gets commended, he is just a combat captain. In addition to the combat management departments at all levels, there are also some administrative chiefs who are under pressure. How can the chief meet him directly? But Tang Zai. If something happens to Tang Zai, wouldn't it be a big deal for the gathering area? Fang Xiuyu bit his lip. He didn't know what Tang Zai was like now. If it was a false alarm, it would be the best. But if Tang Zai went outdoors to collect samples privately and encountered any danger, it would be too late if he didn't take timely measures. If he knew where Tang Zai was, he would be willing to rush in regardless of everything, whether it was in the wild or in the chief's office. But now, even Tang Zai's whereabouts could not be determined. They only wore locators when they were on a mission. Otherwise, they could only communicate through the panel. Although Tang Zai's whereabouts were unknown several times in the past, he had agreed with him in advance on the time, and he had never lost contact suddenly like now. Where are you? Fang Xiuyu made up his mind that if he found Tang Zai this time, he would install a locator on him that would never lose contact, so that he could find him even if he went to the farthest corners of the world. Captain Fang. You can go back. Fang Xiuyu stood up unwillingly. Can I ask, did the chief meet with Chief Researcher Tang Zai today? Captain Fang. The chief's work cannot be made public. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. However, Chief Tang's whereabouts are not kept secret. He came this morning. Fang Xiuyu suddenly became excited. Then he left? Do you know where he went? I don't know. However, he didn't come back. Fang Xiuyu hurriedly thanked him and then ran to leave. Since Tang Zai didn't come back, the chief's office was the least likely place for him to appear. Even if it was a needle in a haystack, he had to go somewhere else. Thinking of this, Fang Xiuyu left the office building. In fact, he still had no clue. So he could only plan to go to the research room and dormitory for another look. If Tang Zai still didn't come back, he would drive to the past mission area to check. Tang Zai didn't have driving permission, so he couldn't leave the gathering area too far unless someone took him there. Just when Fang Xiuyu was about to leave, something strange suddenly flashed by his side. He looked over alertly, but only saw an empty corner. But just now, he clearly caught a glimpse of a strange black shadow flashing by. According to his combat experience, that kind of shape would never be the shadow of an ordinary person or object. It is likely to be a mutant. Fang Xiuyu thought for 2 seconds, then pulled out his gun and walked towards the corner. If the gathering area was mixed with mutants, it would be a big deal. Fang Xiuyu carefully raised his gun and walked around the corner, ready for battle. There was nothing behind the corner. Fang Xiuyu felt strange, but his long-term experience of fighting mutants made him smell something strange in the air. The air behind him changed subtly, and he jumped up and pointed his gun. In the distance were several other office buildings, and in the middle was an empty land with no trace of mutants. But in the corner of another office building, he clearly saw a strange shadow flash by. Fang Xiuyu's whole body tensed up. His feeling was right, and there was indeed something abnormal in the gathering area. Was it really a mutant? Why was it completely different from what he had seen in the past? Tang Zai's disappearance. Was it related to that thing? Thinking of Tang Zai, Fang Xiuyu didn't care much and ran after it. The black shadow moved very fast, and Fang Xiuyu thought he had lost it several times. But soon after, he saw it again in a corner. Its movement seems to have no obvious continuity. This is not an ordinary mutant at all. Fang Xiyu chased all the way to the bottom of a building. And suddenly, he could no longer find any trace of the shadow. He looked around for a long time in a daze, but did not see the shadow appear again. After a while, he realized the problem. The shadow had entered the building. He looked up and saw that the building in front of him was the medical area. It was now break time, and there should not be too many people except for the inpatient department and the emergency department. But even for those people, being attacked would be a huge loss. He immediately contacted the security guards and ran in quickly. The hall was dark, with only some emergency lighting, which was not common in the gathering area. Besides, there seemed to be too few people here. The whole building presented a kind of solemn and weird atmosphere, which made people wonder if it was abandoned. But the layers of protection and monitoring showed that it was strictly guarded. It didn't look like a hospital, but more like a military stronghold. Fang Xiyu felt uncomfortable. Although no one met him, there were surveillance cameras watching every step he took, and he had to go through identity scanning after a few steps. Under such supervision, it was difficult for strange people to break in. But what about the Black Shadow? Fang Xiyu searched layer by layer, but didn't find anything unusual. It was not until he reached a certain floor that he suddenly realized that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. He seemed to have been here a long time ago. If I remember correctly, this is a very special medical building. Its ground part is a regular testing area, and there is a deep area underground, which deals with difficult and complicated diseases. And the last time he came here was for the psychological problems frequently encountered by combat personnel. That was also the first time he met Tang Zhe. Fang Xiyu woke up as if from a dream, and quickly turned around and ran downstairs. The underground part was indeed very different from the ground. Although there were still few people, the lights were very bright. The reply from the security came over, and a team of people had entered the building for support. Fang Xiyu turned off the communication and put the matter of the Black Shadow behind him. He had to find Tang Zhe quickly. The memory of many years ago was already blurred, and he couldn't remember which room Tang Zhe came out of at that time. After many years, the layout of the building has changed a lot. Even if he still remembers it, it is difficult to find it. He can only search one room at a time, until the protective door of a certain floor opened. Fang Xiyu suddenly felt that he had found the right one. The walls, the layout, and the familiar and strange atmosphere everywhere. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Most of the doors on both sides of the corridor were closed, but there was no sign of any activity. When he walked to the middle, he saw a spacious hall with lights faintly visible in the depths. Just as he stopped, an unnatural noise came from inside. Bang. Paw. It sounded like something struggling after being controlled. And there was a faint shout. Is it a person? Fang Xiyu walked in with a gun in hand, and saw that the light was on in the innermost room. The door was half open, and a human-shaped shadow stood in the middle. He raised his gun and approached. You are not allowed to experiment on him. Intermittent voices came out. The voice was too weak, as if it was strangled, and it was impossible to tell whose voice it was. Fang Xiyu moved quickly, carefully hid his behind the half-open door, and prepared his gun. The voices behind the door disappeared, and even the noises became weaker, with only a few indistinguishable sounds occasionally, and it was impossible to determine whether there was still someone inside. Fang Xiyu waited quietly for a few seconds, suddenly opened the door, and rushed in with a gun. There was no shadow in the room, only a research table. Various instruments and reagents were scattered on the floor, and a person in a research suit fell on the table. Hearing the sound, the man barely raised his head and revealed familiar green eyes. Tang Zhe. Chapter 199. Come and help me. Fang Xiyu didn't care about anything else and ran towards him quickly. Tang Zhe was a little panicked for a moment, his eyes fixed on the direction of the door, his lips moving. But he didn't say anything. A black shadow flashed past the door and then disappeared quietly. Tang Zhe closed his eyes weakly. Tang Zhe. Are you okay? How do you feel? Fang Xiyu picked him up and carefully protected him in his arms. Tang Zhe frowned painfully, and after a few seconds, he barely opened his eyes. No. Nothing. Before he could say the word, he curled up involuntarily, and all explanations became pale and powerless. Fang Xiyu held up his face, and seeing his weak appearance, he was immediately anxious and at a loss. Tang Zhe. What's wrong with you? Fang Shuyu's hands were shaking. I'll take you to the emergency room. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Tang Zei grabbed his collar hard. Can't go. Fang Shuyu didn't listen to him and picked him up directly. But the whole person stopped stiffly in the air. In his arms, Tang Zei's pupils began to shrink unconsciously. But they were not round like normal people, but an elongated ellipse. Can't go. Tang Zei tried to say it again. While speaking, his pupils shrank several times, and each time they shrank, they became narrower and longer. Like a cat. Fang Shuyu understood, and his body staggered a few steps in disbelief. Tongza. You, the disappearing black shadow, attacked Tongza? Tongza did not reply, but gasped weakly. He could no longer control his pupils, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Fang Shuyu's face slowly melted in his eyes, overlapping with the unpleasant black shadow just now. Black shadow. Tongza's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, Fang Shuyu's sad face emerged from the blurred shadow again. He breathed a sigh of relief. Tongza. Fang Shuyu's voice came over. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here with you. Tang Zei opened his mouth slightly, but he didn't say anything, and his eyes slowly closed again. He felt that he was being hugged tightly, and the hot face pressed against his forehead and rubbed gently. The person holding him was trembling all over. Tang Zei was panting, and his breathing was as weak as a gossamer, as if it would stop at any time. Half a minute later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils had returned to their normal round shape. Fang Shuyu noticed the movement in his arms and raised his head. There were still tears in his eyes, and when he saw Tang Zei's appearance at this time, his face suddenly brightened. Tang Zei. You're back. He rubbed Tang Zei's cheek hard. It's okay. I told you that you'll be fine. Tang Zei smiled weakly. This is what I studied. I know how to treat it. He said. It can only be treated here. You come and help me. Fang Shuyu nodded vigorously. What do you want me to do? Tang Zei's eyes moved to the depths of the room. Fang Shuyu looked over and saw a secret door hidden in the wall. Where? Yeah. Fang Shuyu held him and walked over quickly, kicking the secret door open. Behind the door was a small room with a strange instrument inside. In the middle of the instrument was a cylindrical container, which looked like it could just accommodate one person standing. This is the treatment cabin, Tang Zei said. You should remember everything I say next. You must not make any mistakes. Fang Shuyu nodded eagerly. You said? I will do it according to your requirements. Tang Zei raised his hand and pointed. Outside the treatment cabin, there is a row of external sealed bottles. You can take them out directly according to the operating instructions, and they will be completely sealed. See you? I see. Yes. Tang Zei raised his hand and pointed in another direction. After sending me in, start the instrument. And then press the two buttons on the left. The instrument will start automatically, and it must not be opened before it stops. After the instrument stops, two sealed bottles will be filled. The white one, you open it and inject it into your body. The green one, keep it sealed and hide it in the safest place. It must not be found by anyone. Fang Shuyu was a little confused. Then you. Tang Zei grabbed Fang Shuyu's collar with all his strength and raised his head a little. Repeat once. Fang Shuyu repeated it word for word. Tang Zei seemed satisfied and slowly lay back. He leaned his head on Fang Shuyu's shoulder and spoke after a while. Take me there. Okay. Fang Shuyu looked at Tang Zei, his eyes full of worry. If you do that, you will recover. Right? Yes. You are the best scientist. I believe you. Fang Shuyu forced a smile and leaned over to kiss his forehead. I will protect you. Don't be afraid. Hearing this, Tang Zei's body trembled uncontrollably. Fang Shuyu hesitated. Tang Zei? It's too late. Tang Zei said. Take me there. I'll set it up first. Remember what I said just now? No matter what, you must do it. Don't worry. You promise. I promise. Tang Zei said nothing more, letting Fang Shuyu hold him close to the operating table, and then set up the settings bit by bit. The hair on his forehead fell down, covering his eyes. A few minutes later, the instrument issued a beep, prompt sound, and then the sound of operation was heard. It's okay, Tang Zei said. Put me in. Fang Shuyu agreed repeatedly, carefully put Tang Zei into the treatment cabin, and carefully checked him to make sure he was standing steadily. I'm closing the cabin. Yes. I'll wait for you. Tang Zei did not answer, and the cabin door closed between the two. Fang Xiu smiled at Tang Zai and started the instrument according to the agreed procedure. When he pressed the last key, Tang Zai suddenly pounced on the hatch, staring straight at him, his lips moving, as if he was saying something. Fang Xiu's fingers lifted from the keys. He suddenly realized that Tang Zai said good night. The next second, countless rays lit up in the instrument, and the people in it decomposed into gas in an instant. Fang Xiu was stunned. He understood what happened in an instant. Tang Zai had mutated, and the execution steps, he said, were not treating himself, but detoxification. In this instrument, he would be decomposed into extremely fine particles, unable to spread the mutated molecules to others. Fang Xiu suddenly lost all senses. He could no longer hear any sounds or see anything around him. The only thing that existed was the thin mist in his sight. The world became so empty as the universe, vast, silent, and lifeless. There was no warmth or light. Ah! A tear slid down his cheek and fell to the ground. Fang Xiu stood there blankly. After a long time, a cry of grief came from deep in his chest. The ray disappeared. The dust slowly gathered under gravity. Fang Xiu threw himself on the hatch, trying to identify the shadow of his lover from the black and green dust. The light indicating operation did not go out. A few seconds later, a strong airflow appeared in the cabin. The suspended particles spun rapidly, and the vague human figure was shattered again. At the same time, the sealed bottle outside the cabin was being filled up bit by bit. Decomposition. Centrifugation. This is the real purpose of this treatment cabin. And he is the one who executes the death penalty. Fang Xiu could no longer stand. He fell heavily to the ground, slapping the cabin door in vain with both hands. Tongza! Tongza! No matter how many times he shouted, the green eyes would not look at him, and he could no longer touch that soft, slightly cool cheek. In a trance, the instrument stopped. The particles in the cabin lost their driving force, slowly stopped rotating, and floated in disorder. Fang Xiu almost fainted, and after trying several times, he barely stood up from the ground. He looked outside the cabin, and as Tang Zai had explained, the two sealed bottles were already filled. One was green, and the other was white. He slowly took out the two bottles, and finally took a look at the treatment cabin. The particles floated in chaos, but they would eventually settle. Fang Xiu's eyes regained calm. He whispered something to the treatment cabin, then took the two bottles and turned to walk out. Did you do it? Tang Zai asked. Fang Xiu curled up in pain, like a shrimp. After a long time, he was able to speak reluctantly. I did it. Where did you hide the green bottle? I don't know what kind of place is definitely undiscoverable. If there is something wrong with the people in the gathering area, it will be found sooner or later no matter where it is. Later, I thought that there seemed to be a type of place that was safe. It is the abandoned mission field after use. Fang Xiu fell into pain again, and a whimpering sound kept coming out of his throat. Tang Zai had to reach out to comfort him, and after a long time, he calmed down again. Abandoned mission fields are extremely dangerous, and no one will ever approach them again, he said. So I went to the last mission we carried out together, that strange mission site. I planned to hide the things in it. What happened next? Tang Zai asked. Later. I don't know how I was discovered. The leader led people to chase after me. Fang Xiu's voice trembled. As soon as I entered, I heard a noise outside. They knew I was inside and wanted to force me out. I ignored them and walked in quickly. I knew there must be something wrong with the leader. Otherwise Tang Zai would not let me do that. Tang Zai went to see the leader before he disappeared. He must be involved. After dealing with this bottle, I must find him to ask clearly. That's what I planned. But I didn't expect the chief to bring people in directly. It's still a high-risk area. Several teams of soldiers, all holding guns. I had to hide quickly. There was a dead corner in the middle of the building. I could hide in it for a while and bury the bottle. Then, they shot me. I fell down, and I don't know if the things were hidden well. I hope I wasn't discovered. Later, I was sent to have my memory cleaned. I forgot everything in the middle. Fang Xiu's whole body trembled with pain. I'm sorry, Tang Zai. I'm sorry. Chapter 200 Scar. Tang Zai wanted to ask something, but suddenly he felt a pain in his hand. Fang Xiu held him tightly, as if he was afraid that he would lose him if he let go. Tang Zai. Tang Zai opened his mouth, but was pulled over unexpectedly. He staggered and almost fell beside the seat. Fang Xiyu turned over and protected his hand under his body like a treasure. I caught you. I caught you. Tang Zei frowned. It seems that this is a memory that Fang Xiyu doesn't want to remember no matter what. And he even needs hypnosis to remember it. He is now trapped in the pain of memories. And his consciousness is confused. Let's wake him up quickly. Tang Zei's eyes glanced at his neck, and he froze. The ink color flowed out from a certain part of Fang Xiyu's body that was covered by clothes, and spread along the cracks on the skin. And now it has invaded to the end. The back of his hand and cheek were covered with ink branches in an instant. Fang Xiyu. Tang Zei shouted loudly. Fang Xiyu. The cracks were filled with Tang Zei's body components. Normally, Fang Xiyu's own energy can completely fill his body, so the cracks also appear whitish light green. When Tang Zei did not apply energy, the cracks turned into dark green, indicating that the spiritual energy in Fang Xiyu's body was rapidly dissipating. Tang Zei had seen his mental energy drop suddenly. His thoughts were confused, and he collapsed. That was when his body was normal. Now Fang Xiyu's body was not uniformly alienated, but normal tissues were repaired after being broken, and the way of energy utilization was different from theirs. If the mental energy that mainly provided energy in his body faded, then, Fang Xiyu. Tang Zei shook Fang Xiyu's body and shouted loudly in his ear. Fang Xiyu. Wake up. I'm here. I'm still alive. The ink faded a little. Fang Xiyu's breathing calmed down, and his hands loosened a little. He turned his head in confusion, and the moment he saw Tang Zei, his dilated pupils slowly focused. Tang Zei, he whispered softly. The next second, he suddenly jumped up from the seat, backed away in fear, and pushed Tang Zei's hand far away. Don't get close to me. Tang Zei. Stay away from me. The ink in the cracks faded and turned purple, like an old porcelain bottle. Why? You are the one I want to protect the most. But why? I always hurt you. Fang Xiyu's eyes were dim, and he fell to one side weakly. Why? He repeated unconsciously. Not fully awake yet. But the situation is not too serious, Tang Zei thought. Fang Xiyu did not encounter an external mental attack. Just emotional instability. Just comfort. He squatted down in front of Fang Xiyu. It's just a dream. It's all over. He stroked Fang Xiyu's face slowly and said softly. Fang Xiyu looked at him steadily, and his breathing gradually became steady. Finally, the surging emotions in his eyes faded along with the colors and the cracks, leaving only calm sadness. Tang Zei stopped moving. Are you awake? Yes. I'm awake. Fang Xiyu looked away. Awake. Tang Zei let go of his hand. He had no memory of the past, and this story was just a story to him. Moreover, he was not very happy about being killed once by Fang Xiyu. This matter had been prepared long ago. No matter what happened in the past, he was standing here now. The outcome between him and Damon was still undecided. Tang Zei's expression returned to normal. Although these memories did not provide much useful information, they also solved some doubts. The contents of the two bottles should be able to induce mutations that utilize different energies. One is the most common energy that pollutes the world, and the other is spiritual energy. The bottle you injected is the one that allows you to utilize spiritual energy. Tang Zei's voice was calm, as if he was discussing something that had nothing to do with him. Why did I let you inject this bottle and hide the other bottle? If nothing unexpected happens, the other bottle is saved later, but it can utilize the most abundant energy in the world. If I want to protect you, I should keep this bottle. Maybe it's because Sive can cause changes in human form? He muttered to himself, not caring whether Fang Xiyu could understand or not. So, Sive can cause physical alienation, but the other thing won't. So even if you inject it, you can cleverly stay in the gathering area in human form. But the distribution of spiritual energy underground is so scarce. Except for the point of safety. From all aspects, leaving it alone is not a particularly good choice. Is there another secret about the source of spiritual energy? Tang Zei fell into deep thought. After a long time, he came back to his senses, and found that Fang Xiyu had never responded. Fang Xiyu stood aside with his eyes downcast, his eyes dim. Don't you blame me? Why do you blame me? Tang Zei was a little confused. I just happened to know the cause of this incident. The black shadow you saw was Damon, and he had just injected me with an injection before you came in. I developed the injection. Probably something that can lead to omnipotent mutation. At that time, I didn't plan to use this thing, but planned to take it back to the ground laboratory and let them give up the plan," he explained calmly. "It was also at that time that Damon told me that we had been abandoned by the ground without knowing it. The system was launched into reality, and we could only save ourselves. In short, there are too many forces behind this matter, and its direction is not something we can decide." I heard the movement inside. Fang Shuyu's voice was trembling, as if he was suppressing pain. "If I had arrived a few minutes earlier, perhaps all this would not have happened. But I didn't intend to tell you about this. Did I?" Tang Zei replied. "I was planning to solve it myself. But the development of the matter was too unexpected. It happened that you showed up in time and had time to separate those things and prevented greater harm. Judging from the situation at the time, I was injected with the omnipotent mutation agent without the knowledge of another person. Whether it was successful or not, the consequences were uncontrollable. So, timely separation and processing is the best choice. You executed it very well." Fang Shuyu's eyes were still dark. "As for the things in the green bottle, you finally hit it. My mutation now is the result of that time. It was that high-risk mission. The things left at that time returned to my body," Tang Zei continued. "It's hard to say. It was Damon who sent me to that mission, since he found out that I was back." Tang Zei shrugged. "In short, nothing has changed. My research results have not been used by him or the five-colored stone. This is the best result. So the ability to control spiritual energy is originally yours," Fang Shuyu said. Tang Zei took a step back alertly. However, Fang Shuyu had no intention of approaching him. His eyes became even darker, and he looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. "Is the instrument still there? Can I give this part back to you?" Tang Zei realized that something was wrong with Fang Shuyu. He stood there, with fine cracks all over his body. Although it had been repaired almost intact, it seemed like it would break at any time. Whether it was this body or the soul in it, they were already riddled with holes and in ruins. "Let me also experience what you have experienced." Fang Shuyu's body slowly fell down. Tang Zei was stunned. Fang Shuyu was a sentimental person. If they had been so close in the past, the act of executing the death penalty with his own hands, perhaps it would really become a nightmare that he could never let go of. Tang Zei recalled the painful look on Fang Shuyu's face when he first encountered a mental attack. In his memory, he had seen Fang Shuyu's sad expression when he blamed himself for him countless times. Every time he was in danger, whether he was buried by Rattan's skin or kidnapped by Safar, Fang Shuyu would do everything possible to come to his side, hug him tightly, and tell him that she would never let go. At that time, he only knew that Fang Shuyu had an unremovable scar in his heart, and it was that scar that made him never dare to let go of someone again. But now, the scar was finally exposed nakedly, and blood was dripping. That was when Fang Shuyu failed to catch him. He turned into dust at his hands. Fang Shuyu almost knelt on the ground, and an uncontrollable sob came from under his drooping face. Ink flashed on his skin, vaguely like blood. Tang Zei walked to his side and slowly squatted down. "Although I don't remember, I think I must have trusted you very much to entrust this matter to you. Even if I'm gone, you can definitely do what you promised me. Even if you forget me one day, you will still be the same you." Tang Zei leaned over and rested his head on his back. "You are different from all the people underground. No matter how dark or cold it is outside, you are always bright and warm, like a superstar. Every time I get close to you, I feel warm and at ease." Fang Shuyu's body moved. Tang Zei reached out and hugged him. "I don't want to be the one who extinguishes you. You are the one who makes my heart beat again." Fang Shuyu's voice came over. He tried to calm his thoughts, and suddenly turned around and took Tang Zei into his arms, letting his cheek press against his heart. The sound of a solid heartbeat came out. "Anytime. Whatever you need. I will spare no effort." Tang Zei responded sullenly. "Then you have to keep it beating. For me." "Yeah." Tang Zei smiled and rubbed his face against his chest. "This ability is very suitable for you. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it wouldn't have such a great effect." He gently tapped Fang Shuyu's heart with his finger. "Hurry up and figure out how to use it. I'm still waiting to see what the most powerful combat captain in the gathering area can do." Fang Shuyu's eyes softened a little. "Okay. I will become your best weapon." Hearing his heartbeat slowly stabilize, Tang Zei knew he was fine. "Well, we've been exhausted today. Let's go back to sleep early." Fang Xiuyu quickly hugged her hand tighter. I dare not sleep anymore. His voice became depressed again. If I know anything more, I really dare not get close to you. While saying this, he leaned his face against Tang Zai's forehead, as if he was afraid of being pushed away. Careful, but reluctant, Tang Zai did not give him a chance to stay and pushed him away. Someone is coming. Fang Xiuyu's face flashed with disappointment. And just as he was about to knock on the door sounded at the right time. Fang Xiuyu let go of Tang Zai as if waking up from a dream. As soon as the two stood up from the ground, He Mu Ling walked in. There seems to be some unusual movement in the Great Basin. Kuroki Ling pointed to her ears. I heard it. Tang Zai nodded, his eyes returning to normal. It's probably because of those things that were summoned before, he said lightly. Is everyone still awake? That's great. Let's go check it out now. Chapter 201 Utilization. Okay. I'll have them all prepare. Kuroki Ling's eyes were briefly sluggish, as she was broadcasting to the others in her head. When she finished broadcasting, Tang Zai had already walked to her side. What did you call me just now? Kuroki Ling was stunned, and her eyes were actually a little flustered. Chief? No. Should I call him Director? Tang Zai did not answer immediately, but just looked ahead. The title of Director should be left to Aunt Lu, he said. You can call me anything else. Kuroki Ling nodded. Okay. Chief. After that, she chased after them. Fang Xiuyu was still standing there, looking at their appearance, and his mood was a little complicated for a while. In a trance? It seemed like I was back on the ground, in the biological research laboratory. Tang Zai was like the moon hanging high there, emitting a cold glow. He Mu Ling did not take other people seriously, but secretly admired the chief. They all went back to the past. But what about him? Why couldn't he go back? Fang Xiuyu stood alone for a while, and finally, he sighed softly. Then he strode out. Hey Mu, Pearl, you each drive a boat and head towards the Great Basin from 2 directions. Fino and Yu Hongchen, you take the transport vehicle in the gathering area. If you have any questions about weapons, you can ask Captain Fang, Tang Zai said. Captain Fang and I will take the mutant, which will be faster. Let's go explore first. When you get to the Great Basin, don't go in yet. Wait for our news. Several people seemed to have no objection. Tang Zai nodded. If you are ready, you can set off now. He Mu Ling, Pearl and Fino all started to walk out. Tang Zai and Fang Xiuyu also planned to go out, but were stopped by the back. Tang, Chief, Yu Hongchen whispered. Tang Zai turned around. Does driving a mutant require any special skills? He asked hesitantly. Can I also? Tang Zai stared at him for a while. To control mutants, you need an energy-controlling physique. So far, I haven't found the ability to control energy in any of you. If you can't freely control the energy in the mutant, then you will be controlled by the mutant in turn. That's what happens to those who mutate after being attacked. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Yu Hongchen took a few steps forward and caught up with him. How can you have such an ability? You and Captain Fang are also acquired mutants, aren't you? Tang Zai stopped. Captain Fang and I, we have similar physiques. If he can do it, I can do it too. Tang Zai glanced at Yu Hongchen. You are a biological researcher. Well, biological researchers cannot participate in combat? Chief Tang, don't you also? Is your family related to the fleet? Yu Hongchen was stunned and turned to look at Fang Xiuyu. He understood and could only pout. I don't remember. All the information I can find shows that I have been in this laboratory for a long time. But it seems that you identify with the fleet far more than the biological team, Tang Zai said. Are you the person who was originally planted by the fleet? Fang Xiuyu was startled and immediately looked at Yu Hongchen, and unexpectedly bumped into his sight. Yu Hongchen smiled strangely. What can I say? He spread his hands. Captain Fang told me about the fleet's identity. Other than that, I don't remember anything. Even if the family sent me here for some purpose, I have long forgotten it. What's more, he said, doesn't the fleet need biological researchers? Maybe I just come here for further study. Tang Zai withdrew his gaze indifferently. Even if the fleet had any thoughts about the laboratory in the past, it has nothing to do with it now. If you want to conduct experiments on physical transformation, you can, but you have to wait until the theoretical research is in place. Before that, do what you can. Yu Hongchen pursed his lips. Tang Zai walked out. Fang Xiuyu glanced at him and hurried to catch up. The fleet is planting people in the laboratory. Why? Fang Xiuyu asked in a low voice. We should have no conflict of interest. It should be a cooperative relationship, and you were already in the same laboratory before landing. There is no reason for the fleet to start planning so early. Who knows? Maybe he was really sent here for further study. Fang Xiuyu was stunned. Then why did you test him like that just now? I thought you found some evidence. I didn't find any evidence. I just thought he was weird, Tang Zai said. He is different from other researchers. Don't you think? That's true. He is also continuing his research. But the research direction is different from others. And he doesn't seem to agree with what he is doing. What do you mean? It's just that I have a feeling that his research seems to be just a superficial purpose. And deep in his heart, there is a more important goal. That goal has a high priority in his mind. But he just didn't think of it. So, he has been looking for that goal. Fang Xiuyu remembered the time when Yu Hanchen came to him alone. When he heard Fang Xiuyu say that his family seemed to be related to the fleet. Yu Hanchen was very excited. Although Fang Xiuyu didn't know much about him. Just knowing his connection with the fleet made him feel much more at ease. Fleet? Do you remember anything? Tang Zai asked. Fang Xiuyu shook his head. I just remembered his last name. Because I'm not a senior member of the fleet. But I heard that the Lu family and the Yu family are the most important forces in forming the fleet. The Lu family is the marshal's family. And they should lead the fleet in the future. But the Yu family doesn't seem to occupy a very important position in the fleet. Fang Xiuyu fell into thought. Finally, he rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. I can't remember anything else. It seems that you can only hypnotize me. No. Let's not hypnotize. I'd better find another way to remember. Fang Xiuyu took a deep breath. With a scared expression on his face. He came back to his senses, and saw that Tang Zai had stopped at some point, and was looking at him with a subtle look. The captain used to be in the fleet. Tang Zai said. Yes. But I am just an ordinary captain. Without power or influence. After Fang Xiuyu finished speaking, he suddenly realized something, and his heart was immediately alarmed. I definitely didn't approach you for any other reason. I admit that I spent a lot of thought. But I was completely selfish. Really? Tang Zai retracted his gaze. Anyway, no matter what happened in the past, no one remembers it now. And it doesn't matter anymore. No one knows what's going on the ground. Maybe. Fang Xiuyu didn't know if Tang Zai had given up his suspicion. So he could only approach carefully. Do you have any other ideas? Damon said that the reason we were thrown into the underground test site and had our memories wiped was because there was a traitor in our camp. Although we worked together, some people with other ideas designed a real experiment and threw all of us who opposed it in. So far, all we know about the ground is the fleet? Fang Xiuyu continued. Tang Zai did not continue. The fleet was responsible for pioneering the Beta Star. And most of the facilities on Beta Star were built with the participation of the fleet. How could it be possible to build such a large test site underground without the participation of the fleet? In addition, the fleet also had an absolute advantage in numbers. Any group that wanted to make such a major decision could not bypass the fleet. Even if the fleet was not the planner, it must have been involved. Fang Xiuyu shook his head vigorously. Impossible. How do you know? Don't you forget it? The fleet can't do such a thing. This is not a group we are willing to sacrifice for. Although I don't remember how I joined the fleet. I know that this is one of the most regretless decisions I have made in my life. We are fighting for a true ideal. Fang Xiuyu closed his mouth. He suddenly thought that before he recovered his memory, he was under Damon's command. He also thought he was fighting for a true ideal. Could it be that the fleet also? Tang Zai looked at the change in his expression, and withdrew his gaze with some reluctance. Don't think about it. Let's talk about it after we find the clues. Fang Xiuyu was too sincere, and he didn't believe that he would approach him for any other purpose. If he did anything, it was just being used. He was too easy to be used. Tang Zai stopped talking and walked forward silently. Fang Xiuyu followed. Tang Zai. I'm suddenly a little scared. He smiled weakly. If everything I believed in the past was a lie. If everyone was using me. And I unknowingly did something that I regretted. He took a deep breath. So, from now on, I will only be used by you. No matter what you do. No matter where you go, at least. I will always stand by you. Where you are going is my ideal. Tang Zai did not answer, but quickened his pace. How do you know I didn't use you? He thought. Although he did not know Fang Shuyu's identity in the fleet, he did not think Fang Shuyu was an ordinary powerless person. He still remembered that when he was in the gathering area, the program developed by Yukuri monitored the conversations of those senior officials. They mentioned the Fang faction. There is no more information about this faction, except that Chang Fangyin secretly supports it, and Fang Shuyu is the only remaining member. They only know that this is also an ancient faction, and it may even be as old as the Liu family that develops weapons. But there is no record left in the system. The Fang faction was wiped out for some reason. And finally Fang Shuyu was left alone under the protection of Chang Fangyin. This happened many years ago. It was still in the system testing stage. This happened considering the relationship between the Liu family in the gathering area and the fleet commander Liu family. It can be speculated that the Fang faction may also be a faction in the fleet. Those who can deeply participate in the system testing at the same time as the Liu family are definitely not ordinary factions. Tang Zei's eyes changed. Maybe Fang Shuyu didn't take this identity seriously at the beginning, and he approached Tang Zei out of selfishness. But what about Tang Zei himself? Tang Zei went to another base to chase cats and met Fang Shuyu from then on. Was it his deliberate arrangement? And he got closer to Fang Shuyu step by step later. Did he use him to find out the news of the fleet? Tang Zei bit his lip. He had no basis for this guess. He just felt that with his own personality, he could do such a thing. Chapter 202 Giant Crocodile. Tang Zei and Fang Shuyu stopped in front of the big basin. The basin was filled with thick miasma and various abnormal things of different heights. As if entering a primeval forest, Tang Zei sat on the big loach's shoulder and looked at the dense plants in front. Did you rush in from here in the boat? The big loach blinked. I think so. Fang Shuyu tried to recall. Is it so dense? The density of the plants was so high that an arrow would hit dozens of plants. Tang Zei's figure disappeared and reappeared soon. It's the road you passed through at that time. The plants along this line all have signs of regrowth after being injured. Oh! The big loach tilted its head. It heals pretty fast. Plant growth and repair are faster than animal growth. And the efficiency of energy utilization is also different, Tang Zei said. Although he passed by this large basin several times, he either bypassed it from a distance or passed by the top when it turned into gas, and never really investigated it in depth. The plant-type mutants gathered in the large basin, and the surrounding polluted energy was absorbed into this basin, and then fixed and circulated internally, thus forming a unique ecosystem. This ecosystem may have its own survival rules, or it may have spawned unimaginable mutants due to the accumulation of different types of pollution. In this highly concentrated landform, the danger may be greater than in the wild farther away. Are we going in now? Fang Shuyu asked. Tang Zei came back to his senses. Kuroki will arrive in 20 minutes. When she arrives, I will cooperate with her and use energy broadcasting to draw out as many animals as possible. Before that, let's explore the periphery first. If we encounter something wrong, we will withdraw first. Big Loach nodded. Okay. Captain, my body is enough to deal with the situation inside. Tang Zei whispered. You? Be careful. After a broadcast, Tang Zei roughly knew that there were more than a dozen reptiles and amphibian mutants distributed in this area. The complexity was not high, but there were many. It was okay in the plains, but if it was in a strange jumble with low visibility and complex terrain, it would be easy to fall into a passive position. Tang Zei turned his head and glanced at the big loach. He asked Yu Hanshin to drive the transport vehicle to prevent the animals in the basin from getting out of control. Although it is impossible to be as effective as the large-scale defense made by the Liu family, the weapons in the gathering area can be more or less useful when facing a large number of attacks. In any case, it cannot be taken lightly. At this moment, the big loach turned its head, and the row of eyes on its head looked at Tang Zei in unison, forming a happy face shape. Then, the huge mouth opened horizontally, and several snake tongues stretched out happily. Looking back, the loach's tail began to swing rhythmically from side to side, and everything was showing its excitement. Tang Zei, I shouldn't be a dog, right? Just thinking about it. There was a faint vibration on the ground. The big loach's tail stopped swinging, and its eyes looked forward. It's a strange movement, Tang Zei said. In front, go and have a look. His body disappeared into the air again. The big loach on the side also quickly got into the woods and disappeared. The ground was covered with weed-like mutants, which looked like thick earthworms, but were dark blue in color and emitted fluorescence in the night. These things only had simple roots to absorb nutrients deep in the ground. In addition, it had almost no attack ability except that it was poisonous. The big loach crawled over the pile of weeds, and the knife scales at the bottom cut them into several sections. After the big loach left, the cut tissues grew rapidly again, and each section became a complete new earthworm. The ground suddenly became thicker. The strange noise came from the middle of the basin. The deeper you go, the denser the plants are, and the higher they are. After passing a shrub forest that is 1 person tall, a flat piece of land suddenly appeared in front of you. The big loach stopped. This seems to be some kind of quagmire, Fan Qiyu said, and his body suddenly sank down. It really is. The land in front of him was a small hidden swamp. Fortunately, he found it in time, and the loach was only stuck on the edge of the soft mud, and there was still time to retreat. So he did not move forward, but manipulated the knife scales at the bottom to stand up. After the knife scales were opened, they were like a row of oars, slowly plowing the mud and water forward, and the big loach successfully retreated to the shore. Tomza, wait for me. I'll go around from the side. Just as he was about to turn around, there was a loud noise in the swamp. As soon as he turned around, he saw something bigger than him jumping out from the depths of the swamp. Crocodile? Fan Qiyu quickly flicked his tail and narrowly avoided the crocodile's attack. The crocodile missed, but without a breath, it immediately opened its mouth and pounced on the middle of the big loach's body. So fast? Fan Qiyu was surprised. He had almost no time to control himself, so he could only flick his tail again and slide to the side. The big crocodile rushed into the forest behind him due to inertia. But before Fan Qiyu turned his head, it rushed out again with its mouth wide open. Ugh! Wow! Fan Qiyu had to dodge again, but sweat broke out on his forehead. According to the usual laws of motion, the crocodile's speed was so fast, and its inertia should be very large. But after it missed, it didn't need any time to stop or turn around to launch another attack. How did it do that? The crocodile launched another attack, and this time Fan Qiyu had almost no way to avoid it. Just then, a giant worm covered with earthworms suddenly fell from the sky and hit the crocodile's face. The crocodile opened its huge mouth and made a few clicks, and the giant worm was immediately crushed, and all the earthworms fell into its mouth. As the giant worm disintegrated, Tang Zai's figure appeared in the air. Captain, be careful, Tang Zai shouted. It has 2 heads. Fan Qiyu finally understood. It turns out that this crocodile has heads at both ends. No wonder it doesn't need time to turn around. After understanding, he suddenly slapped his tail hard on the ground, and the big loach suddenly flew into the air. Before the crocodile could react after eating, the big loach opened its mouth and pecked at the crocodile's back. Just as the big loach was about to fall, the crocodile's back suddenly cracked, revealing several rows of sharp teeth. This is not a 2-headed crocodile. It's a 3-headed crocodile. Captain! The big loach's face hit the mouth of the 3-headed crocodile, but it was difficult to avoid it due to gravity. After a struggle, the fish face of the big loach was torn open, and the rows of sharp teeth hidden in the throat were exposed, and the snake tongue could only swing in the air. The 3-headed crocodile chewed half of the fish head and made a satisfied sound. Tang Zai's heart was tightened. When controlling the mutant, the energy of the person and the mutant are connected as one. If the connection is not disconnected in time, the attack will be transmitted. He encountered it when he was controlling the vine python. Because the connection was not disconnected in time, the attack was directly transmitted to him, causing him to be seriously injured and unconscious on the spot. Fan Qiyu used spiritual energy to control, and his body was connected to the nerves of the big loach inside, so there was no possibility of disconnecting in time. Just this one blow would make him lose the ability to attack due to the pain. Captain! Tang Zai jumped onto the back of the big loach, trying to open the back to let Fan Qiyu out. But Fan Qiyu's body could not be transformed. If he came out, it would be even more dangerous to face the attack of the 3-headed crocodile. It seems that we can only control the other mutants in the forest first and find a way to delay the 3-headed crocodile's actions. Hey Moo, start the broadcast, he said in his mind. There was a noise from the depths of the forest, and the weeds and insects on the ground all flew into the air and covered the 3-headed crocodile. Hey Moo Ling was still 10 kilometers away from them, and the effect of the broadcast was not good. Although the range of the summons became wider, they were almost all plants and insects with extremely weak attack power. Apart from delaying time, They could not hurt the three-headed crocodile at all. Tang Ze bit his lips tightly, trying to search for the mutants he could control, thinking about a more aggressive weaving method. At this moment, the big loach on the ground moved. This thing has really sharp teeth, Fang Xiu sneered. On half of the fish's face, the remaining dozens of eyes stood up in unison, flashing with excitement. Tang Ze, if we pull out the teeth of this thing, then our weapons will be upgraded again. Tang Ze's eyes changed. Captain? The three-headed crocodile was surrounded by a pile of weeds and insects, and its three mouths were busy. But it was obvious that it would not be long before those things would be wiped out by it. At this moment, the big loach rushed towards one of its mouths. The three-headed crocodile was immediately attracted by the fat prey in front of it, and one of its mouths immediately chased after it. The big loach narrowly avoided it, but slipped into the mud and disappeared in an instant. The three-headed crocodile chased in, and one of its heads completely sank into the mud, spitting out a series of bubbles. Captain! The next second, the big loach jumped out of the mud from the other direction and fled to the shore. The other head of the three-headed crocodile also noticed it and rushed over without hesitation. Huala clang hiss. 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 The three-headed crocodile did not expect that when its second head rushed over, the big loach suddenly jumped into the air. At the same time, its head, that was submerged in the mud, also chased out. The two heads collided head-on and bit each other. The three-headed crocodile turned into a tail-carrying crocodile, with only the head on its back opening its mouth in vain, biting the air with a click. The big loach dragged half of its broken face and stood aside with a look of contempt. It's so stupid. After saying that, the row of fish eyes looked at Tang Ze again, with pride flashing in their eyes. This trophy is not bad. Tang Ze just recovered from his astonishment and breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. Then I'll slap it outside the basin, and then let Yu Hanshin take the transport vehicle to drag it back. After saying that, the big loach flicked its tail and slapped the three-headed crocodile that was rolled up like a donut. The three-headed crocodile was slapped a few meters away. Three-headed crocodile. Bye bang. Ah bah bah. Fang Xiu thought the speed was too slow, so he thought about it and stood up the three-headed crocodile's body, turning it into a wheel. Then he swung his tail in the middle, and the three-headed crocodile immediately rolled out of the basin. Okay. Let them pick it up later. The big loach turned his head and shook his tail at Tang Ze. Keep going forward? Tang Ze frowned and did not move. Is the captain not injured? No. I'm inside. I'm fine. Tang Ze looked at the broken fish face and his heart sank. Really? Not even in pain? It's just like being stung by a bug. Nothing. Fang Xiu said indifferently. If you're worried, you can help me treat it when you get back. The big loach's eyes were full of happy face again. No need for anything else. Just a kiss. Let's go, Tang Ze said lightly. Turn around and walk forward. The direction from which the abnormal movement came is just ahead. Chapter 203 Cage. The big loach followed with a look of disappointment. Going around this muddy pond, the plants were taller and denser. The air was filled with mixed fog, and visibility dropped sharply, and only vague outlines could be seen. The eyes on the big loach's forehead began to move frequently. It seems that the area ahead is all foggy, Fang Xiu said. These compound eyes didn't find anything. It seems to be a plain with nothing on it. Tang Ze stopped. The animals and plants outside are so dense that it is impossible to suddenly enter an open space. There is either a large pool of water or a pit in front. I'll go explore first. He signaled Fang Xiu to stop, and he turned into smoke again. Not long after, his figure reappeared, but the doubt in his eyes did not subside at all. The front should be the lowest point of the basin, which almost gathered more than half of the polluted gas here. But when Tang Ze vaporized, he felt a strange airflow swirling there. His body was inevitably dispersed, always circling around the periphery, unable to get close. It seems that he can only go over to investigate, Tang Ze thought. So he slowed down his pace and groped forward carefully. Approaching the fog area, a row of strange outlines appeared. Those outlines looked like big trees growing on the shore, about 7 or 8 meters high. They were not there from a distance, but now they kept popping up like mushrooms after rain. When they walked into the fog, they saw a pool of translucent liquid in front of them, with big trees growing around it. It's really a big pool of water, Fang Xiu said. In front of them was a deep whirlpool, which was rotating slowly and rhythmically. making a rumbling sound. The shore around the whirlpool was full of the big trees they had seen before, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters and a regular column shape. But except for their slightly larger size, they were no different from ordinary trees. And there was not even a human tree in the quarantine area. Complex. Tang Zai looked at the overly normal trees in front of him and fell into deep thought. They look quite normal, but they grow a little too fast. Fang Xiuyu raised his head. Should we cut one and throw it into the pond to see if there is anything wrong with the water? Tang Zai shook his head. There can't be ordinary trees in this place. They should just look like trees. But they are actually something else, he said. Maybe a giant fungus. So huge? Pearl would like it. Speaking of which, they should be almost there. Right? Tang Zai retracted his gaze. Well, Kuroki said they are very close to the Great Basin. Now that we have found the way and the location of the anomaly, let's go out and bring them in. Don't move anything else. Tang Zai frowned as he spoke. He always felt that there was a faint and unusual dangerous atmosphere here, but he didn't know where it came from. The vibration of the sound in the pool covered up too much, and he couldn't tell the source of the weird feeling. Energy? The energy he could sense here was not too much. Whether in the pool or in the trees on the shore, the energy was not abundant. But this was only the energy he could sense. Perhaps they used other types of energy. So Tang Zai could not only not sense it, but also could not control it. It's better to leave first. His face darkened and soon turned into smoke. Captain, hurry up. The trees on the shore suddenly moved, and the one closest to the big loach seemed to be cut off and fell straight towards it. The big loach slid forward suddenly, and the tree fell behind it without hitting it. Just as Fang Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief, the top of the trunk suddenly opened, revealing the hollow inside. Then, a thick throat stretched out from the unfathomable trunk. Shwa! The big loach was caught off guard and was swept in. The top of the trunk closed again, and then the whole tree stood up again, turning into a standing position beside the pool. At a glance, there was no trace of the giant loach on the ground. Tang Zai's figure flashed a few times, and finally appeared next to the tree, his face livid. This is not a tree at all, but a huge pitcher plant. The trunks around it are all traps for this pitcher plant to catch prey. It uses pools of water to lure animal mutations to approach, and then captures them in its stomach when they relax their vigilance. After the mutation, the trunk becomes huge and thick, and it is difficult to destroy with ordinary weapons. Inside, there is a cage several meters deep, with smooth walls and 2 meters of digestive fluid at the bottom. Once swallowed into its mouth, insects have no chance of escaping and can only be trapped inside and digested. Tang Zai vaporized again, trying to get into the pitcher plant to figure out its structure and see if he could take control. But he failed. The digestive fluid of the pitcher plant is a substance that has never been seen before. Even if he liquefies his body, he cannot control the direction of the digestive fluid. There is even a strong burning sensation. This is not an ordinary digestive fluid, but a strong corrosive fluid that most mutants cannot resist. The head of the big loach was torn off by the 3-headed crocodile, and the inside was exposed to the outside, and the corrosion speed would be faster. When Tang Zai entered the inside just now, he saw that the big loach had sunk into the solution, and after struggling for a few times, it almost lost its ability to move. Fang Xiuyu. Tang Zai bit his lips, and the next second, he plunged into the pool. Gurgle gurgle. Tang Zai sank into the pool. The benefit of a softened body is that it can withstand the pressure of deep water and move more freely. But he still felt the burning sensation brought by the strong corrosive liquid. This is not an ordinary pool at all, but the real branches of a giant pitcher plant. The circle of on the shore are actually the branches and leaves it uses for hunting. When there is no prey, it hides inside. When an animal approaches, it will release the cage and disguise it as a water source surrounded by trees. The pool is the core part of the pitcher plant. The prey caught in the surrounding cages will be gathered here after digestion to supply the whole plant. No wonder the distribution of animals and plants becomes sparser the closer to here. Tang Zai thought. The only solution is to sink to the center of the pitcher plant and find a way to control the whole plant before the big loach is digested. The pool is not as deep as imagined, but the texture is special and the visibility is extremely poor. Tang Zai can only judge the surrounding situation with vague senses. Finally, he felt that he touched the bottom of the pool. There are several filaments floating in the pool. which seemed to be the feeding organs of the pitcher plant. Those things fluttered in the corrosive liquid, occasionally touching Tang Zei's softened body. He felt something strange. There seemed to be something on the top of those filaments. Was it suction cup? His past memories suddenly activated, and he remembered that he had seen something similar before. Flowers. The lantern flowers that once bloomed all over the test field had countless hair-like filaments inside. Then those flowers gathered together to form a huge crown. And those red silk threads hung down from the top of the head like the tentacles of a jellyfish. Tang Zei suddenly woke up. At that time, the aggregated flower was almost indestructible. It had accumulated too much energy inside, and that energy allowed it to grow continuously and attack everything it touched. Finally, Tang Zei decided to suck the flower in reverse, taking all the energy inside the flower for himself. And then the flower decomposed. Now, there are similar filaments in this pitcher plant. Tang Zei's body instantly condensed, turning himself into a human-shaped jelly. He approached the silk threads, and the silk threads found their prey and became excited, and all the floating suckers pierced into his body. In an instant, Tang Zei's body was pierced with filaments, and his softened body was being sucked by those greedy things, like a blood bag. Tang Zei almost lost consciousness. No. Saib, suck faster. His consciousness faded rapidly. He called out to Saib, who had already merged with him. In his mind, hoping that his body could once again unleash its potential. But he forgot that in the matter of fighting for control, he lacked the support of spiritual energy. And when he succeeded several times before, Fang Xiyu was near him. Saib, didn't you say you can absorb? Quick! Weak vital signs. Please seek medical attention immediately. A patch of red appeared in front of him without warning. The next second, the red turned into several fluctuating downward curves. That was the vital sign data displayed by the wireless ring search. Tang Zei watched in vain as the curves kept dropping, and finally became almost calm, like a pool of stagnant water. He didn't know whether it was his own or Fang Xiyu's physical sign. But judging from the current situation, the conditions of the two of them should be almost the same. One of them was immersed in the cage, and the other was immersed in the pool, both becoming nutrients for the plant. Tang Zei's eyes were almost completely black. In his consciousness, he could only feel that he was sinking into the abyss, and his body was slowly decomposing, like those mud cells that were crushed and sunk in the swamp. The long-lost pain attacked him all at once, and the sharp clamor and roar filled every corner of his consciousness, turning into sand grains that were darker than black. In this scattered consciousness, the sand grains suddenly lit up bit by bit. At first, only a few of them lit up dimly from a distance, and soon the light spots spread from the edge of consciousness. The abyss became the universe. The sand grains became starlight, and the whole body suddenly became light. In the depths of the starry sky, a beam of bright white light rushed towards him with all its might. Tangza. The situation finally reversed, and energy began to flow into Tangza's body through the pipes. A few seconds later, the huge pitcher plant suddenly disintegrated, and the branches in the pool and the countless pitchers around it turned into powder in an instant. Tangza fell heavily to the ground. He looked up and saw the red number flashing on his wrist, trying to get closer to him as fast as possible. A few minutes later, he finally saw the man. Fang Xiyu's body was covered with scars. Some of his skin was exposed, and blood was flowing down. He turned Tang Zei over and hugged him tightly. I'm here. Tang Zei. I'm here. Tang Zei looked at him, raised his hand, and gently stroked his cheek. Yeah. Tang Zei smiled. I knew you would come. Chapter 204. Are you provoking me? The Great Basin is indeed rich in species, and many new samples were collected this time, Fino said, taking out a few pages of newly added files. I have compiled the files, using the filing format left by Director Liu, which is the same as the gathering area. You can take a look first to see if there is anything you need to add. She distributed the files, and Fang Xiyu and Tang Zei took a copy together. This is the first time I have held a meeting in such a primitive way, Fang Xiyu whispered. After he and Tang Zei escaped that day, other researchers also arrived. Tang Zei assigned the collection tasks, and did not return to the laboratory with them until the collection was completed. After returning, both of them soaked in the repair fluid for most of the day. After this, Fang Xiyu fully felt the difference of his body. Even if he was seriously injured, his life would not be in danger immediately, and he could even move normally. After that, As long as he soaked in the repair fluid, he could almost recover. It's quite convenient, Fang Xiu thought. He glanced at Tang Zhe secretly. Tang Zhe looked normal, with little fluctuation in his physical condition or emotions. When he found him that day, he was so weak that he fell in his arms. After this collection, the number of animal-related mutants in our archives has expanded from 32 to 48. Fino's voice came over, interrupting Fang Xiu's thoughts. He quickly came back to his senses and looked at the paper in his hand. It seems that there are not many records of animal systems in the gathering area, he said. Yes, the species we find here will not be synchronized to the gathering area, but will only be recorded in the laboratory's own data. But because of Director Liu, if there are new discoveries in the gathering area, we will know it first. So far, our archives are definitely the most comprehensive, Fino explained. But it can't be compared with the 5-color stone. However, she paused. This discovery also allows us to understand their research better, as long as we continue to go to the wild. It's only a matter of time before we find out their research context. Fang Xiu looked at the 2 pages of new files in his hand. One of the updates in the animal department was the 3-headed crocodile. Pedigree number, D1042C. 3-headed crocodile. Features, 2 heads in front and back, 1 facing up, and the head on the back is closed most of the time. Omnivorous, usually hiding in mud and water. Long tongue in the mouth with sharp teeth on it. Attack method, bite. Multiple rows of teeth. Can chew objects into powder in a short time. Sea level? Fang Xiu exclaimed. There are almost no files with a rating above C in the gathering area, which means that the mutants are flexible and have the ability to dodge, and can attack targets of more than 50 people in a confined space. But recalling the activities of the 3-headed crocodile, Fang Xiu felt that this rating was appropriate, even in the animal department. Its attack ability is top-notch. Fang Xiu nodded and continued to read. When he saw the file of the plant department, he was surprised again. Pedigree number, Z1203+. Nepenthes. Features. It is divided into 2 parts, main plant and cage. The main plant can reach a diameter of tens of meters, with a digestive cavity in the center and a depth of more than 10 meters. It is usually hidden by mimicry and looks like a water source, with the main plant as the center. There are 12 to 20 cages distributed around it, which are similar in shape to candlesticks. Cage. The height is 5 to 10 meters. The diameter is more than 2 meters, and the appearance looks like an ordinary tree. Wake up method, heat induction. Attack method, cage. It is hollow inside and has 2 meters of digestive fluid. When the prey approaches, the cage will fall down, drag the prey into the interior with its tongue, and after digestion, it will flow into the digestive cavity of the main plant along the bottom pipe. So that's how it is. This plant is really ridiculously large, Fang Xiu exclaimed. Why is it only E level? Several people looked at him. Tang Zhe raised his head at this time. Fino. Tell everyone, Fino responded. The ratings of the 3-headed crocodile and the pitcher plant are indeed inconsistent with our past experience, she said. The rating of mutants has always been calculated based on the number of people they attack. Sea level can attack more than 50 people in a confined space, with no upper limit, while E level can only attack less than 10 people. And it is difficult to move and slow to move. This time, the pitcher plant fully meets the E level rating standards, but it is obvious that its ability does not match the rating. The attack power of the pitcher plant is limited mainly because the main plant cannot move, so it can only wait for the prey to approach on its own. Secondly, the size of each cage is limited. For animals of the size of the 3-headed crocodile, 1 cage can only prey on 1. But the digestive juice of the pitcher plant can dissolve the tissues of almost all organisms. From this perspective, a sea-level 3-headed crocodile can attack a human team of more than 50 people. But an E-level pitcher plant can prey on 10 sea-level 3-headed crocodiles. This is the law of mutual promotion and mutual restraint, Yu Hanshan added. Fang Xiu nodded. Fino continued. After Chief Tang disintegrated the pitcher plant, we collected a small amount of residual digestive fluid in the pit. Experiments have found that this digestive fluid is destructive to any animal mutant. Even if it has a hard shell several meters thick, it will be easily digested. In addition, the digestive fluid contains a special particle that can even melt hard metal into liquid. I call this kind of particles gold-dissolving sand. Tang Zhe interrupted her. Can it be used to deal with the buildings and weapons in the gathering area? Yes. The transport vehicles and large equipment in the gathering area are helpless when they encounter this kind of gold-dissolving sand. Tang Zei seemed to be thinking about it. It seems that we don't have to worry about it in the future. Fang Shuyu's eyes lit up. Could Tang Zei want to install this digestive fluid on the newly created mutant? If such a weapon can be obtained, it will be so cool to control it. At that time, let alone 3 crocodiles. 300 crocodiles will be easy. Tang Zei was unaware of Fang Shuyu's excitement and continued to ask with the file. Anything else? We also found that the composition of the product after adding mutants and metals to the digestive fluid is very similar to that of the black water pond. Tang Zei raised his eyes. Is the black water pond related to the pitcher plant? The black water pond may be experimental waste, Fino said. I suspect that someone put a large number of different objects into the digestive fluid to study its function. After the digestive fluid reacted completely, it was discarded as waste. Who did it? Fang Shuyu blurted out. Tang Zei looked at him with a pointed look. Fang Shuyu reacted, 5-color stone? Fino nodded. We also found other traces in the Great Basin, and the results all point to one conclusion. This was once an important sampling site for 5-color stone. They investigated a large number of mutants here, and then set up 2 test sites based on the rules they summarized. We found the prototype of the mud cell. After the meeting, Fang Shuyu followed Tang Zei sullenly. What's wrong? Tang Zei asked. I was quite excited about the huge gains from this trip. Fang Shuyu curled his lips. But I didn't expect that the 5-color stones knew all about these things many years ago. As expected. After all, they have Damon's secret support, and a large number of human resources for experiments. So the progress must be fast. Can we catch up? Tang Zei stopped and turned his head to look at him with a smile. Captain, don't you trust me? Fang Shuyu relaxed all of a sudden. I know that Chief Tang is the most powerful scientist, he said with a smile. They can't compare with you, Tang Zei said him. Captain, can you control your energy now? When Tang Zei was almost unconscious, Fang Shuyu's spiritual energy came from afar. Although he was trapped in the cage, his spiritual energy suddenly exploded, and the area within a radius of 50 meters was impacted. Fang Shuyu scratched his head awkwardly. I can't control it yet. He was a little annoyed. When I found that your vital signs were declining sharply, I was anxious, and I don't know why I exploded. I tried several more times after I came back, but I couldn't force it out of my body no matter what I did. He moved closer quietly. Do you need to stimulate me? Tang Zei raised his eyelids. I don't know how to do it, but ordinary stimulation is definitely useless. Fang Shuyu's face moved closer and closer. Well, how about? Tang Zei raised his hand and pushed his face away. Fang Shuyu's face was full of grievance. We used to. What? Fang Shuyu didn't know what he was thinking. Blinked, and looked away in panic. Nothing. He quickly covered his face. My face still hurts. You didn't treat it after I came back. Didn't I soak it in repair fluid? That's different. This is mental damage. So of course, it needs mental healing. Tang Zei looked at him doubtfully. Does it really still hurt? Fang Shuyu nodded vigorously. I feel like half of my face is numb. I don't feel anything at all. As if it was torn off. He bared his teeth. It was torn off by a crocodile. Hissing. Tang Zei's eyes changed, and he raised his hand unconsciously. Does it hurt so much? Seeing Fang Shuyu grinning and frowning the moment his hand touched him, Tang Zei's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. I'll be gentler. How about this? Fang Shuyu's tears seemed to be about to fall. It hurts. It seems that using your hands alone is useless. Psychiatric treatment still needs. Before Tang Zei could react, Fang Shuyu grabbed his hand and moved his face closer. Well, this is much better. He rubbed his cheek against Tang Zei's lips and smiled with satisfaction unconsciously. Then, he turned his face away naturally. Tang Zei did not refuse, but asked in between breaths, it seems that this is not enough. Fang Shuyu uttered a vague well. The next second, he felt the cold fingertips rubbing his cheek, then along his neck, lightly picking up the collar. The place that was touched immediately became hot. At this moment, the memory of the heart being electrified suddenly awakened. Fang Shuyu opened his eyes wide and jumped back. It doesn't need to be so stimulating. Ahem. This is enough, he said hurriedly. My face doesn't hurt anymore. Tang Zei's fingers were suspended in the air, and his eyes were cold. He stared at Fang Shuyu without saying a word. staring at him until he felt creepy and his eyes became more and more helpless. Then he snorted, left a cold face, and walked away without looking back. Chapter 205 His Purpose? Fang Xiyu was at a loss for the next few days. Tang Zei did not ignore him. He would respond to him, and would not push him away when he approached. He did not sneer or roll his eyes at him. He just maintained a subtle alienated attitude, cold and indifferent, as if he was not annoyed with him, but not interested in him either. This made Fang Xiyu very uncomfortable. According to his previous experience with Momo, this attitude was clearly anger. And it was not the kind of anger that could be easily appeased, but a long-lasting anger. He thought about it, and felt that he could only use that trick, while the others had left and only Tang Zei was left in the laboratory. Fang Xiyu hugged him from behind. If Tang Zei broke free, he would continue to hold her like this until Tang Zei would not push him away anymore. But unexpectedly, Tang Zei did not react at all. Even the speed of his hand operation was not affected at all, as if the person behind him did not exist at all. Fang Xiyu. He was unwilling to give up, and grabbed Tang Zei's hand again, thinking that you can't ignore me now. As a result, Tang Zei let him hold it, and continued to operate with his other free hand, without even a hum. Fang Xiyu. He did it all at once, and controlled both of Tang Zei's hands. Seeing that Tang Zei finally had to stop, Fang Xiyu kissed him again. The person in front of him didn't respond. His lips were cold, and even his breathing was not very disordered. Fang Xiyu stood up in confusion, and saw that the other party looked at him coldly with green eyes, as if saying, "Is it over?" Seeing that Fang Xiyu didn't move for a long time, Tang Zei ignored him, and continued to lower his head to do his experiment. Fang Xiyu stood aside aggrieved. Tang Zei, are you annoyed to death by me? Tang Zei didn't even raise his head. No. Then why didn't you push me at all? Oh. The captain thinks that not pushing away is annoying. And pushing away is not annoying? Fang Xiyu was choked, biting his lips tightly, and couldn't speak for a long time. Tang Zei glanced at him silently, and quickly retracted his gaze. Anyway, you can't do anything else besides these. After saying that, he left the confused Fang Xiyu aside, and continued to study. Fang Xiyu felt uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a stone. He couldn't figure out how he had made Tang Zei angry. That day, Tang Zei was annoyed, and was about to shock him. And he immediately left on his own accord. Why did Tang Zei get angry? Could it be? Did he deserve to be shocked at that time? After thinking about it, he realized that Tang Zei's attitude changed at that time. It must be that his action of leaving on his own initiative made Tang Zei angry. Yes, although the pain in his heart was a little unbearable for a moment. He had experienced much more pain than that, so it was nothing he couldn't bear. He suddenly realized and approached Tang Zei again. Tang Zei's hand was grabbed, and he was pulled aside. He turned his head in confusion. Captain, what are you doing? Fang Xiyu's collar was open, and he pulled his fingers against his cracked heart and looked at him seriously. Shock it. You can shock me as much as you want. I won't hide. Really? Fang Xiyu pressed his fingers against his skin. Come on. I'm not afraid. Tang Zei's eyes, which had just fluctuated a little, quickly turned cold again. Captain, you misunderstood. I don't have this hobby. He pulled his hand away. I just tried it before, but I didn't expect it to hurt the captain so much. I won't touch it again in the future. After saying that, he repeated it with a stronger tone. I won't touch the captain again in the future. Fang Xiyu was completely stunned. No. I'm afraid it won't hurt. Really? Tang Zei's face became even colder. The captain has cracks all over his body. If I touch him, he will hurt everywhere. For safety, the captain should stay away from me. No. I'm not afraid. It won't hurt. As long as you are happy. Hey. No. Tang Zei. Tang Zei quickly packed up his things and walked out, leaving behind a lower pressure back. Fang Xiyu, a bolt from the blue. It seems that he not only failed to solve the problem, but also completely angered Tang Zei. But the question is, what did I do wrong? Based on the samples collected this time, we can basically restore the process of the 5-colored stone, making those things in the first test site. Fino said. It's just that these experiments are difficult to implement on living people. The 5-colored stone finally decomposed the human body into tissues, or cells, and induced on this basis. It will take a long time to achieve the targeted transformation of human individuals. For Damon, The transformation of human individuals may not be that important. After all, he only hopes to perish with the ground. And it doesn't matter what method is used. Damon should like those things in the first test site very much. Otherwise, he would not have studied them for so many years. Tang Zhe looked at the report, thinking, but the 5 color stones may not be. They are still moving forward. Yu Hongchen looked at him. What is the goal of the 5 color stones? From the prophecy they recorded, if we continue to study, we can create an omnipotent super individual. This individual will change the direction of the underground world. This is the god in their hearts. All their attempts are to create this god according to the prophecy. Create a god? Yu Hongchen was stunned and sneered. It's quite interesting. He Mu Ling had been silent before, and suddenly interrupted him. Chief Tang, are you related to their god? Tang Zhe did not shy away. They think I am. In all aspects, Chief Tang does fit the description of God in the 5-colored stone, Fino said. But is Chief Tang related to the person who left the record? Tang Zhe did not answer. If the prophecy is regarded as a record in the system stage, then everything in the prophecy should be everything that has been confirmed in the system stage. But from Fang Xiyu's memory, Tang Zhe's mutation was already when the system was put into reality. And the substance that caused the mutation was the first time he had researched and used it. In this way, there is no way to leave experimental records in the system. Then what about the god in the prophecy? There must be no one who has successfully researched that kind of thing before him. Right? Tang Zhe was a little confused. However, researching this kind of thing is not exclusive to one person. Although he manages a laboratory, there may be dozens or hundreds of laboratories besides him. And perhaps there are other people in them who are also conducting research in this direction and have made greater progress. He looked at Fino. Fino, your research is also at the subcellular level, right? Fino nodded. That's what the files in the laboratory say. After I come in, I will continue to develop in this direction. So it should be correct. But your research direction is not exactly the same as mine? Yes. I mainly study viruses. Viruses are between living things and non-living things. And they are very likely to break through the limitations of both. I think the research prospects are very great. Her voice dropped. Of course, judging from the current results, the effect of viruses on inducing mutations is minimal. Viruses spread quickly and can achieve wide coverage in a short period of time. If the inducing virus is successfully developed, as long as it is spread out, all underground humans can simultaneously complete the directional mutation. Tang Zhe nodded. There is no problem with choosing this direction, but it is a little more difficult. And it is normal not to see results in the short term. Fino's eyes lit up a little. Tang Zhe fell into thought. If he had set up a research lab on the ground, he must have had his own considerations when choosing these people. What was his consideration at the time? In terms of research, only Fino and he were at the subcellular level, and the directions were completely different. Kuroki Ling and Pearl were at the tissue and organ level. As for Yu Hongchen, this person, who was suspected to be sent by the fleet, has only been conducting reagent research so far, and it is unknown what he is doing. Fleet. Tang Zhe's eyes flashed with hesitation. According to Fan Xiyu, Yu Hongchen came from a relatively famous family in the fleet. Since Fan Xiyu knew about his fleet background, Tang Zhe should know it even more. So did Tang Zhe let him into the laboratory because he had to compromise with the fleet? Or was he playing tricks on him? It seems that Tang Zhe deliberately approached Fan Xiyu to get fleet intelligence. It is not impossible. At this time, Fan Xiyu, who was standing behind, spoke cautiously. I seem to remember one thing. I don't know if it is useful. Tang Zhe retracted his thoughts. What is it? Tang Zhe and Fino, your teacher seemed to have a relationship. Tang Zhe and Fino looked at each other blankly, and their eyes changed. Our teacher? I heard that they are both top-notch people in the biological world, but they seem to be sworn enemies. Fang Xiyu was a little embarrassed. But I don't know much about this, so I just heard a little bit. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Tang Zhe looked at him. It doesn't matter. Tell me what you remember. Tang Zhe's teacher may not be considered a teacher, because I heard that she disappeared a long time ago and retired from the biological world for many years. If I remember correctly, her name should be Bai Ji. She published a world-shaking research in her 20s, and then retired from the biological world because of marriage. After that, she left almost no trace until she was involved in some things and disappeared completely. It is believed that she is dead. Fan Xiyu recalled. Tang Zhe mentioned to me that he had not determined the research direction earlier, and decided after accidentally seeing the paper left by Bai Ji. He did not directly become Bai Ji's professor, but followed her unfinished research path, because the academic community had forgotten Bai Ji's name at that time. It was Tang Zhe who successfully confirmed some of her assumptions, and her paper was dug up again. It was also because of this that Tang Zhe got the opportunity to set up a research room and received a lot of resources. He looked at Fino. As for Fino's teacher, I only remember that her name was Mary, and her last name was Walter or something. Mary and Bai Ji were classmates in the same school, but they were always at odds with each other during their school years. Mary is the daughter of a world-renowned virologist, and her husband is also a world-class surgeon. She is committed to virus research, but she loses to Bai Ji every time. The final victory between the two can be said to be due to Bai Ji's retirement. Unlike Bai Ji, Mary remained active in the research arena after marriage, and soon became the most famous virologist at the time. But in the end, Mary had an accident during a virus research and her reputation was ruined in a short period of time. After that, she disappeared. Fang Xiuyu smiled helplessly. That's all I know. Chapter 206 Tang Zhe. Put it down. Bai Ji? Tang Zhe was still thinking about this matter while preparing for the test drive of the new mutant. If Bai Ji did not stop her research after she disappeared, but moved to some underground organization to continue to advance, then according to her ability, it is not impossible for her to study the mutation method at the molecular level earlier than Tang Zhe. But according to Fang Xiyu, even if she lived to this day, she would be in her 80s or 90s. In addition, why did Tang Zhe let the students of Bai Ji's mortal enemy Mary enter the laboratory? Tang Zhe felt that his thoughts were a mess. Fang Xiyu met him on Beta Star, so it was impossible for Fang Xiyu to know what happened before that, unless he finds a way to regain his memory. The mystery of this laboratory will never be solved. Among these members, the only two who have some clues are Yu Hongchen and Fino. They don't look like Tang Zhe's helpers, but more likely obstacles. Those radicals who secretly rebelled and wiped their memories and trapped them underground. Could they be related to other forces? Tang Zhe supported his forehead. Could it be that his laboratory is like Fang Xiuyu's special forces before, a group of people with ulterior motives? The only thing to be thankful for now is that he is not the only one who has lost his memory. Even if the others have some unknown purpose, they have no way to remember it, and no conditions to implement it. Just as he was thinking, the new mutant beast next to him fluttered violently. Tang Zhe. Look at me! Fang Xiuyu's voice came out. He was driving the mutant beast remade by Tang Zhe. The previous big loach had no scales left, and now this one was redeveloped based on the three-headed crocodile. None of the teeth of the three heads fell, and all came in handy. In addition, the new mutant beast also adopted a multi-headed structure, and it can attack from the front and back. The defense has been strengthened. There is a row of thorn scales on the back that can be used for attack and defense. And there are two long steel whiskers on both sides of the head. The bottom has been added to cope with swamps and jungles. The spacing between the blade scales has been widened, which can be used for drainage. The chassis is raised, and several joints have been added, so that the blade scales can move by themselves when necessary. From a distance, it looks like a majestic lobster. Tang Zhe responded and signaled Fang Xiuyu to start. I feel that it can do some new moves. Wait and see. The lobster arched its body and fluttered a few times, and suddenly it flew into the air with a power accumulation, and then landed on the ground 50 meters away. Then it jumped again, this time more skillfully, jumping 4 or 5 times in a row, and appeared hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhe was about to chase it, when he saw the lobster jump back again without turning its head, and appeared in front of him proudly. I can jump and run now. Isn't it moving very fast? Fang Xiuyu said excitedly. It's just like that three-headed crocodile. No need to turn around. Tang Zhe nodded, and saw the lobster's head raised high, and two whip-like steel whiskers kept waving in front of it. This whip is really powerful. Even if there is a pitcher plant, I can whip it over with one whip. As if to verify the power, the two steel whiskers slammed heavily to the ground, and the ground shook immediately, shaking out 2 cracks dozens of meters long. Great! So cool, Tang Zhe. It was as if he had seen the strange captain who excitedly showed off his weapons to him when he first reported to the special forces. A smile appeared in Tang Zhe's eyes. Tang Zhe. Wait! I'll go to the basin to hunt for you, Fang Xiuyu shouted. Before Tang Zhe could catch any, He saw a lobster several stories high running out with a whoosh sound, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. When the dust cleared, the lobster had disappeared. Tang Zai rarely checked the wireless search ring on his wrist and saw that the other party was several kilometers away. 20 minutes later, the ground was faintly shaking. On the distant horizon, a huge wave rolled up like a sandstorm. In less than half a minute, the big lobster rushed to him at lightning speed and stopped with a sudden break. Tangza, look! The steel whiskers and shrimp head were raised high, looking like waiting for praise. Next to the shrimp body, there were huge trees and reptiles like a hill. Tangza nodded helplessly. I know. They are not my opponents at all. Fan Qiyu said. This way we can go to a farther place. Yeah. Let's go now. Where to? Tangza looked into the distance. We can go to the location of the brain-like thing. It's really desolate, Fan Qiyu said. Since the brain-like structure was cleared, there is a vast expanse ahead, with an unobstructed view. If the previous desolation was because the brain-like structure occupied the ground space, now that it has been cleared for a while, there should be traces of mutants moving. Is there no mutant around here at all? Tang Zai, don't go over there yet. I'll go check it out. After saying that, the lobster ran out whoosh, stopped at the place where the brain-like structure used to be, and jumped up and down. The ground shook. The lobster seemed to be still worried, shaking its head and tail for a while, and then used its knife scales and steel whiskers to dig 3 feet into the ground before stopping. It seems that everything is fine now, Fan Qiyu said. What is this? He suddenly stopped, stepped aside, and pointed carefully with his whiskers. In front of him was a big pit he had dug out, and he was pointing at the exact location in the pit. Tang Zai walked over. There was a strange square mark at the bottom of the pit, as if something was buried inside. Tang Zai squatted down and brushed it with his hand. The dust was brushed away, and a dark light suddenly illuminated the fog. This is... The lobster seemed surprised too. Memory? Tang Zai turned around. It's a memory. I found it under the water in the second test site, Fan Qiyu said. That huge 5-color stone mark. This is what is hidden inside. Tang Zai understood. At that time, when he was brought to the test site by Safar and escaped from the swamp with Fan Qiyu, there was a huge 5-color stone mark under the layers of tree branches. After Fan Qiyu took out the storage device in the sapphire, the bottom of the water collapsed. Fan Qiyu seemed to recall what happened at that time, and his shrimp whiskers trembled. Tang Zai, don't take it, put it down. Tang Zai had already taken the storage device in his hand and stood up. The ground didn't react at all. Fan Qiyu remembered that Tang Zai didn't have to be afraid of such a small thing as the collapse of the ground. So he quickly retracted the shrimp whiskers that were stretched out and rubbed them in front of him awkwardly. Ahem, it's okay. Tang Zai ignored him and picked up the memory to study it. This is a rectangular metal strip slightly longer than the palm, with a translucent sheet in the middle, showing a dull pale color. Captain, have you figured out how to read the contents inside? I don't know. At least I didn't know when I left Area A, Fan Qiyu replied. The first time I found this thing, the bottom of the water began to collapse after I took it away. So I put it back. When I went to that place again later, it was already after my memory was erased. At that time, the second test site had completely collapsed, and this thing was buried in the mud cell. After I dug it out, I brought it back to Area A and asked Yukuri to analyze it. They only said that the information inside needs special means to read, and Area A does not have such means. What happened later? I don't know. Tang Zai looked at the thing in his hand thoughtfully. After Fan Qiyu left Area A should have gone through another round of memory erasure. Yukuri should also be among those who were erased. It is unknown whether the thing is still with Yukuri or has fallen into Damon's hands. But the thing I got before was blue in the middle, and the light was brighter. Fan Qiyu continued. Why does this look so dark? Tang Zai frowned and checked the memory in his hand again and again. Blue. Although he had not seen the blue memory before the 5-color stone, everything proved that the things in the memory were closely related to the blue repair fluid in the laboratory. They might be the same thing, or at least have similar ingredients. However, the source of this blue energy has not been cracked so far. The root cause of the previous mission with the human-faced spider was the blue repair fluid in the underground laboratory. Those things first caused the condensation of the skeleton eggs, and the skeleton eggs attracted the human tissue in the second test field. The residual consciousness in the tissue spontaneously formed a brain-like structure. At that time, he had read the information in the skull egg and saw some things that did not exist in the underground world. Blue sky, white clouds, clear air. Such a pure and beautiful picture was interpreted as wishes by Tang Zhe at that time. Now it seems that those wishes may have really been their memories. But they were on the ground, or on the mother planet. Those memories that have long been cleared, extremely distant memories. Did the five-colored stone extract these memories to find the truth of the ground world? Or have they also discovered clues? Tang Zhe looked at the whitish thing in his hand, and thought of the giant brain-like structure that originally occupied this piece of ground, and frowned. The brain-like body contains countless tiny threads of will, which are wrapped in a gel block and spontaneously aggregated together. Once the gel block is broken, the consciousness will not completely dissipate, but will disperse. If a stronger will appears at this time, it can control them. Tang Zhe, who controlled the human face spider at that time, did so. However, the brain-like body that appeared on the ground in front of us seemed a little difficult to explain. Its formation did not involve the participation of other organizations, nor was there the inducement of the skull egg, and no blue energy was found nearby. And inside it, there is an extremely strong and difficult to control will, which can only be dispersed with the help of Fang Shuyu's spiritual energy. What secrets does this brain-like thing have? Tongza, why don't you take this thing back to study? It's not convenient without equipment now, Fang Shuyu said. Should we go back first? Or look ahead? Or wait for me here? Tongza! The shrimp whiskers stopped in the air. Fang Shuyu saw Tongza stretched out his finger to the memory, and actually penetrated it. Then he stirred it, and his finger, and the chip in the center of the memory, seemed to melt. Fang Shuyu saw Tongza's pupils began to change, and the cat-like round pupils were shrinking and finally became narrow and long. Like a snake, the white in the chip turned into a dim white mist, and Tongza's hand also melted into it, and merged into one. Chapter 207 Wasteland. Jungle. Paw. The memory fell to the ground. Tang Zhe raised his head, and his pupils returned to normal. Fang Shuyu hurriedly waved his shrimp whiskers, whipped the memory on the ground far away, and then looked at Tang Zhe with concern. Tang Zhe, are you okay? Tang Zhe, are you okay? I'm reading the contents inside, he said. If there is something related to memory inside, the more likely way to read it is not external equipment, but the human body. It looks like it was almost successful just now. The shrimp whiskers paused. What? What? Well, you were not attacked by it just now. But I think the color of this thing is very similar to the skull egg in the previous mission. So I used my fingers to explore it. The captain may not know that when I touched the skull egg, I directly read a strange picture. But when the captain touched it, it seemed that there was no reaction at all. Tang Zhe's voice was cold. Just now I just read something, and was slapped away by the captain. Fang Shuyu. Fingers. Tang Zhe looked forward, and from a distance, there was still no sign of any mutants. He remembered the myth recorded in the five-color stone, which mentioned some special landforms. There is a huge wasteland in the west, full of strange plants. Some of them are taller than humans, and they will pretend to be dead and prey on passing animals. This sentence has always made Tang Zhe feel very strange. Since it is a wasteland, why is it covered with plants? Originally, he thought that this content refers to the Great Basin, or a similar place. But the basin, which looks very dense at first glance, does not quite fit the description of wasteland. On the contrary, the bare place in front of him is more like a wasteland, and in a sense, it is a bit too wasteland. Tang Zhe vaguely feels that this unusual desolation is just an illusion. Could this be the wasteland in the myth? Tongza, wait for me here. I'll go get the memory card back, Fang Shuyu said hurriedly. Tongza withdrew his thoughts. I'll go too. No matter what. He had to explore forward. Fang Shuyu did not stop him, but stood in front of him all the way to help him clear the way. The ground was still barren, and even the wind was still. The lobster swept the ground all the way, but found neither the memory card nor anything else. It's really strange, Fang Shuyu murmured. Did I shoot that far? Tongza also felt strange, but from his senses, he did not detect any abnormalities. Energy, not at all. It was as desolate as if the world was a vacuum. Tongza, how far have we walked? Fang Shuyu shouted. Why do I feel so strange? It's too quiet here. There's nothing. Tongza? Tang. Fang Shuyu was shocked and turned around. The ground was empty, without any trace of Tongza. Captain? Tongza asked. Fang Shuyu seemed to be moving too fast, and his shadow disappeared all of a sudden. Tongza didn't get a response, so he had no choice but to look at his wrist. The bright red number lit up, showing that Fang Shuyu was only a few dozen meters away from him. Tongza realized something, raised his head, and saw that there was still an empty wasteland in front of him. Fang Shuyu was near him, but he couldn't see him. Captain! Tang Zai's body instantly vaporized and moved at a high speed in the air. 10 seconds later, he condensed into a human form again. No, nothing can be found. Fang Shuyu seemed to have entered another time and space and disappeared completely. At this moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The wasteland was no longer nothing, and at the end of the field of vision, a light mist rose. The mist spread at an incredible speed and soon became thick, and it was about to surround Tang Zai. Sure enough, this is not a wasteland at all, but a place more dangerous than those things visible to the naked eye. Tang Zai vaporized again, letting himself dissolve in the air. But not long after, he stopped again. He found that he could only spin in the mist. The mist turned into a wall, surrounding him in the middle. It was not Fang Shuyu who fell into another space, but him. The mist turned into a thick white, revealing some outlines in the open space. They were scattered in different heights and shapes. From a distance, they looked like clumps of plants. This is a forest. Is it spiritual energy? Tang Zai thought vigilantly. He should have guessed that since this place can form a brain-like brain, there must be human consciousness gathered. Now it seems that these consciousnesses are probably released from the middle of the storage. But is he sure he can handle this thing? The numbers on his wrist started to move. Fang Shuyu found that he had disappeared and was circling around. But no matter how close they were, they could not feel each other's presence. Tang Zai tried to collect his thoughts and looked at the increasing number of white shadows in front of him. As the fog thickened, the plants in front of him became more and more dense. They grew out little by little from afar and surrounded Tang Zai. After getting closer, Tang Zai could see those things clearly. They were not plants, but some weird human tissues. Some of them were limbs of giants. Some were slices of deformed torsos. And some were piles of bones, skin and rotten meat. These are the things that make up this forest. Tang Zai's pupils changed. He discovered the strangeness of this human forest. All the plants have no heads. The tops of the tall and short plants are all cut necks, from which white pus is constantly left, accumulating into a pool on the ground, and is quickly absorbed. It's like a recyclable white wax fountain. Where are the heads? Tang Zai thought, and his pupils further contracted, slowly turning into needles. Those plants have come to him. The air is filled with white mist that can no longer be considered. The white color is as sticky as wax, constantly pouring out from the ground, wrapping the limbs on the ground layer by layer. The plant became thicker and thicker, and gradually lost its original appearance. It actually became a tree. Tang Zai's body became more and more viscous, and finally melted into a dark green human figure. Then, the human figure rushed into the ash tree in front of him. Squeak! The ash tree began to turn green from the middle, and soon the green spread to the outside, turning into a green wax tree. Tang Zai came out from the other side, and his body solidified little by little, condensing into its original appearance. Behind him, the green wax peeled off with a bang. Tree, becoming thinner and thinner, and finally only thin branches were left standing there, pointing motionlessly at the sky. It was a headless skeleton made of bright white light. Seeing that it was effective, Tang Zai quickly melted again. He melted into the ground, slowly turning the wax trees in the entire forest green, then collapsed and disappeared. Tang Zai returned to his original appearance, shaking his body a little weakly. These wax trees were a bit like the mucus that made up the human-faced spider. But most of the tissues in the human-faced spider came from the swamp in the second test site, which was filthy. The wax trees here were completely free of impurities, like a pure carrier with nothing in them. There was not even any consciousness in them. So Tang Zai could not control them at all. He could only inject his energy into them, and then disintegrate them. But in this way, his body consumption becomes extremely great. And in this place, even the air does not have energy for him to replenish. Tang Zai took a few deep breaths, tried to calm his heartbeat, turned around and walked towards the middle of the forest. After the white wax faded, there were some slender human bodies in front of him. They looked like they were woven with light, and they were emitting pure white light all over their bodies, which was actually a bit beautiful. Tang Zhe understood that these light-like fibers were the things that were really difficult to deal with. According to past experience, white corresponds to spiritual energy. The light of these things is so bright, which means that the spiritual energy in them should be very strong. If Tang Zhe couldn't defeat them, it would be easy to get stuck in it. The numbers on his wrist flashed a few more times, and Fang Xiyu left him. But Tang Zhe didn't notice it. He just looked at the front and thought about how to deal with him. A few minutes later, a ball of green mist floated out from around his body and hit a branch next to him. The branch didn't react at all. The green mist floated around for a while and returned to Tang Zhe's body. No reaction? Tang Zhe frowned. He thought about it and finally raised his hand and touched the tree in front of him. His fingers passed through the tree and then came out intact, and his body didn't feel anything unusual. It was like he had just passed through light. Is this not a mutant? Is it just a projection of light? Tang Zhe felt unbelievable and walked towards the tree next to him again. But the result was the same. This forest in front of him seemed to have no entity. Everything was like a holographic projection. But since it was a projection, why couldn't he get out? Tang Zhe turned around a few more times in confusion and found that if he kept walking in the same direction, he would suddenly return to the place he had walked through after about 100 meters. In the end, he determined that he was trapped in a circle with a diameter of about 100 meters and a height of 50 meters. It seemed that he could only get out by breaking these projections. Thinking like this, Tang Zhe began to search carefully. If it is a projection, there must be a light source. But there are so many trees here, and they are not intertwined with each other. It seems that there is more than one light source. Maybe there is one under each tree. Tang Zhe went into the thickest tree and searched along the shining limbs. There are no organs inside the limbs, and they are all neatly woven structures of light. Tang Zhe found some changes until he found the top. Heart. There is a cavity in the chest of the tree man, and there is no dense light in the middle. Tang Zhe thought that the core controlling this tree man should be inside. So he vaporized his body, and finally turned into a green mist in the cavity. Tang Zhe entered the heart, but found that he could not restore his human form. He seemed to be trapped in the gaseous state, unable to obtain an entity with offensive power, and unable to have any influence on the surroundings. At this moment, he felt that the cavity surrounding him began to contract rhythmically. This heart began to beat. In an instant, Tang Zhe recalled the myth about the wasteland. He suddenly understood the meaning. They will pretend to be dead and prey on passing animals. Chapter 208. No. What Tang Zhe didn't know was that after he filled the heart, a head slowly grew out of the top of the tree. The light with a blurry face. When the head grew completely, the tree man moved his neck, and then moved from top to bottom. Like the thousands of headless trees here, it has been waiting for a heart for a long time. Tang Zhe felt his body become thinner, as if it was flowing in all directions. After a while, he realized that he was flowing from the heart along the blood vessels to all parts of his body. As he flowed, the internal meridians of the tree slowly turned green, and finally condensed into a green brain at the top of the head. The tree man's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing green pupils. He slowly turned his head, looked back at the forest, and let out a heavy sigh. No, X-189. Volunteering to become a MIS experimental subject. Tang Zhe suddenly saw a line of red words. Then, strange pictures filled his visual consciousness, and a series of strange voices sounded. Do you volunteer to participate in MIS experiment? Dedicate your consciousness and contribute to the future of mankind? Once confirmed, MIS will copy all your consciousness into the simulation space, and it can be used for any purpose unlimited times. This process may cause your brain death in reality, but you will live in another world, with thousands of brave people, and your family will live a prosperous life under the sponsorship of MIS. I do. Okay. Start executing. Then, there was an unpleasant mechanical sound, and a square instrument appeared vaguely in the sight, showing some unrecognizable characters. The characters jumped quickly, and suddenly, red warnings filled the screen. Unknown error. There was a problem in the simulation process, and the instrument failed to start correctly. A person approached, and his face could not be seen clearly. He operated the instrument with some doubts, and as the warning sound became louder, his movements became more and more impatient. Error warning. Please stop the simulation process immediately. Warning. Failed to read the thought signal correctly. Please stop the experiment immediately. The man's movements were obviously flustered, but the situation did not change because of his operation. What's going on? Why did it suddenly go wrong? Those people were fine before. How could it be? Warning. The instrument is abnormal. Please stop the simulation process immediately. Overdischarge warning. The experimenter's brain will be permanently damaged. Please stop immediately. Pop. The man unplugged the plug. The display screen flashed a few times and finally went black. The man gasped. But his mood could not calm down. A few seconds later, the screen lit up again like a nightmare. The previously difficult runes appeared again. And then, they were deleted one by one. And what reappeared was completely different. Overwrite. Someone has overwritten the previously extracted thought data. Stop. Stop quickly. Bang. The sound of the door opening. Another strange voice broke in from outside. She is here. She has finally invaded the MIS system. The voice said. The whole world, even we have been conquered. The first person was a little confused. And finally retreated a few steps in dejection. Almost falling to the ground. What about the experiment? We can only go there. Format the mother machine and send it to Beta Star. And transfer all the experiments there. Then, what about this person? His brain data has been imported into the mother machine. Format them all. The Federation has passed a decree that MIS projects will receive the highest priority. As long as the experiment is needed. No one can refuse to join the experiment. In the future, the Federation will send as many people as they want to Beta Star. People don't need to volunteer. This is their obligation. A sense of fear and pain spread. But this body could not move. I am conscious. I am still conscious. The owner of the body said. No. We can't let our family. We can't let other ordinary people. No. Soon. No sound could be heard around. And nothing could be seen. Consciousness seemed to fall into a black hole. Leaving only the anxious alarm. And the words echoing. No. Tang Zhe felt uncomfortable, and seemed to be falling with it. And his consciousness became thinner and weaker. It seemed that he was about to fall into the universe. Into the abyss without light. Into a closed black box. No. Tongza. A familiar and distant voice came over. Tongza's consciousness became clearer. He suddenly found that he was still trapped in that heart. But his body seemed to be getting thicker. The consciousness and energy that flowed out were flowing back from everywhere. Tongza. Tongza woke up completely. And the chaos in his vision was suddenly split. And he saw his fingers. He tried to clench his fist, and found that it was successful. As he moved, the green light faded from the familiar body in an instant, and returned to his body at a very fast speed. The head growing from the top was also annihilated. The green faded, but the flow did not stop. White light flowed into Tang Zhe's body from the blood vessels. And the tree man's neck, palms, all disappeared with the huge suction. The next second, a hot hand grabbed Tang Zhe. Bang! Tang Zhe fell heavily to the ground. To be precise, he fell on Fang Xiuyu, who fell to the ground. Fang Xiuyu hugged him tightly. And before he could sit up, he kicked on the ground and moved a long way away. As if he felt that the distance was safe. He stopped and lifted Tang Zhe's face to check carefully. Tang Zhe looked at him, and turned his head to look behind him. The storage device fell to the ground where they fell just now. And it was emitting a dim light. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the white light seems to have turned a little green. Are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Fang Xiuyu turned his face back and fumbled around to check. Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't speak or respond, Fang Xiuyu became anxious. Tang Zhe, are you under mental attack? Are you scared now? Can you hear me? Don't scare me. Tang Zhe, do you need energy? Is the energy in my body useful? Fang Xiuyu was at a loss. Trying to hug Tang Zhe tightly. Trying to make him warmer. He kissed Tang Zhe's eyes and cheeks. But Tang Zhe didn't react at all. He could only blow into Tang Zhe's lips. Not knowing whether this would transfer energy or provide artificial respiration. Anyway, as long as it worked, it would be fine. Tang Zhe blinked. But his eyes were still cold and a little numb. I'm fine. Fang Xiuyu stopped and pulled a few centimeters away from Tang Zhe. After confirming that Tang Zhe was really fine and just didn't want to talk to him, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Fang Xiuyu's eyes lit up. and his face was full of joy. But seeing Tang Zai's expression, he quickly stopped approaching and silently stepped back. Well, then I will, Tang Zai grabbed his collar, pulled him back to himself, and hugged the back of his head tightly. Fang Shui was startled, and after reacting, he immediately pressed forward. Tang Zai's green eyes were still cold, filled with things he couldn't understand, but his body seemed to be desperately seeking something, as if to fill the huge emptiness and panic in his heart. Fang Shui had never seen Tang Zai like this, and he was happy, but also a little worried. He slowed down his movements and gently held Tang Zai's face. What's wrong? Tang Zai lowered his eyes. If one day you find that I am the opposite of the person you know, will you hate me? Fang Shui was startled, then quickly smiled. It's not like I don't know who you are. I've known you for so long, so many times. He rubbed Tang Zai's forehead. You've been out for so long. And you're just thinking about this? You scared me to death. I thought you were still mad at me. Tang Zai stared blankly at the empty space in the distance. In that storage, there were memories saved in a special way, and beyond their expectations. They were memories from when they were still on the mother planet, as the tree man was completely swallowed by him. The memory fragments that man had kept were also read by him. Judging from the time, it was before the Beta Star base was officially put into use. MIS seemed to have gained the power to rule the world from an ordinary organization. People all over the world were forced to start cooperating with MIS experiments. No matter what kind of experiments. This is the bunker. The reason why a steady stream of experimenters were thrown underground. Not only the Beta Star base, but also ordinary people on the mother planet were involved in these crazy experiments. What kind of terrible thing is the MIS he belongs to? Fang Shui kissed him again and turned his face towards him. What are you thinking about? You haven't said it yet. What did you see inside? Tang Zai avoided his gaze again. The captain was exploring in a mutant. Wasn't he? How did it become like this? I don't know what happened. I turned around and found that you were gone. Fang Shui replied. I couldn't find you, so I had to use the wireless search ring to locate you. But I clearly arrived at the location. But I couldn't see your shadow. I thought you were swallowed by the sand. So I kept digging down. But I couldn't find you. At this time, the signal of the wireless search ring suddenly disappeared. So I think you probably didn't just disappear in an ordinary way. You may have become a different state. But you should be nearby. I didn't know how to find you in this situation. So I came out of the lobster first. Then I suddenly saw the wireless ring signal again. It just flashed a few times. Your signs were very weak. I really want to find you. Fang Shui raised his hand blankly. Then I lowered my head and found that my body was glowing, and finally turned into a human-shaped luminous body. When I realized it again, I entered a strange forest. There were many people in it, and each of them looked like light. They were all white, and only one figure was green. That's you. Chapter 209. I know you. Tang Zai. Then I called your name and tried to reach out and grab you. When I reacted, I pulled you to the ground, next to the storage device. Fang Shui spread his hands. That's it. Tang Zai was thoughtful. We were all sucked in by that thing. Right? Fang Shui said. It's really weird. I seem to have experienced it. The feeling of entering another time and space for a short time. Tang Zai spoke slowly. The speed of time there is different from that outside. And it seems that no one except me can see or discover anything. And even the headset device has no record. Fang Shui was stunned. When I was trapped in the building by the man-faced spider. Captain, do you remember there was a string of eggs inside? And Lu said it was something between a physical and a non-physical thing. The captain touched it, but there was no reaction at all. It looked like a holographic projection. But when I touched it, the experience was completely different. I entered another unknown space. But after I left, you didn't notice it at all. Another time and space? Fang Shui sat up straight. That is to say, there is some connection between these two times and spaces, and they may be constructed in a similar way. And to enter such a time and space, you must meet certain screening conditions. You are the one who meets the conditions. Tang Zai nodded. But this time the captain also came in. His eyes wandered again. Did the captain see anything else? No. Fang Shui scratched his head. I was only looking for you, so I didn't have the mind to pay attention to anything else. Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, he said softly. Before Fang Shui asked further, he stood up and walked back, picking up the memory. Fang Xiyu quickly caught up with him and snatched the memory away. Don't touch it. It's too dangerous. If I go in again, the captain can rescue me. Right? Fang Xiyu frowned. Then I'm worried. It would be great if I could go in with you. Let's go side by side like before. He pouted in annoyance. My energy is really... I don't know when I can control it. Hey! As he spoke, he used his fingers to stir the center of the storage. Suddenly, he found that his fingers seemed to melt and turned into glowing white mist. Tang Zai. I too. The next second, a powerful force swept his body in. Before he lost consciousness, he saw Tang Zai rushing towards him. Bang! The two fell heavily to the ground. Is this the place just now? Fang Xiyu sat up. No. It seems a little different. Why are they all planted on the ground? No head yet. Tang Zai was a little surprised. Isn't this what the captain saw just now? No. It's just glowing human figures floating in the air. But the faces can't be seen clearly. Tang Zai was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed. The captain's ability is really different. Ah? Did I use any ability? The captain's body must have been specially modified. But the manifestation of this modification is too special. And coupled with the scarcity of spiritual energy, it cannot be manifested at all. I guess the captain's body can also be gasified to a certain extent. But what you gasify is not the body structure, but the spirit, Tang Zai said. What do you mean? The glowing threads in the brain-like brain are the visual manifestation of something like will. The captain can transform himself into that form, and can also see others. Fang Xiyu digested it for a while. In other words, I can become a spiritual body. And I can also see other people's spiritual bodies? That's about right. Fang Xiyu looked at Tang Zai and suddenly smiled happily. Tang Zai glanced at him. What's wrong? Then your spirit body is different from others. It's green. Fang Xiyu leaned on Tang Zai's head and rubbed it a few times. I told you. You're a little green radish. So cute. He thought of something. Suddenly stepped back and looked at Tang Zai carefully. Although it's actually very powerful, it can also electrocute people. He picked up Tang Zai's finger and looked at it. It's a thorny green radish. He finally concluded. Tang Zai. Shake his hand. Frown. Get up and walk away. Fang Xiyu realized that he had triggered the keyword, and his whole body froze. I don't mean anything else. Tang Zai. As expected, Tang Zai began to keep his distance from him again, with an expression of don't touch me. Fang Xiyu. I wish I could bite my tongue to commit suicide. Tang Zai came to a tree expressionlessly, and looked up at the towering headless tree. The tree that he had activated before was gone, leaving only a small empty space. But there are still countless trees in this forest. This is a special chip. And each tree contains a memory. The memory of the past world. The person who made such a chip must have used a special carrier. It should be some kind of specially processed biological structure that can hide and transmit information with biological coding. At the same time, it can also be combined with specific human structures as a way of identification and reading. Tang Zai was able to enter this space because he passed the biological authentication. From this point of view, there should be a specific identification structure in his cells. This chip may be made for people who have reached a certain level of mutation, in order to let people who have lost their memories and are forced to evolve find their origins one day. Who left the chip? Could it be his past self? No. Judging from the form and the content of the chip, it is more like the person who left it. Nuwa created the original 5-color stone organization. If it was the memory chip she left behind, it would make sense that the 5-color stone could know it. Their myth. The fragmented record. Is it hidden in the last chip? Tang Zai continued to walk forward, his brain working rapidly. The disappearance of the first tree man shows that once the memory in the chip is read, the content inside will disappear. It can be said that they can only be read once after they are made, and cannot be spread. The dense forest in front of us shows that the content in this chip has not been read yet. But this piece of land is on the wasteland recorded in the myth. If nothing else, just the huge brain-like structure. The 5-colored stone cannot be invisible. Why didn't they find this chip? Is it because they don't have the authority to read it? What is the connection between the location of the brain-like and the chip? What is the relationship between them and spiritual energy? Why was Fang Xiyu able to come in this time? As some doubts were solved, more questions emerged. Tang Zai was thinking, and he didn't notice that Fang Xiyu had been carefully following him half a step behind. Tang Zai suddenly stopped, and Fang Xiuyu was caught off guard and almost bumped into him. Ahem. Tang Zai? Tang Zai came back to his senses and gave him a cold look. Fang Xiuyu. So are we going out now or? Tang Zai looked up. Let me read it again. Captain. Don't worry too much. If I don't respond after 10 minutes, call my name again. What are you reading? Before Fang Xiuyu finished asking that question, Tang Zai disappeared. Soon, he saw a green mist appear in the center of the tree in front of him. And then a head grew out of the top, with a green brain inside. The green and the heart flowed to the whole tree. And finally, the eyes opened. Tang Zai. 10 minutes later, the white light of the whole tree was absorbed into Tang Zai's body. His body fell from the air and landed in Fang Xiuyu's arms. Tang Zai opened his eyes. His eyes were still wooden, but there was a hint of uneasiness. Tang Zai. What's wrong? Fang Xiuyu looked at him worriedly. Tang Zai seemed to be deaf. Gently pushed Fang Xiuyu away and walked towards the next tree. Tang Zai? Tang Zai. Tang Zai. I don't know how many times this happened. Every time he devoured a tree, Tang Zai's expression became more painful, until this time he fell into Fang Xiuyu's arms, and when he opened his eyes again, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He wanted to push Fang Xiuyu away, but was dragged away rudely. You can't go again! Fang Xiuyu hugged him tightly. Tang Zai raised his hand and pushed a few more times, but he didn't succeed because he was too weak. I won't let you go, Fang Xiuyu said. I'll try to control my ability. Didn't I successfully see these spirits before? Maybe I can read the information inside in another way. You rest here. I'll do it. Tang Zai pulled him hard. Don't go. Don't go. Captain. No matter what's inside, I won't suffer anymore. Fang Xiuyu comforted. You are here. Nothing will make me suffer anymore. Tang Zai's eyes were filled with deep sadness. If you knew, you would hate me. You are here again. Fang Xiuyu gently stroked his cheek. I know you. Tang Zai. You only know me after Beta Star. And you don't know what I've hidden from you. Tang Zai said. MIS is an organization. You can't even imagine it. But I have been a member of them for a long time. Beta Base was originally led by MIS. And the fleet only undertook the construction work. Your research is of course based on the requirements of MIS, which is also the original purpose of Beta Base. Although this result was caused later, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, we are facing a greater crisis. Tang Zai shook his head. Not only that, Beta Star only undertook one of the research directions of MIS. It really did evil on the mother planet before the base was put into use. I used to know all this. Tang Zai's hand fell down weakly. It's not just a research problem. There was also a fierce struggle between the countries and forces on the mother planet. In the end, all the countries disappeared, and the human race as a whole was led by several forces, one of which was MIS, which controlled research, and the other was the predecessor of the fleet, which controlled military power. These forces cooperated and restrained each other on the surface. But in fact, MIS had already controlled forces outside the fleet. Moreover, it is quietly eroding and squeezing out the fleet. Tang Zai pursed his lips, and finally made up his mind, looking at Fang Xiuyu with a bleak look. MIS plans to trap the entire fleet on Beta Star, and then find a way to annihilate them all. And before I boarded Beta Star, I accepted the task of destroying the fleet in the end. Tang Zai's lips trembled, and he almost couldn't speak. Captain, I approached you on purpose. From the beginning, I was using you and deceiving you. Chapter 210, I have never been a good person. Fang Xiuyu lowered his head at some point, his eyes completely covered in shadows. Impossible, he repeated in a low voice. Impossible. Tang Zai's eyes quickly darkened, as if he had sunk into the abyss. I am not a good person. Never have been. His tone became cold. Before I joined the special forces, I knew I had changed. I am willing to be the captain's sentinel because I know I can go to more polluted places with the captain, so that I can absorb more energy and become stronger. I hate those people. I hate that they regard the lives of sentinels as ants. I want to become stronger and take revenge on everyone. He looked away, like a puppet with a soul taken away. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to do anything for others. I just want to absorb more energy and completely mutate, that's all. Fang Xiuyu was silent for a long time, and suddenly he chuckled. Then haven't you done it? Tang Zei felt his blood solidify in an instant, and his whole body became stiff. He controlled his eyes that were about to tremble, gritted his teeth, and looked away. Now that the captain knows everything, I'll say it out loud. You don't need to feel that you owe me anything, and you don't need to do anything else. I have been using you, including my feelings. I am not the kind of person you think I am. You can leave now. Tang Zei pushed Fang Xiyu away and stood up shakily. A voice came from the side. You have transformed into the most powerful form and have left the gathering area. Why don't you just live a carefree life, but take this team to track down the 5 colored stones and investigate the things in the past that no one remembers? The voice did not have the expected coldness and pain, but a familiar temperature, and the hand holding him never let go. You used me. So why did you go back to find me after leaving the building surrounded by human-faced spiders? Why did you send me out of Area A after Damon shot me? Tang Zei was stunned. His throat rolled, but he didn't say anything. Fang Xiyu pulled him back into his arms. I don't know what you were hiding, nor what your purpose was at the beginning. But, Tang Zei, we have been together for so long and have experienced so much. In these days, your feelings for me are not sincere at all? Tang Zei's eyes moved. Fang Xiyu leaned down, put his face against Tang Zei's forehead, and rubbed it slowly. If I were the sentry who had no choice, maybe I would hate this world more than you. The way you see me is just because I am luckier than you. Whether in the fleet or in Area A, I have subordinates who trust me, a good living environment, and elders like Lao Chong who protect me. Even if there are some annoying voices, I just need to get results and make them shut up. But you are different. No one can help you. And the environment is so bad that survival is a problem. In this situation, survival is an instinct. You didn't try to survive in any way that hurt others. You survived because you are very strong and resilient. No matter why you joined the special forces, you chose to save me again, and chose to protect the people in the team. No matter why you joined MIS, you chose to give up using the omnipotent mutation reagent. Even after being injected with the reagent, you chose not to harm the world. Fang Xiyu choked and lowered his head in a hurry. After a while, he held Tang Zei's face and looked at him seriously. I know you, Tang Zei. Whether in the past or now, you are always the same. You are never a bad person. A glimmer of light slowly emerged in Tang Zei's eyes. He carefully turned his gaze to that person and met his straightforward and passionate eyes, which were no different from his memory. Don't you hate me? Fang Xiyu rubbed the corners of his eyes, full of pity. I feel sorry for you. Tang Zei's pupils trembled in disbelief. And Sue? The trembling spread to his whole body. He bit his lips tightly, but tears rolled out uncontrollably. It was not cold, but warm. Fang Xiyu's brows frowned for a moment, and soon he realized something and stabilized his expression. He smiled faintly, lowered his head to kiss away Tang Zei's tears, and then pulled him into his arms, gently like holding a kitten. I'm here, Tang Zei. Always here. Tang Zei's body slowly slumped down, and all his defenses were removed in an instant. He leaned close to the person in front of him, and finally broke down and cried. I won't leave. Forever. Fang Xiyu said softly. Don't be afraid. Before, you have always kept a cat. Fang Xiyu leaned close to Tang Zei's ear and whispered. You seem to have said this. Tang Zei seemed tired of crying, and his voice was vague. I don't remember. You said it had experienced a lot of bad things when it was a child. It used to like to get close to humans, but every time others either drove it away with disgust, or stroked it twice when they were happy, and then abandoned it. Later, it could only wander. Really? It became very alert because of this. Whenever anyone appeared, it would carefully hide in the distance and observe. If someone approached it rashly, it would use its claws to drive them away. Fang Xiyu continued. But others don't know that although it has sharp teeth and claws, it also has a very soft belly. So soft that it can melt your heart. I didn't know how to approach it at first. I just thought it looked cute, but seemed to be very annoyed with me. Later, I watched it from a distance. Otherwise it would scratch me if I approached it. Really, it would bar its teeth and get angry when someone touched it. Only in front of you would it be so obedient as if it had a new soul. Fang Xiyu laughed and hugged Tang Zei tighter. Later you taught me how to approach it. You said it was delicate and had been hurt a lot, so you had to be patient to approach it. You also said that if you can't treat it sincerely in the future, it's better not to approach it. If it finally opens its heart but is abandoned, it will never trust people again. I said I have patience to get along with it for a lifetime. Then you taught me how to approach it step by step, and let down its guard. You said it always hides far away just to observe whether this person is the same as the previous ones. Is it that you approach it just on a whim, and forget about it after 2 days? Is it that you let it show its soft belly, but then hurt it badly? Because it is such a soft and sentimental kitten. It's a pity that few people in this world know how to cherish it. It should live in a safe environment, surrounded by tenderness and love, just like it treats the world. But it lives in turmoil and hurt, and is forced to learn to protect itself. Indifference and alienation are the ways it has learned to protect itself. But as long as you let down its guard, it will show its true appearance. It will stick to you, crawl into your arms and act cute, and expose its belly for you to touch. It's an innocent, the cutest kitten in the world. Tang Zai moved his head. Really? It sounds like you get along well. Fang Shuyu was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. But the sound sounded like sobbing. He sniffed hard. I thought it would be fine if it accepted me. But one day, it suddenly ignored me again, always staying away from me, as if it had completely forgotten our time together. I was very frustrated, thinking that it was pretending before, or that I didn't pass the test. I might never be able to get close to it in this life. But you said that it behaves like this because it has slowly opened its heart, because of past experiences. It is very sensitive at this stage. It will be jealous and doubt your sincerity because of some of your actions, and then pretend not to care about you and deliberately avoid you to test your attitude. If you are cold to it, it will walk away sadly and turn back into the fierce-looking kitten. It just needs you to hug it again and again, and tell it again and again how much you love it. No matter how many times it pushes you away, you will be by its side. It is really a very good and gentle kitten. It's just that this world doesn't treat it well. Tang Zai in his arms suddenly trembled. He grabbed Fang Shuyu's collar tightly and didn't speak. Fang Shuyu took a deep breath. Tang Zai, I really don't know what you went through before I met you. And I don't know how you got into MIS in the first place. But I know that you didn't perform the mission you should have done. And you have been working hard to avoid those endings. It's just that there are too many people you have to fight against. And the world is getting crazier and crazier. But around you, there is no one who can give their true heart. There are only more indifferent people. Is it hard to live in such a world? If I had known you earlier, if I had known this earlier, you wouldn't have to bear it all alone. I will stand with you. Forever. Fang Shuyu patted Tang Zai's back, as if coaxing a child to sleep. And his voice became very soft. I'm sorry. I didn't know until today. I'm sorry. I couldn't stand by your side earlier. Tang Zai's body trembled. Nonsense, he responded vaguely. I'm not like that. I'm not as good as you think. He said this, but his body couldn't help but get closer and closer to the other person. At this moment, he just wanted to stay in the arms of the person in front of him forever, and be surrounded by such heat forever. This rare favor, even if it is short-lived and false, he still wants to have it. Perhaps this is what he has always been asking for. Fang Shuyu suddenly lowered his head and kissed the tip of his ear. Good night, Tang Zai. I love you. Tang Zai's chest rose and fell violently. He raised his head and met the pair of undisguised eyes. All the indifference, hesitation, resistance faded away in an instant. He finally knew that he was firmly chosen. He saw himself reflected in the other's eyes, saw the sincerity revealed to each other, and the suppressed emotions rushed out in an instant. He hugged the person in front of him tightly, got close to him, and poured himself out wantonly. He didn't know what he was asking for or what he was giving. The temperature was transmitted little by little, and it became hot from the inside to the outside. He finally put this sunshine on himself. Chapter 211. His memories were revealed without any hindrance. Tang Zai's fingers gently stroked Fang Shuyu's arm. The green on the branches was slowly fading, revealing a shimmering white, and finally almost blending into the skin. Just now, he was watching the green trees on the other person's body growing and receding, like the tide. Now everything is fading away, just like his surging thoughts returning to silence. Fang Shuyu hugged a little tighter. Are you cold? Tang Zai shook his head. I feel much better, he said softly. Maybe the spiritual energy has a soothing effect, and it seems that the body is not so weak anymore. As he said this, he pushed Fang Shuyu away a little and slowly sat up. I'll go take another look. Are you going to read all these things? Yes. Fang Xiyu held him. Let me try. Okay. Tang Zei hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid you'll be too tired, Fang Xiyu said. There are so many trees here. If you read them one by one, it will not only take time, but also consume energy. I think, since I can come in twice, it means I have some kind of authority. Right? He held Tang Zei's hand and rubbed it on his cheek. Didn't I see these things in another way before? Maybe I can try to activate my spiritual energy and try a different reading method. Tang Zei blinked and didn't answer. Don't worry. You're here. I'll definitely come back safe and sound. Tang Zei stared at Fang Xiyu for a while and finally nodded. Then wait for me here. I'll try. Fang Xiyu smiled and helped Tang Zei close his collar. Then he shook Tang Zei's hand vigorously, got up and walked into the woods. Fang Xiyu got into a tree, his figure obscured by the trunk, becoming hazy. 1 minute later. 5 minutes later. 15 minutes later. Fang Xiyu came out awkwardly. It seems, ahem. Tang Zei couldn't help laughing when he saw him walking slowly, and with an unhappy expression of self-conscious shame. Fang Xiyu was even more embarrassed. I want to help you. But who knows? He stopped in frustration and curled his lips. Why can't it work? Tang Zei held back his laughter and walked towards him. Perhaps it is feasible to explore with spiritual energy, but it is more difficult to control. Before Fang Xiyu could react, Tang Zei had already grabbed his hand. Let me try. At the moment of contact, light green mist emanated from Tang Zei's body and was completely sucked into Fang Xiyu's cracks. The cracks lit up with a faint green light, and the next second, bright white covered them. A faint white mist rose from around Fang Xiyu, seeming to envelop Tang Zei as well. The white mist became brighter and brighter, and finally turned into a ball of light like the sun with them as the center. Boom! The white light spread out and engulfed the entire forest. The dazzling light covered all vision, so bright that it blinded people. After a few minutes, the light suddenly faded. The ball of light converged in an instant and crashed into the bodies of the two people. The surroundings fell into darkness. The trees disappeared. The figures of two people appeared on the wasteland, with the fallen storage device at their feet. The white in the center of the memory has been replaced by a quiet green, with scattered dots of light, like a beautiful star pool. It's over, Fang Xiyu said in disbelief. The surging memories flowed into the brains of the two people along with the converging light ball, and they could not digest it all at once. Tang Zei's body shook. Fang Xiyu also felt a little dizzy, but it was not the first time he faced this kind of memory shock, and he was still stable now. He forced himself not to read the memory that had been transferred to his mind, and hugged Tang Zei. Don't think about it yet. Tang Zei's eyes were a little unfocused, and they were about to darken again. Look at me. Think about me. Tang Zei's pupils moved, and his sight slowly focused. He looked at Fang Xiyu, and his expression returned to calm. Fang Xiyu picked him up. Rest well after you go back, and we'll discuss it together later. Tang Zei nodded. Fang Xiyu leaned over to pick up the memory, but felt the ground shaking faintly. He stood up and looked into the depths of the wasteland, with a bad feeling. Is the ground going to collapse? As the forest disappeared, the wasteland was filled with fog, and the wind blew. With the increasingly strong vibrations, a vague shadow seemed to appear in the depths of the fog. Unknown. Huge shadow. Fang Xiyu took the memory in his hand, hugged Tang Zei tightly, and walked quickly towards the lobster. What is that? Tang Zei asked. So big? The lobster was as big as a small building, but the shadow in the distance seemed to be several times taller than the lobster. After the wind blew away the fog a little, they found that there were several shadows of similar size behind the shadow, overlapping and staring at each other. Fang Xiyu quickened his pace. It might be a group of giant mutants. Do you remember what happened when you took the memory away before? I don't feel good, so I'd better leave first. I'll talk about other things when I go back. Tang Zei calmed down. This time is different from the previous situation. The previous memory has either been read or overwritten by the five-colored stone. Besides, the place we are in now is not left by the five-colored stone. Captain, listen, the vibration has stopped, he said. I'll go and take a look. Just as Fang Xiyu was about to stop him, Tang Zei and his arm suddenly dissipated like smoke. He sighed, turned over and entered the lobster, and set off immediately. The shadows were farther away than he thought. After arriving, He found that those shadows were a little strange. It looked like a few mountains. Tang Zai stood in front of the mountain, looked back at Fang Xiyu, and waved him forward. This is not an ordinary mountain, Tang Zai said. It's artificial. Several mountains of regular shapes suddenly appeared in the empty wasteland, and they were all gathered together, which seemed a bit abrupt. I guess it's empty inside. But I can't get in, Tang Zai continued. I was stopped. Stopped? Yes. Even if it is gasified into a subcellular state, it can be stopped. The composition of this thing is not ordinary. I think there should be an entrance, and it must be opened in some way to get in. What way? Fang Xiyu asked. These mountains should appear after the contents in the memory are read. Like the memory, it also has permissions. But the permissions of the two should be unified. After Tang Zai diffused Fang Xiyu's spiritual energy, both of them read the contents of the memory. Normally, they should not be stopped. Perhaps the key to unlocking the authority is in the memory we read? Fang Xiyu hesitated. He did not want Tang Zai to experience so many truths in such a short time. But now it seems that the key to unlocking the entrance is really hidden in the memory. The person who left the memory also left more things. Perhaps clues to help them fight against the ground. Fang Xiyu sighed in his heart, jumped out of the lobster, and landed beside Tang Zai. Do you want to read? I'll accompany you, he said as he reached out his hand to Tang Zai. Then suddenly paused. White mist rose from his body, brighter than before, as if the whole person was glowing. And the moment it touched Tang Zai, the light enveloped Tang Zai. Tang Zai? Tang Zai was also a little surprised. After a long time, he smiled and spoke. It seems that the captain's ability has been enhanced a little bit. Can I protect you now? Fang Xiyu hugged him happily. Where you go in the future, I will follow you like this, so you don't have to worry about encountering mental attacks. Tang Zai shook his head. There is no difference between now and the past, except that the release of spiritual energy is a little stronger. Spiritual energy can only deal with limited scenarios. In future operations, I still need the captain to control the mutants. We can only act separately. Fang Xiyu was a little disappointed. That's right. But he soon perked up again, and the light around him flashed. Can we achieve a certain degree of energy sharing now? Can we read those memories synchronously? Maybe. That's enough. Fang Xiyu took Tang Zai into his arms, leaned against his head, and closed his eyes. The white mist surrounding the two people continued to expand, and finally seemed to engulf everything in the surroundings. The two opened their eyes, and saw that they were in a misty void. It's in the consciousness, Fang Xiyu said softly. I entered a similar space. The bodies of the two people turned into human-shaped lights, and now they were entangled together, turning into a white and green interweaving ball. Tang Zai responded. Don't let go, Fang Xiyu said. I don't know what he did. After a moment, everything around him began to change again. The white mist in the void gathered to the periphery, swirling away, and turned into a circle of white walls surrounding them. Then, many floating windows appeared on the white wall, as if paintings were hung on it, and each window was filled with different scenes and people. That was memory. Tang Zai seemed very curious about the scene in front of him. What's that row over there? He pointed to the overlapping windows not far away. This row of windows was particularly long, forming a long dragon in this space. In addition, this stack of windows was very close to the center, and it seemed that it had been flipped through not long ago. It seems to be the same type of things. The place looks like a dormitory, but the environment is a bit unfamiliar. Go and have a look. Before Fang Xiyu realized anything, Tang Zai reached out to the row of windows. Then, the two were pulled in by the row of windows. The entangled white and green lights turned pink at the same time, and then turned deep red at a very fast speed, as if they were about to boil. Fang Xiyu pulled Tang Zai out with force. Tang Zai's mind was in a mess. Captain, that's... Ahem. Fang Xiyu's eyes wandered. That's the memory on the ground. We have been together for many years. We have done everything we should do. Ahem. He realized that what he shared was not the memory he read from the storage, but his own memory. In other words, his brain was now being defeated by Tang Zai without any hindrance. Tang Zai had not recovered from his confusion. So many windows? Are they all? Fang Xiyu's shadow was as red as molten iron. I've said, many years. At that time, we were all young. Ahem. Have all these captains remembered it a long time ago? Not very long ago. Just a while ago. Don't look at it. Fang Xiu suddenly pulled Tang Zei away and took him to look at the other side. The newly red one should be there. As if afraid that Tang Zei would mention it again, Fang Xiu rushed in with Tang Zei. The two people bumped into a completely unfamiliar area. In front of them was a villa-like building, with a small garden outside the window. It was night now, and there was wind and rain outside the window, with lightning and thunder. In the garden, white roses were scattered all over the ground. They were in someone's consciousness. Looking at the world from his perspective, his sight moved from the window to the house. A figure sitting on the sofa appeared in front of him, with a gentle appearance and some gray hair. The owner of the site stood up and walked towards him. The person on the sofa turned his head weakly and smiled reluctantly. Do it, while I'm still awake. Don't let me die madly. I can kill your body. But what about the consciousness that has been imported into the system? The owner of the site said. It was a female voice. In the system, I can't do anything. The person on the other side said helplessly. If the body is dead, at least we can stop them from copying again, while the machine and system are not perfect yet. There is still time. We will find a way to get in and format the system forever. Or destroy the machine, the female voice said. As long as the machine can no longer operate and no new people are added to the experiment, there will be no problem. The person on the other side nodded. Okay. Don't let me destroy this world. He closed his eyes weakly and opened them again after a long time. It's just that I'm giving all this to you. I'm wronging you. The owner of the site choked up and trembled all over. Marrying me almost buried your entire research career. I thought more than once that maybe I shouldn't have taken that step. The other party stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the face of the person in front of him. I'm sorry. The owner of the site didn't speak, and he didn't take action for a long time. I believe in your skills, and you won't let me suffer. The other party's hand fell down weakly, as if he was in extreme pain. Do it. Bai Ji. Chapter 212 New Wa. Tang Zei and Fang Xiu looked at each other. At the end of this memory, Bai Ji pushed a needle into the other person's blood vessels. Not long after, the person on the other side closed his eyes forever. They retreated back to the original space. There is no doubt that these are Bai Ji's memories. Tang Zei thought. Could it be that New Wa is Bai Ji? Is she his teacher? Fang Xiu looked at him with a complicated expression. Judging from the time, Tang Zei should not appear in Bai Ji's memory. What she remembered was the past on the mother planet many years ago. The forest recorded things that happened dozens or even hundreds of years ago. System. Consciousness. It seems that these things have started a long time ago. Do you want to continue watching? Fang Xiu asked. Tang Zei nodded. Fang Xiu said nothing more, and pulled him slowly into another window. After a long time, every window marking new memories was finally flipped through. From the memories of Bai Ji and other people of the same period, the two people struggled to piece together the fragments of the truth of the past. All these memories were copied from reality to the system by MIS through some kind of brain-computer machine. This machine is different from the machine that imported them into the system. It is more primitive. The principle is probably to record every neuron electrical signal during human brain activity, so as to achieve completely copy someone's thinking. As for this system, it is also different from the system of the North Tower base, and is a product of the Heaven system period. The MIS copy plan has been implemented on the mother planet for decades. From the initial copying of a small number of unsystematic memory fragments to the final copying of a person's thoughts almost completely. All these consciousnesses are stored in the Heaven system that has long been disconnected. The first tree man read by Tang Zei was an experimenter in the later stage of the copy plan, because the equipment at that time was not perfect enough. After copying the consciousness into the system, the brain in reality would be emptied. In other words, after participating in the MIS experiment, you will become empty-headed, vegetative people. That's why those tree people have no heads. Unlike what was expected, MIS has been just an ordinary research institute for a long time since its establishment. Its full name is Human Intelligence Project, and its main purpose is to study the expansion of human intelligence, which is nothing out of the ordinary. The members, research content, and even methods of MIS are completely legal and compliant, and follow social ethical rules. Only a very small number of experimenters who strictly meet the requirements are recruited for experiments. Due to the small number of experimenters and insufficient funds, the research progress is not fast. The turning point of MIS started with the joining of a key person. This person is the world's top brain science research expert, named Yao Weiman. His other identity is Bai Ji's husband. After marriage, Yao Weiman resigned from his position as a university professor and joined MIS with a huge salary. He brought a new theory of mind replication and assisted in the development of a mind introduction machine, which enabled MIS to achieve a large number of breakthroughs in a short period of time and successfully attracted the attention of many countries. During this stage, MIS absorbed global research funds and equipment and began to expand. As the demand for experiments expanded, the number of experimenters recruited through the original channels soon could not meet the needs of MIS. They began to look for dying people in large numbers from various hospitals, using various methods to persuade the other party joined MIS' plan. Most of these experimenters came from poor families and knew that they didn't have much time left. MIS promised to give their families good treatment after their death. At the same time, the slogan of eternal life in the system also attracted some people to join. Of course, MIS still fulfilled part of the promised treatment, but as the number of experimenters increased, no one was responsible for after-sales. Anyway, the experimenters' participation in the plan was strictly confidential. Their families could not know from beginning to end, and the experimenters could not jump out of the grave to refute. The subsequent experimental operations did not leave any evidence. But Bai Ji was sure that MIS had begun to manufacture dying people to satisfy their ever-expanding appetite. These were all when Bai Ji was still alive. Bai Ji herself gave up her career after marrying Yao Weiman and took care of their small family. She and Yao Weiman had a child, who grew up to be a rare surgical genius, performed many brain experiments for Yao Weiman, and greatly helped him in his research. And Bai Ji seemed to have completely given up her identity as a scientist and became a housewife. For this reason, her opponent Mary Hunt even publicly ridiculed her several times. But Bai Ji endured it. No one knew that the main reason for Bai Ji's retirement was that she noticed signs of Yao Weiman's mental abnormality. She carefully took care of Yao Weiman's body, followed up his research quietly, and finally figured out the context of MIS. She was surprised to find that Yao Weiman had already developed a split personality under the influence of unknown particles. The split personality was called Tom Royer, an extremely radical scientific madman. It was actually this Tom Royer who made Yao Weiman join MIS. It was also Tom Royer who made MIS gradually go out of control. Unfortunately, Yao Weiman was in a normal state most of the time, and he did not remember what happened when the other personality occupied his body. Therefore, for a long time, Tom Royer, everything he did was a complete secret. By the time Bai Ji figured it out, it was too late. Tom Royer reached an agreement with many hospitals and secretly sent a large number of researchers. The experiments of these researchers were all operated by Tom Royer himself, and even bypassed the supervision of MIS. The whereabouts and experimental results of these researchers were known only to Tom Royer. He used a large amount of invisible data to successfully develop a set of algorithms that allowed the consciousness in the system to continue to develop according to the algorithm and achieve rapid iteration. He integrated these algorithms into the source code of the system. And as long as the system is running, the algorithm will work. It was not until several chaos broke out in the system that the existence of Tom Royer slowly surfaced. Just when Yao Weiman finally realized his secondary personality and began to seek treatment to try to kill him, Tom Royer manipulated the machine and imported all his consciousness into the system. According to the algorithm he left in the source code in his early years, the entire system became Tom Royer's super brain. From then on, the MIS system was completely controlled by Tom Royer. He became the absolute king of that system. If things only went to this point, it would not have much impact on the real world. MIS could have completely abandoned all previous systems and started research anew, or it could have chosen to kill Tom Royer, the big virus, regardless of the consequences, and let the system operate normally. But an external crisis drove MIS completely insane. People discovered the foreshadowing of the invasion of advanced civilizations and began to desperately advance research related to human body transformation. MIS had already been deeply involved in the field of human brain and consciousness for many years, and at this time it became the world's sustenance. People decided to keep Tom Royer, and even used all means to accelerate the evolution of Tom Royer's brain. They believed that this was the way to create human superintelligence. Yao Weiman, who gave birth to Tom Royer's personality, was strictly monitored, and Bai Ji and their son were also implicated. In the end, Yao Weiman asked Bai Ji to kill his body. and then find an opportunity to kill Tom Royer in the system. But Bai Ji only killed Yao Weiman's body. Not long after, she was also arrested by MIS, and their son disappeared. Things should have ended at this time. Yao Weiman revealed that there was a bigger secret behind the machine used by MIS, which even Tom Royer didn't know. This secret is the real magic weapon for human victory. Compared with it, even if all the expectations of MIS are realized, it is just child's play. Bai Ji knew about this a long time ago. But Yao Weiman believed that this secret would lead humanity further into a deeper abyss. So he kept it a secret. For Bai Ji, she also thought that it was the best choice to keep this secret forever. And she never asked about it. It was not until she was arrested that she deciphered the secret through the manuscript left by Yao Weiman. The memory fragments did not mention what the secret was. I think Bai Ji deliberately processed it to prevent it from being passed on. She only mentioned that this secret can transcend systems and realities, and can also allow various particles to combine and disperse in forms that were unimaginable in the past. It allowed part of Bai Ji's consciousness to remain in the MIS system. After entering the system, her remaining consciousness did many things. Decades after her death, across time and space, she left a prophecy for this belated future world. She interfered with the rehearsal of the underground system, successfully formed the five-color stone, and left biological information that can be read in the real world. She should have left more things, but they are all still sealed in this foggy underground world, waiting for the day to be read. Tang Zhe closed his eyes and lay in Fang Shuyu's arms. Now they have left the conscious world, but the amount of information is too large, and he needs to digest it well. Fang Shuyu pinched his shoulder. Are you okay? Tang Zhe opened his eyes. Well, now I finally know why she is my teacher. Particles that cross the system and reality, combined and dispersed in unimaginable ways. If it weren't for her, I would never be able to research such a reagent. But she didn't leave much information in the real world. At most, she left a possibility. The rest are all researched by you, Fang Shuyu said. In research, direction is the most important, Tang Zhe thought. But since the two have never met, how did he get on this path? This storage device only explains a part of MIS' past, and does not explain the development of the real world after Bai Ji's death. Tang Zhe cannot get any words about his past from it. It was just that what Bai Ji did after entering the system reminded Tang Zhe of another thing. When in Beta Star, someone mentioned that all the systems of the mother planet were conquered by a super virus. And eventually the virus tracked all the way to Beta Star, and further invaded the system of MIS. Could this be Bai Ji's consciousness? Soon after the invasion, the simulation system was in chaos. Tang Zhe chose to enter the system, and successfully developed the reagent. And some data that should have appeared in the heaven system were taken to the underground of Beta Star without anyone noticing. Tang Zhe's eyes became complicated, and the emotions in them gradually became unclear. There is no doubt that there is an inseparable connection between her invasion and Tang Zhe's development of the reagent. It's just that Tang Zhe had contact with her when he was studying the data left by Bai Ji, or reached cooperation after she invaded the Beta system. This is still unknown. Chapter 213 The new base is settled. Captain, have you noticed that when we entered the memory fragments a few times, some very similar symbols appeared in front of us? When they entered some fragments, several flames of different shapes appeared out of thin air, hovered for 2 seconds and disappeared. It was as if they were deliberately showing it to them. I saw it, but I didn't see anything. Fang Shuyu coughed awkwardly twice. It doesn't look like a letter, nor a number. Each one is different. Tang Zhe squatted down calmly, and drew a few strokes on the ground. Soon, 4 different symbols appeared on the ground. You remember them all? Fang Shuyu came over excitedly. As expected of you. They seem to be part of a pattern. Tang Zhe muttered to himself, and continued to draw on the ground. Maybe, should I put them together? Fang Shuyu also squatted down, and tried to think along with him, but ended up just staring blankly at the side. By the way, I seem to have seen that cat in one of the captain's memories just now. Is it called Momo? Tang Zhe suddenly said. Very cute. Fang Shuyu's eyes lit up, and he was about to say something. But the next second, he heard Tang Zhe's faint voice again. I figured it out. Fang Shuyu lowered his head, and saw a strange pattern drawn on the ground, which was sharp and aggressive. Such a pattern, coupled with a burning flame, even had some evil meaning. I still can't tell what it is. He scratched his head in confusion. 42? 1. Tang Zai shook his head. It looks like letters to me. But it doesn't matter what it is. Just trace it. Where to trace it? Tang Zai raised his hand and pointed to the hills in front of him. There is a small pit on the ground in front of the hill. People can stand in it. It should be the place where the entrance is activated. 2 people appeared in the pit. This pit was obviously specially processed. In front of it was a fairly flat stone wall. And below it were several piles of stones of different materials. One pile shone with metallic luster. One pile was transparent like ice crystals. One pile looked like wooden fossils. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, Tang Zai said. This pile should be flint. After saying that, he picked up a piece of sharp-edged stone and smashed it against the wall in front of him. While it was unknown what the wall was made of, the moment it was hit by the flint, the whole wall was on fire. Fang Xiyu subconsciously picked up Tang Zai and retreated. And he bumped into the back wall of the pit after taking only 2 steps. He raised his head and got ready to jump. Tang Zai held his arm and shook his head. It's not real fire. Fang Xiyu reacted and stopped. Logically, with such a large area of fire, the pit would become scorching hot. But the wall of fire in front of him looked hot. And there was no abnormal smell in the air. And it was even a little cool. Tang Zai pushed him away and took a few tentative steps forward. He observed for a while, suddenly raised his hand and reached into the fire. After finding that his body was not hurt, he waved his hand violently. The fire broke a hole in the direction of his waving arm, and then slowly closed after a few seconds. Tang Zai drew the deciphered symbol in one go. After the pattern was completed, the fire did not merge into one piece. The surrounding fire slowly faded away, leaving only the sharp and evil sword-like symbol, which seemed to indicate some kind of rebellion. The ground shook again. The 2 looked up and saw through the entrance of the pit that the mountain above their heads had cracks in the shaking. When they returned to the ground, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. In the mist, the whole mountain seemed to be split in half. Between the 2 halves of the mountain was a huge crack of dozens of meters. And inside the crack was a brand new, exquisite building, even more advanced than the buildings in Area A. Is this what Bai Ji left behind? Fang Xiyu asked. Tang Zai blinked and showed a rare smile on his face. It seems that our new base has been solved. This is simply heaven. Woohoo! The yellow-green pearl was circling in the hall. Never seen research equipment. A huge amount of data. And a simulation analysis system. Thino's eyes were shining. This is definitely the top configuration. Today, they know that the underground research base in the past was just an insignificant straw hut. Except for the repair fluid, everything else can be transported here within a day, Kuroki Ling said. We will be able to complete the migration soon and move away from the gathering area completely. No need to move the repair fluid. Tang Zai's cold voice came over. Didn't we leave samples before? The equipment here is enough to multiply. Maybe we can find the configuration ingredients if we look through it. Leave those things to them. Kuroki Ling lowered her eyes, wanting to say something but stopping. Tang Zai seemed to see her hesitation, turned around and showed a subtle smile. Are you worried that it will fall into the hands of the gathering area one day? Yes. After all, don't worry. The repair fluid is not clean. Kuroki Ling was stunned. What do you mean by unclean? Last time when Captain Fong and I went back, we were probably covered with brain-like colloidal fragments. When soaking, these ingredients also enter the repair solution. Although it is very small, they will slowly grow and multiply over time. In time, a new brain-like brain will be formed. Hei Mu Ling's eyes changed, and she seemed excited. There are 2 test sites of 5-color stones near the gathering area. In the future, there will definitely be more mutant human bodies in the mission area and isolation area. These are all potential materials controlled by the brain-like brain. Tang Zai continued. When the gathering area is really searched one day, they will find that there are already mines waiting for them. They will suffer. Kuroki Ling's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll arrange it. After discovering this place, Tang Zai first notified Kuroki Ling through brainwave communication, and Kuroki Ling called the others over. Because of this special ability, although the laboratory does not have a strict management system, she is responsible for organization and task allocation most of the time. After clarifying Tang Zai's intention, she immediately arranged the transportation task. After entering this newly discovered base, everyone fell into great joy. Except Yu Hanshin. He always wandered around outside those new equipment and new systems alone. Occasionally, he would suddenly see something that attracted him, and with his eyes shining, he would quicken his pace and walk in a certain direction. Then he looked at it, and his expression darkened again. Tang Ze glanced at him, and just turned his eyes away indifferently. Fang Xiu walked towards him. "What's wrong?" "It's Captain Fang." Yu Hongchen didn't want to answer at first, but when he saw that the person coming was Fang Xiu, he eased up a little. "Nothing. It's good to have so many equipment and information. Are you looking for clues about the fleet?" As if his thoughts were exposed, Yu Hongchen's expression changed, but soon returned to normal. "Captain Fang doesn't seem to be enthusiastic about the fleet," he said, while looking at the operating table next to him. Fang Xiu also looked over. "Perhaps because I lost most of my memory. I don't have a deep impression of the affairs of the fleet. Captain Fang has already remembered a lot." Yu Hongchen smiled. "I am the one who has lost all my memory. But I still feel that I have a mission in the fleet." Fang Xiu's eyes flickered. "Perhaps it is because you don't remember that you imagined it too beautifully." Yu Hongchen froze slightly. "What does Captain Fang mean?" Fang Xiu did not answer. He remembered what Tang Ze said. "He approached me on purpose at the beginning, connecting it to the past of MIS in the memory. It seems that the existence of the fleet is not simple. The fleet seemed to be targeted and excluded by MIS on the home planet. And even letting them build the Beta Star base was a huge trap. But it's better not to let Yu Hongchen know about this. It's nothing. I just think that many things are only beautiful when you look at them from a distance. Once you get close, you will find the roughness and decay behind the light. I just have a reserved attitude." Yu Hongchen blinked in confusion. Fang Xiu was silent for a while, then raised his head, smiled and patted him. "Maybe it's because you have experienced too much deception. But it's also good that you can always hold such a belief. I hope the truth will not let you down." Yu Hongchen wanted to ask something else, but Fang Xiu waved his hand and turned away. He Mu Ling had just finished arranging tasks with the other two people. She walked towards Pearl and passed by Fang Xiu, nodding to him politely. Fang Xiu passed him and met Tang Ze's eyes. "How is he?" Tang Ze asked in a low voice. "Still the same. Don't worry too much," Fang Xiu said. "It seems that there are no clues about the fleet here. It seems that Bai Ji has no intersection with us." As he spoke, the other researchers walked out together. The fleet was established 50 years after Bai Ji was arrested. She should only know the existence of the fleet from the consciousness of other imported systems. Tang Ze retracted his gaze and resumed his original voice. "From the current point of view, she is not cooperating with the fleet. Then why do you want to get close to the fleet?" Fang Xiu opened his mouth, but did not ask. "I asked them to move the things, including some materials in the storage room. They can move everything in one day," Tang Ze said. "I haven't decided whether to publish the things in the storage. What do you think, Captain? There is still a lot of information here. Let everyone sort it out first, and maybe you will know it naturally." Tang Ze nodded. "Well, the memory in this storage does not explain how our research room came about, nor does it explain what happened in the underground system. There is no need to publish it. I took a quick look at the research materials inside, and they are not the same research path as the laboratory used to do. That may be Bai Ji's own research, which is very valuable for reference," Fang Xiu responded. "Besides," Tang Ze looked away, "there seems to be something in the other buildings. Why not go and take a look now?" Fang Xiu came back to his senses and hesitated. "The buildings over there give me a feeling that something is wrong. I don't know what's wrong. Like some kind of..." He tried to find an adjective. "Aura?" Tang Ze smiled. The captain began to sense the existence of other energies? Other energies? Different energies have different auras. Here, I can feel that they have different colors. Something is wrong there, because there is more than one kind of energy, and it looks colorful." "Colorful?" Fang Xiu laughed. "This description is really interesting. In theory, each kind of energy can be used as fuel for functions, and there will be corresponding mutants. If these are all left by Bai Ji, then maybe it is related to the 5-color stone." Fang Xiu suddenly realized. Could it be that the 5 colors of the 5-color stone are... He grabbed Tang Ze's arm. "Let's go!" The two returned to the wild again and stood between several hills. Compared with the hills in front, the hills behind were much darker. The cracks were hazy, and with the fog in the air, it was impossible to see what was inside. In addition, there were all kinds of indescribable auras. Tang Ze calmed down. His eyes lit up green without noticing, and soon returned to normal. And the same green light flashed in the depths of a hill. Where should we go first? Fang Qiyu asked. Tang Zade blinked and pointed to one of the hills. There. The crack in the hill he pointed to emitted an unpleasant smell, as if it came from deep underground. A smell that could make people sink into darkness forever. This was a smell unique to dirty energy. And people who couldn't sense energy couldn't even smell anything unusual. Fang Qiyu wrinkled his nose. Okay. Follow me. Be careful. As the two approached, the smell from the crack became more and more unbearable. Tang Zai's ears seemed to start to ring with sharp cries, mixed with increasingly difficult to distinguish sounds of wind or waves, gradually filling his brain. The scene in front of him was getting darker and darker. Not calm, but manic. Screaming black. Fang Qiyu hugged him tightly and called his name softly a few times. The darkness calmed down all of a sudden. The uncomfortable feeling was relieved, and the vision became clear again. Tang Zai calmed down. Unknowingly, they had walked to the front of the crack. After arriving here, they found that there was actually no building inside the mountain. It was a huge cave with unfathomable shadows inside. There was a whole circle of fences on the ground, and the top was completely empty. Looking down, it was bottomless. Tang Zai nodded to Fang Qiyu, and then he was carefully hugged and approached the fence. He vomited almost immediately. Under the fence was a huge circular pool, which was full of indescribable silt, which looked very similar to the swamp in the 5-color stone test site. But the mud here looked thicker, like black volcanic lava, rolling and agitated, like a furnace. From time to time, a few stone pillars rose in the pool, like a few charred people. They twisted for a while, then quickly melted down and merged into the rock pool, although they did not make any sound. The impact of this picture itself was enough to make a human instinctively feel nauseous. Tang Zai then understood why this place made him so uncomfortable. Those agitated stone pillars were almost exactly the same as the black shadow that Damon turned into when he changed. Chapter 214 Radium. Tongza! Tongza! Fang Qiyu shouted Tongza's name, picked him up and ran out. Tongza covered his mouth, trying not to vomit. I'm fine, Captain. Ugh. Fang Qiyu kept running until he almost ran out of the edge of the mountains. Tongza seemed to be feeling better, now leaning in his arms, breathing heavily. I thought Baiji's place would be cleaner. But who would have thought? Fang Qiyu complained. This place is almost the same as those swamps. All disgusting. Ugh. He stopped talking. Tang Zai's expression was a little subtle, and it was unclear whether his eyes were cold or unhappy. But he didn't agree with what he said. More importantly, he seemed to feel that Tang Zai's spiritual energy had fluctuated. Tang Zai, what was he thinking about? Fang Qiyu didn't speak again, and the two of them were silent for a while. After a while, Tang Zai gently stretched out his hand to push him away and stood up. The 5-color stone was created by Baiji. Even if those experiments were not personally guided by Baiji, they were more or less influenced by her. This scene is not surprising. Fang Qiyu pursed his lips. Tang Zai glanced at him, then turned around and walked back to the mountain. Fang Qiyu had no choice but to follow. I feel like we are very close to the truth of the mutation, Tang Zai said slowly. Although the principle is not completely clear, all signs are leading to the same result. If you want to get something new, you have to destroy the old. Human mutation and evolution must be based on destroying the past form. Tang Zai reached out and grabbed a handful of the turbid air, rubbing it slowly. After a moment, he let go of his hand. But there was nothing between his fingers. First, decompose the ordinary human body into cells, or even smaller levels. Induce mutation, and then purify and reorganize it. The newly generated clean tissue, then led by the purified spirit, will produce a god whose body and spirit are far superior to humans. It's simply reincarnation. He stopped and stared at his palm for a while. I developed this kind of reagent at that time. The mist faded at his fingertips, and soon merged with the mist outside. Fang Qiyu's eyes changed. Before Fang Qiyu lost his memory in the last round, Tang Zai was injected with a mutation reagent. He chose to decompose his body and separate the mutant components, but unexpectedly gained the ability to further mutate. The two bottles of components separated at that time happened to be two induction directions. One bottle induced the generation of pure spiritual energy, and the other bottle induced the decomposition and recombination of somatic cell mutation. That time, Tang Zai chose to leave the bottle behind and seal it. For him in the past, it would be hard to accept that someone would become like this. Tang Zai thought secretly. But now, they have no choice. He continued to walk forward, and finally stopped in front of the mountain, looking at the empty black inside. Those ingredients are obtained from these refining experiments? Seeing Fang Xiyu was a little confused. He turned around and smiled. Captain, do you know radium? Radium? I only know that it is a radioactive substance. And the rest is? Radium was originally purified from asphalt ore. Due to limited conditions, a large amount of asphalt ore must go through extremely complicated procedures to purify a trace amount of radium. Oh, I think I've learned that. The mud in the cave is the asphalt mine formed by human tissue. Tang Zai continued. What Bai Ji has to do is to separate a small amount of mutation-inducing substances from a large amount of dirty tissue. Fang Xiyu was startled. And then, he also looked at the bottomless darkness. So, that's it. Pure radium is very beautiful, and emits fluorescence in the dark. But the world only thinks its light is beautiful, and doesn't know that it comes from such an ugly asphalt mine. People only feel disgusted when they see the asphalt mine. Fang Xiyu responded subconsciously. A few seconds later, he suddenly realized something, and his face changed. Tang Zai saw his reaction and sighed softly. This is a normal human reaction. And so am I. One reality that is hard for us to accept is that the most beautiful flowers also bloom on dirty soil. The beautiful world is built on dirt and ruins. But people only want the beautiful fruits, and don't want to be stained by dirty soil. Tang Zai was silent for a while after he finished speaking. After a long time, he reached out, and gently stroked the cracks on Fang Xiyu's arm. I know the captain doesn't want to be stained by soil. Not just you. Perhaps the entire fleet. Many people living in the past are like this. But the world is already in the quagmire. Even if you want to stay away, there are countless people who want to drag you down. Fang Xiyu stared at Tang Zai's finger. And it took a while for him to react. He was talking about MIS' plan to eliminate the fleet. Tang Zai mentioned that MIS had almost completely controlled the mother planet in the later period, and squeezed out other forces. The only fleet that still had a force to compete was sent to Beta Star on the pretext of developing Beta Base. And then it would be secretly eliminated. Whether you like it or not. No one can stay out of the mud. And no one can stay out of the blood on their sword. Tang Zai continued. Unless you choose to surrender. Hand over this world. And let it fall into the quagmire forever. Or, you can jump into the quagmire. So that one day, it can bloom again. Fang Xiyu stopped. His eyes became complicated. He opened his mouth. But in the end, he still didn't say anything. Tang Zai turned around and looked at him. This is also Bai Ji's final choice. Only by surviving can there be justice. Fang Xiyu grabbed Tang Zai's hand and held it tightly in his own hand. Is this also your original choice? Tang Zai shook his head. I don't remember. If it were me, I would want to find a better way. Unless there is really no other way. The success rate of extracting radium from asphalt ore is very small. If you want to extract enough substances to make a person supermutated, I'm afraid only a bottomless quagmire can do it. Those endless swamps. Those protective suits piled hundreds of meters high. Those experiments that have been going on for years can only extract this little bit. In the entire underground, he is the only one who has obtained such ability. He is the radium piled up by those high mountains and deep pools. And the god created by countless mortals with their lives and hopes. We, the soldiers who fight, have always exchanged merits for the mud and blood stains on our bodies. If the world is already a quagmire, we must be the first to jump down. Fang Xiyu's voice interrupted his thoughts. I have always known that this world is not obtained in a clean, quiet, and safe office, but is fought for with blood and sweat. If I'm afraid of these, wouldn't I be the same as those useless high-level people in Area A? Tang Zai stared at him blankly, and suddenly laughed out loud. That's right. What makes people sick is never the mud, but the dirty means and human hearts. If you tell me that this quagmire is the only way to the goal, no matter how deep or dirty it is, I can wade through it. Even if I fall in it. Even if I become part of the mud. I won't have a single complaint. Tang Zai's eyes were full of smiles. Yeah. The two turned around together and walked into the cave. The quagmire was still agitated. But a faint sound suddenly sounded above the cave, which sounded like the sound of the wind at first, and then became like chanting. No matter who you are, since you have stepped into this position and have these abilities, You must fulfill your responsibilities. You must become the god who saves the world. Jump into the sea of fire and sword for the people of the world. And move forward for their expectations. In the dirty cave, this voice seemed too gentle, but firm and powerful. Tangze raised his head in confusion. Bai Ji? No response. He looked down at the deep pool below, and the darkness seemed to swallow him, making him a little dizzy. In a trance, a burst of warmth came from the palm of his hand. No matter what kind of quagmire it is, I can jump in with you. The warmth spread from the palm of his hand to the whole body, and the faint white light illuminated the cave, wrapping the bodies of the two people inside. Green also emanated, and the two clouds of mist intertwined like flowing nebulae. Then let's go to the mud pit. In the darkness, the bright mist fell towards the black lava. After a long time, the rolling lava gradually calmed down. The agitation subsided, and the rough magma turned into smooth pool water. In the center of the pool, some light green silk threads gradually emerged in the ripples. Like a strange but beautiful painting, the green silk threads surged up from the depths, gradually turned into ripples, spreading out from the center, and then disappeared. Not long after, the calm pool water became agitated again, even more turbulent than before. The surface of the pool water seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles emerged, as if something was about to come out. Pa! 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 Accompanied by the sound of bubbles bursting, black lotus flowers bloomed and soon covered the surface of the pool. The center of the lotus flower shone with a faint green light, like their eyes. Boom! A shadow jumped up from the pool, kicked on the wall of the cave a few times, then crossed the fence and landed lightly on the ground. Tangze fell softly in Fang Shuyu's arms. Are you tired? Fang Shuyu asked softly. It's okay. You can have a good rest later. Tangze nodded and rubbed his face in his arms. Fortunately, I'm not alone. Yes, you're not alone, Fang Shuyu repeated, leaning close to his ear. You're not alone. I'll always be by your side. Tangze's laughter came out. Then I should be thankful that I separated these two abilities. If I had them all, I really couldn't bear it. Becoming the god who saves the world. This responsibility is too heavy. Fang Shuyu held his face and rubbed it gently. Tangze, are you really approaching me to help MIS get rid of the fleet? Why do I feel like you've had the opposite idea for a long time? So you want to find a helper? Tangze's eyes dodged for a moment. You always think too highly of me. I'm not that kind of person. You're very good to begin with. Fang Shuyu lowered his head and kissed him. Well, you're not a hard mouth. Tangze glared at him and was about to push him away, but he pulled him back hard. I just consumed so much. I'll give you some mental energy. I didn't consume my own mental energy. Then you give me some. I consumed so much. I'm so tired. I don't have any strength left. Fang Shuyu whispered. Chief Tang. Boss, help me. Nua refined the 5-color gems. Could it be these mountains? Tangze leaned on Fang Shuyu's shoulder and shook his head. I don't know whether this sentence refers to the 5 energies or the 5 organizations, but referring to the prophecy given by Lu Bai. Bai Ji may have given the purification methods of the 5 energies to 5 people and let them carry them forward. In this sense, the 5-colored stone organization we see now is also inheriting her legacy. Then let's go over and recruit them. Hearing the word recruit, Tangze couldn't help laughing. Captain, don't you hate them? Not really. Fang Shuyu chuckled twice. Different paths lead to the same destination. Besides, they have to listen to you now. Right? Fang Shuyu's face was full of pride. Tangze glanced at him. Although this is the earliest purification pool left by Bai Ji, the total amount extracted is not large. The one with the richest content is not enough for a few days. The 5-color stone has never been used here. And with collective amnesia, we can only get information on the purification method by other means. With Diamond's interference, I'm not sure what they have researched, Tangze said. In addition to Damon, it is possible that other people interfered in the process. After all, Bai Ji could foresee many things, but she could not foresee the collective memory erasure. Fang Shuyu nodded. Your worries are reasonable. There are still problems with Damon, Tangze continued. His interference and control of the 5-color stone should be after the system was released into reality. All members of the 5-color stone were executed with memory erasure, and they could only rely on the remaining prophecy and research materials, which made them easily controlled by him. The biggest problem is that Damon's mutant form is very similar to those lava, and he obtained it before the return channel was closed. How did he come into contact with the mutant agent? Fang Xiuyu was stunned. Are you saying Damon might have been the experimental subject of the five-color stone at first? Very likely. When Safar captured me, he said that all members had gone through this step. Maybe Damon joined them because he successfully obtained the mutant ability. But they didn't expect that Damon would manipulate and use them in turn. Damon is very good at playing tricks and manipulating people's hearts. Fang Xiuyu shook his head. In this regard, he is really unmatched. Tang Zai suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Fang Xiuyu asked. Tang Zai shook his head. Speaking of the system stage, I remembered something about the captain, he said softly. Also, after coming out of this quagmire, I seem to. He turned around and looked at the pool of black lotus. I seem to remember something. Chapter 215 Memories Under the Water. On the ground. Beta Star Base Researcher Dormitory. Ding ding. As the verification prompt sounded, the door opened. He was the only one who could enter and exit freely. Tang Zai cast a glance at the door, and his expression softened. So late. He stood up and went to greet him. The door closed behind Fang Xiuyu. Fang Xiuyu seemed very tired, and therefore became unusually silent. But the moment he saw Tang Zai, he couldn't help but smile, and his eyes lit up. I was thinking about coming again tomorrow. But when I thought about not seeing you for so long, I came directly from the mission field. He instinctively wanted to hug Tang Zai, but suddenly remembered something and stepped back. Wait for me to change this outfit. It's too dirty. His body was covered with stains of mud or something else, and the originally bright silver uniform had turned gray. It's the first time I see you in this state, Tang Zai said. Why did this mission take so much longer than expected? It must be very hard. Fang Xiuyu responded vaguely, his eyes flickering. Maybe he was too tired, Tang Zai thought. Just as he was thinking, Fang Xiuyu put his boots aside and took off the stained uniform jacket and held it in his hand. I'll take a shower first and come back to see you after I'm clean. He stared at Tang Zai for a while, but in the end, he didn't touch him, just turned and walked towards the bathroom. After he left, Tang Zai stared at the boots for a long time. In his impression, Fang Xiuyu had never made himself so dirty. The fleet's mission on Beta Star is mainly to build and maintain the base, as well as activities such as planetary security. But basic construction work is done by machines and equipment, and some actions that require labor generally do not require people of Fang Xiyu's level to do. What did he do to get like this? Tang Zai had a lot of questions in his mind. Not only the stains, but also Fang Xiyu's attitude after returning. I always felt like he had something on his mind. When he wants to say something, he should say it himself. Tang Zai thought. Maybe he will say it when he comes out. The sound of water in the bathroom lasted for a long time. Fang Xiuyu seemed to have spent twice as much time as usual. When he finally came out, his face still looked worried. He only had a bath towel hanging around his waist, and the water drops on his face had not been wiped dry. He was silent like a stone statue. What? Tang Zai was held tightly in his arms. Fang Xiuyu's skin was cold. Is this a cold shower? Let me lean on you for a while, Fang Xiuyu said tiredly. Don't talk. Let me lean on you for a while. Tang Zai responded and hugged him. Soon, the coldness dissipated, and the person in front of him quickly heated up and became hot again. The bath towel fell to the ground. I don't know how long it took. When Tang Zai's brain slowly calmed down, he was already lying on the sofa. Fang Xiuyu still leaned against his ear and continued to be silent. After a long time, he finally spoke. I plan to go to the system. Tang Zai froze. Didn't you say you don't have to go? His voice trembled. There are enough testers in the system. We don't need to obtain data repeatedly. There is no need. Don't go. Fang Xiuyu's fingers shrank. It's not MIS. It's the fleet's mission. Tang Zai took a few deep breaths. Does it have to be you? Yeah. Why? There are so many people in the fleet. I volunteered, Fang Xiuyu said. I don't know how to tell you, but the situation is a little different now. I want to carry out this mission. Or rather, I have to think about it. Tang Zai was silent. The construction of the Beta base has been basically completed, and the system has been put into use. During this period on Beta Star, the relationship between the fleet and MIS has become a little subtle. Although the two sides are still cooperating normally, and there is no obvious friction. A subtle emotion is growing inside both sides. It seems to be waiting for an explosion. I know, Tang Zai said at last. Fang Xiyu seemed relieved. Don't worry. Time passes quickly in the system. Maybe it will be a short time for you to come back after I leave, he said casually. Tang Zai did not answer, except for those with extremely serious brain disorders. The several groups of personnel sent before have not returned to the team yet. The fleet had clearly expressed dissatisfaction with the missions forcibly assigned by MIS before. So what will happen now? You will wait for me, right? Fang Xiyu's voice was muffled. Will I find my house robbed after I come back? Tang Zai came back to his senses, and there was more smile in his eyes. What about you? You have to clear your memory after entering the system. Maybe you met some team members in it, and fell in love with them. Fang Xiyu stood up, and shook his head violently. I won't. I have no interest in combat team members at all. We are just teammates. Even if I lose my memory 100 times, I won't have such thoughts. Oh, maybe there are combat team members with poor health, pale and weak, who always can't keep up with the team. Tang Zai joked. With your personality, you might take special care of people. And after a long time, if you must say so, I will take special care of people, but I can't possibly like you. My heart started beating wildly when I saw your eyes. But it never happened to others. It was all pure and innocent. Oh, what if that person also has a pair of green cat eyes? Fang Xiyu's face turned red with anxiety. Impossible. I don't like your appearance. No, I like your appearance too. Well, no matter what the brain is like, the heart will not lie. It will only beat wildly for you. It will not recognize the wrong person. Tang Zai finally laughed out loud. Yeah, I see. That's good. Fang Xiyu looked at him, his eyes slowly becoming complicated. However, if I really can't come out for a long time, you don't have to. Well, no more talking. I will definitely complete the mission. Yeah, I believe you. Fang Xiyu relaxed and slowly lay back down. Then you can see my every move when you are outside? He poked Tang Zai's cheek. There is too much data, and irrelevant data may not be collected. And there is also privacy protection. But the combat data will definitely be seen. Fang Xiyu smiled. Then I have to behave well. But the dormitory is not monitored, Tang Zai said. Don't bring anyone back to the dormitory secretly. Fang Xiyu immediately made a swear gesture. I will never do such a thing. Tang Zai said nothing more. The night gradually deepened. The two people fell asleep tiredly with their own thoughts. In the middle of the night, Tang Zai woke up in a daze and heard Fang Xiyu mumbling in his dream. The fleet cannot, never take off. Our goal is the Sea of Stars. What do you remember? Fang Xiyu asked. Tang Zai withdrew his thoughts. Remember you broke your word, he said. Fang Xiyu's eyes widened, horrified and confused. Why did I break my word? You said you would never like combat personnel. And you said you would not secretly bring people back to the dormitory, Tang Zai said. But I forgive you. Oh. Fang Xiyu didn't know what he was talking about. But he was relieved. There is one thing that the captain may not know yet. Tang Zai's eyes flickered. I remembered what happened before you entered the system. It felt like you received a special mission from the fleet. Special mission? Well, this mission is not the goal of MIS, but the goal of the fleet itself. Fang Xiyu was startled. You said that the fleet is an eagle with broken wings. You can accept that you can't fly into space, but you can't accept that it will lose the ability to fly forever, Tang Zai said. So you, maybe want to remove the obstacles to its flight. This, Fang Xiyu's heart was vaguely rippled, and he didn't know whether it would eventually surge or sink. He forced a smile. The fleet also knows that our memory will be cleared when we enter the system. We don't even remember our own identities. How can we carry out the mission? Could it be, you misunderstood? Until now, he has hardly recovered his memory of the fleet. And he has not tried as hard as Yu Hanshin to find it. It seemed that deep in his heart, he did not want to recall it. Don't recall it. The fleet participated in the system phase test very early. The early system was a short-term research project, and there was no memory clearing process. Perhaps the fleet still left some things. Tang Zai took a deep breath. When we were in the special forces, we actually found some information about the captain privately. They said that you belonged to a family force in the past. This force was like the Liu family. In the end, it was excluded and eliminated for unknown reasons. And finally the traces were erased. Only you were saved. But you no longer remember anything about that family. The ripples in my heart began to overflow, gradually turning into waves. Fang Xiuyu stared blankly at the ground. I didn't find more information about Yukyuri. I only know it's called Fang Faction. Some older officers in Area A may know something about this. But the one who knows more about this should be Manager Chong Fangyin. Hearing Chong Fangyin's name, Fang Xiuyu's body shook. Old Chong didn't mention anything to me, he whispered. In the past few years since I came in, he hasn't mentioned any special tasks, not once. Maybe after the captain came in, the cleanup of the Fang Faction began? All I know is that Director Chong did a lot to protect your identity. But what will the mission be? Fang Xiuyu asked in confusion. It can't be just to let me live. Just thinking about it, there was a strange feeling on his arm. A certain part of his body was heating up and resonating, as if it had received some kind of call. This call came from nowhere, but it was guiding him to go somewhere. Somewhere far. Far away. Our goal is the Sea of Stars. Fang Xiuyu repeated. The Lu family in the system. The Lu family in the fleet. The Yu family? Fang. He looked towards the sky and smiled miserably. The memory hidden under the water still surfaced. Chapter 216, What's the first priority in your mind? Ground period. Beta Star Base Fleet Command. Captain Fang Xiuyu. This is a mission. The speaker is Lu Nanning, a young general of the Interstellar Fleet. He had made outstanding military achievements when he was on his home planet, and was unanimously elected as the Marshal when the fleet was founded. His combat strategies are ever-changing and unpredictable, and his methods are even more thunderous. He often attacks suddenly when the opponent is unprepared and wins with one move. Those who were defeated by him all hated him to the core. However, contrary to the impression of the outside world, he looks gentle and refined. Like a refined scholar. He himself was not good at fighting, but he was good at strategic planning. This was the first time Fang Xiuyu had a face-to-face conversation with Lu Nanning, the man opposite him, who was a little smaller than him and spoke clearly and slowly, was emitting a deterrent force that was hard to look at directly. Those eyes that saw everything in the dark and always stared at the prey. Once they decided to attack, the prey would definitely die. And now, he had been planning for a long time and was about to launch an attack. Fang Xiuyu opened his mouth. Marshal Lu. The fleet is an army, and I believe that obeying orders is the duty of every soldier. Fang Xiuyu clenched his fists. He knew that when faced with the order of the highest commander, he must and could only answer yes immediately. But he still couldn't answer. Lu Nanning seemed to see his hesitation and smiled gently. This mission is very special, so we will give everyone the right to choose. You can think about it carefully, and you don't need to answer immediately. We don't want anyone to be forced, he said, retracting his gaze and sipping tea. The right to choose means that once accepted, there is no possibility of regret. Fang Xiuyu lowered his eyes. Marshal Lu, why me? Lu Nanning put down the teacup, and after a few seconds, he looked at Fang Xiuyu calmly. Because you ranked first in the test. But I? The fleet doesn't care about private life, Lu Nanning said. As a soldier, responsibility is the most important thing. Isn't it? Yes. Then, Captain Fang Xiuyu, do you recognize your responsibility to the fleet? Fang Xiuyu took a deep breath. I recognize it. Is this the first priority in your heart? Yes. That's fine. You are a qualified soldier. Lu Nanning's mouth moved. But this expression is hard to be considered a smile. Your personal combat ability is very outstanding. But because of the setting of the modern army and the current situation of the fleet, there is not much room for you to play. Since the establishment of the fleet, most of the operations have been under the water, mainly involving weapons and information technology. So your rank has never been greatly improved. This is a problem in the strategic stage of the fleet. Next, we will enter another strategic stage. After that, the structure of the fleet will be greatly adjusted. Lu Nanning paused as he spoke, as if slowly throwing out the bait in his hand. The fleet now needs people like you who are good at combat. Fang Xiuyu raised his head. Marshal, I don't care about the rank issue. I chose to join the fleet in order to fly to a wider world and find a new home for mankind. Right? Fang Xiuyu saluted. I am willing to give my all for the fleet. Lu Nanning nodded approvingly. I didn't choose the wrong person. He stood up and walked slowly to Fang Xiuyu. But the problem the fleet is facing now is that we haven't grown enough wings to fly. MIS wants to take advantage of the fleet's exhaustion and strangle the fleet in the cradle. If they succeed, the fleet will never be able to fly. Not only that, all humans will be trapped on these two small planets. Lu Nanying raised his hand and pointed outside. You have already seen the system on Beta Star. In the future. That is Beta Star. That is the mother star. Fang Shiyu's eyes trembled. This mission started unusually. After being urgently summoned, he entered the system with a group of unfamiliar soldiers from other teams. He experienced several years of life in the system and suddenly returned to reality. After a short recovery, he was taken to the marshal's office for a private talk. After entering this door, he realized that he was involved in the highest level top secret mission. In that dark system, he spent a difficult time in combat. So much so that after returning, he felt as if he had been in another world. But who knew that only half a month had passed in reality? Because of his outstanding performance in the system, he became the best candidate for subsequent tasks. Lu Nanying told him that in the early days, when the fleet and MIS were still cooperating happily, a group of researchers and combat personnel were sent in. They mainly used the extreme doomsday environment created by the system to research more advanced weapons and accumulate their own technology and practical experience. But from a certain time on, the fleet personnel frequently encountered system loopholes. Attacks. Not only did the research results disappear for no reason, some core personnel became mentally disturbed or completely lost their memory. And some are still missing. In this regard, MIS explained that the system is in the testing stage and is not stable yet. If the fleet is worried about the risk, it is recommended not to conduct excessive experiments. From those actions, the fleet sensed MIS intentions. It was also at that time that the fleet began to prepare for combat. Today, this preparation has been almost completed. The fleet and MIS can no longer coexist. Or in other words, all human beings can no longer coexist with MIS. Lu Nanying continued. The living environment of humans on the mother planet is even worse than that of Beta Star. Who would have believed that in just 20 years, it would become like that? If you delay for another second, all human beings will suffer in the dire straits of MIS for another second. More innocent people will die under the tyranny of MIS in this second. Fang Xiyu bit his lip. I understand. Marshal. On the mother planet, MIS has expanded to the point of lawlessness. They control almost all power organs and force the world to enter a special wartime state, allowing everyone to participate in MIS plan unconditionally. Fang Xiyu knew that the biological transformation system on Beta Star had officially been put into real-life experiments. The large number of participants needed were sent by MIS from the mother planet. The fleet was responsible for the transportation mission, and Fang Xiyu also handed over many times. At first, he thought that those experimenters were researchers like Tang Zhe, and he was full of admiration for them. It was not until he saw them being injected with anesthetic drugs because they resisted strongly when they were sent to the test bench. And some people took the opportunity to commit suicide to escape the experiment that he finally understood that those people were forcibly sent up by MIS. The mother planet has become a high-pressure iron barrel. People have long lost all their rights and let MIS manipulate them. And anyone who joins MIS will gain the power to crush others infinitely. Laws and morals have become invalid. And there is only the law called MIS. Compared with this, Beta Star is even like a piece of pure land. The fleet is the only military force that can compete with MIS. We must resist. Not only for the survival of the fleet itself, but also for the survival of mankind. Lu Nanying continued. In the face of the invader crisis, flying out is the only way. MIS path will not only fail, but will also lead mankind astray. Marshal, what do you need me to do? Fang Xiyu asked. If I need to go to war with MIS, I will never back down. But entering the system, he was a little confused. Today, Lu Nanying talked to him about letting him stay in the system. In his understanding, if the fleet really decided to go to war with MIS, it should be a direct battle on the mother planet or Beta Star. What can be done in the system? MIS is now in the limelight. If we fight them head-on, it will not only be risky, but also hurt innocent people. Lu Nanying explained patiently. Since we want to save humanity from disaster, we naturally don't want to replace it with another disaster. We want to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot and hit it with the last blow. Everyone has been resentful of MIS for a long time. It is not only the fleet that hopes they will fall. He continued. The fleet has secretly contacted some groups on the mother planet. They are currently incorporated by MIS and are carrying out industrial construction, resource mining and other businesses. But in fact, they are also looking for opportunities. Fang Xiuyu slowly understood. Lu Nanying had already used his underwater means to quietly weave a large net to surround MIS. When the net is formed, it is time to close it. By then, MIS will have nowhere to retreat. MIS was unaware of all this. Not only MIS, but even most of the soldiers in the fleet were immersed in the atmosphere of the fleet is declining and suffering from the suppression of MIS. No one thought that this was all Lu Nanying's trick, lurking in secret and launching a fatal attack when they are not prepared. This is his method. Fang Xiuyu realized all this belatedly, and also reacted when Lu Nanying told him these secrets. He would never have the chance to refuse this special mission. At that moment, and in many moments thereafter, he wished that he had not passed the test and had not accepted this mission. The major families on the mother planet are also the main forces of the Fleet Alliance. When the operation is successful, they will establish a joint empire on the mother planet, and the fleet will be responsible for all exploration and expansion outside the mother planet. Although these families are temporarily suppressed by MIS, they are intertwined and powerful after all. As long as the timing is right, they will be a powerful force. They conceal their purpose and infiltrate MIS internally, which has been very effective so far, Lu Nanying said with an ambiguous smile. So, those in the other camp are not necessarily enemies. People who can help us from the inside are the best allies. Hearing this, Fang Xiuyu's eyes lit up, and his face flushed with excitement. Really? Of course. MIS' current size is not dead but not rigid. But it is fastest to collapse from the inside, Lu Nanying said. But before that, we must go all out to win. Yes! Fang Xiuyu shouted loudly. I will definitely try my best. Lu Nanying took in his expression. Marshal, can I go back and say goodbye before I carry out the mission? I mean, we haven't contacted each other for such a long time. If he appears in the system inexplicably later, I'm afraid he will be suspicious, Fang Xiuyu said, and raised his head again in a hurry. Marshal, don't worry. I will never reveal a word. Lu Nanying nodded gently. I believe Captain Fang can abide by the most basic discipline. The next mission is also very difficult. Of course, you can go back and say goodbye. This has nothing to do with the camp. He is just your family. Hearing the word family, Fang Xiuyu's breathing became rapid. Yes, Tang Zhe only didn't see him for half a month. But he hasn't seen Tang Zhe for several years. Then I'll go first. Seeing Lu Nanying's tacit consent, Fang Xiuyu couldn't control the expression on his face, and his pace was almost unstoppable, almost running. Before opening the door, Lu Nanying called him. Captain Fang, I want to confirm one more thing with you. Fang Xiuyu turned around. Marshal, please ask. If your loved ones are confirmed to have committed an unforgivable crime, how would you deal with it? Fang Xiuyu's face changed. Marshal, he is not a bad person. He just has no choice. Science and technology are like a fire. Whether it illuminates the way forward or burns the mountains and rivers depends on who uses it. Captain Fang, can you be 100% sure that he was holding a torch next to the burning fire for lighting? Fang Xiuyu opened his mouth, but nothing came out. In the past, the fleet and MIS were in a cooperative state, and everyone agreed with the path chosen by MIS. But now, the river has reached a fork. He and Tang Zhe have been together all the way, and it was not until now that he realized that they were always on two different boats. They will eventually go their separate ways. But, if it is finally confirmed that he is not at fault and has provided us with great help, is it possible to let him come to the fleet? Maybe he can pull him onto his own ship before the other ship sinks. The fleet will also need medical and biological researchers in the future. We would love to have top research capabilities, Lu Nanying said. But I can't make any promises until everything is confirmed. I can only say, everyone will be treated fairly. Fang Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't relax anymore. Lu Nanying stared at him with sharp eyes. Captain Fang, if he is finally confirmed to be guilty of a heinous crime, can you shoot him? Fang Xiuyu was stunned. He finally squeezed out two words from his trembling lips. I can. Chapter 217. Sharing the same bed but dreaming different dreams. You don't have to doubt Fang Xiuyu's ability and loyalty. But he has one characteristic. He is too sentimental. There is nothing wrong with being sentimental. but it can become a big flaw in some cases. This will not affect his ability to complete the mission, but will only make his life very painful. So Marshall, he is still indispensable? Apart from anything else. His relationship with that researcher. His relationship with that researcher may make him more loyal. Adding occasional variables to the plan may have a miraculous effect. I always do this. Fang Xiyu didn't know how he got back to the room. Perhaps because of the quagmire. Tang Zhe recalled some things on the ground, and his memory of the fleet began to slowly recover. The moment he recalled it, he fell into a vortex of panic again. He didn't dare to read those memories carefully, and just wanted to leave quickly. He hoped that he would never remember those things, and hoped that he had never accepted that mission in the past. He should have covered it up very poorly. But Tang Zhe still didn't say anything, just silently asked him to go back and rest, and then left. At this moment, he curled up in the spacious new room and stuffed himself into the corner. Heinous crimes. Tang Zhe? He was just a little cat with a bad fate. To protect himself, he waved his little claws with no attack power. How could he be a heinous person? But why did he doubt this at the beginning? He still remembered the heavy feeling of his steps after leaving Lu Naning's office area. When he secretly entered the system, he had fully experienced the cruelty of that world. All those who have experienced it will try their best to prevent such a future. But Fang Xiyu didn't expect that in order to prevent such a future, he had to go to war with MIS. He didn't expect that MIS could be so crazy that these three letters themselves became the object of Bei's secret spitting and hatred. Ms., who had expanded to the peak, was completely unaware of his situation, which could be broken with just one poke. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. Fang Xiyu did not dare to think about whether there were some people secretly fanning the flames behind MIS madness. Those family forces on the mother planet that surrendered on the surface, but actually had their own ulterior motives. And the human society that was facing a huge crisis but was crumbling. The mother planet was the real battlefield. The first major battle since the outbreak of the invader crisis was actually among humans. After leaving that day, he did not go directly to Tang Zhe, but went to the fleet's field training ground, wanting to exhaust all his physical strength. If he was extremely tired, he might not have the energy to think about these problems. He thought so. But when he walked into the door covered in mud and saw Tang Zhe's eyes, his heart was still shaken. After a long separation, he was no longer the same person. But the person opposite was still the same as in his memory. At that moment, he just wanted to protect him with all his strength. He wanted to successfully complete the mission and apply for Tang Zhe to join the fleet. If he was not allowed, he would withdraw from the fleet and go to an isolated corner with Tang Zhe. At least, he had fulfilled his responsibilities. But after that, everything did not go as he wished. Although the fleet arranged some people to meet in the system, it still underestimated the technical level and sinister intentions of MIS. Not only were their memories wiped many times, they lost contact with the fleet, and they were all thrown into reality from the system. From this perspective, it is not too much for MIS to be liquidated anyway. But only Tang Zhe. On the last night together, they slept in the same bed, but had different dreams. They hid things from each other, just like the fleet and MIS, maintaining a normal appearance. But they were all making their own calculations in their hearts. He loved Tang Zhe, but he never understood Tang Zhe's eyes. The kitten showed him its soft belly and gave him the power to hurt himself. But he abused this closeness and hurt him the most. Bang. Bang. Not once, but twice. He personally made Tang Zhe vanish before his eyes. Although he did it without knowing it twice. Fang Xiyu still wondered if it was because he answered I can to Lu Nanning that led to such a result. Fate played a huge joke on him, making his words many years ago come true. Intense pain spread from his heart, making Fang Xiyu almost unable to breathe. In the cracks on his skin, the white was fading quickly, and dark green branches were growing rapidly. Don't recall it anymore, Fang Xiyu thought. Don't recall how much I owe him. The broken memories slowly healed, and some pictures began to become clear. Fang Xiyu had heard about the family forces on the mother planet. Among the forces of the Lu Nanning coalition, the Yu family is a very important one. The Yu family controls most of the industrial raw materials and manufacturing, and will be the mainstay of fleet manufacturing in the future. In addition, there is another force on the mother planet that has mastered high-end weapon technology, and the surname is Pearl. Both forces have successfully occupied a place in Tang Zhe's laboratory. On the surface, These families all serve MIS. So it is normal for members to enter the laboratory. It's just that they didn't expect that they and MIS were at odds. And this kind of placement gave them a huge advantage in understanding the research progress and splitting MIS from within. How could Tang Zhe not be careful in such a laboratory? Thinking of this, Fang Xiyu wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide. When he was young, he was really not sensitive to these things. Every time he went to the laboratory to find Tang Zhe, the researchers would joke with him on the surface. But other than that, the atmosphere was very subtle. When Tang Zhe was in the laboratory, he was also very silent except for research-related matters. When Fang Xiyu was not there, he would just hold Momo and play in his spare time, taking the risk of letting Momo out and using it to approach the fleet. Tang Zhe also took a big risk. Right? During those years, did Tang Zhe send out other signals or reveal other ideas? Why did he ignore it all? Why didn't he stand by him, but let him face it all by himself? Fang Xiyu bit his lip. His thoughts became confused again. If I mutate, will the captain shoot me? I won't let you mutate. Fang Xiyu. Area still needs you. Fang faction still. Look at you now. I will undergo brain surgery. Fortunately, I'm not alone. You are not alone. I will always be by your side. Captain Fang Xiyu. Is the responsibility of the fleet the first priority in your heart? Yes. In a trance, Tang Zhe's eyes appeared in his mind again. The pair of eyes that were once full of hope and had the courage to test after being hurt countless times. But when they were cautiously expecting, they were severely disappointed. He clearly wanted to jump into the quagmire with him, and clearly wanted to be the same kind as him. But why did he break his promise again and again? Tang Zhe was right. He was indeed untrustworthy. He fulfilled his promises to everyone, except Tang Zhe. Mission. What is the fleet's mission? There was a strange heat on his forearm, as if something was vibrating inside his body. This rhythmic vibration slowly calmed Fang Xiyu's body. He looked at his arm, and there was nothing abnormal there. Not only that, in the countless physical examinations in the gathering area in the past, there was nothing abnormal. Moreover, his whole body was shattered inside and out. So even if there was something, it should not be usable. Fang Xiyu stared at it blankly, and some outlines vaguely appeared in his mind. After a long time, he put down his hand and sat in the dark. He looked at the dark roof, but it seemed that he was looking through it to light years away. After 49 days, the 5 materials were finally refined into one piece. Nua flew into the sky with the 5-colored stone she had refined, filling the big hole in the sky for mankind. From then on, the flood stopped, and life reappeared on the earth. After passing this wasteland, passing through the grassland, forest, and following the river, you will reach the depths of the ground. There is a huge pit in the ground because the goddess Queen Mother of the West has a miraculous elixir of immortality in her hand. Tang Zhe flipped through the mythological records of the 5-colored stone. After seeing these mountains, he reread the myths and had new ideas. In the past, their attention was on the 5-colored stone itself, but they ignored the words behind it. Now it seems that after the 5-colored stone is formed, repairing the sky is the key. Why can such a thing that can cause mutation stop disasters? And why did life reappear? What happened? Tang Zhe thought that the hole in the sky refers to the entrance and exit of the bunker. But in fact, the bunker was not really closed until recently. And since Bai Ji left these traces during the system period, it is even more impossible to refer to the bunker. The thing she used to repair and regenerate may not be what they think now. Tang Zhe is not clueless about this. They were unconsciously converted to reality in the system, and it is basically certain that the way they enter the underground is very special. Combined with the unique particle state mentioned in the memory, this conversion method should be related to particles. This particle changes the state of the system and reality, causing the two to superimpose, which makes the conversion possible. But after that, the superimposed channel is closed, and the bunker can only let people in through the physical entrance. Is all this caused by her invading the North Tower system? Just thinking about it, the door suddenly opened. Fang Xiyu walked in. Are you still awake? He asked carefully. Are you hungry? I made some canned soup and added some large fungi. Do you want to try it while it's hot? Tang Zhe? No. I won't be hungry anyway. Then do you want energy? I caught a few big bugs and threw them outside. Each one has enough energy. I have used my spiritual energy to control them. They won't go crazy. Replenish? Didn't you just replenish me? Tang Zei was confused. I'm not hungry. And I have enough energy. If I have to say something, I'm just a little tired. Fang Shuyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved over. Where are you tired? On your body? Let me help you massage. Don't move by yourself in the future. It will consume energy. Just like before. How about I carry you and walk? Tang Zei watched him busying around without saying a word. Feeling guilty. Seeing that Tang Zei didn't say anything, Fang Shuyu moved his position, after massaging, and wrapped Tang Zei in his arms. Are you cold? Your face and hands are so cold. Come and cover them. Beta Star is colder than the Mother Star. You and Momo like to hide in my arms, saying that I have enough yang energy and a high body temperature. You? Tang Zei interrupted him. Why are you so nice to me suddenly? Fang Shuyu panicked. I was not nice enough to you before. Was I? I will change. Tang Zei pushed him away suspiciously. Do you remember that you did something to let me down? Fang Shuyu's face turned pale. The more Tang Zei looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Did you like someone else before me? Or after? Fang Shuyu shook his head violently. No. No. How could it be? Tang Zei chuckled. Why are you so flustered? It's no big deal. Captain Fang is so enthusiastic and likes to take care of people. You have a bad memory. So it's normal to have a few more paragraphs. He said this, but his eyes sank. Then, he stood up and walked away expressionlessly. Fang Shuyu's heart was alarmed. Tang Zei. No. It's really not like that. Listen to my explanation. Tang Zei stopped abruptly. Explain? Fang Shuyu didn't know whether it was better to say I said I could shoot you, or I like someone else. He opened his mouth, but his tongue kept getting tangled. In this awkward situation, Tang Zei's face dropped to the freezing point. Then he gave Fang Shuyu a stay-away look and walked out without looking back. Chapter 218 Fang's Mission. Fang Shuyu opened the fifth door along the way and finally found Tang Zei. He walked in carefully. Tang Zei? Tang Zei had his back to him. He turned slightly towards the door after hearing the voice, and then walked into the depths of the house without looking back. Fang Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Zei still gave him a chance to coax him. Otherwise, he would have disappeared in a flash, and he would not have been able to find him at all. He swallowed his saliva and mustered up the courage to move closer. Tang Zei. Just when he was only a few steps away from Tang Zei, Tang Zei took a few steps forward and distanced himself from him. Fang Shuyu continued to approach patiently. Tang Zei. Just like that, Tang Zei was forced into a corner, and was finally held tightly in Fang Shuyu's arms. Tang Zei, cold as a stone. JPG. There is no one else. Only you from beginning to end. You have seen my memory. How can there be any other shadow? Why don't you take a look now, and see if it is newly installed? This sentence worked, and the person in his arms slowly relaxed. It even warmed up a little. Speaking of the memory in Fang Shuyu's mind, Tang Zei suddenly remembered the long row of windows that could not be seen at the end. How could it be? So many. Fang Shuyu didn't know what Tang Zei thought of, but just tightened his hand a little more, and carefully buried his head in his shoulder. I did remember something. I'm telling you. Don't be angry. Oh no. You should be angry. Well, you can punish me however you want. Tang Zei didn't answer. Fang Shuyu narrated the whole story anxiously. And after a while, he heard Tang Zei's cold voice. That's it? Fang Shuyu, ah? The next second, don't you hate me? It's much easier to accept than what you did later. Tang Zei glanced at him. Fang Shuyu's eyes lit up with joy, but soon dimmed again. I'm sorry. Tang Zei snorted, and his expression obviously eased. If you really feel sorry, remember it, and make it up to me later. Of course, I will try my best to make it up. I will make it up for the rest of my life. Is that can soup still hot? Fang Shuyu jumped up from him. Wait. I'll get it. Tang Zei silently drank a mouthful of the mushroom canned soup that looked hard to describe. The mushrooms in it looked like Pearl's experimental products. Fang Shuyu looked at him expectantly. How is it? I just tried it. It should be okay. Well, it's okay. Don't make it next time. Tang Zei drank the soup expressionlessly and pushed it aside. Compared to those unpalatable things in Area B, this is really nothing. And there is even scarce soup. You said you felt like there was a chip in your body? He asked. Fang Shuyu raised his forearm and looked at it. I feel like it's something like that. But it should be made of special materials. In the past, the gathering area couldn't detect it. Sive's existence? The gathering area couldn't detect it either, Tang Zei thought. Furthermore, Fang Shuyu's body has undergone such a big change. If the chip can still work, it is at least something similar to the wireless search ring. The constituent unit is completely integrated into the body, and it is very small. I didn't understand before. Since we have to clear our memories when entering the system, how can the fleet arrange tasks for us? And how can the responding people identify teammates? Now it seems that this is it, Fang Shuyu said. Perhaps only the people in the fleet have a way to detect it. Tang Zei nodded. It's possible. When I first entered the system, Lao Chong picked me out of a group of people to guard me. Fang Shuyu fell into memories. Before I recovered my memory, I always thought that my memory in Area A was continuous. Now I think it's actually divided into several stages. You probably didn't know that I accepted a secret mission to enter the system to adapt. In my memory, that was when I just left the bunker, and it lasted for several years. Later, I entered the system again, and the files were merged with the previous one. So my service years became very long. That period should have lasted for a few more years, and the system had not yet been put into reality. After that, the system officially merged with reality. Everyone went through memory adjustment again during the fusion, and only a part of the memory in the system was retained in order to connect with the file records. He said, that should be it. As for the specific content of the mission, Marshal Liu said at the time that after entering the system, someone would naturally hand it over to us at the right time. Come to think of it, for us, who will definitely lose our memories later, there is no point in giving us the mission. Tang Zei was silent for a while. So Director Chong should know the content of the mission. Right? Fang Shuyu thought about it and nodded. I think so. Old Chong has been in the system for many years, and he should not be a member of the fleet on the surface, so he can get rid of control. That's easy, Tang Zei said. I'll go find him. Human gathering area A. You, what are you? Chong Fangyin shouted. Mutant? How did you invade? Director Chong. I am. Xiao Lu. Seal off my dormitory first, and then notify the evacuation. Director Chong. Tang Zei grabbed Chong Fangyin's hand, but couldn't stop him from issuing a notification using the built-in system. Do you still remember Fang Shuyu? Chong Fangyin's dead fish eyes were fixed, as if he couldn't hear what Tang Zei said at all. There should be a dangerous situation. Report it immediately. He is the last person in Fang faction. Xiao Lu. I'm awake. I must have been in a nightmare just now. Hurry up and withdraw all arrangements. Chong Fangyin completed the transition in one go, looking at Tang Zei steadily. How do you know Fang faction? Who is Fang Shuyu? Tang Zei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that their guess was right. Even the traces of Fang Shuyu's existence have been cleared. But fortunately, Chong Fangyin still remembered about the Fang faction. He briefly described the cause and effect of these things. After that, Chong Fangyin was silent for a long time. I have no way to judge the truth of these words, Chong Fangyin said. It sounds too unusual. Tang Zei's face sank. He had no hard evidence to prove what he said. For these people who have deep-rooted cognition and lost too much memory, it is really too difficult to let them accept a completely new story. The only way is to try to bring Fang Shuyu in. If Chong Fangyin really has a way to verify it, maybe he can believe it. But the risk of this matter is too great. Just when he was in a dilemma, Chong Fangyin looked at him. However, I am very relieved to hear that there may still be one person in the Fang faction. At least, it is a hope. Tang Zei was a little confused. If he is really such a person as you said, then he is indeed the best candidate to achieve the goal. Chong Fangyin's eyes showed a smile. But to those who were not familiar with him, he looked fierce. And, if we have really been together for nearly 10 years, and have worked hard for that goal for 10 years. This matter sounds like it will make me feel that these years have not been in vain. Tang Zei understood. After the traces of Fang Shuyu were erased, Chong Fangyin's memory probably only contained his mediocrity. For him, such a past was too hard to accept. Even if Tang Zei was telling a lie, he was willing to believe it. Are you here to let him know what the real mission is? Chong Fangyin asked. Tang Zei nodded. Why? You are not one of us. Right? Director Chong. You are not one of them either. Tang Zei replied. We are all the same. We belong to different camps, but we have the same goal. Chong Fangyin finally laughed out loud. You are right. He walked around the room several times, as if trying to hide his excitement. Finally, he stopped and patted Tang Zai on the shoulder. Wait for me. Tang Zai looked at Chang Fangyin's back as he walked towards the secret door, his eyes flashing. He didn't spend much time with Chang Fangyin, and in his impression, Chang Fangyin was serious and even had some opinions about him and Fang Xiyu getting close. But at least for Fang Xiyu, Chang Fangyin gave 100%. Tang Zai recalled that the last time he saw Chang Fangyin was after Fang Xiyu was seriously injured by Damon's gunshot. Although Chang Fangyin didn't remember who he was, he still asked him to take Fang Xiyu away from the gathering area. Just as he was thinking, Chang Fangyin came out, holding something that is common in the laboratory but rare in the gathering area. A pen and paper. Maybe you are lying to me. But if I don't tell you, I'm afraid I will never have the chance to tell you in this life. Chang Fangyin said. There will be no new people in Area A. And I probably won't be able to wait for the next member of the Fang faction to appear. I'll tell you. Tang Zai raised his head and suddenly saw a few white hairs on Chang Fangyin's head. He is already this age, Tang Zai thought. What did he do before? And why was he willing to stay in this dark underground forever? System records may be tampered with, but words written on paper cannot be, Chang Fangyin said. This is a habit I developed very early on. Thanks to this, I can always remember this mission. Tang Zai nodded and waited silently for him to continue. Chang Fangyin drew a small circle at one end of the paper and wrote the words gathering area next to it. The human gathering area only occupies a small area. As the environment deteriorates, this area may shrink. We call the places with the worst environment outside the gathering area wilderness. Chang Fangyin drew another small circle in the wilderness area. There is a place in the wild, which is our mission target. There is a canyon there, and something very important is hidden in the deepest part of the canyon. We have to find that thing. Tang Zai stared at the small circle where the canyon was located, which seemed to be far away from the gathering area. Where is this canyon? I don't know, Chang Fangyin said. We only know that there is such a place, and we have to slowly find everything else. Tang Zai understood why Chang Fangyin had kept Fang Xiyu secret for so many years without taking any actual action. It turned out that their target was an unknown place in the wild. Chang Fangyin only protected Fang Xiyu on the surface, but in fact, he had been secretly promoting the process of external expansion. Special Forces, External Expansion Department. Being able to go out is what the Fang faction really needs. So there is only one thing that is certain. That thing is in the canyon in the wild. Right? Chang Fangyin nodded with satisfaction and crumpled up the paper. Yes. This is too. The less information there is, the safer it is, and the longer it can be passed down. Chang Fangyin smiled. I tell you, this is the goal of the Fang faction. This is important enough. I understand. Thank you, Director Chang. Tang Zai stood up. After finding this thing, should we pick it up and operate it? Chang Fangyin shook his head. No, he said. We have to destroy it. Chapter 219 Energy Never Seen Before. Grand Canyon? Fang Xiyu said. Is that what Lao Chang said? Tang Zai nodded. But think about it. He hasn't revealed a word to me for such a long time. And the mission can't just wait for me to waste time. So the fleet's target is in the wild. Fang Xiyu sighed softly. The fleet probably didn't expect that in such a difficult environment. People would choose to cut off their own wings and hide in an increasingly narrow gathering area. Tang Zai said. It took so long to explore the wild. The atmosphere in Area A was like this in the past. After all, the memories were lost, and the illusory lives made up by the bunkers would eventually be diluted by the huge survival problems. Resources are limited, and there is no hope for the future. After a long time, of course people will think about getting by, and who will care about those responsibilities? Fang Xiyu said and looked into the distance. Only people like me and Lao Chang. No, strictly speaking, many of our actions have been tacitly approved by Diamond. At that time, I thought that at least the leader recognized us in his heart. But who would have thought? Tang Zai looked at him and said nothing. Damon controlled the gathering area during the period when the system and reality merged. Although he was determined to expand his heart, no matter how he brainwashed the people in the gathering area, they became more and more depressed. It was also under this circumstance that Damon had no choice but to choose the five-colored stone and approach his research from another path. Damon didn't know that the biggest root cause was the loss of memory. These people lost all the emotional ties of the past and became kites with broken strings, floating in the air in vain, not knowing where to go. They could only drift with the wind, and when the wind stopped, they fell to the ground obediently and never recovered from it. That's all. Responsibility comes from deep love. If the object of love is lost, responsibility will naturally exist. What makes Fang Xiyu different from others is his abundant emotions. No matter what the situation is, he has something he firmly wants to protect. But in such a world, being an emotional person is very tiring and painful. Tang Zai's eyes flashed with complex emotions. And finally, he just reached out and squeezed the other's palm. Fang Xiyu took this as a sign of comfort, shook his hand back, and smiled at Tang Zai. Let's not talk about Damon. He lowered his head and was silent for a while. Is Lao Chong okay? Except that he looks a little tired inside. There is not much difference from the past, Tang Zai said. With the captain away, Manager Chong must be quite bored. That's not the case. Except for people like me who are like-minded. Area A is full of people who follow the rules. Fang Xiyu's voice rose. Although we have started to expand our forces with their character, it's good enough that they can follow orders. But don't expect them to be able to respond flexibly and maneuver. I haven't paid attention to this aspect. It's okay. It's not important. Well, old Chan doesn't remember anything. Did he make things difficult for you? He is quite good at bluffing in front of unfamiliar people. Otherwise, many people would be afraid of him. At first, I wanted the members to sound the alarm. But when they heard me say Fang faction, their attitude immediately changed. It seems that this mission is very important to him. The mission is important, so he will not believe it easily. If someone else appeared in front of him like this, he would definitely think that they were testing him, and they would compete to see who could keep their mouths shut. If there hadn't been so much infighting in District A, how could he have sat on this position for so many years? Fang Xiyu shook his head. This old fox. But since you said it, he must have believed it right away, Fang Xiyu said, raising his hand to rub Tang Zai's face. Old Chan used to like you so much. Even if he doesn't remember it in his mind, he will be close to you in his heart. Me? Tang Zai was a little surprised. Director Chong, hasn't he always had some opinions about me? How is that possible? He liked you so much. Fang Xiyu's mouth was gritting from ear to ear. Every time, he held my head down and asked me to chase him. Tang Zai looked at him suspiciously and said nothing more. He didn't dwell on this question anymore, but lowered his head to look at the pile of papers in front of him and immersed himself in it. Fang Xiyu was lost in memories, with a smile on his face. But not long after, he suddenly thought of something. His smile faded, and a faint sadness appeared in his eyes. He doesn't remember anything. It's good too. He closed his mouth and suddenly lowered his head. The air fell into a rare silence, and only the rustling of paper and pen could be heard. After a long time, Fang Xiyu's self-talk came from his lowered face. Will all this end if we destroy the things in the canyon? Will we return to the surface? Or maybe stay underground forever? But it doesn't matter. The mission is accomplished. Tang Zai, shall we take over Lao Chong? Ah, I forgot that he didn't mutate. At his age. Forget it. You can't refuse to admit old age. Then shall we go to see him? Yes. Tang Zai responded casually. Oh, we still have to deal with the 5-colored stone and Damon first. It doesn't matter. These will be done quickly, Fang Xiyu muttered, staring blankly into the distance. Maybe it's still far away. Maybe it's still a long time. But at least now, they know where to go and are on the way. Tang Zai looked up from the paper, his voice cold and indifferent. No different from before. This canyon may be the same place as the one mentioned in the myth. This businesslike tone brought Fang Xiyu back to reality. He came back to his senses. Huh? The myth of the 5-colored stone mentioned the environment in the wild. But the second half is not complete, Tang Zai said, and began to draw on the paper. According to the records of the myth, leaving the new and old gathering areas, you will pass through wastelands, grasslands, forests and rivers, and finally reach deep underground. The record says there is a pit deep in the ground, and there is no detailed record after that. He pointed at the paper and said, I think this hole, and the canyon that Manager Chong mentioned may be the same thing. Fang Xiyu agreed. If it is a very deep pit, it is normal to be called a canyon. So as long as the myth is not wrong, we can just keep going in this direction. Right? Where are we now? The brain-like area we passed before should be the wasteland. What? Fang Xiuyu was a little unbelievable. But isn't there animals and plants in that big basin? And there is also a black water pool. Why isn't it the forest and river? Maybe it's because the big basin and the black water pond didn't exist at the beginning of the myth. Tang Zei explained. The black water pond is the product of the 5 colored stones experiment using the big basin. And it's hard to say whether the things in the big basin came from farther away or grew spontaneously due to the special landform. Only this wasteland was born because of the existence of the storage device. He paused. The 5 colored stone knew these myths a long time ago and has been exploring according to the myths. After so many years, we have reason to believe that they have achieved considerable results. You know, the third coordinate they left is more than 200 kilometers away from us now. Fang Xiuyu pursed his lips. That is to say, the 5 color stone is either on the way to the pit or has already found the pit. Yes, since they started researching the Great Basin a long time ago. It wouldn't be surprising if they found it after such a long time. Tang Zei fell into thought. There is no doubt that all the members of the 5 color stone have changed. As early as when Safar captured Tang Zei, he hinted that everyone would have to go through such a test. At that time, they locked Tang Zei underwater, and the black air that penetrated into him seemed to be the most common energy that polluted the world. It can be seen that the 5 color stone members should also be able to use this kind of energy. Did they never know about the existence of other energies? Or simply unable to use them? Wait, there is a short sentence at the end of the myth. Fang Xiuyu interrupted Tang Zei's thoughts. The goddess Queen Mother of the West has the elixir of immortality in her hands. What is this? Tang Zei retracted his gaze. Could it be the thing in the pit? The two looked at each other and shook their heads. Noah and Queen Mother of the West again. Is there anyone else involved besides Bai Ji? However, they cannot know these things now, so they can only put them aside for now. There are still a lot of paper materials here, and we can take a look at them slowly after they are sorted out later. Maybe there are clues inside, Tang Zei said. After that, we can go to the grasslands, forests, rivers, or everything can be solved. Fang Xiuyu shook his head. This road is really long. Tang Zei looked outside. The buildings here are wrapped in thick mountains, so they are not as heavy as the past gathering areas. In addition, its various designs do not seem to be seen in this world. The room they are in now has a whole large glass window. The window is not flat, but a round oval shape, like a water drop. The scenery outside is in full view, although this gray area can hardly be regarded as a scenery. But even though it does not meet the building codes of the polluted world, the air quality inside is particularly comfortable. Once you enter the door, it feels like you are isolated from the world. All the noise and pollution are strictly blocked outside. In short, this place is spacious and too advanced. To use an inappropriate metaphor, it is like a spaceship from outer space accidentally landed here. Tang Zei looked at the restless gray fog outside the window, and his face changed. In any case, this place does not look like it can be made by one person. Even if Bai Ji has outstanding personal abilities, she cannot obtain so many materials and technologies. If making a memory is still within her personal ability, this research site cannot be done by her alone. How did these mountains appear on the wasteland? Just thinking about it, the black fog outside changed subtly. Through the glass, Tang Zei seemed to sense some huge energy. They were surging and flowing in the dark, rushing over from the horizon. Captain, do you feel it? He asked. What? Unseen energy, Tang Zei said. A color that has never appeared before. Like red? Chapter 220 Ominous. The fluctuations only appeared for 2 seconds, and soon subsided, as if it was just an illusion. Fang Xiuyu became alert. Why did the energy suddenly appear? Is there a mutant coming? Tang Zei frowned and held his breath to feel it for a while. It disappeared, he said. The energy did not move, so it should not be a mutant. It may be an energy pool similar to the swamp. But what? The energy just now was like a tide, one wave after another, which is unusual. Then I'll find a chance to explore. Tang Zei quickly held Fang Xiuyu down. This is energy that has never appeared before. Maybe we can't deal with it with past experience. Let me study it first and talk about it later. Okay, I'll listen to you, Fang Xiuyu said. But don't go secretly by yourself. Take me with you if you need anything. Tang Zei opened his mouth, but finally nodded reluctantly. Originally, he did think it would be more convenient to go by himself, and the risk would be smaller. But he didn't expect to be seen through in an instant. But now it's still the critical moment of moving the laboratory. And the energy will not move. So there is no rush. What's more, they haven't had time to digest the information left here. Fang Xiyu rubbed his head. Let's think about other things first. Look! They seem to be back. The fog outside the window was illuminated by several halos. And the lights in other rooms were lit. At the same time, Tang Zhe received the information from Kuroki Ling in his mind. The migration has been completed. Got it, he replied. Some real-time communication equipment was found here, which can share images and pictures in groups, which is more convenient than brain-wave communication. Do you want to use it? Tang Zhe thought about it, and gave a positive reply. If you are not in a hurry to rest, wait for me in the hall first. Some information and evolution records of the initial environment were found in the system, which are very helpful for our research, Tang Zhe said. Now everyone gathered in the hall of the new laboratory, with a huge panel in the middle, just like the meetings in Area A in the past. Tang Zhe stood in the middle, and showed some important discoveries to everyone. Strictly speaking, the underground environment was created by the researchers of MIS. They need to continuously put various dangerous substances in it in order to create a space that is truly difficult to survive. The final product of these substances, which are stabilized by mutual reaction and coevolution with organisms, is the source of energy. And the initial release data are all recorded in the system of the new laboratory. The system has been deduced for nearly 200 years. During this period, the underground space has seen a pattern of biological and environmental coevolution, which is very different from the initial value. Of course, these differences can be calculated, and the results of the deduction are recorded and stored in the computer here. This is the prophecy mastered by the five-colored stone. Tang Zhe projected the prophecies that had long been engraved in his mind onto the panel. The others nodded. It is speculated that the person who recorded the prophecy should be Bai Ji, my original teacher. The research in our laboratory is all based on her theory, and it can be used as a reference to a large extent. What I want to say is that our reality has unknowingly deviated from the prophecy. But I'm not sure how big the deviation is. Why is there a deviation? Fang Xiyu was a little confused. The reason should be related to the release of reality. There are too many variables in this process, resulting in the original system data not being completely replicated, Tang Zhe replied. Another point is that after the system is shut down, new pollutants are constantly released on the ground. The irregular storms that appeared in the gathering area before were caused by the release of new pollution. In addition, with the participation of the research room, the five-colored stone and other forces, this error is further increasing as time goes by. The environment and organisms interact with each other. During this period, many unrecorded organisms have appeared, and even new energy types. New energy types? Several researchers looked at each other. Yes, there are some energy pools in the back, and there is corresponding information in the system. You can study it, Tang Zhe said, changing the content on the panel. According to Bai Ji's original idea, 5 resources in the underground world were selected as energy supply targets, and 5 directions of mutant genes were studied accordingly. The 5 induced gene types are the origin of the 5-color stone. The eyes of several people flickered, as if they were questioning the relationship between Bai Ji and the 5-color stone. But they continued to listen. I took a quick look and found that the contents of several types of energy selected by Bai Ji have shrunk dramatically, so there is no point in using them. The most valuable mutation direction at present is to use black energy. This is the most abundant pollutant in the air now. As long as there is a corresponding mutation gene, we can get rid of buildings and protective clothing and live freely in pollution. We and those mutants have this gene. Fang Xiyu nodded. He understood. For the convenience of distinction, I will temporarily classify the energy by color and the corresponding genes in the same way, Tang Zhe continued. At present, the energy I sense is the following: black, blue, white, and green. I won't go into details about black. Blue is something that exists in our repair fluid, and it plays a big role in repairing mutants. This blue gene-inducing substance is one of Baiji's initial research. It is in the data, and it should not be difficult to restore it later. Cultivating repair fluid requires a large amount of human body fluids, which are in the experimental pool behind, and we don't need to collect them ourselves. White energy belongs to spiritual energy and is generated with neural activity. Currently, the only one who can fully use and produce a large amount of white energy is Captain Fang. In addition, Kuroki's brainwave communication also partially uses white energy. She should have related genes. But they are not fully expressed. As for green, maybe it has something to do with the structural reorganization at the subcellular level. And it is highly invasive to most organisms. At present, I am the only one who can output green energy. Tang Zei nodded after saying this. That's probably the situation in the new laboratory. I have a question, Kuroki Ling said. Since what type of energy can be used is determined by gene mutation, is it possible for a person to carry several mutant genes at the same time, so that he can use multiple energies? In theory, it is possible. You don't even need to carry multiple mutant genes. Some energies with similar properties can be used universally with just one mutation. And mutations are happening all the time. As long as the sample is large enough. Mutations in any direction may occur, Tang Zei said. In fact, mutants that can use two kinds of energy already exist. Animals with neural tissues, as well as us, can use black and white energy. But black energy is the main source of energy. If we regard energy as food, it means that we are all omnivores. But there are staple foods and snacks. But for some extremely special energies, it is difficult for normal organisms to use them as food sources, such as some toxins. But once the niche energy function is successfully developed, not only will there be less competition for survival, but new specific mutations may also appear. Pearl can do some research in this area. Several pairs of eyes looked at Pearl. Pearl was confused at first, then excited, and then grinned and said, "Yeah. I finally know the real goal of my research." Tang Zei's expression did not change. The new laboratory is an independent system, not connected to the gathering area, and there is no risk of being monitored or tampered with. After that, everyone can use the system for work, which will be more convenient. Of course, important information can be kept in paper form, he said lightly. If there are no other questions, let's leave it at that for today. Except for Pearl's excited face. Several researchers all looked like they wanted to say something but stopped. But they didn't say anything else. Just digested it for a while. And soon got busy. Fang Xiuyu walked towards Tang Zei with a smile. It feels like you are now the boss of the laboratory. He rubbed Tang Zei's shoulder. When did you investigate so much? After returning from the quagmire, didn't the captain stay alone for a while? At that time, I was sorting out the materials, Tang Zei said. The research has a pattern. I flipped through the materials and roughly knew what was going on. You figured it out in such a short time. You are worthy of being the chief researcher. Fang Xiuyu laughed twice. Awesome. I had some vague ideas originally, but they were only verified after seeing the data. That's amazing. You've always been like this, sparkling. Fang Xiuyu's eyes were bright, full of admiration, love and pride. In his eyes, the person in front of him was emitting a light that would make him fall in love with her no matter how many times he met her again. Tang Zei turned around and was met with a straightforward and eager gaze. And his face was hot. Ahem, yeah. Hey, you just said that there might be mutants that can use many kinds of energy? Will there be ones that can use 5 or 10 kinds? Theoretically, that's the case. The more omnivorous, the stronger the ability to survive. If such a species really evolves, it may gradually become dominant, just like humans in the past. Among all living things, humans can eat a wide variety of food, so they can survive anywhere. So amazing? Fang Xiuyu's eyes were shining with excitement. If we can find such a mutant and make it into a weapon, wouldn't we be invincible? Hey, Tang Zei, will we encounter such a mutant one day? Well, theoretical things don't necessarily exist. Besides, omnivores may just eat everything because they can't beat other mutants. It may not be what the captain wants. Seeing Fang Xiuyu's eyes, Tang Zei knew that what he was thinking of must be something that was bigger and 100 times stronger than the three-headed crocodile. The kind that could flatten the gathering area just by moving forward. He didn't say that in fact an omnivorous mutant had already appeared. And it was completely different from what Fang Xiuyu imagined. That is, Tang Zei himself. Although black energy is his main source of food. In fact, he can absorb energy of other colors if he wants. His body has a strong adaptability. Even if he feels uncomfortable when using impure energy at the beginning, this discomfort will be alleviated over time. I don't know if this is related to that special mutation. Tang Zei now has a new understanding of his own mutation. First, he can absorb many types of energy and transform it inside his body. And when it is output, it will all turn green. This transformation is similar to digestion and absorption. Every organism has it. And people who have not undergone mutations can do it. In the past, I've talked about secondhand air, which is the product of the human body digesting black energy. It's just that ordinary people can't use black energy. They can only dilute it and exhale it. And the energy is gray. And it will also be stained with negative spiritual energy. And Tangze can not only fully utilize black energy, but also convert it into green. This green energy can act at the subcellular level. So it is extremely invasive to organisms. The only weakness at present is that it needs spiritual power to assist. Otherwise, once faced with a species with too strong spiritual power, it may be manipulated in reverse. It seems that as long as he cooperates with Fang Shuyu, he seems to be invincible. However, Tangze recalled the inexplicable red energy surging on the horizon, and a trace of haze flashed through his heart. For some reason, the strong red seemed like a warning, more like an ominous sign.